Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 612, Chapter 611, Fans and Reactions. After Wallace defeated his opponent in the semi-finals, he began accepting interviews from the media. The young nobleman from a prestigious family demonstrated outstanding eloquence during the interviews. Not only did he exude confidence, but he also took the opportunity to praise his opponent, creating a harmonious and respectful atmosphere. Wallace was truly worthy of his future reputation as a top-tier, massively popular coordinating trainer. At this young age, with his handsome looks and graceful demeanor, he had already captured the hearts of countless female fans. Calling him a killer of young girls, housewives, and aunties was hardly an exaggeration. When Wallace's interview was broadcast on the large TV screen in the airport's waiting lounge, a wave of screams erupted from the crowd, mostly girls, women, and older ladies, with even a few unique men joining in. For a moment, the entire waiting lounge felt more like a Wallace fan meeting than an airport. In fact, it's been proven, with enough charm, one can transcend gender, and even species. Sure enough, one of the Pokemon next to Sato had just transformed into a die-hard Wallace fangirl. Wah! Sato, who is that? He's so handsome. He's practically glowing on that screen. Is that what you humans call a dreamboat? I think I'm in love. I want to meet him in person. Don't go anywhere else, take me to see him right now, Sato. Sato, I think you should start dressing like my dreamboat. Suddenly, you look so basic. At this point, Tanya's eyes had turned into pink hearts. She fluttered above Sato's head with her little wings, pouring out her newfound devotion to Wallace via telepathy. Watching Tanya suddenly fall head over heels and join Wallace's growing fan club, Sato couldn't help but marvel at Wallace's overwhelming charisma. But deep down, he was also quietly exasperated. Like many other silently brooding men in the lounge, he chose stoic silence in the face of this madness. Still, not all men were so restrained. A few with their girlfriends, and some single guys nursing their bitterness, couldn't tolerate this humiliation. Though they muttered their complaints about Wallace under their breath, their grumbling didn't escape the sharp ears of some devoted female fans. The backlash was immediate. The dissenters were quickly surrounded and bombarded by Wallace's fan club, and within minutes, they retreated in defeat, abandoning their pride and dignity. Pie. As this unfolded, Piku trembled and dove into Sato's arms, refusing to come out. Moments ago, he'd grumbled a few jealous insults at Wallace because so many pretty girls liked him. Thankfully, ordinary humans couldn't understand what Piku was saying. And since his angry pouting was admittedly quite adorable, he avoided disaster. However, Tanya and several nearby female Pokemon who were also Wallace fangirls did understand. They now glared with hostility at the poor Piku, who was currently hiding face first in Sato's arms with his butt sticking out. Soon after, Wallace's interview ended on the TV, and the atmosphere in the lounge gradually returned to normal, though a faintly oppressive aura still lingered over the men present. Sato, however, felt no discomfort. He had refocused entirely on the television screen, as the second semi-final match was about to begin. Unlike the first match, this one featured two trainers of fairly equal strength, and there was no clear domination. Their Pokemon battles had so far played out as intense one-for-one trades. Compared to the first quick and one-sided semi-final, this match was long and fiercely competitive. Perhaps this kind of evenly matched Pokemon battle was what audiences enjoyed the most. Every time a trainer successfully directed their Pokemon to defeat the opponents, the crowd responded with thunderous cheers, far louder than those during Wallace's match. After a grueling exchange, both trainers were now down to their final Pokemon. The battle had reached its climax. However, the blue side trainer's Charizard had sustained heavy damage during the fight with the red side trainer's Feraligatr. Now, it faced the opponent's final Pokemon, an Electivire still in peak condition. Given the massive disadvantage, many spectators believed the blue side trainer wouldn't make it to the finals. And just as expected, the weakened Charizard fought valiantly but couldn't overcome the type disadvantage. Soon, it was struck by Electro Wave, launched by Electivire. Finally, under the blue trainer's command, Electivire unleashed a massive surge of electric energy, using a wide-area thunder attack to blast Charizard out of the air. Charizard hit the ground, charred and unmoving. The referee began silently counting in his heart. Once 10 seconds passed, the battle would be declared over, and Electivire would be the winner. Looks like Yamato's heading to the finals after all. As last year's Jotto League runner-up, he's definitely strong. But that Kumo guy is impressive too. No wonder he's from Pallet Town, just debuted and already made it to the semi-finals of the Kanto tournament. Yeah, trainers from Pallet Town are always top tier. Give it a few more years and he'll probably be the next rising star to dominate the league. As soon as Charizard was hit by thunder, the trainers in the lounge began chatting among themselves. Most believed the outcome was already decided. It's too early to make that call, Sato suddenly said, frowning slightly. Charizard hasn't completely lost the ability to fight. That one's got a fierce will to win. He'll stand up again. If he activates Blaze, he might even turn this around. As a battle-hardened trainer, Sato's observational skills were sharp. Even though he was watching through a screen, he'd noticed the faint tremors in Charizard's body, evidence that it was still clinging to consciousness and resisting with sheer willpower. Unfortunately, most trainers present were clearly from wealthy or elite backgrounds, given they could afford air travel. Arrogant and dismissive, they scoffed at Sato's comment, not taking the unknown trainer seriously. But they also sensed he wasn't someone to mess with, so they didn't dare say anything provocative, only shooting him sneers and cold looks as they prepared to enjoy his embarrassment once the match ended. However, what played out on screen left them utterly stunned. Especially when the final result was announced. Oh my god, it's standing. I can't believe it. With Kumo's encouragement, Charizard stood up, and its activated Blaze. What incredible fighting spirit. This is the essence of fire-type Pokemon. The final clash begins. Charizard and Electivire are charging at each other with everything they've got, fire versus lightning. Who will win in the end? Oh. It's happened. Charizard has defeated Electivire. The final spot goes to the rookie trainer from Pallet Town, Kumo. The male commentator shouted breathlessly, face flushed with excitement, narrating every twist of the battle for the crowd in the lounge and viewers at home. When Charizard stood victorious and Electivire lay defeated, his voice reached a fever pitch. Chapter 613, Chapter 612, The Opportunity for Evolution. An expert. That was the unanimous thought running through the minds of all the trainers in the waiting hall after seeing the match result. Almost instinctively, everyone turned their attention toward where Sato had been sitting. But at some point, Sato had already left his seat. He was no longer in the waiting hall. That guy had a Nada with him. It probably used teleport to take him away. Just now, both he and his Pokemon suddenly vanished. A girl seated next to Sato's original spot swallowed nervously under the curious gazes of others and explained somewhat tensely. Meanwhile, Sato was already in line at the boarding counter. After about 7 or 8 minutes of waiting, he successfully completed check-in and received his boarding pass, then boarded the plane without issue. Wow, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to be on the same flight, same seats, even. Hello, expert. I'm Soledad Fujiwara, a coordinator from Pewter City. Your predictions earlier were incredible. You should have seen the faces of all those people waiting for you to fail, they were stunned. Sato had only just taken his seat when a girl with crimson hair in a long white dress arrived and sat down beside him, speaking with cheerful surprise. Soledad, also from Pewter City like me. That face looks familiar. Coordinator. Oh, I remember now. She's the one who eventually becomes a top-tier coordinator and even wins the grand festival in the Kanto region. Hearing the girl's excited voice, Sato opened his eyes in surprise. After seeing her face, he felt a strong sense of familiarity. With a bit of thought, he quickly recalled her identity. She had appeared in the 3rd generation of the anime, Pokemon, Advanced Generations, episode 180. A coordinator from Pewter City, and an old acquaintance of Drew's. However, in the anime, only her first name was revealed, her surname wasn't mentioned. Sato had grown up in a village near Pewter City and lived in the city itself for several years, so he was quite familiar with the local powers there. Among them, the Fujiwara family was one of Pewter City's most renowned. As the backbone of the city's mining industry, they owned nearly half of the local mines. Since this girl named Soledad Fujiwara was from Pewter City, it was likely she had some connection to that family. But judging from the fact that she was flying in a regular economy seat, she probably wasn't from the main branch, perhaps a side branch instead. Still, it was also possible that Soledad was from the main branch but had been raised with strict discipline. She might have developed good habits from a young age, unlike a certain spoiled heiress Sato knew, who was arrogant and rude. Regardless of whether she was from the main or side branch, Soledad was someone worth befriending, especially since she would one day become a top-tier coordinator and was now taking the initiative to speak to him. Is that so? What a coincidence indeed. I'm from Pewter City too. My name's Sato. I'm a traditional trainer. Pleased to meet you. With that thought, Sato smiled with polite warmth and replied to her in a tone laced with a trace of a local Pewter City accent. Clearly, meeting someone from your hometown while away was a pleasant surprise. Having grown up in Pewter City, Soledad instantly recognized Sato's authentic local accent. Her smile brightened even further, and her wariness toward Sato lessened significantly. Her gaze became noticeably more friendly. Soledad was obviously not some overly naive girl, traveling far from home on her own proved that. Although Sato's accent helped lower her guard, she still maintained a healthy sense of caution. After some light small talk and mutual introductions, Soledad didn't continue the conversation. Instead, she pulled out a book on coordinators and began to read. Seeing this, Sato didn't try to initiate further conversation either. He understood they were just casual acquaintances at this point. It was enough to establish familiarity so that things wouldn't be awkward if they met again later. However, while Sato wasn't interested in getting closer just yet, his Piku had different ideas. The moment Sato stopped chatting, Piku gave him a sly grin, then flew off his head and landed gently on Soledad's right shoulder. It nuzzled her cheek affectionately, using charm, a move devastatingly effective on anyone with a soft spot for cute things. And no human female, mentally sound or not, could resist the adorable pleading of a Piku. Soledad, being perfectly healthy and emotionally stable, was no exception. Her heart melted instantly under Piku's charm, and she was immediately taken in. Before long, Piku had achieved its goal, lying blissfully in Soledad's arms and occasionally snuggling into particularly soft areas of her body. Sato, upon seeing this behavior, immediately broke into a cold sweat and went speechless. He didn't consider himself someone with questionable tastes, so how had this little rascal he hatched turned out like this? In special, Gold's Togepi had a personality very similar to his own. Clearly, the theory that Pokémon hatched by trainers tend to share their personality wasn't entirely accurate. Well, perhaps it was accurate in general. But Piku wasn't originally hatched by Sato. Piku had, in fact, gone through 3 different hatchers. The first was Chris's father. The second was Chris herself, who eventually gave the egg to Sato. He was the third and final caretaker, but evidently, the earlier 2 had a stronger influence on Piku's personality. Because of Piku's playful interruption, the distance between Sato and Soledad closed once more. They began sharing bits of their travel experiences, and the conversation flowed with ease. Oh right. That reminds me, I actually have a pretty good quality moonstone. It's been with me so long I nearly forgot about it. Mr. Sato, weren't you looking for a high-quality moonstone to evolve your Nidorino? Take a look, see if this one works. I got it from a Clefable I helped after saving a Clefairy at MT Moon. If you're satisfied, you can just buy it at market price. When Soledad heard that Sato was looking for a good moonstone to evolve his Nidorino, her eyes lit up. She quickly pulled out a stone that looked rather ordinary, almost like something you'd find by the roadside, and smiled as she offered it to him. Sato, seeing her generous offer, simply smiled. He hadn't really expected much, he was only interested in moonstones of the highest quality. If it wasn't top tier, he had no intention of using it. But moonstones of that caliber were extremely rare. Even the massive one protected by the Clefairy clan at MT Moon wasn't guaranteed to be of supreme quality. So, in Sato's mind, the best he could expect from Soledad's stone was high grade, nothing more. Yet when Soledad handed him the moonstone, the words he'd intended to politely refuse with instantly caught in his throat. His eyes locked onto the stone in her hand, filled with disbelief. Chapter 614, Chapter 613, Identity and Intent. At this moment, the ordinary rock Soledad was holding was, in fact, an top-tier moonstone of immeasurable value. Though it currently looked no different from a regular stone found by the roadside, under Sato's discerning eyes, its true nature was exposed without a trace. Item details, moonstone. Type, evolutionary item. Quality, top tier. Effect, allows specific Pokémon to evolve and slightly improves their potential. Unlike typical evolution stones, a moonstone appears utterly mundane during the day. However, when placed in darkness, or at night, it reveals its true brilliance. To be honest, Sato hadn't expected to come across a top-tier moonstone in such an unexpected manner. Traveling and meeting other trainers really was an excellent way to quickly increase one's strength. The very thing you've been tirelessly seeking may well be in someone else's hands. It's only by interacting with others that you get the chance to obtain what you truly desire. In fact, the enormous moonstone protected by the Clefairy clan of MT Moon, Sato had only speculated it was of top-tier quality. He never had full confidence in that assumption. If his guess had turned out wrong, then even if he managed to locate that massive stone, it would have been entirely useless. But now, finally, there was hope, a way to resolve the difficult issue that had been troubling him for so long. Of course, this was just hope. Sato wasn't naive enough to believe that this girl would really let him purchase such an incredibly valuable item with mere money. From the moment Soledad Fujiwara had taken out the moonstone, Sato had already begun to deduce her true identity. A top-tier moonstone was not something one could just stumble upon in the wild. Soledad's claim that she'd received it after saving a Clefairy on MT Moon felt far too suspicious to him. Clefairy were rare and precious Pokémon, even at MT Moon, encountering one wasn't easy. And given their adorable appearance, they would have massive appeal to a girl like Soledad, whose demeanor screamed girlish affection. Sato was sure that if Soledad had really encountered an injured Clefairy, her first reaction would have been to throw a Pokeball to catch it, then treat it. As for saving it, releasing it, and being gifted a top-tier moonstone in return, that sort of fantasy belonged in dreams, not reality. Therefore, the most reasonable explanation for why this young coordinator had such a valuable moonstone was that she had obtained it from someone else. And judging by how casually she spoke of it earlier, Sato could be fairly sure the cost to her had been minimal. When she brought it up, her tone had been light and nonchalant. Clearly, she didn't view it as anything special. So the real question was, who would give someone like her such a precious evolution stone for almost nothing? The answer came to Sato almost immediately: the Fujiwara family, a prominent clan that controlled most of the mines around Pewter City. If Soledad was actually a high-ranking member of that family, it would explain everything. The stone could very well have been a gift from one of her elders. After all, for the Fujiwaras, who held sway over a vast number of mineral-rich mountains near Pewter City, obtaining such a stone wouldn't be difficult at all. However, some things still didn't sit right with Sato. He and Soledad had never met before, and had only just been introduced. So why had she so suddenly pulled out such a priceless moonstone? What exactly was her motive? Could it be, she knew that Sato also carried valuable things on him? But how could she know that? What else was hidden about her identity? A slew of questions swirled through Sato's mind. He began to feel slightly guarded toward the girl in front of him, who was very likely the precious daughter of the Fujiwaras. Despite his suspicions, the fact remained, this moonstone was crucial to his Nidorino's evolution, possibly the key to elevating it to gold-tier ratings. No matter the risk or cost, it was worth pursuing. So Sato composed himself and communicated telepathically with the girl before him, who still wore an expression of innocent expectation. "Please don't be alarmed, Miss Soledad. I'm the one speaking to you, telepathically. To be frank, the quality of your moonstone is exceptional. It's precisely the kind I've been seeking. But it's also too valuable, far beyond what money alone could buy. Truth be told, I don't believe in coincidences. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Soledad, you're the daughter of the Fujiwara family, aren't you? Given that kind of background, possessing such a stone makes perfect sense. For a family that controls so many mines, acquiring a few of these wouldn't be a challenge. So, I'll ask plainly, what do you want in exchange? You wouldn't offer something like this unless you hope to get something in return. Whatever it is, as long as the value is fair, I'm open to trade." Once Sato had mentally sorted out the hidden implications, he transmitted his thoughts to Soledad through telepathy. The sudden voice in her mind startled Soledad so much she almost cried out, but thanks to Sato's immediate clarification, and her own considerable self-control, she managed not to lose composure. Still, she was deeply shaken. She had never imagined that Sato was a psychic. Just as Sato had suspected, Soledad was indeed the heiress of the Fujiwara family in Pewter City. And from an early age, she had been educated on how powerful and dangerous psychics could be. She had been warned countless times by her elders, never provoke a powerful psychic. Doing so could easily result in her own death. After all, to a psychic, an ordinary human was laughably weak. Killing someone without a trace would be almost trivial to them. More importantly, she knew psychics could wield powers like telepathy, mind reading, and hypnosis. In the face of such abilities, regular people had virtually no secrets. Thinking back to the way she'd tried to manipulate Sato earlier, Soledad broke out in a cold sweat. The truth was, her encounter with Sato hadn't been some happy accident, it had all been arranged by her. Her purpose, to get close to him and acquire something from him. Soledad was meticulous in nature. She never acted without a detailed plan. Using the resources of the Fujiwara family, she had easily gathered background information on Sato. According to her intel, Sato was just a lucky civilian trainer who had stumbled into the profession. He'd only been active for a few months, and he had no known background or backing. That's why, even though she'd been impressed by his insight back in the waiting area, she hadn't taken him too seriously. Had she known that Sato was a psychic, she never would have come alone. A psychic trainer who had awakened their powers was destined for greatness, no matter how humble their origins. For an average trainer, a few months might barely be enough to graduate from rookie status. But for a highly intelligent psychic with incredible abilities, a few months could be enough to rise to a level most trainers could only look up to. Now, remembering how precise Sato's predictions had been back in the waiting area, Soledad realized he hadn't been guessing, he had the strength and skill to back it up. At this moment, she was immensely grateful that she hadn't tried to deceive or harm him. If she had, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Being targeted by a powerful psychic trainer would be a disaster for any normal person. I've truly overstepped, Mr. Sato. Please forgive my boldness. I meant no harm, Soledad stammered nervously. I only wanted to get close to you because I was hoping to purchase some high-quality poke blocks. I swear, everything I know came directly from Master Wallace. He even gave me your contact number. I tried to reach you, but your number was never in service. I never imagined I'd run into you at the airport today, so I took a gamble. But I swear, I had no ill intent. I just wanted to buy some of those gem-like poke blocks Master Wallace showed me. Now that she knew Sato was a psychic, Soledad was in full panic. Her mind scrambled, and she ended up blurting out all her intentions in one breath. Chapter 615, Chapter 614, Arrival in the Jotto region. The Kanto and Jotto regions are part of the same continent, separated only by the towering Mt. Silver. Once a plane crosses that natural divide, it's considered to have entered the other region. So, after flying for just over 2 hours, the plane carrying Sato and the other passengers finally landed at the international airport of Goldenrod City. Farewell for now, Miss Soledad. I hope we'll meet again someday. If you need more gems-grade poke blocks, feel free to contact me. I'll courier them to your location. From the back seat of a taxi outside the airport, Sato spoke to Soledad through telepathy as she waved him goodbye from outside the window. Then, the taxi driver hit the gas pedal, merging the car into the highway traffic. Within moments, the cab carrying Sato disappeared from Soledad's sight. Few finally got through that. Psychics really aren't easy to deal with. The pressure when facing one alone is just overwhelming. Thank goodness Mr. Sato didn't take offense. Even though it cost me a top-grade moonstone, it was totally worth it. With the support of his gems-grade poke blocks, my path to becoming a top-tier coordinator will be much smoother. And having a connection with someone like Mr. Sato, someone with psychic abilities, is a huge advantage. I might need his help if I run into tough problems later. Now that the taxi had fully vanished from her view, Soledad exhaled deeply, finally relaxing her nerves and mumbling softly to herself. This time, Wallace was truly a divine assist. Thanks to his endorsement, I managed to get a top-grade moonstone in such a cheap and unexpected way. I have to admit, it's amazing. Meanwhile, inside the taxi, Sato was happily examining the top-grade moonstone he had just acquired, deeply pleased with the turn of events. He had originally thought he'd have to make a painful sacrifice to get the moonstone from Soledad. But as it turned out, all she wanted were his gem-grade poke blocks. It was an unexpected and very welcome surprise. To Sato, gem-grade poke blocks were a renewable resource with extremely low production cost. Trading them for a top-grade moonstone was a massive win. Of course, value is always relative. For someone like Soledad, who aspired to be a top coordinator, the poke blocks Sato could produce held more worth than a single moonstone. All in all, this exchange ended in mutual satisfaction, a perfect trade where both sides got exactly what they needed. As for Soledad saying she'd learned about his ability to make gem-grade poke blocks from Wallace, that had initially left Sato a little displeased. Even though they never agreed to keep it a secret, the leak of such sensitive information could have put him in a difficult situation. Fortunately, it seemed Wallace had kept quiet for a long time. The information hadn't spread immediately, which gave Sato a critical window to grow stronger in peace. Now, Sato had already reached near Elite 4 level and possessed a Nada capable of teleport. His ability to survive danger had increased significantly. Unless a true top-tier Elite 4 level trainer came after him personally, Sato was confident he could escape. And beyond that, he now had someone like Giovanni standing behind him. As long as he could send out a distress signal, his situation would never be too dire. With Giovanni's strength and reputation, no one dared to lock Sato up in some hidden prison. In truth, the leak about the gem-grade poke blocks happened because Wallace got drunk after winning the Grand Festival on the Indigo Plateau and let it slip unintentionally. It was an honest mistake. Afterward, he specifically told Soledad and the others who'd heard it to keep it a strict secret and warned them that anyone who revealed it would be his enemy. Wallace was the most promising heir of a prestigious family of the Hoenn region, and his strength was beyond impressive. Especially after winning the Grand Festival and advancing to the finals of the Kanto League, his fame among coordinators had skyrocketed. People had already begun calling him the future #1 coordinator. Because of this, Wallace's word carried immense weight in the coordinator community. That was precisely why Soledad and the others hadn't made it public, and Sato's name remained relatively unknown in coordinator circles. However, once a secret leaks, it's hard to keep it contained. Even though Soledad promised to keep quiet, Sato could already foresee the oncoming wave of enthusiastic attention from other coordinators. Still, Sato knew in his heart that Wallace's leak wasn't necessarily a bad thing anymore. Thanks to that unintentional assist, he had managed to get the top-grade moonstone at a minimal cost. That said, it's better if I start wearing the Ditto disguise mask again for a while. Until I reach Elite 4 level, I'm still at risk of being captured. Sigh. I really want to become an Elite 4 level trainer as soon as possible. Only then might I last a few moves against someone as powerful as Giovanni. Next time. I must never be so helpless again. Sato caught the moonstone one last time midair, then tucked it into his spatial bracelet. He turned his head to gaze at the scenery flying past the window, his expression full of determination as his thoughts drifted far away, back to Viridian City. That day, he had suffered his first crushing defeat at the hands of that powerful man. The bitterness he felt was indescribable. That dreadful sensation, he never wanted to feel it again. This was the Jotto region now, no longer the Kanto region under Team Rocket's tight grip. To him, this was unfamiliar territory. But it was also where he would be reborn. The name Sato, and the man himself, might vanish from public view for a long time. But when he returns, it will be with earth-shattering force. Chapter 616, Chapter 615, Harmonious Goldenrod City. Around 2 p.m., outside a roadside restaurant in downtown Goldenrod City, Sato was stepping out through the front doors, sent off enthusiastically by a beaming, round-faced man. "Watch your step, sir, hey. Damn it. Which bastard threw a banana peel at my restaurant entrance? Oh, by the way, we'll be offering our deluxe grilled seafood set again tonight. There'll be plenty this time, guaranteed. Your swampert can eat to its heart's content. If you stop by again this evening, I'll give you 20% off, no, make it 30%. From now on, you'll always get a 30% discount at my place, sir." Even after stepping out, the chubby man continued trailing behind Sato, bustling with flattery. He tirelessly promoted his restaurant's specialties and pushed discounts, doing everything he could to turn Sato into a returning customer. Only when Sato crossed the street did the portly owner finally stop, clearly reluctant. Before leaving, he even handed out snacks to the Pokemon with Sato, Piku, Natu, Kecleon, and Ditto. This guy's really generous, handing out snacks. Too bad he's just so ugly. Let's go to the Goldenrod Grand Hotel tonight instead. The chef in their flyer is seriously good-looking, just a notch below my idol, Wallace. But I bet his food is way better than the bald guys from earlier. Natu glanced toward the retreating figure of the restaurant owner. Once he was out of sight, she used telekinesis to unwrap the snacks with her tiny claws, then casually floated one toward her mouth while using telepathy to chat with Sato. Ever since going down the path of idol fandom, and going deeper by the day, Natu had begun to equate personal value entirely with looks. She judged people's abilities by how handsome they were, the more handsome, the more capable, the less so, the less impressive. In short, to Natu, handsome was everything. Sato didn't respond to Natu's questionable logic. At the moment, he was carefully observing this, the largest city in the Jotto region, and watching the crowd of pedestrians flowing past. Even though he'd only been in Goldenrod City for a short while, he could already feel that the city's prosperity was on par with Saffron City. Perhaps due to its proximity to Ilex Forest, Jotto's largest forest, the air quality here was noticeably better than in Saffron. On the flip side, the culture around Pokemon battles seemed weaker here than in Saffron. The locals didn't seem very interested in battling, instead, many preferred to walk around the streets, playing with their beloved Pokemon. Even the wild Pokemon living in Goldenrod didn't seem to harbor much hostility or fear toward humans. Many wandered leisurely through the streets. Some younger wild Pokemon even boldly approached passers-by with food, acting cute to earn a treat. And most people weren't afraid of the wild Pokemon either. Many would happily offer part of their food in return. As Sato walked along, he saw peaceful and natural interactions between humans and Pokemon everywhere. He knew a bit about Jotto's unique Pokemon culture. Unlike Kanto, Jotto was deeply influenced by spiritual traditions. The legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh was revered by most people in the region. According to myth, Ho-Oh once saved humanity here, bringing hope and peace to Jotto. To the people of Jotto, Ho-Oh symbolized hope and harmony. Because they worshipped such a benevolent and human-friendly legendary Pokemon, Jotto's people had always pursued harmony with Pokemon more deeply than other parts of the world. Perhaps for that very reason, large-scale wars and Pokemon disasters had rarely occurred here since ancient times. Humans and Pokemon on this land had always maintained a delicate balance of coexistence. As Sato took in this harmonious scene between people and Pokemon, the unease and tension that had been weighing on him began to ease, replaced by a long-lost sense of peace. All of a sudden, he found himself liking this city, a place that seemed to soothe the soul. If I grow old, this wouldn't be a bad place to settle down. Sato smiled faintly as he watched a wild Meowth tumble and pose adorably to earn half a hamburger from a young woman. The thought came quietly to him. Soon, his feet had carried him into a nearby, leafy public park. At the entrance, he bought a small bag of birdseed from a vendor, then followed a stone path to a plaza centered around a large fountain. He sat on a bench like many others there and began tossing birdseed toward the ordinary birds and wild flying-type Pokemon nearby. But to his awkward dismay, his generous offering was utterly ignored. The birds and wild Pokemon, seemingly fearless around humans, made no move toward the food he threw. In fact, Sato noticed they were actively keeping a distance from him. He tried walking around a little to test his theory, and sure enough, he felt like some kind of biological hazard. The ordinary birds and flying type scattered as he approached. Your aura is just way too scary. Those timid little guys are super sensitive. Of course they won't come near you. Honestly, you're lucky I'm not afraid, I'm even willing to jump around on you. You better treat me better from now on, you hear? Having eaten her fill and feeling drowsy, Nata suddenly perked up. She bluntly pointed out the reason why Sato was repelling the birds, then, of course, slipped in some Tsundere self-praise. Truthfully, Sato didn't need her to tell him. He'd already sensed something was off while walking through the streets earlier. Whenever he got close, wild Pokemon would veer away from him. Only trainer-owned Pokemon didn't seem to react that way. Part of the reason he came to this peaceful park to feed birds was to give his Nidorino the right environment to evolve. But the other reason was to quietly test the condition of his current state. So far, it was clear, even with 2 protective talismans helping suppress his state and dark aura, his presence alone was still enough to terrify small creatures. I really do need to go to the Slowpoke Monastery/temple in person. If I can't fully suppress this, no matter how perfect my disguise is, it's useless. The top-tier league trainers will notice me immediately. Looking around at the normal birds and wild flying types deliberately avoiding him, Sato sighed and shook his head. This trip to the Jotto region wasn't just for visiting the Slowpoke Monastery and resolving the issue with his aura, it was also to fulfill a mission from Giovanni. And that mission was simple: infiltrate the Pokemon League as someone completely new with a brand new identity. Chapter 617, Chapter 616, Nidoking. Sato was genuinely surprised when Giovanni assigned him this mission. After all, he was well aware of the identities of people like Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Surge. They were Giovanni's deepest planted agents within the league. Among them, Koga, the ninja, was by far the most formidable, rising all the way to become Jotto's future Poison-type Elite Four member. He was a spy of the highest caliber. When Sato received the mission from Giovanni, he fully grasped how terrifying and strategically brilliant the leader of this dark organization truly was. There was no way Sato was the 4th person Giovanni had sent to infiltrate the league. There were undoubtedly many before him, and many more to come after. What shocked Sato the most was how prepared Giovanni had been. Even before assigning the mission, he had already handed over a stack of identity profiles for Sato to choose from. Each of these identities was entirely real, and their league records had been perfectly forged. It was nearly impossible for anyone to detect the fabrication. All Sato had to do was wear a special high-tech synthetic skin mask given to him by Giovanni, study one of these identities in depth, and even with mediocre acting skills, he could completely assume a new identity. However, Sato couldn't begin this mission yet. The reason was the hidden danger still lingering within him. Even though the league was decaying from within, it remained immensely powerful and filled with experts. If he entered their line of sight before eliminating his own problems, he would be exposed almost immediately. After all, the new identity Giovanni prepared for him was that of an average, clean background citizen. But with Sato's current state, so intense that it made wild beasts and Pokemon alike instinctively avoid him, there was no way he could pull off a convincing performance. Unless he made his mark under this new identity through official combat missions and earned honor through bloodshed, there would be no justifying his strength and presence. But as with all things, the hardest part is the beginning. Avoiding the league's attention completely in the early stages was close to impossible. Sato didn't continue dwelling on the memory of Giovanni assigning him the mission. He quickly refocused his thoughts and scattered the bird feed in his hand all at once onto the ground. Under the curious eyes of onlookers, he then made his way to a quiet grove within the park. Once deep within the woods, Sato did not immediately bring out the top-tier moonstone to evolve Nidorino. Instead, he sat cross-legged under a large tree's canopy and began his meditation training. Time passed quietly as Sato smoothly entered a meditative state. Before long, it was past 6 p.m. By now, the sky had completely darkened. A bright full moon shone overhead in a sky filled with stars. Although evolving a Nidorino only required contact with a moonstone, if one wanted to absorb as much of its power as possible, a moonlit night was undoubtedly the best time to do it. Only under moonlight would the energy within the moonstone become most active. After confirming through Nata that no one else was nearby, Sato released Nidorino and pulled out the top-tier moonstone he had recently obtained. Under the moonlight, the moonstone, retrieved from his spatial wristband, had undergone a complete transformation. In the dim surroundings, it looked like a miniature full moon, radiating a dazzling silvery glow. The moment Sato took out the moonstone, Nidorino instinctively stepped forward. Had it been anyone else, he might have succumbed to the desire and snatched the moonstone away, but he knew the man in front of him was Sato. At that moment, every cell in Nidorino's body greedily absorbed the energy emanating from the top-tier moonstone. Deep ancestral instincts awoke within his bloodline, urging him to take in this power. Nidorino, this stone contains the power that will allow you to evolve. Go on, accept it, and embrace your new form. Seeing how eager Nidorino was, Sato didn't keep him waiting. He gently tossed the moonstone toward him. Whoosh! The moment Sato threw the moonstone, Nidorino became a blur and snatched it midair, swallowing it down. In the very next second, he landed on the ground, and his body exploded with a blinding light of evolution. The previously dim forest lit up as bright as day. At the same time, the moon above seemed to bless this evolution. Beads of moonlight, the size of rice grains, began forming out of thin air in the sky. They streamed downward, flowing into the glowing body of Nidorino. Gradually, the white evolution light that engulfed Nidorino turned pale yellow, just like the moon hanging in the night sky. Nido. As the light fully turned moon gold, Nidorino let out a mighty roar, filled with excitement and joy. Then, under the combined illumination of evolution and moonlight, Nidorino's body began to transform. The first change was his tail. Once stubby, it now lengthened and thickened rapidly, growing over 2 meters long in an instant. Next came his hind legs, which bulked up and grew powerfully thick. With his newly evolved long tail for balance and strong hind limbs to support his frame, Nidorino, once low to the ground, began to stand fully upright. His torso straightened and swelled with muscle. Sharp spines sprouted along his spine, stretching all the way to the back of his head. His front legs morphed into lean, muscular arms. His ears grew wider, and the horn on his forehead thickened and lengthened. The entire evolution took around 3 to 4 minutes. As the light faded, standing before Sato was a towering, nearly 3-meter-tall Nidoking, strong and imposing. Nido. After the transformation, Nidoking took a few steps forward and gently lowered his head before Sato. Congratulations, Nidoking. Sato's heart brimmed with joy as he looked up at his Nidoking, now nearly the same size as a Swampert. With a broad smile, he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Nidoking's head, and touched his forehead to Nidoking's. In that quiet moment, the bond between trainer and Pokemon deepened even further. Chapter 618, Chapter 617, Power stacked on power, explosive output. Finally evolved into Nidoking. It really wasn't easy. Now I've got yet another fully formed ace Pokemon in my lineup. Next, all I need to do is raise Nidoking's level, increase his skill set, and improve his skill proficiency. Before long, I'll have a walking artillery cannon at my command. In the past, I only had Swampert as my melee-type ace. I was constantly being led around by the nose in battle because I lacked a strong long-range attacker. That gap often turned otherwise straightforward fights into unpredictable messes. But now, with Nidoking in hand, a Pokemon with wide range coverage and absurdly strong ranged output, that weakness in my lineup has finally been patched. From now on, if they don't come and take down Nidoking, they'll be bombarded to death. And if they do come close, they'll be met with Swampert's brutal melee strikes. Melee covered by Swampert, ranged handled by Nidoking, this synergy is just too satisfying. Ha ha ha. Looking at the data displayed by his system on the Nidoking he had personally trained, Sato couldn't help but feel a surge of pride rise in his chest. In that moment, his confidence soared. Nidoking's data. Pokemon, Nidoking. Level. Type, Poison/Ground. Ability, Sheer Force. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Horn Attack, Helping Hand, Toxic Spikes, Flatter, Horn Drill, Thrash. Egg moves, Disable, Amnesia, Confusion. TMs, Poison Jab, Water Pulse, Protect, Hidden Power, Dark, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special Attack, 31. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, Perfect 186 total 4. Yes, what made Sato so confident that Nidoking would become his second ace wasn't just that its ability had shifted from hustle to sheer force, but that Nidoking's IVs had caught up to Swampert's, making him Sato's second Perfect 4 Pokemon. Nidoking's base total 4 was already an impressive 168. After using that premium top-tier Moonstone for evolution, his total jumped by 18 points, maxing out all his individual stats. Given how powerful his Perfect 4 Swampert had already proven to be, Sato could already foresee how enormous Nidoking's potential was. Perhaps in raw power he might end up slightly inferior to Swampert, since he couldn't mega-evolve, but there was no doubt Nidoking could become a frontline powerhouse in his own right. Though Sato was overjoyed, he was also cautious. He knew Nidoking's evolution here must have drawn plenty of attention. If he didn't leave soon, trouble would surely come knocking. And indeed, while Nidoking was evolving, several strong trainers had already gathered nearby. 6 more had arrived afterward. If not for the ferocious presence of Swampert standing guard at Nidoking's side, and Sato using telepathy to intimidate them, if anyone makes a move, I'll hang their severed head from the trees, those trainers might have already made a move. To avoid unnecessary complications, Sato, wearing his Ditto disguise mask, withdrew both Nidoking and Swampert shortly after the evolution and congratulations were over. Then, he had not to use teleport to get him out of the area immediately. After Sato vanished, the trainers hiding nearby stepped out into the open one by one. They exchanged looks, all realizing that everyone else had been just as wary and cautious. Soon, the forest returned to its usual quiet and calm. Elsewhere, with Nato's help, Sato reappeared on a cobblestone path in a secluded section of the park. He followed the path to the park's entrance and quickly hailed a cab. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at a roadside restaurant in central Goldenrod City. As a returning customer, he had taken one of the VIP private rooms at the Fat Boss's diner to celebrate Nidoking's evolution with his entire team of Pokémon. Here, Nidoking, put this on. It's your post-evolution gift. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Sato pulled out a necklace set with a dusky pink-purple gem and personally fastened it around Nidoking's neck. The gem was the same pink-purple all over, but it looked quite worn. Its surface was riddled with cracks, as though it might shatter at any moment. Even so, it exuded a mysterious aura, radiating a potent life force and giving off a faint, pulsing glow of soft purple light. This mysterious gemstone seemed to have extraordinary synergy with Nidoking. The moment Nidoking put the necklace on, the gem flared with a brilliant light, and his entire body was quickly enveloped in a violet-hued energy field. A few seconds later, the light faded and the energy field around Nidoking vanished, but if one looked closely, they'd notice it hadn't truly disappeared. Whenever the gem pulsed with that pink-purple glow, a faint shimmer of the energy field would flicker back into view. If you want people to work hard for you, you've got to give them something in return. Sato might not have had the authority to refuse Giovanni's infiltration mission, but he could negotiate for certain conditions. And the necklace now around Nidoking's neck, the life orb, was part of that upfront compensation from Giovanni. Of course, Giovanni wasn't so generous as to hand over a top-tier item before Sato had done anything to earn it. The life orb in question was a nearly defunct, damaged one. Giovanni had told him personally, this orb had suffered serious damage, and the life energy within it was almost completely depleted. Even if it wasn't used in battle, it would completely lose its power within a year or two and then shatter. To Giovanni, the orb was little more than a useless trinket. Handing it off as an early payment didn't bother him in the slightest. But to Sato, it was a treasure. Even if it wouldn't last long, it would grant Nidoking a golden window of explosive growth. After all, a sheer force Nidoking holding a life orb could boost the power of all moves with additional effects by 60%, without suffering the orb's normal HP draining side effect. That kind of power-up was absurd. To put it bluntly, with the life orb equipped, even pseudo-legendary Pokémon would have trouble standing against Nidoking. He could straight-up body them. Why? Because sheer force plus life orb Nidoking's output was explosive. Take Ice Beam as an example, it has a base power of 90 and an additional effect, chance to freeze. With sheer force, it gets a 30% power boost, and with life orb, no recoil due to sheer force, it gets another 30%. 90 times 1.3 times 1.3 is equal to 152.1 power. One hit from a move with 152 base power. If the level gap isn't massive, even dragon types aren't walking away from that. And Nidoking could learn a wide array of moves from different types, many of which come with additional effects, meaning he could effectively cover almost every typing. On top of that, Nidoking also knew Focus Energy, which boosts his critical hit rate. If his opponent was unlucky, he could literally one-shot them with a surprise crit. Note, ability, Sheer Force, increases the power of moves with secondary effects by 30%, but those effects are negated. Note, item, Life Orb, increases the power of all moves by 30%, but normally costs the user 10% of their max HP per hit. However, Pokémon with Sheer Force ignore this HP cost when using boosted moves. Chapter 619, Chapter 618, Nidoking's Physical Adaptation Training. At 7:30 a.m. the next morning, on the training field outside the Pokémon Center in downtown Goldenrod City, Sato was leading his Pokémon in a physical conditioning session. Since the rookie competition hosted by Team Rocket, Sato hadn't had this much free time to personally guide his Pokémon through endurance training, so he was putting extra focus and effort into it today. With no swimming pool nearby, Sato had swampered to a few laps around the track as warm-up. After that, he pulled out some terrifyingly heavy weights, each weighing in the ton range, and had Swampert start lifting to hone its raw strength. Now that Swampert's strength stat was incredibly high, even a pair of dumbbells weighing 20 tons each felt like toys in its hands. It could effortlessly lift one in each hand and pump them repeatedly for hundreds of reps without even panting. As the weightlifting continued, Swampert's muscles swelled visibly, and sweat poured off its body like rain. Its breathing became deep and thunderous. From a distance, it looked like a blue muscle beast, the very embodiment of strength and power. On the other side of the field, a shiny Pelipper in a weighted vest was flying through a skycourse made of numerous ring poles, just like many other flying-type Pokémon at the facility. These ring poles, placed all along the edge of the training field, were topped with large metal hoops connected by thin poles of varying lengths and spacing. To successfully navigate this aerial course, a flying-type Pokémon had to show excellent flying control and technique, otherwise, a midair collision was almost guaranteed. Despite wearing a 65 kg weighted vest, roughly Sato's own weight, shiny Pelipper remained at the front of the pack. Thanks to the mutated supreme sky-splitting stone it carried and the tailwind it had set up, it had maintained its lead effortlessly. At the same time, it was also proudly displaying the results of over a month of training under Elsa. Its flight skills had drastically improved, and its stamina was leagues better than before. Sato wasn't surprised by Shiny Pelipper's results. With its aptitude elevated to gold tier after using a Mew gene enhancement serum, he had expected solid progress. With such exceptional potential, even without direct guidance, a Pokémon like her could rapidly improve as long as she had access to the right resources. In Sato's opinion, this month's training results were only average. If he had been the one coaching Shiny Pelipper, her growth would have been even more impressive, especially with his stockpile of gem-grade poke blocks, which could rapidly restore stamina and drastically increase training efficiency. Seeing that Shiny Pelipper was training well, Sato shifted his focus back to Nidoking, the current priority. Nidoking had only recently evolved and was still adjusting to his new body. For now, Sato had him doing exercises to improve coordination and body control, helping him adapt to his evolved form. The first step was teaching Nidoking to walk properly on 2 legs. Back when he was a Nidorino, he moved on all 4s. Now that he had to walk upright, his speed had actually dropped due to unfamiliarity with bipedal movement. To help him adjust, Sato had him run laps. Although clumsy at first, repeated use built up muscle memory in his legs. With perfect individual values and naturally high perception, Nidoking adapted quickly. After 10 laps around the field, he had already gotten the hang of running on 2 legs. While he couldn't yet dart around nimbly, he no longer looked like a toddler learning to walk. Next, Sato had Nidoking focus on his drastically changed tail. Unlike the short stub of a Nidorino, Nidoking's tail was now thick, long, and stretched over 2.6 meters. Such a powerful tail could become a devastating weapon in battle if properly trained. And that was no exaggeration, Nidoking could potentially learn Poison Tail, Iron Tail, Aqua Tail, and Dragon Tail. Once he mastered these, sneak attacks from behind would no longer be a threat, he'd deliver painful surprises of his own. Moreover, the tail was essential for balance. Strengthening it would go a long way in helping Nidoking master his body. To help him learn tail control quickly, Sato hired a trainer with a furret and had it teach Nidoking how to channel force through his tail to strike. Under Furret's guidance, Nidoking swiftly grasped the mechanics of tail-based attacks. With his exceptional hearing, he also learned to use his tail to strike at targets behind him based on sound alone. Finally, Sato had Nidoking begin adapting to his newly transformed arms. Now that he walked upright, his arms were fully freed up and could be trained for combat. With these arms, Nidoking could learn many punching techniques, including the elemental, triple punches, ice punch, thunder punch, and fire punch. He was now capable of starting that path. In fact, Nidoking's physical attack stat was 17 points higher than his special attack stat, 102 versus 85, meaning he was even better suited for melee combat than ranged, though he excelled at both. And in close-quarters battle, arm techniques were essential. Nidoking needed to learn to use his arms swiftly and precisely. He would also have to learn hand-to-hand combat techniques so he wouldn't be overwhelmed in tight encounters. For this part of the training, Sato chose to have Nidoking adapt through punch training. To make it happen, he paid handsomely, 1 large bag of high-grade poke blocks and 100,000 poke dollars, to hire a fighting-type specialist trainer and have his Hitmonchan teach Nidoking the basics of boxing and the triple punches. As expected of a perfect 4 Pokemon, Nidoking's talent was extraordinary. With just 1 hour of instruction and a few demonstrations, he already mimicked the basic motions. Of course, Nidoking was still far from truly mastering the triple punches. Right now, he could only produce a few sparks, a puff of frost, and a small flame. But his form when striking a sandbag already reflected solid fundamentals and power control. Sato estimated that if he had Hitmonchan guide Nidoking a few more times, Nidoking would soon be able to learn the full triple punches set. With that in mind, Sato exchanged contact information with the Hitmonchan's trainer, planning to schedule more sessions in the coming days. Chapter 620, Chapter 619, Breeding. Sato didn't slack off on the physical training of Piku, Natu, and Kecleon either, though their routines were much lighter compared to what Swampert and the others went through. Piku's training was quite simple, it just involved running for half an hour inside a treadmill wheel. As for Natu, it had to fly 20 laps around the midair flying circuit above the training field without relying on its psychic abilities. Kecleon, on the other hand, was tasked with running across the training field while remaining invisible, and was also required to occasionally leap by propelling himself with his tongue. All in all, Sato's goal was to get Kecleon accustomed to moving freely while cloaked and to flexibly use his long, powerful tongue for both mobility and offense. That invigorating morning training session lasted around 2 hours. Afterward, Sato gave his Pokemon a massage to help them relax, then recalled them into their Pokeballs and left the training grounds. "Excuse me, sir." "Hello, I'm Miyuki Akiyama, a Pokemon breeder. Could we talk for a moment?" Just as Sato stepped out of the training field entrance, a tall, slender woman with long black hair, dressed in a midriff-bearing shirt and a floral mini-skirt, hurried up behind him, slightly out of breath as she addressed him. Piku clearly took a liking to the scantily dressed beauty. He immediately flew off Sato's shoulder and tried to nuzzle her face with his cheek. But for once, Piku's go-to tactic of shameless snuggling was shot down. Before he even got close, Miyuki Akiyama had already grabbed his ear and was inspecting him like a curious lab mouse. This Piku clearly has extraordinary potential. His development is also quite healthy. Not only are the electric sacs in his cheeks fully charged, but his fur is practically sparking. I'd estimate he's already capable of using Thunderbolt. After that quick inspection, Miyuki handed a miserable, dejected Piku back to Sato and said with a cheerful smile. "Hello, I'm Sato. If you've got something to say, go ahead and say it now. Please keep it brief, I'm in a hurry and won't have time for a long chat." Noticing how she gleaned so much accurate information about Piku from a single glance, Sato's opinion of her improved slightly. He nodded, realizing she probably wasn't an ordinary Pokemon breeder. "Don't worry, I'll only take a few minutes of your time, Mr. Sato. But this isn't really the best place to talk, could we move over there?" Seeing that her words had caught Sato's interest, Miyuki's eyes lit up as she shook her head quickly and gestured toward a nearby location. A few minutes later, the two of them were seated at an outdoor cafe next to the training facility. Sato now wore a deeply displeased expression as he listened to Miyuki speak animatedly across from him. "Ridiculous. My Pokemon are not breeding stock. If you want to find Pokemon for mating, go ask someone else. I will not let my Pokemon participate in some weird genetic project." Before Miyuki could finish her proposal, Sato cut her off coldly and rejected her outright with a firm stance. As it turned out, Miyuki was from the Goldenrod breeding house, located south of Goldenrod City. She had approached Sato today to discuss something related to Pokemon egg breeding. Sato had long heard of the Goldenrod breeding house. It was the largest facility of its kind in the region and had reportedly been founded by a former high-ranking league official. Its mission was to provide the league with top-quality Pokemon. In short, in the Jotto region, the Goldenrod breeding house served as the most crucial Pokemon resource hub for the league. Each year, the breeding house supplied the Jotto League with a large number of high-potential Pokemon, solving the otherwise difficult problem of distributing quality starters to new trainers. This time, Miyuki, an intermediate-level breeder trained at the facility, had set her sights on Sato's Swampert, Nidoking, and Shiny Pelipper, whose talent had left a strong impression on her during yesterday's training. She wanted Sato to leave those three Pokemon at the breeding house so they could breed with compatible, high-quality female Pokemon of the same species. Naturally, this wasn't a favor without compensation. Miyuki offered a very generous deal, 10 million Poke Dollars and 10,000 league contribution points. Frankly, for the average trainer, that kind of reward would be hard to refuse. In fact, if this were offered to most civilian trainers, over 90% would probably agree on the spot. After all, the deal only required their Pokemon to fall in love with another of the opposite sex and breed once, not to be handed over as permanent stud Pokemon. Just one breeding session, and they could walk away with 10 million Poke Dollars and 10,000 contribution points. For ordinary trainers, that was like free money falling from the sky. Unfortunately for Miyuki, neither of those rewards meant much to Sato. He was outright disgusted by the idea of treating his Pokemon like breeding machines. "Why reject it so firmly?" Miyuki asked, frowning. "Mr. Sato, you're clearly very strong. You must be affiliated with the league, right? This is just a standard egg breeding collaboration. The whole point is to provide quality Pokemon for future league trainers. Please rest assured, our Goldenrod breeding house has a solid reputation. We never use those harmful aphrodisiacs some unethical places use to force Pokemon to breed." She clearly hadn't expected such a flat-out refusal and was now visibly upset, but still unwilling to give up. Miyuki had thought he might turn her down politely, not outright reject her offer without a second thought. She had noticed Sato wasn't carrying a league trainer's ID or Pokédex, and from his mannerisms, she had inferred he wasn't a league insider, just a powerful civilian trainer. That's why she sweetened the deal with 10,000 contribution points, which held far more value inside the league than money ever could. In the league, Poke Dollars didn't buy much. Contribution points were the real currency, allowing access to exclusive resources and playing a key role in career advancement. Even Team Rocket's internal ranking system was modeled after the league's contribution point system. Only by accumulating enough points could one be promoted. "It's simple," Sato replied flatly. "I don't trust handing my Pokemon over to someone I barely know. Swampert and the others are my core team. Leaving them with you would severely weaken my combat strength. As for the 10 million Poke Dollars, forget it. I can earn that much just by taking a few tougher missions. The 10,000 contribution points. That's tempting, yeah. It'd take many high-difficulty league tasks to earn that. But a trainer's strength lies in the Pokemon they've raised. As someone who started from nothing, I understand this better than most. Sorry, but we're just strangers. I don't trust you. I won't entrust the Pokemon I've trained with my own hands to you. Seeing that Miyuki still hadn't given up, Sato laid it out bluntly. He didn't trust her. Harsh as it sounded, it shut Miyuki up. She could only sit there silently and watch as Sato got up and walked away. Still, she was incredibly frustrated. As an intermediate breeder with sharp eyes trained by years of experience, Miyuki could see that Sato's Pokemon ranked among the very best she had ever encountered. She had recently applied for promotion to senior breeder, and one of the exam requirements was to personally breed 10 high-potential Pokemon eggs within a year. To pass, she needed elite Pokemon like the one Sato had, but high-potential Pokemon were precious to any trainer, and no one would entrust such Pokemon to a stranger, let alone give up rights to the resulting egg. After being rejected over and over, Miyuki had shifted focus to under-resourced civilian trainers, those who lucked into high-quality Pokemon but didn't know their true value. She'd managed to borrow breeding rights from a few of them that way. If she could just get Swampert and the others, she'd have a real shot at passing the most difficult part of her promotion exam. Sigh. No wonder the veterans say I lack the foundation to become a senior breeder. My network is way too thin. All the top trainers already have breeders they trust. What am I supposed to do? At this rate, I'm going to fail this promotion exam. Thinking back to Sato's firm rejection, Miyuki couldn't help but feel disheartened. Chapter 621, Chapter 620, Battle Event. After rejecting Miyuki, a mid-level Pokemon breeder, Sato stood up and left the Pokemon Center, heading straight for the department store to the east, Goldenrod Department Store. The Goldenrod Department Store was the most well-stocked Pokemon item store in the entire Jotto region. Here, trainers could purchase some of the most advanced Pokemon gear from all over the world. Sato's main purpose for visiting the department store this time was to buy TMs that Nidoking could learn. In the Jotto region, this was the only large store officially licensed by the Pokemon League to sell TMs. As long as a trainer spent enough Poke Dollars, they could buy authentic League-issued TMs here. Of course, most of the TMs sold were fairly common. For example, basic TMs like Water Gun, Ember, and Vine Whip were available in abundance. However, even rare TMs like Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt could sometimes be found here. That said, such rare TMs were typically only offered in limited quantities on special days, and often not sold directly as products. The department store frequently used rare Pokemon items as prizes to draw trainers into promotional events, and these prizes often included rare TMs. So, money alone wasn't enough to guarantee purchasing something like Flamethrower from Goldenrod Department Store. As for what kinds of events were held, the store usually determined prize winners through simple Pokemon battles. Sometimes, the items were distributed via paid raffles. Last night, while staying at the Pokemon Center, Sato overheard from other trainers that the store would be holding a battle event today, and the champion prize was incredible, a set of 3 rare TMs, Fire Blast, Thunder, and Blizzard. The runner-up would receive a mysterious Pokemon egg from the distant Unova region, and third place would win a 6-pack supply of premium Pokemon food, enough for half a year. Fire Blast, Thunder, and Blizzard were advanced versions of Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam, each boasting a base power of 110. Naturally, they were far more valuable than their standard counterparts. In the underground black market of Celadon City, Sato had seen only one Thunder TM, which was listed at a price of 5 million Poke Dollars. Even at such a sky-high price, the TM was bought by a mysterious trainer within less than a minute. Whether the final transaction price was actually 5 million was unknown. This news greatly excited Sato, because he knew that all 3 of those high-power moves could be learned by Nidoking, and all of them had effects that could potentially trigger Nidoking's sheer force ability. Because of this, Sato decided to participate in the Goldenrod Department Store's battle event. His goal, the 3 precious TMs, Sato was very confident in his current strength. As long as no Elite 4 level trainer showed up out of nowhere, he was sure he could take first place. And sure enough, the moment the event was announced, it drew a massive crowd of trainers, not just from Goldenrod City, but also from surrounding towns. Upon seeing the announcement online, many rushed over overnight. Even though it was only a little past 9 a.m. when Sato arrived, the wide plaza in front of the department store was already packed. Several registration booths had been set up, and long lines trailed from each one. A quick glance told Sato there were at least 800 participants already. The event organizers clearly knew how to run a business. Taking advantage of the crowd, they hung banners advertising discounts on all kinds of Pokemon gear at the entrance. Staff members handed out flyers promoting new products to the waiting trainers. At the same time, several food vendors near the plaza seized the opportunity and quickly set up a makeshift food street near the long lines. Of course, the Goldenrod department store sold more than just Pokemon gear, most of its space was dedicated to everyday goods for the general public. So today's sale event targeted not only the big-spending trainer crowd but also everyday consumers. As a result, the registration scene was bustling, lively and crowded. Sure is packed. With this many people, taking the championship won't be easy. Sato scratched his head while looking at the sea of people in front of him, lines curling in every direction. His expression was slightly awkward. Still, he felt no fear. If anything, he was excited. With so many trainers participating, this was the perfect chance to properly train both his shiny Pelipper and Nidoking. He picked one of the shorter registration lines and patiently waited for it to move forward. Naturally, Natu and Piku, both restless and gluttonous Pokémon, couldn't sit still for long. Barely 10 minutes into the wait, they flew off toward the nearby snack stalls. When they returned, they were draped with 7 or 8 plastic bags filled with treats, and they brought back more than 10 food vendors, all eagerly trying to sell to Sato. Roughly half an hour later, Sato finally made it to the front of the line, holding a popsicle in one hand and a stack of different promotional flyers in the other. He was greeted by a pretty staff member in the department store's uniform. "Hello, honored trainer. Please write your name and contact information here," she said cheerfully. Due to the high number of applicants, the first round will be conducted as one-on-one battles. The event is scheduled to begin tomorrow morning. Also, if you change your mind or encounter any issues and choose to withdraw, we kindly ask that you inform us as soon as possible. The staff member had clearly smiled too much today, her professional grin was beginning to cramp. She explained the rules and structure of the event to Sato in a nearly mechanical tone while completing his registration. Finally, after Sato completed the process, she habitually handed him a flyer detailing the rules and schedule of the battle event. Chapter 622, Chapter 621, Dark Special Channels. After successfully completing his registration, Sato followed the crowd into the Goldenrod department store and began reading the event flyer he'd just received, which detailed the competition's schedule and rules. Backed by deep financial resources, the Goldenrod department store had chosen to hold the event at the city's central battle arena, a large-scale venue perfect for this kind of tournament. The format of the competition was simple, directly modeled after the regional Pokémon League tournaments. It would begin with 1-on-1 preliminary rounds. Once 120 participants remained, it would shift to 2-on-2 battles. When only 8 competitors were left, the format would change again to 3-on-3 battles. Only the semi-finals and finals would adopt full 6-on-6 battles. Due to the store's concurrent promotional sale, the entire 12-story Goldenrod department store was absolutely packed. Unable to squeeze into the elevators, Sato had no choice but to take the stairs all the way to the 9th floor, where the TM, Technical Machine, Specialty section was located. Just as Sato had expected, while there was a wide variety of TMs available in the specialty area, the vast majority were fairly common ones. There, he managed to find Rock Tomb and Sandstorm, 2 TMs suitable for Nidoking. However, he saw none of the other moves he was hoping to find, such as Power-Up Punch, Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Sludge Wave, Sludge Bomb, Aura Sphere, Shadow Claw, Stone Edge, Rock Slide, Iron Tail, Poison Tail, or Drill Run. "Guess I'll just go with these 2, Sato muttered as he brought Rock Tomb and Sandstorm to the counter and addressed an elderly male clerk behind it. Rock Tomb, 500,000 Poke Dollars. Sandstorm, 1 million Poke Dollars. Total, 1.5 million. But we're currently running a store-wide sale, everything in the TM section is 20% off. So that brings your total to 1.2 million Poke Dollars. Just a heads up, we only accept card payments here, the clerk stated after giving the TMs a quick glance. Sato nodded and pulled out an unmarked golden bank card containing close to 190 million Poke Dollars. He handed it over, letting the clerk handle the transaction with the card reader. This older clerk had been working in the TM specialty section of the 9th floor for almost 4 years. Over time, he had developed a keen eye for distinguishing between wealthy trainers and struggling ones. Although Sato wore an advanced trainer uniform, that wasn't anything special to the clerk, he'd seen plenty of people dressed like that. In fact, he even noticed that Sato's uniform wasn't the latest model. But what did shock him was the golden, anonymous League bank card Sato had just handed over. If his memory served him right, that card was a custom-made VIP card issued by a large private bank in the Kanto region, with a minimum deposit requirement of 100 million Poke Dollars. Just possessing it signaled an elite status. Though the store had no official policy about how staff should treat customers like Sato, as a seasoned clerk, he knew exactly what to do. Why did the owner open this massive department store in Goldenrod City? To make money, of course. And TMs were a goldmine. Even though the Pokémon League tightly controlled the distribution of rare TMs, the store owner clearly had the connections to acquire them through special channels. These TMs weren't part of the official stock, they were reserved for special customers and wouldn't appear in normal sales records. "Sir, we actually have a few special items available, but they're a bit pricey. Would you be interested?" the clerk asked respectfully, lowering his voice as he returned the golden card to Sato. Sato's eyes lit up. He studied the older man with a knowing smirk and gave a subtle nod to signal him to continue. He had long suspected something like this. A store as large and resourceful as the Goldenrod department store couldn't possibly limit itself to selling only common TMs. There had to be more beneath the surface. So that's what this was about, he just hadn't shown the right level of sincerity before. I guess my perspective was too narrow. Seems like this unmarked card represents more than just money. The world of the wealthy really is different from what I imagined, Sato thought, glancing at the shimmering card in his hand. Seeing Sato's positive response, the old clerk was thrilled. In these kinds of unofficial transactions, he'd receive a 1% cut of the sales, a sum that easily exceeded his monthly salary. You can take your time browsing online. Once you've made your decision, just place your order and provide a delivery address. We'll make sure it reaches you as quickly as possible, the clerk said with a servile smile as he discreetly slipped a small paper slip to Sato from under the counter. Sato nodded. Without checking the contents immediately, he calmly stored the slip inside the spatial wristband he wore, then turned and left. 10 minutes later, Sato exited the crowded department store and walked into a nearby ice drink cafe. Finding a quiet seat in the corner, he ordered some drinks and ice cream for himself and his Pokémon. Once everything was on the table, he pulled the slip from his wristband and began examining its contents. The note contained a URL, a default username, and a password. Sato retrieved his slightly dusty laptop from his spatial wristband, connected to the cafe's Wi-Fi, and navigated to the website listed on the slip. A login page popped up. Sato entered the provided username and password and successfully accessed the site. Clearly, this was a dark web platform secretly operated by the Goldenrod department store. Of course, there wasn't a single mention of the store's name anywhere on the site. For Sato, who was currently hunting for TMs to train his Nidoking, this website was nothing short of a blessing. It had plenty of rare TMs he had been struggling to find. For example, the Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, and Ice Beam TMs, ones he couldn't get his hands on even in the Saffron City underground market, were all available here. The site also listed other essential TMs like Power-Up Punch, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, and Iron Tail, all of which were compatible with Nidoking. The only downside was that inventory was extremely limited. Many of the TMs he wanted had already been purchased and were now listed as out of stock. Chapter 623, Chapter 622, a powerful dark web sales platform. After Sato browsed through all the technical machines available on the dark web sales platform, he gained a general understanding of the pricing there. He noticed that the TMs sold on this dark web platform, secretly operated by the Goldenrod department store, were quite expensive, averaging at least 20% more than those found on the black market. However, Sato didn't mind this much. In fact, the steep prices made him feel more at ease about the platform's security. After all, buying from the black market always came with risks. The League could crack down at any moment, and he constantly had to be cautious to avoid getting ripped off by shady dealers inside. Worse still, even when he took such risks, there was no guarantee he'd actually find what he was looking for. It was like having money with nowhere to spend it. Although the prices on the Goldenrod department store's dark web were a bit higher, the level of safety offered was unbeatable. Given the store's massive resources, its management wasn't foolish enough to compromise their business's reputation just for a bit of money from some transaction. Moreover, the platform had a wide variety of items. Aside from TMs, there were all kinds of rare goods not commonly seen. As long as you had enough poke dollars, everything was up for grabs. Another feature that pleased Sato was that this platform offered a free trade system. As long as users paid the transaction fee, Goldenrod department store would act as a trusted intermediary, ensuring both parties completed the deal smoothly. Clearly, the platform was very well managed. Its reputation was solid, and many customers were willing to sell valuable but unused items there in exchange for what they actually needed. This was a real eye-opener for Sato. The free trade zone was filled with treasures rarely seen in the outside world, from rare Pokémon item synthesis materials to eggs of pseudo-legendary Pokémon, everything was available. Sato even saw someone offering a feather from the legendary Ho-Oh, and in exchange, they wanted a Lugia feather. Looking at the page filled with such treasures, Sato was beyond tempted, he wanted to buy them all. But putting everything else aside, one item in particular caught his attention, a 50g chunk of toxic essence being sold by a mysterious seller. This chunk was large, 50 grams, which meant the seller had basically collected half the core materials needed to craft the poison-type sacred item, Black Sludge. Previously, Sato had obtained around 25g of toxic essence from a mook on a deserted island near Cinnabar Island. Later, on his journey to a mysterious island, he traded with Tanya and acquired another 30g. If he could now obtain this 50g from the dark web, he would have more than enough toxic essence to craft a full Black Sludge. What was Black Sludge, exactly? Essentially, it was a poison-type exclusive version of Leftovers, and its healing rate per turn was even better than Leftovers. More importantly, Black Sludge contained highly refined poison-type energy. It significantly enhanced a poison-type Pokémon's physical development and toxin refinement. Right now, the only held item Sato had was a nearly broken life orb. If he could obtain a Black Sludge, Nidoking's combat effectiveness wouldn't drop much even without the life orb. In fact, if Nidoking carried it long-term, the benefits might even exceed those of the life orb. But what gave Sato a headache was that most treasures in the free trade zone were listed for barter, very few were available for direct purchase with money. And the seller of this 50g of toxic essence also insisted on bartering. When Sato saw the item the seller wanted in exchange, he couldn't help but mentally curse, is this guy insane? The seller, a clearly greedy individual, had the audacity to demand materials shed from a fire-type legendary Pokémon. It was an outrageously steep request. Never mind how rare those items were, just encountering a fire-type legendary was already near impossible for a normal person. And even if someone got the chance, to obtain a part of its body meant they had to fight it, usually against a Pokémon with strength equivalent to a pseudo-champion or champion tier. The danger was off the charts. Winning would be hard enough, losing would almost certainly mean death. You don't mess with a legendary lightly. Cross one, and you'd better be ready to die. Naturally, this ludicrous demand from the toxic essence seller triggered backlash from poison specialist trainers. The message board under the listing was full of anonymous buyers flaming the seller, but the mysterious trader stayed firm and refused to change his terms. What a tease. Hope you get torched by a fire-type legendary soon. Sato muttered bitterly as he anonymously left a few insults on the message board. Meanwhile, far from Goldenrod City, high in the sky, a red afro trainer riding a Charizard suddenly sneezed loudly for no apparent reason. Thankfully, Charizard had quick reflexes and caught the trainer with its tail, otherwise, he might have been flung off mid-flight. Why is my nose so itchy all of a sudden? Hee, must be that hot chick from the town yesterday missing me. Charizard, speed up. Let's get back to the town before dark. I'll treat you to your favorite grilled steak. The red afro trainer rubbed his nose with his index finger, smirked cockily, and spoke to Charizard with a smug look. Charizard clearly had no interest in the first half of the sentence, but the second half made it quite happy. It flapped its wings vigorously and flew off toward a nearby smoking volcano. After careful consideration, Sato went ahead and purchased 8 TMs from the Goldenrod department store's dark web platform, ones that were in stock and suitable for Nidoking. Fire Punch. Thunder Punch. Ice Punch. Flamethrower. Sludge Bomb. Shadow Ball. Poison Tail. Iron Tail. The total cost for these came to nearly 40 million Poké-dollars. This was easily Sato's biggest investment in Nidoking to date. Chapter 624, Chapter 623, Finalizing the battle lineup. Less than half an hour after Sato placed his order, a Delibird arrived at the designated delivery location, the rooftop of the Pokémon Center in downtown Goldenrod City. This Delibird, already at level 50, was clearly specially trained. The moment it saw Sato, wearing his Ditto mask, waving at it, it immediately flew over to his side. Once Sato successfully recited the passphrase for the transaction, Delibird pulled a beautifully packaged box out of its bag and handed it to him. Next, Delibird stood by and waited patiently while Sato confirmed that the goods were complete and undamaged. When Sato nodded in approval, Delibird immediately pulled out a card reader from its bag and stared unblinkingly as Sato completed the payment. Barely 2 seconds after the transaction went through, a voice echoed from the device strapped to Delibird's back, "Pleasure doing business." Upon hearing this, Delibird gave a polite bow and swiftly flew into the sky. As expected of the Jotto region's largest department store, the strength behind them is no joke. They even sent a powerful trainer to oversee the transaction. Trying to give me, a first-time buyer, a show of force, huh? That sense of danger just now, whoever they sent must have been at the pseudo-elite 4 level at minimum. As Delibird vanished into the distance, Sato felt the lingering sense of danger finally begin to fade. He turned to look at a rooftop of a skyscraper several dozen meters away, just behind the Pokémon Center, and thought silently to himself. A few minutes later, Sato, now back in his original appearance and dressed in a different outfit, entered the Pokémon transfer zone inside the Pokémon Center and dialed a number on one of the public telephones. The call was directed to Professor Oak's laboratory. Not long after, the call connected. Professor Oak appeared on the screen, and, as usual during lunchtime, he was holding a cup of instant noodles, beef flavor, no surprise. "Oh Sato. You look like you're in great shape lately. Looks like that camphorwood bracelet I gave you is working wonders. So, what's up this time? Don't tell me you've already found another high-potential Pokémon." Upon seeing Sato on the screen, Professor Oak immediately slurped the rest of his noodles at lightning speed, took a satisfied sip of soup, and then greeted him with a smile. "Your bracelet's been working like a charm, Professor, thanks again. I'm currently in Goldenrod City, and I've got something I need your help with." Sato returned the greeting with a few pleasantries, then quickly got down to business and explained his reason for calling. About 10 minutes later, Sato exited the Pokémon Center, now holding 3 additional Pokeballs in his hand. The semi-finals and finals of the upcoming tournament were both 6-on-6 full battles. But Sato only had 3 Pokémon truly ready for combat: Swampert, Nidoking, and Shiny Pelipper. That's why he had called Professor Oak to bring in reinforcements. Rather than summoning his higher-level Pokemon like Arcanine, Bellossom, or Shiny Beautifly, Sato chose to retrieve 3 of his lower-level but promising Pokemon, Heracross, Meowth, now fully evolved into Persian, and Arbok. This wasn't a case of underestimating his opponents. Quite the opposite, Sato had absolute confidence in his own strength. That confidence was built on a single name, Swampert. If this were a one-on-one match, Swampert, when facing Pokemon of the same level, was already a nearly unmatched juggernaut. Add in the recovery power granted by his mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, and even soloing a 6-man team wouldn't be a stretch. Because of that, Sato felt comfortable entering the match with a team whose average level was only around 40. After all, while the 3 ultra-rare TM discs awarded to the tournament champion were valuable, they still weren't more important than strengthening his own Pokemon. Sato intended to use this tournament as a large-scale training opportunity. Right now, Nidoking's level wasn't very high. His move pool was still limited, and his recovery ability was lacking. Having him fight through the whole match, or even pull off a 1 vs 6, wasn't realistic. That meant Sato had to rely on his other Pokemon to secure victory, giving them a golden chance to gain experience in real combat. Come on out, everyone. From now on, you'll be training your moves right here. After renting a private training room inside a large training facility near the Pokemon Center, Sato released all 6 of his chosen Pokemon and began move training drills. Swampert had already mastered all his original moves during the countless battles on the mysterious island. Now, the only technique he still needed to work on was Ice Beam, which he had just learned from a TM. Fortunately, he had Shiny Pelipper, a teammate who already had a solid understanding of Ice Beam, acting as his mentor. With his top-tier natural talent and comprehension, Swampert quickly picked up the basic techniques of Ice Beam. Fueled by an endless supply of gem-grade poke blocks, he was able to sustain himself through repeated drills, causing his Ice Beam proficiency to soar rapidly. Shiny Pelipper, having no new moves to learn for now, simply began routine training of existing offensive techniques under Sato's command. As for Nidoking, Sato didn't have him practice the newly learned elemental punches or flamethrower just yet. Instead, he focused on Sludge Bomb and Poison Tail, both of which were core poison-type techniques. Nidoking was a Max 4 Pokemon, so just like other gold-tier Pokemon, he had extreme control over his native-type energy. His manipulation of poison-type energy was as smooth as taming a lamb. Thanks to this innate command, and supported by constant gem-grade poke block recovery, his mastery of Sludge Bomb and Poison Tail progressed at lightning speed. Within just a few hours, Nidoking had almost fully mastered both poison-type moves and was ready to start training his other newly learned techniques. Over on Heracross's side, things were a bit more frustrating. Being of blue-tier potential, Heracross was at a clear natural disadvantage, and his progress on mastering the rock-type move Rock Slide was very slow. However, Heracross's willpower was the strongest among all of Sato's Pokemon. Lacking talent? Then make up for it with effort. Over the next 8 hours, aside from eating poke blocks and drinking water, Heracross barely rested, repeating Rock Slide drills over and over. Hard work always pays off eventually. Though he wasn't fully proficient at Rock Slide by the end, Heracross could now manipulate Rock-type energy well enough to produce several fist-sized stones. After watching the training progress of Swampert, Shiny Pelipper, Nidoking, and Heracross, Sato felt reassured and turned his attention to the final 2, Arbok and Persian. He hadn't invested much attention in these 2 lately. In fact, both had spent over a month at a daycare in Cinnabar Town, and the time apart had made them feel a bit distant from him. If it weren't for Swampert's intimidating presence, Sato suspected that these 2, with their wild temperaments, might have attacked him outright. He'd heard stories from the daycare's manager. Arbok had been so aggressive that it injured 16 staff members, several of whom were nearly eaten by it. Persian wasn't much better. After evolving, it teamed up with Arbok, used its partner's fearsome reputation, and quickly became the ringleader of all the Pokemon at the daycare. Under Persian's influence, those Pokemon started causing mischief everywhere, pulling pranks, escaping the premises, and even stealing from outside. The poor daycare manager, unable to reach Sato for weeks, had to take the fall for their behavior. When Sato finally contacted him and arranged for the return of Arbok and Persian, the manager cried on the spot, and it wasn't a small cry either. Sato had to cough up $2 million in compensation just to get the men to stop crying, and another $500,000 in emotional damages before the manager agreed to bail the 2 troublemakers out of jail from the local police station. Chapter 625, Chapter 624, The Defiant Serpent. Arbok, your poison-type moves have been trained very well already. Continuing to focus on them for now won't yield much more progress. It's better to work on other moves instead. That way, your strength will increase more quickly. And also, you're a poison-type Pokemon. Against Psychic and Ground types, you'll be at a serious disadvantage. But if I remember correctly, you've got the Dark-type move Crunch and the Water-type move Aqua Tail. Show them to me. Sato approached Arbok first. He knew that this murderous snake's only passion was becoming stronger, so he played to that desire, immediately pointing out the best path forward for further improvement. Sure enough, Arbok stopped moving the moment Sato spoke. He cast a cold glance at Sato, then looked at the nearby Swampert who was training. Finally, he complied and demonstrated Crunch and Aqua Tail in front of Sato. Although Arbok didn't like Sato as his so-called master, he still had considerable trust in Sato's strength. Swampert used to be someone he could barely keep up with, but now he couldn't even see the gap between them, and the one who brought about that change was this very human. As a large venomous serpent, Arbok had a natural talent for biting techniques. Moreover, he showed decent control over dark-type energy. When he used Crunch, his poisonous fangs were enveloped in a thick layer of dark energy, and his entire mouth radiated a menacing aura. With one bite, the metal training dummy in the practice room was left with a deep bite mark. However, Arbok clearly preferred solving problems with his mouth. His tail-based moves were much weaker. It took him 7 or 8 seconds to prepare a single Aqua Tail, and the water energy he summoned couldn't even cover half his tail. Crunch is looking pretty solid, but Aqua Tail is far too lacking. You can't even coat half your tail in water, and your charge-up time is way too long. Obviously, your water-type energy control is insufficient. Go find Swampert, have him show you how Aqua Tail is really used. After watching Arbok demonstrate Crunch and Aqua Tail, Sato had a rough assessment in mind. He shook his head in disappointment and spoke directly. Although he had told Arbok, before leaving him at the daycare, to train Aqua Tail, it was clear this wild and violent snake hadn't listened at all. He probably spent the entire past month doing whatever he wanted during training. What's more, Sato had heard from the daycare's manager that Arbok had been locked up in the Pokemon Police Department's high-risk containment zone for most of the month due to repeated attacks on staff. In that harsh, restrictive environment, where meals and care were subpar, this venomous snake's strength had clearly regressed rather than improved. From Sato's perspective, Arbok had even gotten weaker. When Arbok heard Sato tell him to go to Swampert for help with Aqua Tail, he immediately hesitated. Then, instead of responding, he simply turned his head away and continued training however he pleased. I know you're upset that I didn't bring you along for the next trial, but do you know why I chose Swampert and the others and not you? It's simple, you still haven't integrated into the team. You feel no sense of belonging here. You show no loyalty to me. You're too dangerous. I can't entrust my back to you, and I'm not foolish enough to keep helping you grow stronger just so you can turn against me. Honestly, I gave you a lot of chances. At my request, Bellisum and Arcanine invited you to their group meals and games multiple times. Even Swampert tried sharing food with you. But you were too proud and chose to reject and ignore them every time. I know how you spent the past month. Before I left, I warned you countless times to cooperate with the daycare staff and train well there. But not only did you ignore my words, you attacked the staff multiple times and ended up being imprisoned. Absolutely disgraceful. I thought a stint in confinement might calm the temper of yours, but clearly, it was pointless. You've seen Arcanine and the others recently, right? They're all far stronger than you now. You've not only failed to progress, you've fallen behind. What right do you have to be proud? Just now, I gave you another chance to integrate into the team by asking you to learn Aqua Tail from Swampert, but you still chose to reject it. You've really disappointed me. You're beyond saving. If you truly want to become stronger, you have to integrate into the team and follow my orders without question. If you can't do that, I'll release you right now. Leave or stay, you decide. Sato's eyes sharpened and turned ice-cold as he watched Arbok continue to ignore him arrogantly. Then, with a cold and merciless glare, he barked the ultimatum. At that moment, his eyes glowed blue with psychic power, and a wave of psychic energy surged from his body. In an instant, Arbok was surrounded by a blue aura, suspended in telekinetic force, and slammed hard into the wall by Sato's psychic attack. In that moment, Sato's heart was full of bitter disappointment toward the murderous snake before him. He could tolerate Arbok's lack of loyalty and reluctance to join the group, but disobedience was absolutely unacceptable. The only reason he hadn't killed Arbok upon first encounter and chose to capture him instead was because of Arbok's high potential, and because at the time, Sato lacked strong offensive Pokemon. But now, his original team had all grown significantly. Arbok's usefulness had drastically diminished. At this point, he was almost irrelevant. There's no point in forcing something that doesn't work. Arbok's defiant behavior today made Sato realize it was time to make a decision. There was no need to keep such a disloyal and dangerous Pokemon around. Before being caught, Arbok had already killed and eaten humans. There was no way a few words from Sato could change a nature that dark. During his recent month-long confinement, not only did Arbok fail to feel any remorse, he grew even more resentful toward humans. And the one who had stopped him from devouring both humans and Pokemon, Sato, was the one he now hated the most. The moment he was attacked by Sato's psychic power, Arbok's deep-rooted hatred of humans exploded. Noticing that Sato was less than 5 meters away, he went berserk. The serpent pattern on his chest instantly shifted into its aggressive, attack form, and he lunged at Sato like a bolt of lightning, his massive, venomous jaws gaping to bite down on Sato's head. So that's your answer? Pathetic. Kecleon, protect. Swampert, finish him. Use Ice Punch. Seeing Arbok launch himself at him, Sato's eyes darkened further. Deep disappointment filled his heart. Without hesitation, he gave the command via telepathy to the Kecleon on his shoulder and to Swampert, who was already rushing over. Chapter 626, Chapter 625, Farewell, Persian. In truth, Arbok didn't have to die. After all, he had indeed helped Sato in the past. If he had chosen to walk away, Sato would have let him go. If he had chosen to repent and stay, Sato would have continued training him just like any other Pokemon. Unfortunately, he made the one choice Sato despised the most. He went mad and actually tried to kill him. Sato, who had returned from the mysterious island, knew exactly what to do when faced with a creature that wanted to take his life. He would never hesitate. Death was the only outcome he allowed for his enemies. With Protect from Kecleon shielding him, Arbok's sneak attack was nothing more than a joke. Then, under the heavy strike of Swampert's frost-charged fist, defeat was inevitable. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Following Sato's command, Swampert used Ice Punch to freeze Arbok solid, rendering him completely powerless. Sato didn't choose to execute Arbok in front of the other Pokemon. After having Swampert freeze him, he returned Arbok to his Pokeball and left the training room with Swampert. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sato returned with Swampert, but Arbok was nowhere to be seen. Though Sato didn't say where Arbok had gone, the rest of the Pokemon in the training room clearly understood his fate. With Sato returning in complete silence and an unreadable expression, the entire team silently immersed themselves in intensive training. Even the usually playful and carefree Natu and Piku, who loved to snuggle up to Sato and act cute, both were now quietly practicing their moves, not daring to interrupt him. Sato wasn't feeling great himself. After all, he had just ended Arbok's life. But he didn't regret his decision. Sigh. Why did you have to be so stupid? I never intended to kill you, but you left me no choice. If I hadn't, I would have lost all authority in front of the others. You forced my hand. Sitting in his chair, Sato stared blankly at Arbok's now empty Pokeball. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh, his thoughts heavy. Soon, Sato composed himself and returned his focus to the Pokemon's move training. After removing the unstable element that was Arbok from the team, Sato didn't forget the other loose cannon, Persian. He glanced at Persian, who was currently training with impressive focus, then began walking directly toward him. In fact, ever since Persian saw that Arbok hadn't returned with Sato, he had completely dropped his lazy, evasive habits and was now working as diligently as Heracross. But when Persian noticed Sato approaching, he was so terrified he collapsed flat onto the ground, covering his head with both paws and trembling as he looked up at him. Persian was far more cunning and sharp than the average Pokemon. The moment he noticed Arbok hadn't returned, he knew the snake's fate was sealed. Now that Sato was approaching him immediately upon returning, Persian was sure it wasn't for anything good. Thinking of the things he had done back in Cinnabar Town, his body shook even more violently. He knew full well that he had once again disappointed Sato by disobeying his explicit instructions before leaving. And this time, there likely wouldn't be an easy way out like last time. Still, Persian also understood that as long as he didn't act recklessly like Arbok, he'd likely escape with just a beating, and not share Arbok's fate. So, to minimize the pain as much as possible, Persian's only option now was to immediately show submission in front of Sato. Seeing the sly Persian now pretending to be diligent, and then pretending to be afraid, Sato couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. In truth, Sato hated Persian's actions in Cinnabar Town even more than what Arbok had done. He saw it clearly now, Persian was a bad apple, too far gone in his habits. Now that he had dealt with Arbok, Sato decided it was time to decisively handle Persian as well. No need to act, Persian. I know you're not really afraid of a little pain. Don't worry, I'm not going to hit you this time. Maybe not ever again. Judging from your behavior at both Alyssa's daycare and the one in Cinnabar, I can tell, deep down, you crave freedom. You miss the life you had back in Saffron City. You don't like being restrained by me. So now I'm giving you two choices. First, I set you free. I won't hurt you. You can walk right out that door. Second, you stay, and I train you into a powerful Pokemon. I'll provide you with everything you'd need, but from now on, if I catch you stealing even once, I'll sever your front paws. Sato didn't mince words. Using telepathy, he made his intentions crystal clear to Persian, then placed his Pokeball on the floor and used telekinesis to open the training room door. Meow. Persian stopped trembling the moment he heard Sato's words. He lowered one paw and cautiously looked up, staring at Sato in disbelief. Clever as ever, he didn't fully trust what Sato was saying. His shifty eyes locked on Sato's, trying to read his expression. But before long, he realized that Sato's face was calm and dead serious. This wasn't a joke. Slowly, Persian stood up. He glanced at the pokeball on the ground, then at the open door. Conflict flashed in his eyes. About a minute later, he finally made his decision. Persian lowered his head toward Sato, then, without looking up, walked through the open door and out of the training room. Even though life in Sato's team had been very comfortable, good food, good sleep, Sato was right. Persian had always longed for his old life. He never liked being trapped inside a small ball. He yearned for freedom. Those who want to leave can't be stopped. So, farewell, Persian. I hope you live well out there. Sato didn't stop him. He watched with a blank expression as Persian slowly disappeared from view. His heavy heart suddenly found a release, growing calm once more. He had known for a long time, Pokémon were no different from humans. They had their own goals and dreams. If they truly wanted to leave, no amount of force would make them stay. Better to let go early, for both sides. Once Persian vanished completely, Sato picked up the Pokeball from the floor, and pressed the release button. Chapter 627, Chapter 626, Upholding Justice. After Persian left peacefully, the heavy atmosphere in the training room gradually dispersed. With the mischievous antics of Natu and Piku once again playing out in front of Sato without incident, the mood in the room soon returned to its previous calm and relaxed state. However, the effects of both Arbok and Persian leaving were still felt. This time, Sato had successfully established his authority in front of the other Pokémon. Now, Natu and Piku had become noticeably more well-behaved in his presence, especially Natu, who no longer tried to speak to him in a disrespectful tone. Training finally wrapped up around 10 p.m. After Sato and his Pokémon ate and drank their fill at the Fat Boss's restaurant, he didn't return directly to his room at the Pokémon Center. Instead, he strolled through the streets and alleys of Goldenrod City. At night, Goldenrod City was just as lively as Saffron City. After a full day's work, many people sought fun in the evening to relieve the stress of daily life and work. Sato, however, was still in a gloomy mood, and the psychological disturbance festering inside him began to stir once more. To deal with this, he decided to find a way to ease it. Although his attempt to feed birds yesterday had ended in failure, he had discovered something important. While feeding the birds, he felt genuinely at peace. The disturbing thoughts and constant vigilance within him had seemed to momentarily fade. After thinking it through, Sato came to a conclusion: doing good deeds could help him suppress his mental state and the uneasiness in his heart. He believed this was because acts of kindness brought out his better self and was more aligned with his values, bringing him a sense of inner calm. So tonight, Sato decided to play the role of a just vigilante, intervening whenever he saw injustice, helping the helpless, and using criminals as live combat training for his Pokémon. Nighttime in Goldenrod City was indeed vibrant, but also the peak hour for criminal activity. In a dim, deserted alley, a well-dressed couple was being attacked by 3 robbers. Although the couple had Pokémon with them, their lack of training made them no match for the robbers' battle-hardened Pokémon. In less than a minute, the couple's 2 Pokémon were knocked out cold. Hee kid, still trying to be a knight in shining armor. Hand over everything you've got, and maybe we'll let you go. We're just in it for the money. Yeah, don't be stupid. Give us your stuff. Fighting back won't do you any good. Boss, second brother, no more talking with this punk. Our Pokémon are using Protect. If he dares to try Explosion with his Pokémon, he's just asking to die. The 3 rough-looking thugs directed their Pokémon to corner the couple, all while psychologically wearing them down with threats, especially targeting the young man, who had a Voltorb and looked like he might do something reckless. Eventually, the pressure got to them. Their defenses crumbled, and they began to obediently take out their valuables. But just as they were about to hand them over, 2 icy blue beams of energy suddenly rained down from above, instantly knocking out 2 of the robbers' Pokémon. The third, a Houndour, was taken out by a Heracross that descended from the sky and delivered a crushing brick break. Before the robbers could even react, Heracross charged in and floored all 3 of them in a single blow, just like their Pokémon. Without waiting for the stunned couple to say a word, Heracross spread its wings and took to the sky. Its dark blue-black shell blended perfectly into the night, and within moments, it disappeared from sight. Only then did the couple snap out of their daze. They looked around frantically but saw no sign of their mysterious savior. As they turned their gaze in the direction Heracross had flown, they spotted a figure standing atop the alley rooftop, a person wearing a black cloak and a white mask, glowing blue eyes watching them in silence. You're safe now. Get out of here quickly. Don't come to dangerous places like this for dates anymore. At the same time, those words rang clearly in both their minds. The moment the voice faded, the rooftop figure vanished like a phantom, leaving nothing but the darkness behind. The couple looked at each other in astonishment but were not ungrateful. Although they hadn't had the chance to thank their mysterious savior, they bowed deeply in the direction he'd disappeared. Then, they turned and gave the 3 unconscious thugs a thorough kicking before hurrying out of the alley. Half an hour later, several hundred meters away from where the couple had been attacked, another alley was the site of a completely one-sided battle. 12 thieves, who had just successfully robbed a jewelry store nearby, lay sprawled across the ground, along with their Pokémon. Who the hell are you? Why stick your nose in our business, ARGH? One of the thieves, still on his feet, watched helplessly as his comrades were picked off one after another by the Pokémon of the mysterious cloaked and masked figure in front of him. He shouted while commanding his Raticate and Weezing to fight back. Unfortunately, all he got in return was a telekinetic blast to the chest. The masked figure's psychic power slammed him against a wall, knocking him out instantly. His Raticate and Weezing didn't fare any better, both were flattened by a single thunderbolt from the cloaked man's Nidoking. Moments later, only one figure remained standing in the alley, the mysterious masked vigilante. Not long after, the sound of sirens echoed from nearby. Officer Jenny arrived first, riding her Arcanine, and was greeted by the sight of unconscious thieves scattered across the alley, with glittering jewels lying under the dim streetlight. Quick, arrest all the culprits from the jewelry store robbery. Check the stolen goods for anything missing, and return them to their rightful owners as soon as possible. As backup officers arrived, Officer Jenny swiftly took command, organizing the arrests and recovery of the stolen jewelry. Report: according to the thieves, they were ambushed by a mysterious masked figure in a black cloak. The person defeated them effortlessly. 10 minutes later, at the Pokémon Police headquarters in Goldenrod City Central District, a young officer knocked on the door and stepped into the office of an elderly, white-haired police superintendent, reporting the latest updates on the jewelry robbery case. That masked vigilante again. That makes 18 times now. Each time, he's swiftly and decisively taken down the criminals without ever taking things too far. He's doing us a huge favor. Looks like Goldenrod City has gained a new defender of justice. Pass down my orders: if anyone encounters the masked vigilante, they must treat him with the due respect and fully cooperate with his efforts to bring criminals to justice. No hostility, no interference. Assist him however you can. The old superintendent's face showed a mix of surprise and admiration as he listened to the report. After a moment of thought, he gave a firm, no-nonsense order to the young officer. Chapter 628, Chapter 627, The Cure and the Arrogant Opponent. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Sato finally wrapped up his vigilante justice for the night. He removed the black cloak and mask from his body, then used Ditto's transformed human skin mask to return to the Pokémon Center as if nothing had happened. Afterward, he handed over Nidoking, Shiny Pelipper, and Heracross, who had battled many criminals' Pokémon that night, to Nurse Joy for treatment. Once the 3 Pokémon had recovered, Sato left the Pokémon Center and took his team to a nearby late-night diner that was still open for a midnight meal. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. There's more if it's not enough. You all did really well tonight. But once you're full, get some early rest, we've got battle events tomorrow. In the restaurant's private room, once all the dishes were served, Sato looked at his Pokémon, who were already drooling at the sight of the feast, and spoke with a smile. As soon as he finished, he was the first to grab a roasted chicken leg and bite in with satisfaction. Seeing Sato start to eat, the other Pokémon joined in, digging into the delicious midnight spread. With Natu and Piku, the usual mischief makers, livening up the atmosphere, the room was soon filled with laughter and joy. Sato was in high spirits. Cracking down on criminals not only gave him a legitimate outlet for the violent urges he had long suppressed, but it also allowed him to help others, a win-win outcome. He had often seen heroes and vigilantes in anime and movies, but participating in such actions himself gave him a visceral understanding of what it felt like to be a real-life hero. Sato had to admit, playing the role of a vigilante hero felt amazing, like taking a gulp of ice-cold watermelon juice under the blazing summer sun. Maybe it was because he took down quite a few criminals that night, 32 in total, and rescued a good number of people and Pokémon, but he felt as though a righteous aura now radiated from his body. At the same time, Sato confirmed something important: doing good deeds did help relieve the disturbance in his heart. Moreover, the more good he did, the more he could feel the heavy pressure borne from that grueling island survival gradually lifting. Maybe this is what peace of mind feels like. Back on that mysterious island, it was nothing but fighting, running, and killing. It didn't feel like much at the time, but now that I think about it, that was probably because my heart had grown numb and desensitized through constant violence. But saving others, saving lives, and receiving their sincere gratitude, that emotional tremor I felt from their heartfelt thanks was incredible. It made me feel alive again. Since returning from the mysterious island, Sato hadn't felt this relaxed, not even once. He was feeling a deep inner calm and comfort. As he mentally replayed the events of the night, a sigh of reflection escaped him. He now somewhat understood, this disturbance inside him was like a layer of dust clouding his soul, constantly eating away at his humanity, threatening to turn him into a beast that only knew violence. On the other hand, acts of kindness were like a cloth that could wipe away that mental grime, helping him reconnect with the warmth of life. In summary, this act of cleansing his soul was kind of like a therapy. Sato realized he had to do meaningful things, genuinely beneficial things, to stir his heart and accelerate the recovery of his inner self. Maybe Professor Oak already knew the cure for my condition, but instead of telling me, he sent me to find the abbot at Slowpoke Monastery. There must be a quicker solution to the problem there. Once this battle event ends, I'll head to the monastery first thing. After all, even though I've got a 6-month leave of absence, if I drag things out too long, Boss Giovanni might start thinking less of me. And if that happens, I'll lose the strong support I currently have. As he thought this, Sato looked at the old camphorwood bracelet on his wrist and the white jade pendant around his neck, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tomorrow's battle event at Goldenrod Department Store had already been scheduled, both time and opponent were confirmed. At 9 a.m. the next day, Sato would participate in the first round of the preliminaries at the city center's large-scale battle arena. This time, the champion prize offered by Goldenrod Department Store had attracted a massive number of trainers. By the registration deadline, 2,421 trainers had signed up for the event. Sato could already foresee, this battle event wouldn't be as easy as he had originally hoped. Even if there weren't any Elite 4 level trainers participating, there would undoubtedly be several powerful pseudo-Elite 4 level trainers. After all, with such a massive pool of 2,421 trainers, it was practically guaranteed that 7 or 8 pseudo-Elite 4 level trainers would show up, especially in a global metropolis like Goldenrod City. Over half an hour later, Sato and his now well-fed and content Pokémon left the restaurant and returned to the Pokémon Center for the night. That night, Sato slept deeply and peacefully, not waking until the alarm clock called him out of bed. It was a new day. Even with a match coming up, Sato didn't skip his Pokémon's morning physical training. However, to make it to the arena on time, he shortened the session by half an hour. At exactly 8:50 a.m., Sato arrived at the now crowded battle arena atop his shiny Pelipper. With the help of a volunteer, he was led into a basic indoor battlefield within the large venue. There, his opponent was already waiting, a buzz-cut young man in a black martial arts uniform, standing on the other side of the field with a towering Machamp at his side. "You the punk I'm facing in round 1. Ha, looking pretty sharp. But do you have any idea who I am? I made top 8 in this year's Jotto League. Not even bragging, if my luck hadn't sucked just a bit, I would have made top 4. Bet you're scared now, huh? If you don't want your Pokémon getting beaten black and blue, or worse, breaking a few bones, I suggest you forfeit right now. Bwahaha. And remember the name of the guy who's gonna crush you, Junichiro Kimura, baby." The buzzcut youth locked eyes with Sato, posture arrogant and cocky. His tone was loud, brash, and oozing self-importance. Judging by the cheering crowd behind him, also dressed in martial arts uniforms, it was clear he wasn't bluffing. His fans erupted the moment he declared his identity, shouting his name in unison like a sports chant. In that moment, the battlefield felt like it was his home turf. Top 8 in the Jotto League, huh? Looks like I got lucky. Starting off with someone actually worth fighting. Nice to meet you. Name's Kira Hayashi, the guy who's going to beat you. Facing the arrogant challenge from Kimura, Sato, wearing Ditto's human skin mask, remained calm. He slowly walked to his side of the battlefield, picked up a pokeball, and pointed it toward the buzzcut fighter, his voice tinged with subtle disdain. Chapter 629, Chapter 628, What Happened to the Promised Melee? Big talk, kid. When my Machamp breaks your Pokémon's bones and ruptures its insides, don't say I didn't warn you. Go, Machamp. Show this guy what you're made of. The flat-topped youth, Kimura, narrowed his eyes at Sato's words, a wolfish gleam flashing in his gaze. He scrutinized Sato carefully before grinning and speaking arrogantly. Machamp. As soon as Machamp heard its trainer's words, its entire body bulged with muscle, swelling like a living hulk. Its skin flushed red, and a wave of searing steam began to rise from its body. In an instant, an intense aura erupted from the level 48 Machamp, sending a heavy pressure rippling across the field and making the nearby spectators feel like their shoulders had suddenly been weighed down. As expected of someone from the Jotto League's top 8. He's got real skill. Under his training, that Machamp's control over its body is nearly perfect, it's even capable of boosting blood flow to enhance muscle strength. With this unique form of power-up, Machamp's speed and strength get an explosive temporary boost. The downside is that it can't be maintained for long, but it's more than enough to last a battle. Guess he wasn't bluffing earlier. Any regular Pokémon that gets hit by that Machamp is bound to suffer fractured bones or internal injuries. Too bad for you, you bumped into me first. You won't get a chance to brag about your top 8 record any further. Seeing the state of the Machamp, Sato's expression grew a little serious. After quickly scanning Machamp with his psychic power and system, he had to admit, Kimura did have some right to be arrogant. Technically, a roulette wheel was supposed to decide who sent out their Pokémon first, but since Kimura had released Machamp immediately, the referee saw no issue and skipped the process. The referee then signaled the staff to spin the roulette to determine the battlefield terrain. A few seconds later, the result was in rock terrain. Come on out, Pelipper. You'll end this match. The moment the battlefield was announced, Sato, who had long since decided on his strategy, pulled out a pokeball and tossed it high. With a burst of white light, a Pelipper significantly larger and leaner than its kind appeared in the sky. Peliop. As soon as it appeared, the Pelipper let out a long cry. Instantly, thick water-type energy surged in from the surrounding arena conduits. Moments later, dark clouds gathered above the battlefield, and within seconds, a torrential downpour began. After battling criminal Pokémon all night yesterday, this shiny Pelipper had reached level 41. And perhaps due to fighting crime with Sato, its morale was now soaring. In short, this shiny Pelipper, who now considered herself a heroic Pokémon, was brimming with fighting spirit. Are you kidding me? Why do I keep running into such strong trainers? How am I supposed to show off like this? What did that Pelipper grow up eating? It's twice the size of any I've seen, and it's lean with actual muscle definition. Is this even the same species I know? What the hell? That Pelipper's drizzle ability is way too overdeveloped. It started pouring instantly, and not just any rain, but a deluge. Is this supposed to turn my Machamp into a swimmer? As one of the Jotto Silver Conference's top 8, Kimura had a sharp eye. The moment he saw Sato send out a clearly well-trained flying type to battle, and when the rain immediately began pouring, his eyelids twitched. He knew he had just kicked a steel wall. As Machamp's trainer, he knew very well, rainy weather was bad for his Pokémon. The cold rain would continuously sap Machamp's body heat, neutralizing the blood boost technique that gave it its explosive physical power. But having just put on a big performance in front of his opponent and his fans, there was no way he could back down now. All he could do was bite the bullet and go through with it. Coward. Sending a flying type against my Machamp. If you're a real man, let's have a fists-only brawl. Do you dare? Kimura, spotting Sato's youthful face, suddenly had an idea. He put on a look of deep contempt and shouted challengingly at Sato. Do you dare? Do you dare? Do you dare? As soon as he yelled, his pack of crazed fans behind him erupted with excitement, screaming the same phrase in unison to hype him up. That acting is beyond fake. Pelipper, give them a hydro pump as a welcome gift. Sato merely sneered at Kimura's lame attempt at provocation. There was no way he'd fall for such a cheap trick. As for the fans' rabid chanting, he viewed them as nothing but clowns. Without hesitation, he gave Pelipper the command to strike from range. The moment the shiny Pelipper heard his command, a thick, high-pressure stream of water blasted from her wide beak and rocketed toward Machamp. Empowered by the rainy weather, the water-type energy surged the moment it left her mouth, transforming into a roaring, serpentine hydro pump shaped like a water dragon. Dodge it. Seeing the terrifying power behind the hydro pump, Kimura's face turned pale and he immediately shouted for Machamp to evade. Not that Machamp needed telling, it knew full well it couldn't take that hit. In a burst of speed, it pushed off the ground and darted several meters to the right. A split second later, boom, the blast struck. Chunks of rock and massive splashes erupted everywhere. The spot Machamp had just been standing on was now a massive crater, so deep that the steel plating at the bottom of the arena was clearly visible. As the crowd saw the dented steel shown on the big screen, left behind by Pelipper's hydro pump, those rabid fans fell silent in an instant, their cheers dying in their throats as if choked off. Though they were hardcore fans, even they knew the basics of Pokémon battling. If a Pokémon has long-range attacks that powerful, why on earth would it ever go into melee? Melee. Not happening. Machamp, stop standing there. Smash the rocks around you and use Bullet Thunder Punch, blast that bird out of the sky. Though his face twitched at the sight of the battlefield's destruction, Kimura quickly seized the moment. As a Silver Conference top 8 trainer, he knew that after using such a powerful move, Pelipper would need time to recover. Now was the perfect time to counterattack. Machamp. Snapping out of it, Machamp smashed a nearby boulder, then rapidly began combining Bullet Punch and Thunder Punch with all four arms, striking the broken rocks. In seconds, the shattered wet stones became razor-sharp projectiles launched skyward like bullets, each charged with crackling electric energy from the moisture. If those electrified stone shards hit the shiny Pelipper, she would be struck by both rock and electric-type attacks, two types she was massively weak to. AX6 damage multiplier. It would either knock her out cold or cause serious injury. Unfortunately for Kimura, before the shards could even reach her, a swirling mini-tornado of rainwater surged up and blocked their path like a ferocious barrier. At that moment, the shiny Pelipper, already connected with Sato via telepathy, unleashed a surge of vibrant blue flying-type energy. Thanks to the rare Supreme Sky-splitting stone on her person, her already excellent control over flying-type energy had now reached new heights. Under her precise manipulation, the energy swirled like an extension of her own limbs. Within 2 or 3 seconds, she whipped up a full-blown hurricane, which rapidly grew in size. Under the stunned gazes of the audience, a massive 5-meter-wide tornado formed, sucking up water and debris with terrifying force. Spectators immediately fled from their seats, running to avoid being caught in the gale. As for Macamp, though it clung desperately to a giant rock, it was ultimately no use. The tornado dragged him in, spinning him around like laundry in a washing machine. 10 seconds later, under the awe-filled stares of the audience, Sato walked calmly away from the battlefield with the shiny Pelipper. All that remained on the now-ruined battlefield was a collapsed Macamp, and Kimura, slumped in defeat. Chapter 630, Chapter 629, A Chance Encounter with an Old Friend. The first round of preliminaries wouldn't conclude until 120 contestants were decided. But picking 120 winners out of 2,421 participants, even with only one-on-one Pokemon battles, was no small feat in terms of time and organization. Especially given the current shortage of battle arenas, this initial phase was dragging on even longer than expected. Based on the sheer number of competitors, making it through round 1 meant you had to defeat at least 5 opponents to qualify among the final 120. But in this process of sieving gold from sand, those who survived the brutal cuts clearly weren't average trainers. Even the weakest among them could still be considered elite level. After defeating Kimura, a trainer ranked top 8 in this year's Jotto League, Sato went on to face 3 more opponents before lunchtime. Unfortunately, aside from Kimura, who barely counted as a decent fighter, the next 3 challengers were all laughably unqualified. They were clearly there just for fun or to pad the numbers. With just his shiny Pelipper, Nidoking, and Heracross, Sato effortlessly swept them all. At 12:11 p.m., Sato was sitting at an outdoor table of a roadside restaurant near the main battle arena, having lunch with several of his Pokemon. Due to the overwhelming crowds in all nearby restaurants, and the fact that he hadn't made any reservations, Sato, despite having money to spend, couldn't even book a private room. Not wanting to delay the competition just to eat, he had no choice but to settle for the patio seating of this high-end restaurant, one that thankfully wasn't as packed as the others. But with a giant Swampert, the glutton of the team, present at the table, it was impossible not to draw attention. By now, the plates stacked on Sato's table had formed a small mountain, and the floor was littered with discarded food scraps. And both continued to pile up. Could you send someone over to clear these dishes and food scraps? Oh, and bring another 20 seafood skewers, plus 1 bottle of warm moo milk and 3 iced orange juices. Calm as ever, Sato glanced at the mountainous heap of dishes in front of him. Once it reached a certain point, he flagged down a cute-looking waitress and gave his next order without a hint of hesitation. Right away. I'll get someone to clean up and have the kitchen start on it. The maid uniform-clad girl, tray in hand, instantly understood what kind of customer she was dealing with. She knew this table was a VIP. Without delay, she bowed respectfully and dashed off into the restaurant. Moments later, under the stunned gazes of the nearby diners, 2 brawny kitchen workers wheeled out a pair of carts and began swiftly clearing away the stack of plates and scraps under the table. Holy crap, that blue-skinned Pokemon eats like a monster. I swear it's on par with a Snorlax. If I had one of those, I'd be broke within a month. I'd go broke in a week. What the hell does his trainer feed it, a whole cow? That Swampert is eating more than all 6 of my Pokemon combined. Is that even a real Swampert? Nearby trainers who had been enjoying their meals now found themselves utterly distracted. Their eyes twitched, and whispers spread like wildfire among them. Sato had excellent hearing. He picked up on almost all of their mutterings, but merely smiled faintly, completely unfazed. Swampert was his ace Pokemon. As long as he could keep it in peak condition, Sato was willing to spend whatever it took. Sato, I knew it was you. You look so different now. If it weren't for Piku and Swampert, I might not have recognized you at all. Hey there, little Piku. Long time no see. You've grown so much since the last time. A familiar voice rang out from behind, and then a blue-haired young woman appeared beside Sato's table, along with a graceful Lopunny. Piku, who had been happily sipping from a bottle of moo milk, turned around. The moment he recognized the newcomer, he dropped the bottle and gleefully leapt onto her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Daisy. I thought you said you were going to Kalos. What are you doing here? The instant he saw her face, Sato recognized her, Daisy Oak, granddaughter of Professor Oak. This time, he didn't hide his identity. Instead, he looked at her in mild surprise. Back when they parted ways, she had mentioned she was heading to the Kalos region. He hadn't seen her at the Oak Pokemon Research Lab recently and assumed she had already left. Never in a million years did he expect to run into her here in Jotto. You're seriously out of the loop, huh? The Kalos League doesn't start again until January next year. It's only September, you've got plenty of time. As for what I'm doing here? Shopping, obviously. And visiting a few friends while I'm at it. I was planning to head back yesterday, but then Goldenrod Department Store announced this super fun event, so I decided to stick around a bit longer. Never thought I'd actually bump into you here. Oh, and I'm guessing you're competing too, right? Promise me, you're not allowed to lose before I get a chance to battle you. I heard from Grandpa that you've gotten really strong lately. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing your Swampert just now, I believe it. So let's go all out when we do battle. I'll use my strongest Pokemon against you. When she heard Sato confirm his identity, Daisy's expression turned into one of I knew it. She gently set the now reluctant Pika back onto the table, then stood with one hand on her hip and pointed directly at Sato, issuing her challenge. Lapuani. At her side, her Lopunny mirrored the exact same pose and let out a spirited cry. No problem. If I run into you, I'll give it everything I've got. And you'd better not hold back either. Watching Daisy and Lopunny challenge him in perfect sync, Sato's eye twitched slightly. But the thought of facing Daisy in her prime made his blood boil with excitement. He nodded earnestly. Excuse me, are you two going to keep ignoring me? I've been standing here for ages. Just as they finished making their battle pact and were about to chat about other things, a voice full of grievance interrupted them from behind. At some point, a pink-haired girl, accompanied by a Miltank, had walked up behind them. She now stood with arms crossed, casting a resentful look at Daisy, clearly upset about being left out of the conversation for so long. Chapter 631, Chapter 630, Whitney. The pink-haired girl looked to be about the same age as Sato. She wore her short hair in a neat, refreshing style, with a delicate and pretty face. Perhaps due to her active lifestyle, her skin had a healthy wheat tone, and her figure was perfectly shaped from regular exercise. At the moment, she was wearing a sleeveless checkered dress in red and white, completely free of wrinkles. On her head was a fashionable floral sun hat, her ears adorned with pink diamond studs. In her hand she carried a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses and a cute Clefairy handbag, and she wore elegant white high-heeled sandals on her feet. From her outfit alone, it was easy to see she was a young lady from a wealthy family, one of the very wealthy. Judging by the way Daisy treated her, the two were clearly close friends. After the girl spoke, Daisy had immediately apologized to her. Sato had, in fact, noticed this rich young lady following behind Daisy much earlier, using his external psychic sense. He also knew exactly who she was, Whitney, the gym leader of Goldenrod City. But her status was not limited to being the leader of the Goldenrod Gym, she was also the granddaughter of Howard, owner of Moo Moo Ranch, the Jotto region's most famous Miltank milk production base. The Miltank milk produced at Moo Moo Ranch was renowned worldwide, considered the very finest among all Miltank milk. It was widely regarded as one of the best nutritional products for raising young Pokemon. Because production was limited, Moo Moo Ranch milk was almost always sold through pre-orders, and its price never dropped. Rumor even had it that Moo Moo Ranch produced a special kind of Miltank milk that could not only promote healthy growth in Pokemon, but, with long-term consumption, could even improve a young Pokemon's potential. In short, Whitney's family controlled an extremely valuable and rare Pokemon-related resource. They had both wealth and influence, ranking among Jotto's most powerful families, on par with the family of James. For Sato, however, Whitney's family background was less striking than her gym leader status. In the Gold, Silver, Crystal games, she had been one of the hardest gym leaders to defeat. Anyone challenging her as soon as they arrived in Goldenrod City would almost certainly get their entire team swept by her Miltank's deadly combo of defense curl and rollout. Whitney, let me introduce you. This is the trainer I told you about before, Sato. Sato, this is Whitney, currently the acting gym leader of Goldenrod. She's very strong, just a little weaker than me, Daisy said with a smile after settling things with Whitney, introducing her two friends to each other. Sato was more than happy to meet a young, influential figure like Whitney. Expanding his network of talented peers was always a good thing, especially when this particular heiress was the successor to Moo Moo Ranch. If he could obtain some high-grade Miltank milk through her, that would be even better. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sato, a traveling trainer on a journey for training and growth. Thinking so, Sato removed the Ditto skin disguise mask he'd been wearing, stood, and stepped forward to greet her. His demeanor was calm, neither arrogant nor servile, showing no trace of intimidation or inferiority despite Whitney's prestigious background. Whitney, being Daisy's close friend, clearly had a kind personality. She didn't put on airs despite her status. She was also experienced enough to judge people well. After seeing Sato and his Pokemon with her own eyes, she could tell Daisy hadn't exaggerated. This trainer, who carried an air of righteousness mixed with something slightly unsettling, was truly skilled. Whitney knew exactly how strong Daisy was, she had battled her before. Though Daisy hadn't used her best Pokemon at the time, she had been clear that Sato's Pokemon were at about the same level as the ones she used then. What did that mean? It meant this trainer of common birth had defeated Daisy of the prestigious Oak family in a fair battle. Whitney understood perfectly what that implied. In terms of raising Pokemon, Sato's talent was no less than Daisy's, perhaps even greater. Give it 5 or 6 years, and this young man might very well be an Elite Four level, or a pseudo-champion level trainer, someone even her father and uncle would treat with full respect. Truly, never underestimate a young underdog. More telling still was Whitney's Miltank's reaction. The Pokémon, handpicked for her by her grandfather from among countless Miltank at the ranch, had a special danger-sensing ability. Now, it was shrinking back and watching Sato with clear fear in its eyes. This ability had saved Whitney from danger many times in her adventurous youth. In fact, the only other time she had seen her Miltank this scared was when her father had taken her to meet Jotto's Ice-type Elite Four member, Price, known as the teacher of winter's harshness. Price was a man feared by all of Jotto's criminal organizations, a trainer so powerful that some claimed he surpassed even the current Jotto champion. In truth, that was likely correct, he had simply declined the champion position due to his age. Seeing the same reaction from her Miltank now, Whitney immediately understood, Sato was dangerous. The kind of person you could befriend, but must never offend. My name's Whitney. I'm very glad to finally meet you, Sato. I've heard about you from Daisy for a while and wanted to get to know you. I'm especially happy you beat her, she's always bullying me, so you winning is kind of revenge on my behalf, Whitney said with a bright smile as she shook his hand, half joking. Oh, and here, this is Miltank milk from my family's ranch. It's top quality. If you ever need more, you can contact me. Moo Moo Ranch has branches in major cities across the regions. From her Clefairy bag, Whitney took out a bottle of Miltank milk that glowed with a faint milky white light. She handed it to the eager Piku beside Sato, then gave him a gold-edged business card with a sunny smile. These are some little souvenirs from my travels. I think you'll like them. Seeing Piku already drinking the milk happily, Sato decided to reciprocate. He thought for a moment, then took out 2 pigeon egg-sized pink diamonds, handing one to each girl. These pink diamonds had been given to him by Vanna as thanks for his help, just a small part of a pouch containing hundreds of high-grade gems. These 2, however, were the largest he had, each worth at least 2 to 3 million poke dollars on the market. As expected, women loved shiny things, especially beautiful and rare pink diamonds. Whitney and Daisy's eyes were instantly fixed on them, and when Sato handed them over, the 2 girls couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 632, Chapter 631, The Dragon Girl. Sato used 2 rare pink diamonds to quickly close the distance between himself and the 2 beautiful girls. In an instant, he seemed to have become a rare kind of male best friend to them, and they began speaking freely in his presence. During their conversation, Sato also deepened his understanding of Whitney and Daisy. Whitney, though outspoken and sometimes careless with her words, was never vague when it came to serious matters. She was an energetic young lady on the outside, but with a refined and delicate heart on the inside. Daisy, on the other hand, completely refreshed Sato's impression of her. He had thought she was the type of gentle, intellectual woman, but in reality, she had the heart of a bold, competitive fighter. When around those she was close to, Daisy would drop her polite facade, and the moment the topic turned to battles, her fighting spirit would blaze to life. Naturally, a dining table with 2 striking girls was bound to draw attention, especially since their table was already in the spotlight. Soon enough, it seemed as though nearly every gaze in the room was directed toward Sato's table. Sato, who disliked attracting too much attention, felt a bit helpless. With no better solution, he asked the 2 girls, who now held him in much higher regard, if they minded him wearing the Ditto Skin disguise mask again. They agreed. Both Whitney and Daisy were very talkative. For most of the meal, Sato only needed to say a few words here and there, giving brief opinions. However, toward the latter half, the 2 girls seemed to team up to get him talking more. So, Sato gave them a condensed version of the events he had experienced over the past month on the mysterious island. His adventures in that single month were more thrilling than what many ordinary trainers might experience in a lifetime. Hearing about them left both girls wide-eyed in astonishment. Oh my Arceus, you were surrounded by wild Pokémon every day there, and yet you're still alive and well now. That's amazing. That trial from the high Elite 4-tier Venusaur sounded brutal, hell-level difficulty. I can't believe you came up with a way to get through it. If it were me, my brain would have given out at the first stage. If there's a chance, take me to that island to train sometime. Dangerous, sure, but definitely a place to grow stronger quickly. Both Whitney and Daisy expressed their admiration and amazement as they listened, clearly impressed by his perilous journey. Happy moments always pass quickly, and soon the afternoon round of battles began. Sato had already fought 4 matches that morning. Since winning 5 matches would secure a spot in the second stage of the competition, he only needed 1 more victory. In the 5th match, Sato once again won with ease, securing his place in Stage 2. However, after 5 rounds, more than half the participants had been eliminated, leaving only 120 contestants, none of them weaklings. Thus, in his first battle of Stage 2, Sato encountered a formidable opponent. In the central battle arena of Goldenrod City, a massive outdoor venue capable of holding thousands, Sato now faced a blue-haired girl holding a whip. They stood at opposite ends of the field, the stands completely packed with spectators. Go, Claire. I bet my entire fortune on you, show that Kanto boy the might of the dragon girl. Claire, my goddess. Look this way, please. I'll cheer for you with my life. Hey, Kanto kid. Just surrender already. You think you can beat her dragon pseudo-legendary? Wait too long and your Pokemon will be smashed to bits. The cheers were overwhelmingly one-sided, almost entirely for the whip-wielding blue-haired girl. Almost no one was cheering for Sato. Sato, however, ignored the biased crowd. His focus was locked on the blue-haired girl whose cold, sharp gaze met his. In truth, he was excited to face her. The girl wore a blue one-piece battle dress, a large white gemstone at her chest. She had blue leather gloves, black wristbands, long slender legs in blue leather boots, and a black and red cape draped over her shoulders. Combined with the dragon-like aura radiating from her, she exuded heroic elegance and noble mystery. Yes, Sato's first opponent in Stage 2 was none other than Claire, the cousin of the Dragon Master Lance. This prodigy from Blackthorn City had practically debuted at her peak. After all, she was this year's Jotto League runner-up. Hurry it up, referee. Don't waste time. After glancing at Sato for a moment, Claire nodded slightly, then cracked her whip against the ground before the nervous referee, her expression icy. Why yes. Spin the roulette. Not daring to argue, the referee relayed instructions via radio to the staff. The large screen soon displayed the results. The battlefield would be grass terrain, and Sato would send out his Pokemon first. Grass field, huh? Then it's you, Nidoking, to battle. At the referee's signal, Sato pulled out a Pokeball and tossed it high. Nido. In a flash, Nidoking landed on the lush grass with the weight of a boulder, letting out a roar so loud it drowned out the audience's cheers. Take flight, Altaria, this battle is yours to command. Claire studied Nidoking with a serious look, then took out a blue Pokeball bearing a black dragon claw emblem. She tossed it, releasing a graceful Altaria. With a flap of its wings, the Pokemon soared upward, disappearing into the clouds within seconds. Chapter 633, Chapter 632, Playing Possum. Altaria, a dragon, and flying-type Pokemon, has feathers like white clouds. Once it flies into real clouds, it's almost impossible to track its movements. It possesses a singing voice of incomparable beauty, capable of enchanting anyone who hears it, making them feel as if they've stepped into a dream. In the games, Altaria's Mega Evolution gives it the rare dragon and fairy-type combination, along with the ability Pixelate. In mirror matches, it's a fierce contender, earning it the tongue-in-cheek nickname, Dragon Trader. When Sato saw Claire send out an Altaria, all this information flashed in his mind. Using his system's scanning ability to check its data, he quickly realized this battle would be a tricky one. Altaria's data. Pokemon, Altaria. Level. Type, Dragon/Flying. Ability, Natural Cure. Gender, Female. Known moves, Peck, Growl, Astonish, Sing, Fury Attack, Safeguard, Disarming Voice, Mist, Round, Natural Gift, Takedown, Refresh, Mirror Move, Cotton Guard, Dragon Breath, Sky Attack, Pluck, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Perish Song. Egg moves, Agility, Dragon Rush. Tutor moves, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Dragon Claw. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Electric, Tailwind, Hyper Beam, Steel Wing, Iron Tail, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Roost, Solar Beam, Double Team, Fly, Aerial Ace. Held item, Leftovers. IVs. HP, 28/. Attack, 30/. Defense, 28/. Special Attack, 29/. Special Defense, 31/. Speed, 27/. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 173. No wonder, she's a direct descendant of one of Jotto's top Pokemon clans. Even her casual Pokemon have such a massive move pool. And as expected, the dragon-taming families really do know how to teach Draco Meteor and Outrage. This Altaria clearly isn't even her main Pokemon, yet it still knows both of those high-powered dragon-type moves. Seeing the data on his scanner, Sato couldn't help but envy the huge resources backing Claire. Even a non-main dragon was armed with such powerful moves. But Sato wasn't the type to wallow in self-pity. His envy vanished in less than a heartbeat, and he began working out a plan to defeat Altaria based on Nidoking's capabilities. In the games, it would be simple. Sheer Force Nidoking with a Life Orb could easily one-shot Altaria with Ice Beam, a move with perfect accuracy in normal conditions. No complicated strategy needed. But this was reality, and in reality, there was a certain overpowered move, Dodge. If you're familiar with it, yes, it's the move Ash famously abuses in battles. But here, it's not just Ash, even random trainers can use it. As long as Claire wasn't a fool, she had plenty of ways to make Altaria avoid Nidoking's Ice Beam using Protect, Double Team, countering with another powerful move, or simply evading with a burst of speed. In real battles, there are countless ways to neutralize a super effective move. That's why trainers are valuable, their tactics and timing are what make Pokemon battles truly compelling. So forget about Dragon Slayers or Dragon Traders. In reality, one-on-one, most dragon types, especially those with a wide move pool and the ability to fly, can easily beat the so-called counters that wreck them in the games. That's why Sato knew Ice Beam couldn't be used carelessly, it had to be saved for the killing blow. If it didn't secure the KO, Nidoking could be in serious trouble. After all, this opponent could fly, and with Dragon Dance it could steadily build up an advantage and potentially sweep 2 Pokemon in a row. The best plan, in Sato's mind, was to convince the opponent that Nidoking didn't know any Ice-type moves, bait out Altaria's defensive tactics, and then strike with Ice Beam or Ice Punch when her guard was down. Altaria, let's greet them with a beautiful song, you sing. Claire didn't give Sato much time to think. The moment the referee announced the start, she ordered her Altaria, already hidden among the clouds, to act. A moment later, a long, clear, and enchanting melody floated down from a white cloud overhead. Many who heard it, both people and Pokemon, began closing their eyes, utterly captivated. Claire, having heard Altaria's song many times before, was immune to its effect. With her strong willpower, she stood firm, eyes locked on the battlefield. Sato, as a psychic, was naturally unaffected by Altaria's wide-area hypnotic song, his mental defenses were too strong for ordinary sleep tactics. But at this moment, Sato decided to play dirty. He pretended to grow drowsy, just like the referee beside him, and even used telepathy to have Nidoking feign sleep as well. In truth, with a post-evolution mental power boost, Nidoking was far too strong-minded to be affected by Sing. But under Sato's orders, he yawned, drooped his eyelids, and eventually flopped onto the ground, asleep. A trained eye could have spotted the bad acting instantly, but Claire, raised under the strict training of her clan and rarely watching TV dramas, was far too straightforward to suspect anything. Humph, all bark and no bite. Altaria. Finish him with Dragon Pulse. Seeing both Sato and Nidoking apparently asleep like the rest of the audience, Claire smirked and launched her attack. From the clouds, Altaria swooped down to less than 100 meters above the ground, releasing a massive, roaring dragon-shaped wave aimed straight at Nidoking. But just before it hit, Nidoking's eyes snapped open, flashing with blue light. His life orb pulsed with a pink-purple glow, and in an instant, a shimmering psychic barrier enveloped him. Unleashing psychic-induced confusion, Nidoking's sheer force and life orb both activated, boosting the base 50 power move to a fierce 84.5 power strike. The dragon-shaped wave froze midair, caught by invisible psychic power. Under Nidoking's mental grip, the dragon head twisted around, and in the next second, it surged back toward Altaria at full speed. Chapter 634, Chapter 633, Terrifying Power. Use Aerial Ace with Double Team to attack. Faced with the sudden counterattack, Claire, who had been focused on the battlefield the entire time, showed no panic. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she issued her command without hesitation. Well trained under the guidance of a direct descendant of the dragon-taming clan, Altaria reacted instantly. Upon hearing Claire's order, a surge of powerful flying-type energy burst from her body. She suddenly shifted a meter to the right, narrowly avoiding the incoming dragon pulse as it roared past. Immediately afterward, Altaria dove sharply toward Nidoking, splitting into 9 identical copies as she descended, each mirroring the real one's movements perfectly as they rushed down together. Seeing this, Sato's expression grew even more serious. Under Claire's command, Altaria had not only dodged the rebounded dragon pulse with the instantaneous burst of Aerial Ace, but had also launched such a fierce counterattack. Third from the left, use Thunderbolt. He was calm as ever. With his psychic sensing, he could instantly distinguish the real Altaria from the fake ones, and so Nidoking moved to intercept without hesitation. Sparking electricity flared from the horn on Nidoking's head, and the life orb at his chest flashed with a pink-violet glow once again. The shimmering pinkish-violet aura returned to his body. A moment later, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel shot from Nidoking's horn, forming a massive serpent of electricity that struck directly at the third Altaria, from the left. Claire had been surprised once before by Sato, but seeing him instantly see through Altaria's almost flawless double-team illusions shocked her even more. In truth, if she herself hadn't spent years by Altaria's side, developing a deep, wordless bond, she wouldn't be able to tell the real one apart either. She was equally astonished by Nidoking. Although she had sensed his unusual power earlier, she hadn't expected his moves to be so fearsome, that Thunder Serpent was genuinely intimidating. What's more, Claire knew that after using Aerial Ace to dodge Dragon Pulse, Altaria's wing muscles could not produce another explosive burst in such a short time. Now that her real body had been found, she had no choice but to face the attack head-on. The best defense is offense. Break through, Altaria, use Dragon Rush. Claire, raised to be fiercely competitive, didn't back down. She didn't choose Protect to defend, but instead commanded Altaria to meet the attack head-on with Dragon Rush, the most powerful dragon-type move after Outrage. Choo! Knowing her trainer's personality, Altaria let out a sharp cry. A surge of pure dragon-type energy erupted from her, transforming her into a comet-shaped dragon as she charged directly at the incoming Thunder Serpent. A moment later, the Comet Dragon collided with Nidoking's ferocious Thunder Serpent. Rumble. The booming thunder woke the spectators who had been lulled to sleep by Altaria's earlier sing. Through the blinding flashes of electricity, they saw the dragon comet fighting its way up the pillar of lightning, inch by inch. But as it advanced, the comet grew smaller and smaller, until it stalled a third of the way from the top. Although Dragon Rush could reach a terrifying base power of 150, it required a long dive to unleash its full potential. The rushed execution greatly weakened it. Nidoking's Thunderbolt, on the other hand, had been unleashed at full strength, and with the sheer force ability and life orb boost, its effective power reached a staggering 152.1, 90 by 1.3 by 1.3. With this difference, even though Altaria was 6 levels higher, she was destined to lose this clash. Under the power of Thunderbolt, the energy cloak formed by Dragon Rush was quickly stripped away, leaving Altaria's body exposed to the raging lightning serpent. In an instant, countless currents slammed into her, dealing massive damage. Boom. The unstable electric energy erupted in a violent explosion, sending a scorched Altaria flying back toward Claire's side of the field. Sato, seeing Nidoking emerge victorious from the clash, allowed himself a satisfied smile. He had expected Nidoking to win, but seeing Altaria's sudden burst of power had still made him worry for a moment. Damn it. Altaria, don't lose. Get up. On the other side, Claire bit her lip, unwilling to accept defeat, and urged Altaria to rise. True to her dragon-type resilience, and aided by the leftover she carried, Altaria, though struck head-on by a thunderbolt of 152 power, still retained fighting strength. Encouraged, she got back up and tried to take flight again. But Sato had no intention of letting her. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken, now was the time to press the attack. As Altaria prepared to spread her wings, Nidoking, following a hidden signal from Sato, struck again, this time with Sludge Bomb. Being a same-type attack bonus move, and further boosted by sheer force and the life orb, Sludge Bomb's effective power reached a terrifying 228.15, 90 by 1.5 by 1.3 times 1.3. A half-meter wide sphere of venomous energy shot from Nidoking's mouth like a cannonball, streaking toward the just-rising Altaria. Use Protect. Fly up. Claire's face turned pale. She knew Altaria couldn't withstand this attack in her current state, so she immediately ordered Protect. But to the shock of the audience, Claire, and even Sato himself, Altaria's emerald green energy shield actually shattered under the sludge bomb. Boom. The toxic energy exploded on contact with the barrier, the blast so intense that the shield cracked like glass and disintegrated in less than 3 seconds. A cry of pain rang out, and then abruptly fell silent. Chapter 635, Chapter 634, Someone Else's Shiny Pokemon. A dozen seconds later, the thick smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, revealing the scene on the battlefield to both trainers and spectators. The once lush, green grass field was now devastated, and Altaria lay in a massive crater, covered in wounds and long unconscious. On the other side of the battlefield, Nidoking still stood proudly, gazing calmly at the opponent he had just defeated. In the stands, most spectators wore expressions of disbelief, unable to accept the fact that Claire's Altaria had been defeated by the Nidoking of an unknown trainer. For a moment, it was as if time froze, and the entire venue fell into an unnervingly eerie silence. Altaria is unable to battle. The winner is Nidoking. Blue side trainer, please send out your next Pokemon. The referee paid no mind to the crowd's feelings. After silently counting several seconds without Altaria getting back up, he immediately raised one flag and declared the result loudly. Whoa! In the next moment, a wave of noise swept through the stands. Excited voices rose alongside enthusiastic applause until the entire arena resounded with clapping. Perhaps Sato was not from Jotto, making him less likable to many local-born spectators, but victory was still victory, and they were not stingy in offering applause to the winner. Claire, as expected of someone from a top-tier trainer family, had remarkable composure. She showed no discouragement over Altaria's loss, nor was she swayed by the change in the crowd's attitude. Instead, her eyes seemed to blaze with even greater fighting spirit as she locked her gaze on Sato. Come back, Altaria, you did well. Unknown Strong One, I apologize. Please forgive my earlier arrogance. From here on, I will do my utmost to defeat you. Let's go, Kingdra, enjoy this battle to your heart's content. She returned Altaria to its Pokeball, put away her whip, looked Sato straight in the eye, and then tossed a Pokeball with the Dragon Claw emblem high into the air. The moment it opened, a muffled boom of thunder rumbled from the sky above the battlefield, and the thick white clouds visibly darkened to black. As the first raindrop fell from the now overcast sky, a nearly 3-meter-tall purple Kingdra landed steadily on the grass. Its eyes were still closed, but when they opened to reveal blood-red irises, an oppressive dragon-type aura burst forth. In that instant, a streak of lightning cut across the clouded sky. Many spectators went pale, and when the accompanying thunder cracked, some weak ones even fainted on the spot. Whoa! A purple Kingdra, that's a shiny Pokemon. It's here. Claire's ace, the shiny Kingdra. Incredible. That pressure earlier, that was dragon pressure, right? I've seen it on TV before. I thought it was just for show, but it's real. No wonder so many people fainted. This time that Kanto kid is done for. Claire's shiny Kingdra once had a terrifying 6-opponent sweep in the Silver Conference. Don't count him out just yet. If this Kanto trainer could force Claire to send out her ace, then she clearly acknowledges his strength. Calling the match now might get you slapped in the face later. Come on, Claire. I've bet everything I own on you winning, you must win. Seeing Claire send out her shiny Kingdra sent a surge of excitement through the crowd. Many Jotto locals cheered her name passionately once again. Shiny Kingdra. Sato's eyes lit up in surprise at the sight of a purple Kingdra whose very entrance altered the weather. This was the first time he had seen someone pull out a shiny Pokemon against him, and not just any Pokemon, but a dragon type radiating some special power. In the next moment, he activated his system's scanning function to check its stats, and the results made him realize he couldn't keep using Nidoking and the others for mere training in this match. Shiny Kingdra, data. Level. Type, Water/Dragon. Ability, Swift Swim. Gender, male. Known moves, Hydro Pump, Yawn, Bubble, Smokescreen, Leer, Water Gun, Twister, Bubble Beam, Focus Energy, Brine, Agility, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance. Egg moves, Dragon Rage, Outrage. Tutor moves, Draco Meteor, Dragon Breath, Bounce. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Poison, Hyper Beam, Surf, Waterfall, Dive, Whirlpool, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Double Team, Scald, Giga Impact, Octazooka. Held item, Dragon Fang. IVs, out of 31. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 176. Shiny ability, Sea Dragon King. A shiny Kingdra is a prodigy among the Dragon clan, possessing an exceptionally noble bloodline. It is born with weather manipulation abilities rivaling those of an adult Dragonair, and its base stats are increased by 20%. If my Rain team had a shiny Kingdra like this, it would be perfect. Sato's eyes gleamed as his heart pounded at the sight of its stats, especially the unique shiny ability. From the data alone, it was clear just how exceptional this Kingdra was. Its individual values and qualities were top tier, and on top of that, it possessed an immensely powerful shiny exclusive trait. Even without considering its Dragonair level weather control, just the 20% increase in base stats was enough to drive trainers mad with envy. A normal Kingdra's base stat total was 540, with the 20% boost, this shiny Kingdra reached a staggering 648, higher than pseudo-legendaries by 48 points, with even greater potential than most dragon pseudo-legendaries. Sato could easily imagine Claire rising to the very top of the trainer world in the future if she simply raised this shiny Kingdra well. It's hard to imagine. With such a powerful dragon type, she still only placed second in this Jotto league. Just how strong was the champion? The league truly is full of hidden monsters. Shaking off the unrealistic thought of somehow claiming Claire's shiny Kingdra for himself, Sato sighed inwardly. Since Miss Claire thinks so highly of me, I won't hold back either. Let's enjoy this battle. But I have no intention of stopping here. Tell your shiny Kingdra not to get itself killed out of arrogance. Come out, Swampert. We found a worthy opponent, fight with everything you've got. Gathering his focus, Sato called out his next Pokemon. The moment the Pokeball burst open under the pouring rain, a massive Swampert appeared on the field. Swamp. The instant Swampert appeared, it felt the overwhelming dragon aura coming from shiny Kingdra and instantly became agitated. Its muscles swelled, its body rose even higher, transforming into a hulking muscular beast. Slamming its massive hands into the ground, it let out a deafening roar. The entire battlefield shook violently, and a primal, beastly aura erupted from Swampert, one that not only caused more spectators to faint but also completely overpowered shiny Kingdra's dragon pressure. Chapter 636, Chapter 635, The Battlefield Changes. Roar. The shiny Kingdra, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Swampert, had a faint red glint flash in his crimson dragon eyes before letting out an enraged bellow in response to the challenger's intimidation. At the same time, a fierce fighting spirit erupted from him. If it weren't for Claire not having issued an order yet, he might have already charged in to teach this audacious Swampert, who dared to provoke his authority, a harsh lesson. Truth be told, ever since Claire saw her Altaria get effortlessly defeated by Sato's Nidoking, her opinion of him had changed completely. She had always known Sato was strong, but she hadn't imagined he'd be this strong. Pokemon like Swampert, brimming with a murderous presence, were nothing new to Claire, who had grown up in Blackthorn City, the Dragon Clan's main stronghold. She'd seen many, such as her father's champion-level Dragonite, or the ancient dragon types deep within the Dragon's Den, some of whom might have been centuries older than her. The pressure they exuded was at least as great, if not greater, than what she felt from the Swampert before her. As a child, every time she saw her father's Dragonite, even though it always behaved kindly, she couldn't help trembling all over, unable to look it in the eye. Only after she grew older did that fear gradually fade. That's why Claire understood perfectly well the terrifying nature of Pokemon like Swampert. Not only were they battle-hardened veterans with far more combat experience than the average Pokemon, but they had also survived countless life-or-death encounters, with uncountable fallen foes behind them. She knew that once you engaged such a fearsome Pokemon in battle, you had to be at your absolute peak. Otherwise, her shiny Kingdra could very well be killed outright by an enraged Swampert. Pokemon like Swampert, having fought through so many deadly duels, were masters of simple yet deadly combat techniques, with razor-sharp timing. In game terms, their chance of landing a critical hit was far higher than that of ordinary Pokemon, one mistake and they could dispatch their opponent in an instant. As for her shiny Kingdra, Claire knew him inside and out. While they had spent years training together in the family's Forbidden Dragon's Den, their actual life-and-death battle experience was scarce. If they clashed head-on with a monster like Swampert, Kingdra would be at a severe disadvantage. Even so, neither Claire nor her Kingdra felt a shred of fear. Only burning battle intent filled their hearts. Because of the oppressive aura radiating from both Pokemon, not all spectators in the arena remained conscious and aware. The ones still standing looked pale and shaken. The stadium was eerily silent, the only sound being the steady shhhhhh of rain falling from above. Kingdra, Dragon Dance, then look for an opening to use Hydro Pump. As soon as the trembling referee announced the start of the battle, Claire immediately ordered her Kingdra to seize the initiative, using his most practiced fighting style against Swampert. In the rain, the swift swim-enabled shiny Kingdra's speed was astonishing. At Claire's command, he began darting quickly across the battlefield while performing a set of deliberate body movements to execute Dragon Dance. In no time, he had smoothly completed one round of Dragon Dance while on the move, his body radiating the glow of increased power. Unfortunately, Swampert's vigilance was extraordinary. No matter how Kingdra shifted his position to find a blind spot in Swampert's defenses, the opponent always anticipated his moves and blocked him. As a result, his Hydro Pump attacks nearly all missed, and those that didn't were countered by Swampert's evasions, whether by dig, by creating ice walls with Ice Punch, or by stomping the ground to raise earthen barriers. Still, Kingdra was in no rush. He knew that as long as he kept using Dragon Dance, his speed would only get faster and his physical attack stronger. Eventually, Swampert, forever on the defensive, might fall to a single decisive blow. Of course, Sato wasn't about to just watch while Kingdra stacked Dragon Dance boosts. He knew the importance of speed in battle. So he immediately ordered Swampert to unleash Icy Wind as a wide-area attack. Even if it didn't deal much damage, its guaranteed speed reduction effect would offset Kingdra's boosts. At the same time, using telepathic communication, he secretly instructed Swampert to subtly alter the terrain around them. Swampert's mastery of Icy Wind was far beyond what it once had been. On the mysterious island, he had refined it through constant practice into a deadly battlefield tool, especially useful in large-scale skirmishes. With his massive lung capacity, Swampert exhaled a blast of frigid, ice-blue wind that instantly covered the wet grass in a thin layer of frost. As a move tied closely to the force of wind, Icy Wind had an extremely wide range. Even with Kingdra's rain-boosted speed, he couldn't completely avoid it. Over time, the repeated Icy Wind slowed Kingdra rather than speeding him up. Frost clung stubbornly to his body, sapping his warmth and making his movements increasingly stiff. Seeing her swift swim boosted Kingdra losing ground in a rain-soaked battle, and Swampert showing little sign of tiring, Claire's expression shifted several times. Kingdra, charge in. Use Waterfall. Knowing she couldn't let this drag on, and with Kingdra's attack now tripled from 3 Dragon Dance boosts, Claire ordered a direct assault. The rain clouds summoned by Kingdra's ability poured down relentlessly, and soon the grassy field was submerged, slowly transforming into a water battlefield. With the terrain change, Kingdra's speed and agility increased, he was far faster in water than on land. At Claire's order, he let out an excited roar, surging straight towards Swampert's flank. A torrent of white-capped water wrapped around him, and soon he was engulfed within it, transforming into a massive, roaring water dragon. The watery dragon charged straight for Swampert, sweeping away every obstacle with tsunami-like force. But when it came within 10 meters of its target, it suddenly sank downward, its speed plummeting. By the time it was almost upon Swampert, most of its body was already mired in the ground, mixing with muddy water, looking less like a fearsome dragon and more like a loach playing in the muck. Chapter 637, Chapter 636, Shattering the Dragon's Head with a Fist. What on earth is going on? Kingdra, abandon the attack and retreat immediately. Seeing the shiny Kingdra, after 3 dragon dance boosts, summon a water dragon with waterfall, only for it to run aground in the muddy terrain, Claire's heart filled with suspicion. She instantly knew that Sato and Swampert were behind this, so she promptly ordered Kingdra to pull back. Unfortunately, the shiny Kingdra had already sunk too deep. In this thick, murky mud, it could hardly move an inch. In the end, its assault turned into a joke. Swampert, who moved like a fish in water in the muddy terrain, easily dodged its attacks and, with minimal effort, swept it away with a heavy iron tail, sending it skidding a fair distance through the mud. This muddy field was, of course, created under Sato's secret instructions. With its exceptional mastery over ground-type energy, Swampert could easily fend off the shiny Kingdra with icy wind while secretly using part of its focus to reshape the surrounding terrain. In fact, the rain summoned by shiny Kingdra had been a huge help. Without the downpour, Swampert would have needed much more time to create such a vast stretch of mud. Finish it, use Icy Hammer. Seeing his opponent fully trapped in the carefully woven snare, Sato smiled faintly and seized the opportunity to command Swampert to launch a fierce offensive. Swampert immediately ducked under the mud, reappearing seconds later behind shiny Kingdra, its right fist now encased in a massive icy gauntlet radiating terrifying fighting and ice-type energy. Bounce, then use Dragon Pulse. But just as Swampert's sandbag-sized fist was about to smash into Kingdra's back, Claire's grim expression turned into a confident smile as she shouted the command. A flash of sharp light appeared in Kingdra's eyes. Using its coiled tail, it slammed downward into the mud beneath it. When its tail struck the steel plating hidden under the mud, Kingdra launched upward like a rocket, narrowly escaping Swampert's crushing blow. Swampert, overcommit and now missing its target, stumbled forward from the momentum, face-planting into the mud. At that moment, shiny Kingdra unleashed a surge of pure dragon-type energy. A massive dragon-shaped wave burst from its mouth, crashing down onto the prone Swampert. A thunderous boom shook the battlefield, followed by another violent explosion. This time, Claire's quick thinking and improvisation turned the tide, tipping the momentum in her favor. Impressive, but still nowhere near enough to take Swampert out of the fight. Even as he praised her counterattack, Sato remained calm and unshaken, showing no concern over Swampert taking a direct hit. The heavy rain soon washed away the explosion's smoke, revealing a massive crater where Swampert had been, yet the Pokémon itself was nowhere to be seen. Claire and Kingdra's expressions tightened. Both knew that Swampert had not been taken out. Kingdra, get out of the mud, now. Claire knew the muddy field was Swampert's home turf, perfectly suited for a water/ground type. If Swampert was staying hidden, she wasn't going to wait. She had Kingdra move toward the edge of the mud, intending to lure Swampert into revealing itself. She also made a mental note: after this match, Kingdra would begin earthquake training. Sure enough, as soon as Kingdra started moving, faint tremors rippled through the mud around it. Behind you, use hydro pump. Claire kept her eyes locked on the surface ripples. When the water disturbance behind Kingdra grew more intense than anywhere else, she gave the order. Trusting Claire completely, Kingdra didn't hesitate. It whipped around, unleashing a massive torrent of high-pressure water. But instead of Swampert, a column of earthy yellow energy, summoned by Swampert's earth power, shot upward from the mud. Kingdra's hydro pump collided with the energy column, triggering a huge explosion that blasted Kingdra backward, slamming it heavily into the mud. Freeze the mud beneath it with Ice Beam. Don't let it escape this time. The moment Sato heard Claire's command, his eyes narrowed. She had taken the bait. Using telepathy, he ordered Swampert to act. Breaking through the surface, Swampert unleashed a beam of icy blue energy straight at Kingdra's location. Under the beam's chilling power, the muddy ground instantly hardened into frozen earth. The water-soaked Kingdra was quickly encased in a thick layer of ice from head to tail. In seconds, shiny Kingdra had become an ice sculpture, its lower body trapped in the frozen ground. End it, with Earth Ice Hammer. Seeing his prey immobilized, Sato's smile widened. He ordered Swampert to unleash its strongest combo technique. Swamp. With a roar, Swampert charged. A fearsome earthen gauntlet, rhymed with frost and pulsing with raw energy, formed over its right arm. Claire didn't know exactly what Earth Ice Hammer was, but she could tell it was devastating. If it landed, Kingdra would be finished. Don't lose. Kingdra, break free, use Aqua Dragon King. It was her most desperate command, Kingdra's strongest combination move, blending Waterfall and Outrage into a dual water/dragon type attack. This was a technique passed down by her clan, not one she had invented herself. Though frozen, Kingdra's consciousness remained sharp and its blood had not yet chilled. At her call, a surge of hidden strength erupted within it. Crack crack. The ice and permafrost around Kingdra began to fracture. Just as Swampert's fist closed in, Kingdra broke free, surrounded by immense water and dragon-type energies. These forces merged into the form of a colossal dual-element energy dragon, roaring to life. The two attacks met head-on, Swampert's giant fist against the energy dragon's head. Boom boom boom. Shockwaves exploded outward, the force so great that even the rain avoided the space between them. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, many of whom had long since regained consciousness, the giant fist proved stronger. After 2 or 3 seconds of deadlock, it shattered the dragon's head and crashed into Kingdra's body. A deafening thud shook the entire battlefield. Kingdra's body became a streak of purple light, slamming deep into the already damaged arena wall. The thick steel plates behind it warped under the terrifying impact. Hey guys, so I have a small announcement to make. I'll now be posting 8 to 9 chapters a week, at least for a while. Don't worry, I'll still be posting regularly, just a little less than what I'm doing. Since the very beginning, I've tried my best to post 2 chapters a day and at least 14 chapters a week, but I'm simply unable to do so currently. I'm busy with my day job and I'm also starting to take on new work and projects, making time scarce for me. Still, I'll make sure to post more chapters whenever I can, like I've always done, and in the meantime, I'll make good on my word and regularly post 32 to 36 chapters a month, so there'll still be plenty for everyone to read. That's all guys. Thank you for your continued support and understanding. Chapter 638, Chapter 637, The Troubles Fame Brings. At dusk, in Pokemon centers large and small throughout Goldenrod City, crowds of trainers were gathered in front of TVs, watching the broadcast images from a certain battle. Those trainers who couldn't squeeze into the crowd clenched their teeth, paid the fee, and logged onto a Pokemon Center computer to watch the replay online instead. As they watched the battle between the 2 trainers' Pokemon, their faces showed everything from solemn focus to awe to pure excitement. When the scene of the final clash between the last 2 Pokemon appeared, the room erupted in shouts and exclamations. Incredible. That Swampert's combo called Earth-Ice Hammer must be at least a triple technique combination, maybe even 4 moves chained together. Otherwise, there's no way a shiny Kingdra using Aqua Dragon King as a same-type dual technique combo would have lost. Maybe. But remember that shiny Kingdra was frozen solid and only broke free at the very last second before using Aqua Dragon King. It's obvious the power suffered from being rushed, it could be that. Either way, Claire really lost badly this time. That young trainer from Kanto is terrifyingly strong. Indeed, the video being replayed in the Pokemon centers was the recent battle between Sato and Claire. Trainers all across Goldenrod, and even at popular trainer hangouts, were in heated discussions about the spectacular fight. Claire was undoubtedly one of the Jotto League's leading young trainers. As the only daughter of the most powerful gym leader in Jotto and the direct heir to a major clan, every move she made was closely watched by countless trainers. Now, this dazzling rising star had been defeated, and not just defeated, but beaten even when using her ace Pokemon, and beaten by an unknown trainer from Kanto. And the result was 2-0. A complete and crushing loss. As soon as the result hit, the Jotto trainer forums exploded. Many young Jotto trainers refused to believe it, and under the prodding of some troublemakers, they began raising doubts, insults, and outright slander about the match. But once they watched the full video, and especially after a well-known elite trainer on the forum stated outright that Sato possessed top-tier pseudo-elite 4-level strength, those voices of doubt and insult vanished. There had been no cheating at all. Any trainer who wasn't a fool could see that Claire hadn't lost because she was weak, she'd lost because her opponent was too strong. When Jotto's trainers finally calmed down and admitted Sato's strength, their attention turned to the once unknown trainer himself. With some instigation from certain individuals, forum posts began appearing to smear Sato's reputation, with even wilder claims, such as him being a Kanto assassin sent specifically to target Claire, for the purpose of humiliating the Jotto League and the Dragon Clan. At that point, some Kanto trainers active in Jotto had had enough. Why should their compatriot be attacked for winning? They began openly defending Sato and attacking the mindless sore losers. Soon, the Jotto trainer forums were ablaze with flame wars, both sides trading barbs in an atmosphere thick with gunpowder. While this online brawl raged on, the man at the center of it, Sato, was leisurely enjoying a lavish meal in a private room of a fancy restaurant, surrounded by his Pokemon. With him were Daisy and Whitney. These people online are disgusting, Daisy fumed, glaring at her high-end communicator, worth 100,000 Poke dollars, basically a Pokemon World smartphone. It was just a battle, and they use such vile words to slander you, calling you some sniper sent after Claire to make the Jotto League and Dragon Clan look bad. What utter nonsense. Even simping has its limit. Eat something and calm down, Daisy. Look, the man in question isn't even angry, Whitney said with a laugh. This is just the work of online trolls stirring the pot, it's baseless. The Jotto League and Dragon Clan leadership would never blame Sato over something like this. If anything happened to him, they'd be the ones losing face. As a public figure herself, Whitney had seen plenty of online mudslinging. She immediately cut to the heart of the matter, trying to show Daisy it wasn't worth getting upset. Whitney's right. Don't worry, Daisy. I'm fine. Honestly, I haven't even paid attention to any of it. Enough about these annoying things, right now is for enjoying dinner, Sato said with a relaxed smile. You're right. I shouldn't let trolls ruin the meal. Forget them, tell me about the battle with Claire. What were you thinking at the time? Daisy quickly came around, shutting off her communicator and pestering Sato for battle details. The truth was, even though he said he didn't care, Sato did mind, especially that one particularly malicious post Daisy had mentioned. He itched to track down the person who wrote it. Still, Sato knew he was famous now, at least in Jotto. In fact, the moment he saw Claire was his opponent, he knew fame was inevitable. After all, he'd be stepping over the direct heir of the Dragon clan. Staying unknown was impossible. But instead of being pleased, Sato found the attention bothersome. As a Team Rocket member and a future spy, he knew it was best to keep a low profile. That way, when he appeared under a different identity later, he could still use Pokemon like Swampert without arousing suspicion. Fortunately, he'd been cautious, he'd battled Claire under a false name. So now, most people only knew that a Kanto trainer named Kira Hayashi had beaten Claire, not Sato himself. In the matches ahead, I should avoid using new Pokemon unless absolutely necessary. The more Pokemon I reveal, the harder it'll be to use them safely under my other identity later. Fame isn't always a good thing, Sato thought to himself while recounting the battle to Daisy and Whitney. A sudden thought crossed his mind, maybe he should just drop out of the tournament entirely. Chapter 639, Chapter 638, Forceful Counterattack. In the end, Sato gave up on that somewhat irresponsible fleeting idea. He was already in the top 60, if he could just defeat 5 more opponents, he would earn 3 technical machines worth at least 20 million Poke Dollars in total, items that were incredibly hard to obtain. Moreover, he had already agreed to Daisy's request for a battle. He couldn't just ignore that. Not long ago, he'd owed Professor Oak a massive favor, and now to stand up his beloved granddaughter. That would be far too ungracious. Another key reason Sato chose to stay was exactly what Whitney had analyzed earlier. Some malicious people online were taking advantage of his victory over Claire to stir up hostile rumors targeting him, the Jotto League, and the Dragon Master clan. Sato himself could completely ignore these malicious rumors, he had no problem doing that, but for prominent forces like the Jotto League and the Dragon Master clan, it wasn't the same. If he slipped away quietly now, wouldn't that just be confirming what the troublemakers were saying? He could already imagine it, if he suddenly left for no reason, those spreading the rumors would seize the chance to trumpet their earlier claims, saying Sato fled because he couldn't withstand the threats of the Jotto League and the Dragon clan. At that point, no matter what he said, it would be impossible to clear his name. He'd be caught in a trap, a very tight one, and end up branded an enemy of both the Jotto League and the prominent Dragon clan. Thinking of those dangerous consequences, Sato decisively crushed any thought of quitting. He knew that in the coming matches, he not only had to fight seriously, but win beautifully, only then could he shatter those online rumors without lifting a finger against them. Half an hour later, once his Pokemon had eaten and drunk their fill, Sato bid farewell to Daisy and Whitney. It was just past 9 p.m., night has fallen, time for another round of justice. Stepping out of the restaurant, Sato looked at the dazzling city lights before glancing at the nearby shadowy alleys, his expression turning serious. He slipped into a pitch-black side alley. When he emerged again, he had transformed into the same mysterious caped, masked figure who had roamed Goldenrod's streets and alleys the night before, dispensing justice. Tonight, once more, Sato prowled through the city's corners and thoroughfares, sweeping away any crime he encountered. This time, however, he moved far more stealthily. Many criminals were taken down before they even saw him or his Pokemon, and when they woke up, they were either in the police station or on their way there. Because of his increased activity, word of this meddlesome do-gooder began to spread among Goldenrod's remaining criminals. Some of the stronger ones, thinking themselves above ordinary thugs, even rallied their resources to teach him a lesson. As a result, tonight wasn't as smooth as last night. Sato started encountering ambushes, and they were no joke. The truth was, as long as human nature harbored greed and other vices, the darker side of society could never be fully erased. Crime had long since seeped into every corner of daily life. In major international hubs like Goldenrod, the forces of crime were far more entrenched than in small towns. Many criminals had their own special information networks, and if the price was right, they could get intel even faster than the police. Sato's vigilantism was like a stone thrown into the still waters of a dark lake, it drew the attention of Goldenrod's local underworld. This time, when he moved again, they didn't remain silent. Hurry! That guy's over there. Boss says 50,000 Poke Dollars each if we take him out. In a dim alley, a group of thugs with assorted weapons and Pokemon chased a caped, masked figure. At the front, a bald brute waved a gleaming machete as he yelled. Hearing their leader, the rest of the gang hooped and pushed forward, their Pokemon charging with them. But the masked man was fast, too fast. Even after 20 minutes of pursuit in their home turf, his speed hadn't flagged. They tried sending faster Pokemon, Houndour, Golbat, Raticate, but before they could close in, a Heracross swooped down from above with a brutal aerial ace, smashing them aside. If not for their numbers, and the fact the target still hadn't been reinforced by allies, their morale would have collapsed long ago. At last, luck seemed to turn. The masked intruder, clearly unfamiliar with Goldenrod's maze-like streets, ran straight into a dead-end alley. Ha! Kid, you can really run. Go on, run some more if you've got the guts. Finish him. Panting, the bald brute grinned viciously, raising his machete and signaling the gang to rush in for the kill. Raticate, use Hyperfang. Golbat, Air Cutter. Houndour, Ember. The alley rang with shouted commands as their Pokémon attacked. In their experience, no one could survive such a concentrated barrage. Perhaps it was the deep shadows of the alley, or their fixation on the masked men, but none of them noticed the huge silhouette standing silently behind him. The moment they launched their attacks, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open in the darkness. If you're so eager to kill me, then you'd better be ready to die yourselves. Farewell. The voice echoed inside each thug's mind, and then a pulsing sphere of poisonous energy shot from the shadows, meeting their Pokémon and their attacks head-on. In the next instant, it detonated. The terrifying energy shredded everything in its path. A deafening explosion rocked the dead-end alley, drowning every other sound. Fire roared outward, engulfing the narrow space. Minutes later, police sirens wailed. Officers and firefighters swarmed the scene, but by the time they'd put out the flames, all that remained were charred remnants. Chapter 640, Chapter 639, The Viper Mafias. High above in the night sky, Sato, riding on his Crobat, looked down at the busy police and fire crews as they finally extinguished the blaze. Once he confirmed that the only casualties were those unlucky thugs, he used telepathy to instruct Crobat to carry him away. Sato was exhausted. He was that mysterious vigilante hero who had just been chased for over 20 minutes by a swarm of gangsters. At first, he thought he could shake these leech-like pursuers, and he hadn't intended to kill them. But the thugs had ignored his mercy, hounding him like rabid dogs while shouting about chopping him to pieces. Against such hard-headed enemies, Sato had no choice but to wipe them out. Yes, it might anger the force behind them, but he wasn't too concerned. They had already tried to have someone else do their dirty work. Why should he be polite? Besides, he had given their men more than 20 minutes to back off. That was courtesy enough. If these idiots didn't value their lives, what could he do? Sato figured that unless the boss behind them was a total fool, they would understand his position. Unfortunately, he was starting to realize that their boss might not be all that smart, or perhaps they had simply never taken him, a lone vigilante, seriously from the start. If I were you, Sato said coldly, the moment I saw those fools get killed, I'd turn around and walk away. I'd tell my boss not to mess with me, then find an excuse to leave town. That way, maybe you'd live longer. If you want to survive, give me a reason not to kill you. On the rooftop of a tall building, the black-caped, masked Sato stared at the young man before him, a one-eyed figure with an eye patch, a face covered in scars, and an aura that screamed dangerous to anyone who looked his way. In truth, Sato could feel it, a faint but real mortal threat. Even Claire hadn't made him feel this way. It wasn't unfamiliar to him. During the final days of his survival test on the mysterious island, he'd felt it often from the surviving Team Rocket members. It meant this man's strength was inferior to Sato's, but if Sato killed him, he'd pay a bloody price for it. The men had been careless, though. Coming alone had given Sato a perfect opening to take him out easily. The threat at his back was clear enough that the one-eyed man didn't dare move. Cold sweat poured down his face, no, his whole body, because hovering less than 3 meters behind him was a massive Crobat, its 4 wings glowing with a deep violet light, ready to strike at any moment. At first, the one-eyed man had looked down on Sato. He'd noticed that Sato hadn't killed the thugs chasing him right away, and he'd met plenty of soft-hearted types like that, people who usually ended up with miserable fates. But when Sato had, in an instant, slaughtered every single thug and their Pokémon without giving them a chance to beg, then casually destroyed the evidence in a blazing fire, the men realized he'd badly misjudged him. By then it was too late. Coming here alone had put him in a life-or-death predicament. You're strong, the man said, trying to keep his voice steady, but don't think you can take on the Viper Mafias alone. If you kill me, you're declaring war on us. You won't leave Goldenrod alive. The Viper Mafias will never let you go. My boss sent me to tell you, you're not to operate in the Eastern District again. Otherwise, next time it won't be a bunch of idiots chasing you, it'll be people like me. He knew one wrong word would get him killed, so he forced his pounding heart to calm and feigned composure. Any sizable underworld organization had cleaners, specialists sent to eliminate destabilizing elements in their territory. The one-eyed man was one such cleaner, a senior enforcer for the Viper Mafias, the dominant force in Goldenrod's Eastern District. He answered only to the boss and underboss. And he wasn't lying, the Viper Mafias had over 30 senior enforcers like him, plus several top-tier ones who were even stronger. For the past 2 nights, Sato's activities in the Eastern District hadn't directly targeted the Mafia's business, he'd focused on lone criminals. But his vigilantism had still thrown the local underworld into turmoil. As the undisputed king of the Eastern District's underworld, the Viper Mafias had no obligation to protect independent criminals. But if they let Sato's justice crusade continue unchecked, their prestige would collapse. If that happened, their dominance over the Eastern District would be seriously threatened. That was why the boss had decided to teach Sato a lesson, one he would never forget. Unfortunately for them, Sato's strength far exceeded expectations. Over 20 regular henchmen were gone in an instant, and now even one of their trusted senior enforcers was cornered. "So, you're Viper Mafias," Sato said, his brow furrowing beneath the mask. "That explains the big mouth. But your boss should know, I haven't touched your people. As for tonight, you struck first. You do your thing, I do mine. No overlap. Isn't that better for everyone?" The truth was, Sato had already considered that his actions might upset the local underworld. He had chosen the Eastern District precisely because the Viper Mafias was the weakest of Goldenrod's native major factions, and they were already facing pressure from Team Rocket. Chapter 641, Chapter 640, Mutual Non-Interference. "That's exactly why our boss decided to give you just a warning," the one-eyed young man said, his expression darkening. "Otherwise, the ones who came for you at the start wouldn't have been those idiots, it would have been more people like me." Hearing this, Sato's face, hidden beneath the mask, took on a look of amusement. "Really? More likely, you Viper Mafias just don't have the time to deal with a small fry like me right now." He smiled faintly. "That's only natural. Compared to me, you've got far scarier enemies to worry about." As he spoke, memories stirred in Sato's mind, the orders Giovanni had given him before departure, along with intelligence reports on Team Rocket's development in Jotto. Up to now, Jotto had never had a single dark faction capable of unifying the entire region's underworld. Each city was ruled by its own locally grown criminal organizations. Goldenrod was no exception. In this bustling international metropolis, countless dark groups existed, but 4 major ones stood above the rest. These 4 factions were somewhat evenly matched in power. Any war between two would leave both weakened and the others benefiting. After a series of bloody negotiations, they'd carved the city into 4 territories, each controlling the underworld of one district. Goldenrod's 4 native powers were: Eastern District, the Viper Mafias; Southern District, the Thunder Rider Gang; Western District, the Rampaging Bull Gang; Northern District, the Iron Hand Society. Among them, the Iron Hand Society was the strongest, followed by the Thunder Rider Gang, then the Rampaging Bull Gang, with the Viper Mafias being the weakest. For years, the 4 factions ruled their domains with only occasional skirmishes. But over the past year, a new power had emerged, Team Rocket from Kanto. From the start, Team Rocket's ambitions were vast, with branches in multiple regions. Jotto, being closest to Kanto, received more investment of manpower and resources than most. Now that Team Rocket had cemented itself as Kanto's #1 underworld force, its presence in Jotto grew rapidly. Goldenrod, an economic hub rivaling Celadon and Saffron City, had long been in Team Rocket's sights. Infiltration efforts had begun years ago, but the 4 native powers kept them at bay. With Kanto headquarters unable to spare more forces, Team Rocket had to settle for smaller Jotto towns. So far, Team Rocket had established a major base in Mahogany Town and several smaller bases in mid-tier cities. Some of the first Jotto locals recruited had risen to become key members, like Vicious, future commander of Team Rocket's Jotto operations and currently a Mahogany base cadre. Goldenrod's rocket forces were led by Apollo, the influential faction leader who had realized Giovanni's grip on Kanto's rockets was unshakable. Seeing no chance at leadership there, Apollo had invested heavily in the undeveloped Jotto territory. Years of effort had finally secured Rocket a foothold in Goldenrod. Still, the city's native factions were formidable. Apollo's forces could match any one of them, but not all 4 united. Forced to seek allies, he shared spoils with another Rocket faction leader, Athena, who eagerly agreed, aiming to divide Goldenrod and all of Jotto's underworld. With Athena's support, Apollo could finally challenge the city's 4 native powers, and his first target was the weakest, the Viper Mafias. "Who exactly are you? What's your game?" the one-eyed youth asked, pupils narrowing in sudden realization. Until now, he'd assumed Sato was just some newcomer ignorant of local politics. But from Sato's words, it was obvious he had chosen the Eastern District deliberately. The idea hit him like ice water. This justice-seeking powerhouse might actually be a Team Rocket plant sent to stir trouble, weakening the Viper Mafias' standing. The thought chilled him. Slowly, his hand drifted toward the pokeball at his waist. It barely moved before he froze, his shoulders suddenly heavy, 2 glowing purple wings hovering at either side of his neck. Crobat. Should I kill him? Sato wondered. Maybe not. If he's gone, the Viper Mafias will have less strength to resist Apollo's rocket forces. Giovanni wouldn't like that, and neither would I. Recalling Giovanni's briefing on Jotto's rocket situation, Sato looked at the one-eyed youth, whose expression was now one of grim resignation, and decided to let him live. Listen carefully, Sato said, stepping close and patting the man's cheek. His voice entered directly into the other's mind through telepathy. Go back and tell your boss, I don't want to be enemies with the Viper Mafias. But don't interfere with my work. We keep out of each other's way. If you disagree, I won't be polite. With that, Sato stepped off the edge of the rooftop, free-falling into the darkness. Crobat, which had been standing on the man's shoulders, took off instantly, catching Sato mid-drop and carrying him away into the night sky. Chapter 642, Chapter 641, The Deal. As expected, flaunting psychic powers was the most intimidating and shocking move. Once the one-eyed young man realized that Sato was a psychic, he lost even the nerve to bluff by invoking the Viper Mafia's name. From what he'd seen, the one-eyed youth could basically confirm Sato's strength. He was no doubt a top-tier pseudo-elite four. To deny it would be slapping his own face. On top of that overwhelming power, Sato also had a ruthless way of acting, terrifying anti-surveillance skills, and psychic abilities to boot. Even though the Viper Mafias held massive influence in the eastern districts of Goldenrod City and had yet to suffer from outside enemies, when faced with someone like Sato, unless their boss had lost his mind, they would absolutely avoid conflict with him, and instead look for ways to curry favor, not provoke him. Psychics had absurd mobility. They were elusive, vanishing and reappearing with a teleport that could let them slip past any encirclement with ease. Their counter-surveillance abilities were also terrifying. Unless you had some advanced means of blocking psychic perception, the only one who'd be getting ambushed was you. Worst of all, psychics were often overflowing with energy. They could work for days without sleep and remain mentally sharp. Now imagine such a merciless, cold-blooded enemy setting their sights on you. Unless you two never slept, staying alert every second of every day, you'd never know when he might appear behind you, plunge a blade into your back, and then vanish without a trace. Against an enemy like that, defense was practically impossible. They were without doubt one of the deadliest opponent types in the world. Once Sato had completely left, the one-eyed youth immediately pulled out a communicator and sent a message. Then he released a Fiero, disappearing into the night sky. He needed to rush back and report everything about Sato to his boss, otherwise the Viper Mafias might really end up making Sato their enemy. Not long after that encounter, Sato resumed his nightly justice work in Goldenrod's eastern district. This time, he faced little resistance. Every criminal he ran into was swiftly knocked unconscious, left for the police to pick up and toss in jail. Goldenrod, however, was a vast city, and its eastern district was equally immense. Sato knew he couldn't possibly capture every lone criminal scraping by in this place. It wouldn't take long before new outlaws filled the territories vacated by those he'd sent to prison. He was well aware, crime couldn't be completely wiped out, especially in a sprawling international metropolis like Goldenrod. Many people who couldn't survive otherwise would always be tempted to turn to crime. What he was doing now was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Whatever. I'm just a small fry anyway. Doing what I can is good enough. Let saving the world be Ash's job. If I can make this city's nights even a little safer, that's already more than enough. As Heracross once again knocked out a mugger and his Pokemon, Sato returned the stolen property to its owner, then melted into the night under grateful gazes, savoring the feeling inside. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Goldenrod, at the top floor of a lavishly decorated skyscraper, two men sat in a brightly lit room. One was the very same one-eyed youth who had just met Sato. The other was a well-dressed, white-haired old man. 3 Pokemon were present, a Houndoom sprawled at the old man's feet, a Jengar lurking in his shadow, and a Hypno sitting beside him on the sofa. So, the meddler causing trouble in our territory these past 2 nights is a highly dangerous psychic. And you come back empty-handed, just expecting me to accept his offer. Has the Viper Mafias really grown so weak? After patiently listening to the one-eyed youth's report, the old man finally opened his murky black eyes and spoke hoarsely. Clearly a man of great authority, his gaze carried such pressure that the one-eyed youth instinctively lowered his head. Hearing his leader's words, the youth dropped to his knees and bowed even deeper, nearly touching the floor. He knew that returning empty-handed had displeased the boss, and that the man was now considering disposing of him. After all, he was nothing more than a blade in this old man's hand. If the blade failed to cut, it was useless, it could be discarded at any time, replaced by another, sharper one. He also knew that when Sato captured him earlier, his life had already been forfeit. The only reason he was still alive was because Sato needed him as a messenger. So after relaying Sato's words to his boss, the youth chose silence. Whether he lived or died now depended entirely on the old man's will. Get out. Go to the war zone and kill 50 regular Team Rocket members, or eliminate a rival of equal rank. The old man's cloudy eyes flashed with anger for a moment. Then, after a pause, he closed them again and passed his judgment. By the usual rules, and his own ruthless habits, the one-eyed youth's failure should have cost him his life. After all, the young man wasn't a true pseudo-elite 4 level. He was merely someone who had endured brutal trials and earned the recognition of a few pseudo-Elite 4 level Pokemon. The old man could easily find someone else to wield those Pokemon in his stead. The only reason he was spared was that the old man knew the Viper Mafias couldn't afford to waste strength right now. They already faced the looming threat of the massive Team Rocket Syndicate. Internally, some even argued for cooperating with them. The organization was already plagued by both internal and external troubles. If they provoked a justice-driven psychic like Sato on top of it, that would be the final straw. Sato really might become the one to break the camel's back. Han. Are you there? After the youth respectfully departed, the white-haired old man opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flashing in their murkiness. He spoke to the empty air. I am, sir. What do you need of me? The next second, a man in a black suit, wearing a tall black hat and mask, materialized on the floor before him. His words echoed directly in the old man's mind. 10 million. His life. Everything else on him is yours. The old man showed no surprise at Han's sudden appearance. After a moment's hesitation, he named his price. That won't do, sir. Minimum is 100 million. You must understand, this job isn't like the others. Han shook his head, replying once again by telepathy. Chapter 643, Chapter 642, A Narrow Escape. Han was the personal assassin of Karturga, the boss of the Viper Mafias, and at the same time, he was also a novice psychic. During Karturga's rise to power, Han had handled plenty of dirty work for him, including the rivals who had competed for the boss's seat at the same time. Han's name wasn't well known in Goldenrod's underworld, but if you mentioned his alias, the Psychic Killer, every faction leader would shudder in fear. After all, in people's memory, the Psychic Killer was an assassin who had once even successfully slain an Elite 4 level trainer. The reason Han became Karturga's personal assassin was simple: back when Han was just an ordinary trainer, Karturga had once helped him. Though at the time it was just a casual act of kindness, that little bit of aid kept Han from starving to death on the streets, and also allowed him to obtain his very first psychic Pokemon, a Hypno. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Because of that, Han decided to do 3 tasks for Karturga free of charge, within his abilities. After that, every job would be priced according to the value of the target's head. Over the past decade, Han had long since finished those 3 free favors. He had also accepted over 10 more paid assignments from Karturga, and every time, he had executed them flawlessly. Now, with Karturga once again commissioning a kill, Han did not refuse. Of course, there could be no discounts whatsoever. This time, the target was one of his own kind, a psychic. That made the task far more dangerous than any of his past jobs. And even the quoted price was only an estimate. If Sato's true strength exceeded his expectations, Han fully intended to demand more money from Karturga. That price is far too high. Hearing Han's quote, Karturga raised his eyebrows, showing clear dissatisfaction toward his old friend. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. As the Viper Mafia's leader for the past 5 or 6 years, his personal accounts each contained more than 9 digits. Paying an assassin's fee was no problem at all. He simply thought Sato wasn't worth the money. After all, 100 million Poke dollars was 1/20th of his personal wealth. That was by no means a small number, especially since the money would come entirely out of his own pocket, unrelated to the Mafia's funds. Karturga, as the boss, knew full well the Viper Mafias was already being crushed under the weight of Team Rocket. If not for several veteran elders still holding the line, the Vipers might already have been wiped out by them. Even so, the Viper Mafias were on the losing side. In every clash, their mid- and low-level members were no match for Team Rocket's forces. Casualties piled up in staggering numbers. The endless waves of death benefits and compensation had nearly drained the funds the Viper Mafias had accumulated over the years. In such circumstances, without foreign aid, Karturga could already foresee the Viper Mafia's bleak end. He was old now, and his youthful ambition was gone. What he desired most was simply to preserve the Viper Mafias until the day he died. But the arrival of Team Rocket had shattered that hope. And Sato, he was just a small factor accelerating its collapse. Was paying 1/20th of his assets to remove such a small factor really worth it? Not high at all, not in the least. You know full well how troublesome psychics are. And this target is one of my kind. Worse, the Pokemon he's revealed are too few, his strength is hard to evaluate. This mission carries enormous risk for me. Han shook his head at Karturga's words, answering by telepathy. This time, he was speaking the truth. As a psychic, he often had special insights. And when he agreed to take the job, he had suddenly felt a brief but intense sense of looming disaster. It lasted only an instant, but it was enough to make him wary. That was why he suddenly raised his price tenfold. In fact, it was his way of stalling. Deep down, Han was hoping Karturga would reject the commission. Then let's wait and see. Seeing Han so firm about the price, Karturga had no choice. In the end, he still felt that paying 100 million poke dollars from his personal assets to eliminate such a small factor wasn't worth it. He nodded reluctantly. Very well. If you have other instructions, just give them. But Karturga, as an old friend, let me remind you, this target is not simple. I have a strong feeling, if we don't eliminate him early, then in the future, it may be him who eliminates you, or all of us. Of course, that's only my intuition. Whether you heed it or not is up to you. Han gave his telepathic reply, and before leaving, spoke aloud to Karturga. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished from the room with teleport. Humph, intuition. Thanks for the warning, Han. But in the end, you'll always just be a beginner psychic, one who'll never advance to the intermediate level. All these years, your so-called intuition has never once been right. When it comes to intuition, only intermediate or higher-level psychics are worth listening to. As Han disappeared, Karturga glanced at the hypno by his side. Seeing it nod, he spoke dismissively. At a little past 11:30 p.m., Sato, blissfully unaware how close he had come to losing his life, was happily feasting at a roadside restaurant still open late into the night, surrounded by his Pokémon. But halfway through the meal, an uninvited guest suddenly entered the private room. To his surprise, it was none other than the powerful opponent he had faced earlier that day, Dragon Tamer Claire. Well, if it isn't the famous Miss Claire. What brings you here at such a late hour? I don't believe we've ever formally met, have we? Seeing Claire walk in left Sato dumbfounded. His first thought was that she'd come to cause trouble. But noticing she wasn't accompanied by anyone else, he relaxed slightly, pretending not to recognize her. Your real name is Sato, isn't it, Mr. Kira Hayashi? Claire, dressed in a blue casual outfit and wearing large sunglasses, didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, she removed her shades, glanced briefly at Nidoking and Swampert in the room, then turned to Sato with a displeased expression. Chapter 644, Chapter 643, The Tsundere Dragon Princess. Miss Claire truly has sharp eyes. You're right, Kira Hayashi is just the alias I used to enter this competition. My real name is Sato. To be honest, I didn't expect to run into you here. Don't believe any of those malicious rumors online, I never tried to use some fake name to get attention. If I wanted to flaunt myself, I wouldn't have competed under an alias. But, the champion's prize this time is too tempting. And besides, I didn't want to lose to you. So I had no choice but to give it everything I had to defeat you. Hearing Claire call him by his real name, Sato could only show a wry smile and nod, pretending to be a little helpless. That Claire had tracked him down in Goldenrod and uncovered his true identity didn't surprise him at all. After all, his Swampert and other Pokémon had received treatment at Pokémon centers, leaving plenty of records. With the Dragon Clan's influence in Jotto, finding the identity of someone not actively hiding wasn't hard. Humph. As long as you admit it. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to confirm with my own eyes the true identity of my rival. You really are too slippery. Do you know how much time and effort I spent looking for you? I haven't even eaten dinner yet. Thousands of words omitted. Claire's displeasure faded quickly once Sato admitted openly that he had fought her with everything he had. Still, she kept her pretty face stern as she grit her teeth and let out steam. Losing to Sato had consequences, both for herself and for her clan. She'd seen plenty of the ugly rumors online, and it had infuriated her. With her fiery temper, she would have loved nothing more than to unleash her clan's power and give those rumor-mongers a brutal lesson. But she was sharp enough to know that would only backfire. Such an action would just embolden the slander and damage her clan's reputation further. So she had no choice but to swallow the bitter anger. Worse, her father and several elders had scolded her harshly over the phone, demanding she cut her arrogance, train twice as hard, and, at the right time, seize victory back from Sato. Otherwise, she was told, she needn't bother returning to Blackthorn City. Naturally, Claire felt deeply wronged. She always trained herself strictly. Losing hadn't been because she was arrogant, she refused to accept that. But since she couldn't vent her frustrations on her father or the elders, she redirected it, at the men who had beaten her, Sato. Only then did she realize she had no idea how to find him. She didn't even have his contact information. She asked the competition organizers at the Goldenrod department store for his number, but every call failed to connect. Note, Sato carries several communicators he confiscated from enemies. When not in use, he keeps them in his storage bag, which makes any calls to him unreachable. Helpless, Claire began searching under his supposed name, Kira Hayashi. But that only turned up dozens of matches. Eventually, she discovered the identity was fake. The Kira Hayashi, who matched Sato's disguise, had been confirmed dead a month ago, his trainer ID already voided. Even so, as a direct heir of the Dragon Clan, finding someone wasn't difficult. Through the family's resources, she checked the Goldenrod Pokemon Center's database and traced records of Pokemon Sato had used. After narrowing down the list, she identified 4 candidates, and with further effort, she finally pinpointed Sato, the Kanto trainer. You went through all that trouble just to confirm my identity. You really didn't need to. You could have just waited until after my match tomorrow, wouldn't that have been easier? Sato, hearing the long story of her search, swallowed the last of his grilled crawfish skewers and sighed at the tomboy across from him. Honestly, was he supposed to care? Don't play dumb. The moment the match ended today, I went to look for you, but you'd already disappeared. Now I get it, you must have used your Ditto to disguise yourself and slip away. Claire rolled her eyes, glaring at him. She pointed at the Ditto currently gnawing on a chicken leg at the table, her expression sour. Ha ha ha, you caught me. Fine, you've confirmed who I am now, right? That should satisfy you. That being said, I still need to eat, so I won't be seeing you out. In truth, Sato had teleported away with his Nata that time, but he let her believe she'd seen through him, feigning an awkward admission. Heh. Not so fast. You made me work this hard, now you're treating me to dinner. I'm starving. Claire, proud but simple-minded, was still a princess through and through. Her words were sharp, but they carried a tsundere edge. Smug that she had unmasked him, she quickly hid her smile, putting her stern face back on. Before Sato could respond, she had already plopped herself down at the table and started devouring food without a care for her image. Her hearty appetite hardly resembled that of a refined clan heiress. Watching her, Sato couldn't help but see shades of Lance in her. Still, he decided to humor her and let her do what she wanted as he sensed no malice from her. Honestly, he actually appreciated her simple and straightforward manner. Especially after constantly being surrounded by shrewd and ruthless people for the past month. Before long, to his surprise, she even released all her Pokemon to join the midnight feast, acting like they were old friends. Fortunately, Sato had booked a large enough private room, otherwise her massive dragon-type Pokemon would never have fit. And to his shock, Claire's Pokemon could really eat. While not on Swampert's monstrous level, they rivaled his Nidoking in appetite. Sato didn't complain about her freeloading. In fact, he was rather pleased. Though Claire never said it outright, her willingness to join him like this proved one thing: she truly regarded Sato as a peer, or perhaps, she was even willing to befriend this common-born trainer. To gain the trust of the Dragon Princess over one meal, Sato knew this was a bargain he couldn't lose. With her connection, he might one day acquire valuable resources for training dragon types. This is brutal. Good thing my wallet's thick enough. Any ordinary trainer would be bankrupted feeding this bunch of dragons. Half an hour later, at the counter, Sato twitched as he held a bill several meters long. The fat shopkeeper smiled obsequiously as his eyes fell on the number with 6 zeros at the bottom. Chapter 645, Chapter 644, The Powerful Legendary Pokemon Trainer. Tonight's midnight feast cost Sato 4 million Poke Dollars, practically insane. Even he felt a sting in his heart at that number. In truth, his own Pokemon at most would have eaten 50 to 600,000 Poke Dollars worth. The real culprits were Claire's 8 Dragon-type Pokemon, whose appetites were absolutely monstrous. Worse, they were picky, only eating the highest quality food, and since they weren't the ones paying, they devoured over 3 million Poke Dollars in a single sitting. There was no denying it, dragon types weren't something an average trainer could afford. Their daily food costs alone were enough to give anyone headaches. As for a trainer like Claire, who carried 8 dragons at once, she obviously needed a powerful clan behind her just to cover the expenses. No individual could possibly manage that. Still, the banquet hadn't been a total loss for Sato. He had obtained Claire's contact information and, more importantly, gained access to the channels for buying specialized dragon-type Pokemon food. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's fortune was built upon producing and selling dragon-type food. In fact, nearly every trainer in Kanto, Jotto, and Hoenn who raised dragon types relied on their products. So even though Claire had freeloaded a meal worth over 3 million Poke Dollars, Sato had no choice but to swallow his frustration and accept it. Note: 3M is her part in the bill. After leaving the restaurant, he returned to the Pokemon Center to rest and enjoyed a refreshing night. The next day, Sato once again headed to the large battle arena downtown. Thanks to his victory over Claire, the audience was far more enthusiastic than before. Unfortunately, cheers and boos were evenly split. Some of the hecklers even went so far as to hurl eggs, stones, and rotten fruit at him. Luckily, Kecleon's quick reactions prevented him from being hit by the sudden assault. Though Sato seethed inside, with so many eyes on him he chose to hold back, deciding instead to settle accounts after the match. Using psychic techniques recorded in a book on psychic powers written by Sabrina, he discreetly planted psychic markers on the assailants hidden in the crowd. As long as they stayed within a kilometer of him, none of them would escape his grasp later. Having already overcome Claire, today's next 3 opponents were hardly a challenge. With just Nidoking, his shiny Pelipper, and Heracross, he defeated them all and smoothly advanced into the top 8. But to his surprise, Daisy was caught in an unprecedentedly fierce battle in the round of 16. Even more shocking was her opponent, none other than Tobias, the mysterious trainer who in the future would target Ash in the Sinnoh League. Like Sato, Tobias was competing under an alias, calling himself Diaz. His hairstyle and apparent age were different from the Tobias in Sato's memory, which was why he hadn't recognized him at first. Facing a formidable aristocratic trainer like Daisy, Tobias clearly wasn't holding back with weak Pokémon. Right from the start, he sent out a mainstay Pokémon he hadn't used in the tournament until now. It was none other than the legendary Pokémon, Regirock. With it, he successfully defeated Daisy's Infernape. But Daisy quickly counterattacked. Even at a type disadvantage, her ace Charizard managed to take down Regirock. When Tobias then sent out another legendary, Moltres, to face Daisy's Charizard, Sato finally realized who he was dealing with, the powerful and mysterious trainer who commanded multiple legendaries. The battle grew white-hot. In the skies above the arena, Daisy's level 63 Charizard clashed fiercely with Tobias's level 64 Moltres. Under Daisy's training, Charizard had fully mastered its Blaze ability, able to trigger it at will. Now, Charizard blazed like a scorching sun, radiating terrifying heat and light. Any creature that came within 10 meters would feel as though they had stepped into a sea of fire. Through mastery of Blaze and its immense fire energy, Charizard had effectively formed a miniature flame domain. Its flames had even turned pure blue, each blast from its mouth exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, melting stone upon contact. Without doubt, Daisy's Charizard was immensely powerful. In Sato's eyes, its strength and potential rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, the Charizard Ash would one day raise. Yet against the Fire-type legendary Moltres, Charizard's strongest flames proved ineffective. In both raw firepower and control of flame energy, Moltres was still superior by a tier. This created a terrifying situation. Charizard's flames could barely scratch Moltres, while Moltres' fire inflicted real damage. Though Charizard also wielded many strong flying and dragon-type moves, Moltres matched or exceeded it in aerial combat and flying techniques. From the very start, the battle was one-sided. Even under Daisy's skilled command, Charizard's counters could do little lasting harm. At last, Moltres unleashed a devastating combination of Sky Attack and Flare Blitz. Charizard, unable to dodge in time, was struck midair and slammed into the ground. "Come on, Charizard, stand up." Daisy's face filled with anguish as she called out, unwilling to give up. She cheered desperately for the dragon lying battered in the crater. True to its fiery spirit, Charizard struggled back onto its feet, reigniting its Blaze ability. But one wing had been badly damaged in the clash. It could no longer return to the skies to duel Moltres. In the end, under Tobias's command, Moltres cloaked in pale flames struck Charizard down, engulfing it in a sea of fire. Chapter 646, Chapter 645, The Mysterious Trainer with Legendaries. There was no doubt about it, after Tobias revealed not one, but 2 legendary Pokémon, he instantly became the hottest topic in the city. Nearly every trainer was talking about this mysterious, legendary Pokémon trainer. Because of that, Sato, who had just yesterday been widely celebrated as the Dragon Slayer hero, suddenly seemed forgotten. Public attention and online discussions shifted almost entirely toward this new figure. Unfortunately, this mysterious trainer was clearly someone elusive and strange. As soon as his battle ended, he disappeared from the public eye as if he had evaporated into thin air. Even skilled trackers and powerful organizations with malicious intent could not find a trace of him. At the Pokémon Center in the city, outside a recovery room glowing red, Sato stood with Whitney and Daisy's Lopunny, trying to comfort the dejected Daisy. "Daisy, don't feel down. That guy with the legendary Pokémon is just too strong. The fact you managed to defeat one of his legendary Pokémon is already amazing. And if his Moltres hadn't countered your Charizard so perfectly, the outcome might have been very different." Whitney clearly wasn't very good at comforting people. Her attempt came out as praising the opponent while undermining her own friend. Unsurprisingly, Daisy's expression only darkened further. Daisy was a very strong-willed girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen Charmander as her starter. Her Charizard was her strongest trump card, the Pokémon she had painstakingly trained over years. And yet, despite all that effort, it was completely overwhelmed by Moltres, a crushing defeat. For someone as proud as Daisy, this was a heavy blow. "Daisy, you've already raised Charizard excellently. Unless I'm mistaken, in a few more years it'll become a powerful top Elite 4 level Pokémon." Today's loss was largely because that Moltres' fire mastery was just too overwhelming. It nullified much of Charizard's strongest weapon. But if you look at it another way, this isn't entirely bad. At least you've seen Charizard's shortcomings. Its flight skills and mastery of non-fire type moves aren't good enough. Especially in aerial combat, its gap with Moltres was enormous. If Charizard can match Moltres' flight techniques and unleash the full power of Thunder Punch, then today's result might have been completely different. Daisy, we're trainers. If we can defeat legendary Pokemon using ordinary Pokemon, that's the greatest honor we can earn. And that honor? You've already achieved it. Didn't your Infernape and Charizard just defeat his Regirock? Your strength is worthy of respect, mine, and countless other trainers. Sato wasn't particularly skilled at comforting others either, but he understood how to get through to someone strong-willed like Daisy. After a brief moment of thought, he delivered this speech. As expected, the frustration on Daisy's face eased noticeably. Soon, her expression shifted to deep thought. Clearly, his words had struck a chord. Thank you, Sato. You're right. I've been focusing too much on developing Charizard's firepower, neglecting its other abilities. Once this tournament ends, I'll head back to Pallet Town and have Grandpa's Dragonite help train Charizard in aerial combat. Just you wait, even if it's a legendary Pokemon, I'll defeat it with ordinary Pokemon. I will do it. Daisy's frustration was gone, replaced by blazing fighting spirit. She nodded firmly to Sato, pumped her small fist, and declared. Seeing the strong-willed girl regain her confidence, Sato couldn't help but smile happily. But then he noticed a furious Nurse Joy storming toward them. Quickly, he pressed his finger to his lips, signaling Daisy to keep her voice down. Whitney and Lopunny, spotting Joy's expression, hurried to imitate him, Shadot. Daisy froze, then glanced behind her, only to see Nurse Joy glaring at her with hands on her hips. Immediately, she deflated, clapping both hands over her mouth with a guilty look, as if saying, I won't do it again. Seeing that Daisy recognized her mistake, Nurse Joy's anger softened. After a brief scolding about not shouting in the recovery ward's hallway, she hurried off. The atmosphere, which a moment earlier had been brimming with passion, as if a hot-blooded BGM were playing, now felt awkward. By the way, Whitney quickly changed the subject to ease the tension. Who exactly is that trainer? I don't remember anyone like that among trainers with legendaries. I haven't even seen any recent reports online about someone encountering legendary Pokemon. Daisy, do you know who he is? I bet his identity is anything but simple. It was a good question, one that immediately drew both Sato's and Daisy's attention. I don't know either. If I had known he had 2 legendary Pokemon, I would have prepared differently. And I've never seen him before. I've watched tons of tournament footage, but never once have I seen him. Daisy frowned thoughtfully, then shook her head. She had indeed thought about Tobias, but after mentally going through all the known legendary Pokemon trainers she'd seen, not a single face matched. The Pokemon world was vast, full of talented people. Some exceptionally skilled and lucky trainers had captured legendaries before, the Regis, the legendary birds, Shalebi, Pokemon that weren't too few in number. But every trainer known to capture such Pokemon was extraordinarily powerful, at least Elite 4 tier. And even then, most were lucky to get one. Someone like Tobias, so young, and already holding 2 legendaries, was utterly baffling. Even Daisy and Whitney, both from prominent families and well-connected, were at a loss. Don't look at me. If even you two don't know who he is, then I definitely don't. I just came back from an isolated island, there's still a ton I haven't figured out. Seeing both girls' eyes on him, Sato shrugged with a helpless smile. But even if I don't know who he is, I do know one thing, he's a worthy opponent. His expression shifted, helplessness giving way to fiery battle spirit. His tone grew eager, almost excited. Chapter 647, Chapter 646, The Part-Timer, Tobias. While Sato, and Whitney were discussing the mysterious trainer with legendary Pokemon, somewhere in Goldenrod City's bustling downtown, inside a high-end cafe near the windows. A fashionable middle-aged woman sat savoring a cup of freshly ground luxury coffee. Her makeup was done in a smoky style, a pair of large floral sunglasses covered her face, and a designer handbag rested neatly by her side. With that look, paired with her natural air of nobility and elegance, nearly everyone who glanced at her formed the same impression, a wealthy lady of high society. But this lady was clearly waiting for someone. Across from her sat a steaming cup of aromatic coffee, untouched. The seat remained empty. 2 or 3 minutes later, someone slid into the chair opposite her. The person was not a close female friend, but a handsome young man, none other than Tobias, the one currently being hunted by countless eyes. Of course, his appearance was drastically altered. He wore branded casual wear, his hairstyle meticulously styled. Even his scent and overall aura had shifted, making it nearly impossible to connect him with the elusive Tobias. Clearly, his disguise skills were extraordinary. At this moment, he embodied the role of a rich young master perfectly. You're late. 3 minutes and 21 seconds late, to be precise. Tobias, you know I'm not the sort who enjoys waiting. Had you been 1 minute and 39 seconds later, I would have left, and the treasures in your possession would have been quickly reclaimed. The elegant woman set down her porcelain coffee cup, slipped off her oversized sunglasses, and glanced at the jeweled watch on her wrist. Her violet-tinged eyes fixed coldly on the young man before her. Tobias didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to glance out the window, scanning carefully for anything unusual. Finding nothing, he raised the cup of steaming coffee on the table, sipping gracefully. My apologies, Miss Chris. As you know, I'm being watched by many. To ensure the mission succeeds, I had to be cautious. Surely you won't hold such a small matter against me, will you? Also, this coffee is too bitter. It needs more sugar. He set down the cup, meeting her gaze with an expressionless face. You defeated Professor Oak's granddaughter. That pleased the boss greatly. But it's not enough. Your mission isn't complete yet. You must also defeat Sato, the one who took down the Dragon Clan's heir, Claire. Chris ignored his pointless remarks. Making him bow his head over punctuality was satisfaction enough. Instead, she went straight to the point, passing along the boss's instructions. Impossible. If not for your sudden summons, I'd already be gone from Goldenrod. Do you have any idea how many people are hunting me? None of them are easy to shake off. Even with the treasures you've given me, if they catch me outside the public eye, I'll struggle to escape. And as for Claire, that was your mistake, not mine. Since she's already been eliminated, by our agreement, I no longer need to face her. His expression darkened, voice carrying anger. We admit Claire's case was a failure on our end. Who could have expected some nameless Kanto brat to topple the Dragon Clan's prized heir? That's why we need you to defeat Sato, to cover that mistake. Of course, your reward will increase by 20%. And the boss has promised, succeed, and you'll be given another treasure soon after. Chris ignored his complaints, stirring her coffee with a spoon as she delivered the non-negotiable command. Really? At the words, another treasure, his expression flickered, excitement and desire flashing in his eyes. But he quickly masked it, returning to a blank facade. Naturally. When has the boss ever deceived you? Relax, Tobias. The boss won't harm you. Have you already forgotten who granted you everything you possess now? As for those chasing you, don't worry. Defeat Sato, and someone will ensure your safe departure. Though he concealed his emotions well, Chris had already caught the brief shift. She pressed forward, fanning the flames of his wavering resolve with tempting promises. Tobias lifted the coffee cup again, feigning nonchalance, but his mind was racing, weighing risk against reward. He knew full well that he had once been nothing more than an average trainer with a bit of skill. An accident had brought him into contact with this woman. Through her, and the power backing her, he had become a trainer with legendary Pokemon, reaping countless benefits. But those benefits came at a cost. These legendary Pokemon and rewards weren't freely given, they bound him to serve the shadowy force behind her. Should he fail or disobey, everything he had gained would be stripped away without mercy. And yet, treasures were meaningless if he didn't survive to enjoy them. Sato, in particular, was a daunting threat. If he entered another large-scale battle, there was no guarantee he could escape afterward. Unlike today, slipping away might no longer be an option. The factions eager to seize his legendary Pokemon would surely pounce on him. Worse still, he had discovered a chilling truth, the legendary Pokemon given to him weren't truly alive. They were flesh and blood puppets without will. They battled and ate when ordered, but otherwise moved like soulless husks. More troubling was their fleeting lifespan. The first Zapdos he received had withered in mere months, aging rapidly until its life force became a shadow of what it once was. When he reported this, however, Chris simply recalled it and handed him a stronger, younger Zapdos. Piecing these facts together, he had reached a terrifying conclusion: the organization behind Chris had the ability to clone legendary Pokemon. A force capable of mass-producing legendary Pokemon, the thought alone made his body tremble with dread. But looked at another way, if he could fully integrate himself into this force, what would he gain? The thought filled him with both excitement and longing, erasing much of his fear. If I succeed in this mission, how much longer until I can shed my status as a mere outsider? 10 seconds later, he set down his empty cup and spoke to Chris, face still expressionless. Chapter 648, Chapter 647, The Interest of a Mysterious Organization. A few minutes later, Tobias, currently disguised as a young aristocrat, took his leave. He walked away with a faint smile, and also with a file in hand. Humph, I hope you succeed. This mission won't be an easy one. Lady Chris watched Tobias leave the cafe. Then her eyes shifted to the thin folder still sitting on the table before her. After reading through it carefully one more time, she fell into thought. The truth was, even Chris herself did not fully understand the faction she belonged to. It was immensely powerful, yet at the same time shrouded in mystery. Years ago, Chris had been much like Tobias now, just an outer member, recruited into the organization by one of its inner circle operatives. Through years of work and effort, she gradually shed that status and finally became someone qualified to recruit outer members of her own. The organization's structure resembled something like a pyramid scheme, or more accurately a spider's web. Through layer upon layer of recruitment, vast networks radiated outward from a hidden center. If even a single thread were disturbed, the whole web would immediately be alerted. Tobias was one of the outer members she herself had brought in. Chris, in turn, was under the command of a higher-ranking inner member. And because the system operated strictly by single-line chains of command, no real names, no faces revealed, no personal information shared, Chris, after all these years, still knew only the superior who had once recruited her. As for her own recruits, she had brought in 8 in total. Only 5 remained, the other 3 had perished during their trial period. By the rules of the organization, she could recruit up to 10 outer members at a time. And if 5 of her recruits survived the trial period and advanced to inner status, Chris herself would rise in rank, gaining more slots for new members. For any inner member, recruitment was everything. Benefits were directly tied to the success of their subordinates. By rule, each subordinate had to hand over 10% of whatever profit they earned from missions to the superior who recruited them. Unless that superior died, the rule could never be broken. Thus, inner members were desperate to find subordinates with true potential, people who could survive the trial and flourish. But such candidates were rare, requiring an exceptionally keen eye. Tobias was one such talent in Chris's eyes. Based on his past missions and completion rates, if he handled this current task flawlessly, he would accumulate enough credit to earn a shot at the exam for inner status. But now, Chris had discovered another candidate with extraordinary promise. The file before her contained his details, Sato. Chris's attention had landed on him purely by accident, all because he had disrupted the mission originally assigned to Tobias. That mission had been simple: defeat Daisy Oak and Claire of the Dragon Clan using cloned legendaries. Whatever benefit the organization saw from such victories, neither Chris nor Tobias had been told. According to plan, Tobias was supposed to face Daisy in the semifinals, then Claire in the finals. But Sato appeared like a wild card, knocking Claire out early, and in doing so, derailing the organization's arrangement. Worse, he had even ruined the manipulated match order the organization had bribed programmers to enforce. The head of Goldenrod Department Store, eager to stir hype, had gone along with it, letting the organization buy influence over the match schedule. But Sato's unexpected victories forced Tobias into an early showdown with Daisy. In the end, the organization had no choice but to adjust, scrap the defeat Claire objective, and instead order Tobias to eliminate Sato, the newcomer who had upset their plans. And so, whether she liked it or not, Chris had been forced to investigate him. What she found startled her. The mysterious organization might not be widely known, but its reach was vast. After all, they were capable of cloning legendary Pokémon. They had eyes and ears everywhere, in the League, in Team Rocket, in every major power. Their operatives often held high-ranking positions, granting the organization access to valuable intelligence. After all, planting spies in rival groups was nothing new. Even Giovanni's methods were hardly original, though few organizations had ever succeeded in embedding agents at the League's very highest levels. Koga truly earned his reputation as the king of spies. By using her channels, Chris quickly secured a dossier on Sato. It covered his career to date, including his time in Team Rocket and his return from the mysterious island. Of course, the most secret details, such as his direct connection to Giovanni, the Dratini egg in his possession, and his mission to infiltrate the League, were not in the file. Even so, what was recorded was enough for Chris to draw a firm conclusion: Sato had enormous potential. With the right resources, his rise to Elite 4 level was practically guaranteed, and perhaps even champion level was within reach. By regulation, she reported her findings to her superior, along with her intent to recruit him as an outer member. The response was clear: do everything possible to win him over. Even if recruitment failed, she was to secure a good relationship. Thus, after her meeting with Tobias, Chris now turned her mind toward one question: how best to approach Sato. The file described him as fiercely loyal and already highly valued by Rocket leadership, with abundant resources at his disposal. Ordinary incentives would not tempt him. Yet Chris also knew one truth: absolute loyalty did not exist. Everything came down to price. This one is different from Tobias. His foundation is much stronger. He's already raised several formidable Pokémon, honed in that brutal island crucible. Those cloned legendaries, bound by control chips, won't impress him in the least. In fact, if several of his Pokémon are as terrifying as that Swampert he revealed in battle, Tobias' clones might not even be able to beat him. How am I supposed to recruit such a prize? This won't be easy. Chris sighed, frowning at the file in her hands. Chapter 649, Chapter 648, The Opponent in the Quarterfinals. Sato had no idea that a powerful and mysterious organization had already set its eyes on him. At this moment, he was making use of the free wireless internet provided by the Pokémon Center, carefully analyzing tomorrow's opponent and their Pokémon on his laptop. The tournament had already entered the quarterfinals. At this stage, none of the participants were ordinary. After all, to stand out among 2,421 contestants required more than just a bit of luck. Most of all, it required true strength. Take, for example, Sato's opponent tomorrow. He was likely to be the third great obstacle standing in Sato's way during this competition. This trainer came from the Hoenn region, and his name was Brawly. Yes, Brawly, a trainer a bit older than Sato, who would one day become the gym leader of Duford Town in Hoenn. For now, though, he was just an obscure trainer in Jotto, much like Sato once was. But underestimating him would be a grave mistake. Rumor had it that he was recognized by Bruno, one of the Kanto Elite Four and the fighting-type master, and had once been fortunate enough to train with him for a time. From Brawly's battle footage in this tournament, Sato saw that every one of his victories came easily. What stood out the most was that throughout the matches, Brawly had only used two Pokemon, Machamp and Medicam. Moreover, Sato discovered that under Brawly's training, both Machamp and Medicam had mastered a technique of explosive, instantaneous movement. They also seemed to possess a powerful combat intuition, often evading enemy moves at the last possible moment in a strange, almost supernatural way. This explosive footwork is exactly what Swampert lacks right now. If I can learn this technique from Brawly, Swampert's current weakness in speed and mobility can be greatly compensated. Watching the screen, Sato saw Machamp, which had been on the defensive, suddenly burst forward with astonishing speed, instantly closing a gap of nearly 7 meters with a Venusaur. Then, with a single devastating ice punch, it brought the Venusaur down in one blow. Sato's heart raced with excitement. He studied carefully, replaying the footage of Machamp defeating Venusaur more than 10 times. Eventually, he noticed a huge drawback to this sudden burst of speed. Even for a physically powerful fighting type like Machamp, after unleashing that move, its legs cramped up, leaving it unable to move for a moment. It was clear that this technique placed tremendous strain on the legs. In other words, this explosive movement could only be used as a trump card. If the opponent wasn't defeated in one strike, the user would end up in a vulnerable position. The side effect was similar to the exhaustion caused after using Hyper Beam. Even so, Sato believed this technique would be extremely valuable for Swampert. Right now, Swampert's greatest fear was being unable to reach its opponent. But if it could close the distance, victory would be within reach. How can I learn this explosive movement technique from Brawly? That question lingered in Sato's mind after watching the footage. He knew that such battle techniques, which weren't standard Pokemon moves, were usually a trainer's closely guarded secrets. To obtain them, a great price often had to be paid. The problem was that Sato didn't have anything that a fighting-type specialist like Brawly would value. For trainers of that kind, the most precious treasures were items that could enhance their Pokemon's physical strength. Unlike other types, fighting types relied not on flashy moves but on their bodies themselves. In battle, fighting types could often stand against other Pokemon purely through physical might, with type-based moves serving more as tools to enhance their natural power. Their bodies were much like those of humans, but far stronger. This similarity allowed some fighting types to learn martial arts, physical exertion techniques, and even the use of certain human weapons. Their one flaw, however, was their lack of intelligence. It was as though all their talent points had been spent on muscle. Some were so slow that no matter how much you taught them, they simply couldn't grasp certain special techniques. Most of their martial arts and power-based skills required endless repetition and muscle memory to master. One thing was certain, if a fighting-type Pokemon wanted to learn or refine higher-level moves and combat techniques, they needed powerful bodies. The stronger their physique, the better they could handle the strain of those advanced moves. Without such durability, their bodies would collapse under the stress. That was why fighting-type trainers were always so obsessed with finding methods and treasures to strengthen their Pokemon physically. Unfortunately, Sato didn't have anything like that on hand. The only items he could offer were a tri-leaf revival herb and 2 bottles of tranquilizing tonic that could restore mental strength and heal psychological trauma. But those were precious to him now, and he needed them himself. Forget it. I'll just beat him into submission first. Otherwise, I won't even have the qualification to negotiate. After much thought, Sato gave up on the idea for now. He turned his full attention back to the battle videos, while also sparing a part of his focus to supervise his Pokemon's training nearby. Yes, tonight, Sato chose not to play the hero again. He understood the principle of balance, advance and retreat, tension and relaxation. After all, he had just poked the Viper Mafias last night. If he went and stirred up trouble on their turf again tonight, he really would be asking for death. Sato was very aware of his limits. Without having mastered teleport yet, and relying only on Natu, he didn't have enough strength to flaunt himself in front of the Viper Mafias. Last night's bold act before the one-eyed youth had been fine, it might even give the Mafias the impression that he had deeper backing. But if he pushed his luck again tonight, things could spiral out of control. So, aside from reviewing the footage of the other 7 contestants, Sato spent the evening training with his Pokemon at the large practice grounds near the Pokemon Center. The next day, at 10 a.m., in the main arena of the city's largest battle venue, Sato's quarterfinal match against Brawly began right on time. Compared to the earlier rounds, the audience numbers had grown enormously. The main arena, which could hold more than 2,000 people, was packed. Even before the battle started, supporters of both sides and eager gamblers were already arguing and shouting, filling the venue with noise. Thankfully, once the host announced the arrival of the trainers, the crowd quieted down quickly. As Sato walked out of the player tunnel, the stadium erupted in cheers. This time, there were no boos at all. After his overwhelming victories yesterday against 3 opponents to secure his place in the top 8, the crowd had come to realize that this Kanto trainer who defeated Claire was truly skilled. He wasn't the underhanded trickster the papers and online gossip had painted him to be. Seeing was believing, and many who had once doubted him were now converted fans. This is it, this is the feeling. I'm fired up. Step by step, Sato walked to the battlefield. As the cheers thundered around him, his fighting spirit began to blaze. Chapter 650, Chapter 649, The Trainer and Pokemon Who Love to Show Off. For now, Brawly was not yet the dashing and charismatic gym leader he would become in the future. His current appearance was almost no different from the average fighting-type trainer you might meet on the street. A handsome but stern face, a tall, muscular body clad in a sleek black martial arts gi, a buzz cut, and iron geta on his feet, that was Brawly's present style. Still, Sato remembered him as the Brawly who always loved to show off. When Brawly stepped out of the trainer's tunnel and heard the cheers of the audience, he couldn't resist. He broke into a series of continuous somersaults all the way to the battle stage, then leapt with all his strength, vaulting the full 5 to 6 meters onto the platform in one go. Whoa! Awesome! Wow, so cool! The crowd's cheers exploded at the flashy entrance, and for a moment Brawly stood there like a superstar basking in the spotlight. As expected of a fighting-type specialist, Brawly's physical ability is extraordinary. That was an incredible way to make an entrance. Alright then, since both trainers have arrived, let's begin the match. Please spin the battle wheel to decide the battlefield and who takes the first move. The commentator, riding high above the arena on a Pidgeot, lifted his microphone as the noise subsided and spoke loudly. At his words, the 2 wheels on the giant screen began to spin rapidly. The results soon appeared, water field as the battlefield, with Brawly taking the first move. Immediately, the arena split open, the stone floor retracting to reveal a massive pit beneath. Rising slowly from below was the water field, a large pool intersected by 2 wooden bridges crossing in an X shape. On the surface of the water were 4 enormous floating platforms, each in its own quadrant. Let's go, Poliwrath. You'll be our vanguard today. Brawly wasted no time. As soon as the arena finished transforming, he hurled his Pokeball high, releasing a towering Poliwrath nearly 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered, with a black belt tied proudly around its waist. Poliwrath landed with a flourish, flipping backward before balancing perfectly on one leg atop a round wooden post of the bridge, palms pressed together and eyes closed, striking the pose of a martial artist in deep concentration. Clearly, this Pokemon had been with Brawly for a long time, even its show-off habits mirrored its trainers. The audience erupted again, showering praise on the stylish Poliwrath, many giving it thumbs up and shouts of approval. Hearing all the compliments, Poliwrath was delighted, so much so it nearly burst out laughing, its body trembling slightly, the corners of its eyes twitching. This Poliwrath is pretty entertaining. Sato, who was scanning it with both his psychic senses and his system's detection ability, noticed the little details instantly. He couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Poliwrath's data. Pokemon, Poliwrath. Level. Type, Water/Fighting. Ability, Swift Swim, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Water Sport, Water Gun, Hypnosis, Bubble, Double Slap, Rain Dance, Body Slam, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Belly Drum, Wake Up Slap, Hydro Pump, Dynamic Punch, Circle Throw, Focus Punch, Mind Reader. Egg moves, Mist, Haze. Tutor moves, Surf, Waterfall, Low Kick. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Poison, Hyper Beam, Ice Punch, Ice Beam, Bulk Up, Water Pulse, Fling. Held item, Black Belt. IVs. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 27, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 29, 31. Overall 4 rating, 171, purple grade. Sato was impressed by Brawly's eye for talent. While Poliwrath's stats weren't absolutely top tier, its total 4 value of 171 was quite good, and the fact it had the rare hidden ability Swift Swim made it exceptional. On top of that, Brawly had invested heavily in it. Beyond the basics like Protect, Hidden Power, and Double Team, he taught it Bulk Up, Ice Punch, and Ice Beam via TMs. Its tutor move list included excellent options like Surf, Waterfall, and Low Kick. Not to mention, this Poliwrath was larger than most of its species, and at level 52, its development was outstanding. Take flight, Beautifly, this match is yours to dominate. Not long after Poliwrath appeared, Sato also threw out a Pokeball. Glittering scales shimmered in the air as a shiny beautifly descended gracefully into the arena, a beautiful green necklace strung around her neck. Unlike Polyratha's flashy performance, Beautifly didn't need theatrics. Her dazzling beauty and queenly aura alone captivated the crowd, drawing praise and admiration with ease. Facing a fighting-type specialist like Brawly, Sato had carefully considered his choice. In the end, he decided to use his shiny Beautifly to sweep through the opponent's team. To ensure victory, he had even re-equipped her with the rare mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone. Sato didn't want to expose too many of his trump cards in this battle, nor did he want to give Brawly too many chances. His plan was simple: Beautifly would crush all of Brawly's fighting types. As Beautifly appeared, Polyrath opened his eyes, gaze sharp as he watched her flutter elegantly above. His instincts screamed danger. That beautiful creature in the sky was extremely threatening. Polyrath. Dive into the water, then set up rain dance. The referee declared the battle start, and Brawly immediately gave his command with a firm shout. Polyrath sprang into motion, pushing off with one leg, diving into the water with the perfect form of an Olympic diver, hardly leaving a ripple. At the same moment, Beautifly moved. Her delicate wings beat once, unleashing a massive 5-meter-wide crescent of emerald energy, Air Cutter. It sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the spot where Polyrath had entered the water. Boom. The attack split part of the water's surface apart, detonating with a surge of energy that sent waves crashing upward. But there was no sign of Polyrath in the spray. By the time the water splashed back down, the swimming master had already resurfaced several meters away, arms raised high. His gloved fists glowed with brilliant blue light. Above the arena, dark clouds gathered rapidly. Within seconds, they covered the entire field. A light rain began to fall. Chapter 651, Chapter 650, Polyratha's Moment of Glory. The rain began to fall, and the entire battlefield shifted into a rainy environment. In that instant, Polyratha's swift swim ability was triggered, his speed soaring dramatically. He leapt from the water, and to the amazement of the audience, he was actually running rapidly across the surface of the water. Use Air Slash, knock him back into the water. Seeing that Polyrath could run swiftly over water, Sato didn't show much surprise. He immediately commanded his shiny Beautifly to launch an attack. Though the rain did affect shiny Beautifly's speed somewhat, the impact was minimal. Her wings were coated in waterproof scales, so rain could not hinder them. At most, it merely soaked her body. From the moment she had appeared above the battlefield, shiny Beautifly had naturally begun to quiver dance. Just as in her usual training, she danced gracefully in the rain, and by now, she had already completed a full quiver dance. As her power rose and her wings glowed with a dazzling cyan light, she maintained her dance while flapping her wings rapidly. Bright white blades of air, each 2 meters across, shot toward Polyrath, who was speeding across the water's surface. Soon after, each blade exploded into countless smaller white blades. Confronted with this storm of blades falling from the sky like flower petals, Polyrath did not retreat to the safety of the water. Instead, emboldened by his skill, he displayed incredible agility, dodging with ease across the water's surface. He seemed like a martial arts master out of a wuxia novel, gliding across the waves as if they were solid ground. Each time his powerful legs pressed the water, waves rippled beneath him and his speed spiked, allowing him to narrowly avoid shiny Beautifly's attacks. Holy crap, that's insane. Polyrath, let's go. You've got this. So cool, do another dodge. The audience erupted into cheers, thrilled by Polyratha's dazzling footwork. The louder the excitement grew, the better Polyrath performed. Hearing their roars, his heart pounded and his blood surged, every vein in his body trembling with exhilaration. With the rush of adrenaline, his movements became swifter, his dodges smoother. After firing off 18 massive air blades, shiny Beautifly was visibly strained. When her last flurry of smaller blades was narrowly dodged, she paused at once, taking a brief moment to catch her breath. Polyrath, run upon the rain, use Ice Beam. Brawly, seeing that shiny Beautifly had halted her assault and that Polyratha's body had been fully warmed up by his evasive movements, instantly ordered a counterattack. Poly. At his command, Polyrath shouted loudly and pressed down hard against the water with his legs, springing high into the air. To the astonishment of the spectators, he used the falling raindrops as stepping stones, leaping rapidly through the sky to close the distance with shiny Beautifly, who still danced among the rain. As he closed in, his left hand formed spiraling spheres of water, while his right hand glowed with chilling frost like an icy gauntlet. He slammed his right hand against the water spheres. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Turning them into frozen water bombs. Covered in jagged ice spikes but still swirling with internal currents, the icy spheres shot forward like bullets toward shiny Beautifly. Play the sevenfold gust. Sato's face hardened at the fierce attack. He instantly called out to his partner. Shiny Beautifly, hardened by her brutal training on the mysterious island, had stamina far beyond the ordinary. Even after unleashing 18 air slashes, she was nowhere near exhaustion. At his command, her wings once again blazed with cyan light. 7 small whirlwinds spun into being around her, rapidly absorbing flying-type energy from the surrounding battlefield. In the blink of an eye, they expanded into massive cyan whirlwinds, each 3 meters wide, forming a heptagram around her. The swirling winds combined into an invisible wall. Polyratha's frozen water bombs were blasted aside by the gales, and even those few that slipped through were stopped by the barrier. The winds were so strong they even blew away the falling rain, leaving a 10-meter radius of dry air around Shiny Beautifly. Deprived of raindrops to step upon, Polyratha's midair pursuit faltered. Now's our chance. Polyrath, step on those frozen spheres and break through her defense. Use Dynamic Ice Punch to knock her down. Brawly's eyes gleamed as he seized the moment. Polyrath roared again, his muscles bulging as veins stood out across his legs. His power surged, and stepping onto one of the frozen bombs spinning in the wind, he launched himself like an arrow straight toward Shiny Beautifly. The more frozen bombs he used as footholds, the faster he became, until at last, he pierced through the barrier of whirlwinds in a blur of blue and appeared right in front of Shiny Beautifly. His right arm was grotesquely swollen with power, twice the size of his left, encased in a terrifying ice blue gauntlet of energy. Protect. Sato, having watched many of Brawly's battles, had long anticipated a sudden all-in strike. Even before Brawly gave the command, he had already ordered Shiny Beautifly telepathically to defend herself. But as soon as he did, he realized it was too late. Instead of striking Shiny Beautifly directly, Polyrath shot past her and smashed his colossal frozen fist down onto her green energy shield from above. A sharp cracking noise echoed through the air, her shield cracked, and Shiny Beautifly plummeted helplessly from the sky. Boom. She crashed into the water, sending up a huge splash. Polyrath had successfully driven Shiny Beautifly down into the depths below. Chapter 652, Chapter 651, Counterattack from a Desperate Situation. Good job. Don't give your opponent any chance to breathe, use Waterfall together with Body Slam. Seeing Polyrath successfully smash the Beautifly, still shielded by a cracking green energy barrier, into the water, Brawly's heart leapt with joy. He immediately ordered Polyrath to press the attack. Polyrath obeyed at once. Its body shifted into a diving stance, violent torrents bursting from around it as it plummeted like a falling boulder, transforming into a raging water dragon that hurtled straight toward where the Beautifly had splashed down. The Shiny Beautifly, protected by Protect, was still unharmed, but now that the energy shield had vanished, being trapped underwater left it struggling. Its delicate wings could hardly spread against the water's drag. Not knowing how to swim, the Shiny Beautifly was like an insect mired in a swamp, its movements terribly hindered. All it could do was watch as Polyrath bore down on it from above like a furious comet. Experienced as it was, the Shiny Beautifly knew the truth: in rain, water-type moves became monstrously powerful. Polyratha's raging strike was terrifying. With its fragile body, one hit would mean certain defeat. Don't panic. Flying-type energy also exists in the water. Sense it, then use your mastery over flying energy to guide it. That will help you escape. As the Beautifly despaired for lack of options, Sato's calm voice resonated in its mind. Hearing him, its panic instantly subsided. The Shiny Beautifly shut its eyes, extending its senses, trying with all its might to detect and manipulate the faint traces of flying-type energy scattered in the water. Through both its master-level control of flying energy and the power of the mutated Supreme Sky-splitting stone embedded in its chest, it succeeded. Beautifly felt those tiny threads of flying energy and shaped them into a small current of airflow. That current stirred the stagnant water around it, shaping it into a controlled flow that carried its body upward and away from its original position, swiftly rising toward the surface. Moments later, Polyrath crashed down from the sky in the form of a water dragon, smashing into the very spot the Beautifly had just abandoned. The impact erupted like an underwater torpedo detonation. The entire water field exploded upward, sending waves soaring into the air. But Beautifly had already escaped. Riding the spray of a wave, it burst free from the water and beat its wings once more, returning to the sky. Impossible. Barely scratched, since when could a Beautifly swim? Brawly's face twisted in disbelief as he watched the Shiny Beautifly not only survive unscathed but even escape its trap. Beautiful dodge. Now's the time to counterattack. Beautifly, use your strongest gust, drag Polyrath out of the water. Sato's lips curved into a small smile. He nodded at Beautifly and called out the order. At once, the Supreme Sky-splitting stone on its chest blazed with azure light, and its entire body overflowed with immense flying-type energy. A massive 6-meter-wide cyclone roared to life, its winds churning the waters below into a spiraling vortex. Within moments, a giant whirlpool formed on the surface, anchored to a towering water tornado. Polyrath had just used a burst of explosive speed to close in earlier, but the side effect was now apparent. Its powerful legs were seizing with cramps. With its limbs somewhat paralyzed, its mobility plummeted. The whirlpool's pull overwhelmed it, dragging the struggling Polyrath straight into the heart of the water tornado. Good. Keep it there, now hit it with electro-web. Sato's voice rang with command. The shiny Beautifly's wings crackled with electric light, shooting threads of current into the tornado. Instantly, lightning danced wildly through the raging waters. Trapped inside, Poliwrath was assaulted by both flying-type and electric-type energy. Its screams echoed, racked by double super-effective damage. Damn it. Brawly's face paled. He cursed inwardly, but he knew the truth, with its legs still compromised, there was no escape. All he could do was pray Poliwrath could endure. A full minute later, the Beautifly released its control. The tornado collapsed into torrents of water rushing back into the field. From the flood, Poliwrath's charred body floated limply. Seconds passed. Poliwrath surfaced, blackened and unmoving. No matter how Brawly called, it gave no response. The battle was over. At that moment, the rain ceased. The clouds parted, and sunlight poured down on the battlefield once more. Poliwrath is unable to battle. The winner is Beautifly. The referee counted silently, then raised his flag and announced the result. Clap. 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 The audience burst into spontaneous applause. The duel had been thrilling, with reversals at every turn, a spectacular fight that left the crowd feeling extremely excited. Yet many also sighed in pity for Poliwrath's defeat. That Beautifly, what a tough one. To turn the tide from such a desperate position, I never saw that coming. Among the spectators, Tobias, disguised as an ordinary viewer, stared solemnly at the shiny Beautifly circling above the field. His face was grave. Return, Poliwrath. You did well. Leave the rest to your teammates. Brawly recalled his fallen partner, murmuring comfort. Then he raised his head, his playful demeanor gone, his expression now heavy with resolve. Your turn, Medicam. Show them your true strength. He drew a handmade pokeball marked with a black fist insignia and hurled it high into the air. Chapter 653, Chapter 652, The Shiny Beautifly Takes Flight. Brawly's Medicam was small, almost a size below normal growth. But though its body looked slight, its lean frame rippled with compact muscle, honed through constant training. Combined with its ability, pure power, that wiry body could unleash force enough to split stone. Yet Medicam's most striking feature was its head, nearly 1.5 times larger than usual, so much that its proportions looked unbalanced. At first glance, it resembled a bobble-headed doll. But no one who saw it would dare laugh. This was a Pokemon of terrifying psychic might. Its entrance wasn't flashy like Poliwrath's, but it radiated awe all the same. Floating cross-legged in the air, hands pressed together, its blue psychic barrier shimmered around it. Waves of psionic energy pulsed outward like ripples in water. The pressure was immediate, the entire crowd felt as though their heads were weighed down, a crushing psychic gravity. What immense psychic power. This Medicam may be malformed, but it's been gifted with extraordinary talent. These waves of mental force are no less intense than that Alakazam I released. Sato had seen battle footage of this Medicam before, but experiencing its aura in person still left him shaken. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel pity. Medicam's base stats in attack and special attack were both a mere 60. For a psychic type with talent this great, it was a cruel handicap. Pokemon information. Pokemon, Medicam. Level. Type, fighting/psychic. Ability, pure power. Gender, female. Known moves, Zen Headbutt, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Bide, Meditate, Confusion, Detect, Endure, Feint, Force Palm, Hidden Power, Fire, Calm Mind, Mind Reader, High Jump Kick, Swagger, Acupressure, Trick, Reversal, Recover, Counter. Tutor, Psyshock, Psychic, Psycho Cut, Brick Break, Focus Blast. TM, Protect, Hyper Beam, Shadow Ball, Double Team. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 19/. Attack, 27/. Defense, 25/. SP ATK, 31/. SP Def, 27/. Speed, 30/. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 159. Medicam, Psychic. Pin down Beautifly. No theatrics this time, the moment the referee gave the signal, Brawly ordered a direct engagement. At once, Medicam's blue-lit eyes snapped open. Pointing at the shiny Beautifly, a crushing wave of psionic force erupted outward. In an instant, a blue aura seized Beautifly midair, freezing its body in place. But Beautifly had already danced twice with Quiver Dance. Its special defenses were bolstered high. Straining, it resisted, Medicam's grip faltered, unable to lock it down completely. Use Bug Buzz. Sato didn't hesitate. Before Medicam could close its grip, he gave the counter command. Beautifly's body could barely move, but its voice was free. A shrill, piercing buzz erupted from its proboscis, imbued with bug-type energy, the natural bane of psychic power. The blue bind cracked apart almost instantly. And Bug Buzz was not just disruptive, as a sound-based attack, its wide range and piercing effect made Medicam's psychic barrier useless. The harsh vibrations tore into Medicam's mind, shattering its focus. Wincing, it abandoned the hold and pulled back, distancing itself from Beautifly. Freed, the shiny Beautifly immediately resumed its aerial dance. A glow of power surged across its body as a third quiver dance took hold. With speed heightened yet again, its wings snapped wide. Its form blurred into a streak of afterimages, reappearing behind Medicam in a flash. This time it didn't wait for orders. It unleashed Air Cutter. A white blade of compressed wind, 5 meters across, streaked toward Medicam's back. But Medicam's psychic awareness encompassed everything within 100 meters. The moment Beautifly twitched, it sensed the attack. With a flick to the side, it narrowly evaded the strike. Now. Swagger. Seeing the dodge and the short distance, less than 10 meters, Brawly barked his order. Pull back, and scatter Air Cutter. At the same time, Sato's eyes flashed blue. Through telepathic warning, he alerted Beautifly. The shiny Beautifly obeyed without hesitation, wings snapping, widening the gap in an instant. When Medicam turned to unleash Swagger, Beautifly was already outside its range. Instead, countless white blades of wind closed in, the scattered wave of Air Cutter. The barrage left no space to dodge, hemming Medicam in completely. Meet it with Psycho Cut, widespread. Brawly's expression darkened. Something felt wrong, he was being led, step by step, into the opponent's pace. But there was no time to reflect. He had to respond. Medicam's eyes blazed, both hands slicing forward. Dozens of blue psychic blades formed in the air, matching the swarm of wind blades one for one. The battle ends here. Once Medicam is blasted out, finish it with another Air Cutter. Sato smiled faintly, eyes flashing as he sent his command telepathically once more. Medicam's Psycho Cut was no ordinary move, bolstered by pure power, its physical strength was doubled, making those psychic blades tremendously potent. With pure power, Medicam's base attack of 60 was effectively doubled to 120. That power, combined with a stab move like Psycho Cut at 70 base power, gave it significant striking force. But Beautifly's special attack was naturally immense, a base 150. With 3 quiver dances stacked, its offensive output had reached an overwhelming peak. Even though Air Cutter was only 60 base power, the sheer amplified damage made its onslaught devastating. Thus, under Brawly's shocked gaze and Sato's calm one, the storm of white wind blades shredded through Medicam's psychic blades as though they were paper, engulfing the psychic type completely. Boom boom boom. Explosions rattled the air as energy clashed. A battered Medicam was hurled from the smoke, its body torn by countless cuts. And before it could even recover, an enormous Air Cutter, 8 meters wide, split the lingering smoke and slammed into its midair form with crushing force. Chapter 654, Chapter 653, 1 vs. 3, advancing to the semifinals. Even though Medicam was under siege from countless tiny white blades of air, her psychic barrier absorbed most of the damage, leaving her with some fight left in her. But the Air Cutter from Sato's shiny Beautifly, timed with exquisite precision, struck her with lethal force, robbing her of the strength to keep struggling. After 3 quiver dance boosts, shiny Beautifly's special attack was overwhelming. On top of that, Air Cutter was a stab move and 4 times super effective. Even if Medicam had been unhurt beforehand, taking such a strike meant only one outcome, defeat. Stand up, Medicam. Brawly shouted in panic, his face paling as he watched Medicam take the attack head-on, blown back again and collapsing motionless on the ground. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. But Medicam could not stand again. She was frail by nature, less durable than most of her kind. After taking 2 Air Cutters from a thrice-boosted shiny Beautifly, it was impossible for her to recover. Medicam is unable to battle. The winner is Beautifly. The referee counted silently for a few seconds, and when Medicam still did not rise, he raised his flag and loudly announced the result. My God, I thought that shiny Beautifly was going to lose, but she won again. Yeah. Just one look at that Medicam and I felt dizzy. Who would have thought she'd lose like that? She only got hit twice by Beautifly. I remember Beautifly being such a common Pokemon in Hoenn with really low base stats. When did it become so strong? Is this cheating? Bullshit. There are no garbage Pokemon, only garbage trainers. Beautifly was clearly raised exceptionally by Master Kira Hayashi. That's why she has the terrifying strength to beat both Poliwrath and Medicam in a row. No wonder he's the trainer who defeated Claire. He's amazing. That brother's right. Under Master Kira Hayashi's care, Beautifly's level must be very high, and her potential top tier. Her beating Poliwrath and Medicam, even with the type disadvantage, doesn't surprise me at all. Exactly. Looks like Master Kira's got this match in the bag. He's already won twice without even sending out Swampert. Good thing I bet half my fortune on him winning, haha, I'll be a millionaire soon. As the referee's verdict echoed, the audience burst into thunderous applause and heated discussion. Especially those who had bet on Sato winning, they howled with excitement. Yet among the more seasoned trainers, many scoffed at the crowd's naive chatter. They could see the truth. Sato's shiny Beautifly had been trained to perfection, and her natural talent was extraordinary. After all, Sato had never once commanded her to use quiver dance aloud, and yet, she had managed to strengthen herself mid-battle without issue. What's more, after the rain ended, some sharp-eyed trainers noticed she was even using Morning Sun continuously to recover stamina. Though her wings lacked the usual dazzling glow, they caught faint flashes of light, and her body emitted healing green radiance at intervals. What did that mean? It meant shiny Beautifly had internalized quiver dance and Morning Sun into instinctive battle habits, dancing and healing in secret while still fighting. For a Pokemon capable of multitasking like that, her potential could only be described as terrifying. If she wasn't taken down immediately, the enemy had to accept the risk of being swept. Thus, the trainers in the stands begrudgingly admitted that Sato's shiny Beautifly was raised to perfection and her aptitude was monstrous. A Pokemon capable of fighting while strengthening and healing simultaneously. If that wasn't top-tier talent, then what was? By now, it was clear to all that Brawly had almost no chance of turning the match around. Sato's shiny Beautifly had already stacked 3 quiver dances and recovered stamina with Morning Sunday. Which meant Brawly now faced a Beautifly at peak condition with triple stat boosts. For a fighting-type specialist like him, trying to beat her with fighting Pokemon was an almost impossible task. As most people expected, Brawly couldn't turn the tide. He couldn't even manage to take down shiny Beautifly. His final Pokemon, Machamp, resisted briefly, but once Beautifly completed a 4th quiver dance, she unleashed a gust attack with power rivaling a storm. Machamp was defeated instantly. Just as Sato had planned, shiny Beautifly achieved an astonishing 1-against-3 sweep, earning a standing ovation from the entire stadium. Yet the Bug Queen herself remained proud and aloof, unimpressed by the applause and dismissive of this small feat back on the mysterious island. She often fought against entire swarms. 3 opponents were barely a warm-up. When the battle ended, Sato didn't immediately have Nada teleport him away. Instead, he approached Brawly, extending his hand with humility. Indeed, the strong are always respected, especially when they show humility instead of arrogance. It was easy to earn the respect of the defeated that way. It didn't take long. Sato obtained Brawly's contact information, exchanged words of praise for his Pokemon, and quickly gained the straightforward trainer's friendship. After securing this connection, Sato slipped away, shook off the rabid fans chasing him, found a deserted spot, changed clothes, and removed the Ditto-crafted human skin mask. Then he re-entered through the audience passage and returned to the seat Whitney and Daisy had saved for him. There, he relaxed, eating popcorn with the 2 girls and chatting casually as they waited for the next quarterfinal match. Before long, it began. One of the competitors was none other than Tobias, and his opponent a random trainer Sato didn't recognize. Tobias, famed for owning legendary Pokemon, commanded terrifying popularity. The moment he appeared, the crowd roared his name, chanting for him to release another legendary. He did not disappoint, once again sending Regirock as his opener. And just like Sato, Tobias relied on a single Pokemon to defeat his opponent, securing an easy advance into the semifinals. Chapter 655, Chapter 654, The Finals, Facing Tobias. With Tobias securing his victory, the remaining 2 quarterfinal matches quickly came to an end. Soon after, the giant screen on the battlefield randomized the pairings for the semifinals. Thanks to the assistance of the head of the Goldenrod department store, the bracket was arranged so that Sato and Tobias would not meet until the finals, provided both of them won their semifinal matches. The audience was thrilled with this setup. The moment they saw the finalized bracket, the crowd buzzed with excitement, most of the discussion naturally centering around the anticipated clash between Sato and Tobias. Even though many spectators weren't deeply knowledgeable about battling, from what they had seen in the quarterfinals, it was obvious that Sato and Tobias were on a completely different level compared to the other 2 semifinalists. Those trainers had only advanced through grueling matches that dragged down to their last Pokemon. By contrast, both Sato and Tobias had swept their opponents with a single Pokemon in dominating fashion. Thus, in the minds of most viewers, the finals between Sato and Tobias were a foregone conclusion. But Sato didn't allow the chatter in the stands or the endless speculation online to distract him. Once the quarterfinals concluded, he immediately returned to the Pokemon Center to study his next opponent's battle data, carefully analyzing both her team and her fighting style. The next morning at 9 a.m., Sato met his semi-final opponent in the Grand Arena. The stadium was once again packed to capacity, with even the aisles crowded by ticketless fans. His opponent, a female trainer from Sinnoh named Yalan, was someone Sato had no prior memory of. Yet, for her to break through a pool of 400-plus trainers to reach the semi-finals, she was clearly no ordinary competitor. Still, after reviewing her past matches, Sato concluded her strength fell short of Brawly's. Her path to the semi-finals had been aided heavily by luck. Once the battle began, Sato quickly seized the advantage. With just his shiny Pelipper and Nidoking, he systematically knocked out 4 of Yalan's Pokémon. Yalan wasn't without skill, however. With her 5th Pokémon, Magnezone, and her ace, Empoleon, she managed to take down both the shiny Pelipper and Nidoking. That forced Sato to send out his shiny Beautifly to finish the match. Mr. Hayashi, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Good luck in the finals, I'll be cheering for you from the stands, Yalan said firmly as she shook Sato's hand after the battle. And one more thing. I hope you defeat that freak Diaz. The way he uses those legendary Pokémon, it's as if they have no soul at all. I can't stand it. Please, bring your very best team against him in the finals. Sato was slightly taken aback by her words, then nodded seriously. Thank you for your support. I'll do everything I can to defeat Diaz. Even if he uses legendary Pokémon, I won't let that intimidate me. Indeed, from observing Tobias's battles from the stands, Sato had noticed the same unsettling detail. Those legendary Pokémon fought like lifeless machines, following commands but showing no passion, no will to battle, only a hollow emptiness. After parting ways with Yalan, Sato once again slipped away from fans and reporters, removed his disguise, and quietly returned to the audience seating where Daisy and Whitney had saved him a spot. Soon, Tobias's semi-final began. To Sato's mild surprise, his opponent this time showed considerable strength. Though ultimately defeated, this trainer managed to push him further than expected. After losing 3 Pokémon, he still succeeded in defeating Tobias's Houndoom and Regirock. Then, with his Slowbro's exceptional recovery and mastery of Rain Dance, he even forced Moltres out of the field, making Tobias bring in Zapdos as his 3rd legendary. While he still lost in the end, the trainer's spirited performance won him thunderous applause from the crowd and greatly boosted his reputation. It's worth noting that after this match, Tobias was ambushed by an unknown high Elite 4 level trainer. He survived unscathed only because a mysterious figure intervened to save him from what could have been a fatal strike. This incident fueled wild rumors online, with some even accusing Sato of hiring an Elite 4 level trainer to assassinate Tobias, though the claims were baseless. More than anything, people speculated about his background. The fact that someone of such immense strength had stepped in to protect him convinced many that Tobias must belong to some powerful family or hidden organization. Sato ignored the gossip entirely. After the semi-finals, he focused solely on studying his opponent's footage and preparing for the finals. So far, Tobias had revealed 5 non-legendary Pokémon, Houndoom, Electivire, Ludicolo, Magmortar, and Skarmory, as well as 3 legendary Pokémon, Regirock, Moltres, and Zapdos. Sato suspected that Darkrai and Latios were also in his arsenal, even though they had yet to appear. With that in mind, he resolved to bring his absolute best lineup to the finals. After careful deliberation, he chose 6, Shiny Pelipper, Flygon, Crobat, Arcanine, Shiny Gyarados, and Swampert. The night passed quickly, and the long-awaited morning arrived. The finals were scheduled for 9 a.m., but by 8 o'clock, the stadium was already filled to the brim, aisles overflowing with restless fans. The air buzzed with excitement. At exactly 9, fireworks lit the sky to mark the grand finale. Amid deafening cheers, Sato and Tobias emerged from opposite tunnels and stepped onto the battlefield. They locked eyes, silent, yet the intensity between them was palpable. The audience, watching their expressions on the giant screen, could almost taste the tension in the air. At last, the finals we've all been waiting for, cried the glamorous announcer, soaring above the arena on her Pidgeot. Holding her microphone high, she shouted, "Audience, let's say it together, let the battle begin." The crowd roared the words in unison. The massive battle display lit up, spinning 2 roulette wheels to determine conditions. Within seconds, the results appeared. The battlefield would be rocky terrain, and Sato had the first move. "I'm counting on you, Pelipper. Summon a torrential downpour." With the referee's signal, Sato hurled his Pokeball. In a flash, his massive shiny Pelipper spread its wings high above the arena. Its drizzle ability activated instantly, calling forth thick, roiling storm clouds. Within moments, the entire arena was shrouded in darkness, and with a sharp cry from Pelipper, rain began to pour in torrents. "Take the stage, Zapdos. Crush them with your thunder." Tobias threw his Pokeball, his expression cold. Lightning cracked as Zapdos burst onto the battlefield, electricity arcing across its form as it faced the shiny Pelipper head-on. "Return, Pelipper. Go, Swampert, time to fight." Before Zapdos could unleash its power, Sato recalled Pelipper and sent out Swampert. Swampert. The mighty Pokémon stomped onto the rain-slick rocks, glared up at Zapdos, and bellowed a challenge. His aura surged, exuding the primal pressure of a dangerous beast. The weight of it made even the spectators in the stands feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 656, Chapter 655, Overpowering Zapdos. What? He's sending out his strongest Pokemon right away. What's he plotting? Tobias wasn't surprised that Sato recalled his shiny Pelipper. After all, a water/flying type against an electric/flying type Zapdos was suicide. But bringing out his strongest Pokemon immediately. That made Tobias instinctively wary. From his superior, Chris, he had received a detailed report on Sato. He knew exactly how powerful Sato and his Pokemon were. Honestly, when he first read the dossier, his first reaction was that it had to be fake. But Tobias also knew very well how reliable intel from that mysterious organization was. Which meant he had to admit, Sato really was stronger than him. Facing a civilian trainer with a legendary reputation, Tobias understood he had to give his all and carefully gauge his opponent's tactics. Otherwise, even with a legendary Pokemon, he might still lose. Come back, Zapdos. Knowing that Swampert's ground typing completely nullified Zapdos's electric attacks, Tobias decided to withdraw Zapdos and send another Pokemon to face it. But just as he spoke, a flash of blue light gleamed in Sato's eyes. The next instant, a streamlined shard of ice shot from the ground like a bullet, slamming into Zapdos and knocking it back, disrupting the beam of red light from Tobias's Pokeball before it could make contact. My goodness! Such speed and precision. In just the blink of an eye, under the rain, Swampert formed an ice projectile with Ice Punch and blasted Zapdos away, completely stopping Tobias from recalling it. The announcer hired for the finals by Goldenrod Department Store was clearly a pro. In less than a second, he had caught every detail of the exchange, and his excited, booming voice carried over the mic, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. The audience roared their support for Swampert, but the battle didn't stop there. Swampert pressed his advantage, both hands hurling ice projectiles into the sky like machine gun fire, each one moving at bullet speed towards Zapdos. Thanks to Ice Punch, the falling rain, and his master-level control over water energy, Swampert easily shaped the water into sleek forms, instantly freezing them into aerodynamic ice bolts. Sato had long considered the question of how Swampert could deal with airborne opponents. On the mysterious island, he had finally solved the problem. By combining Swampert's strengths, he developed a technique, shaping water into streamlined ice shards, then throwing them with immense power. Essentially, it was a hybrid of Ice Punch and Fling, a ranged, enhanced version of Ice Punch. The idea had first occurred to him back in LaRue City in Hoenn, though back then it was immature, using Rock Tomb and Fling together. But at the time, Swampert was still a Marshtomp, without the strength, mastery of water energy, or control of Ice Punch he had now. Under Sato's guidance, Swampert quickly mastered the shaping and freezing technique. With countless foes on the mysterious island to practice against, his accuracy soared. Though not perfect, he could maintain an 80% hit rate, more than enough. And with his raw strength, the ice bolts flew incredibly fast and far, their range estimated at nearly 800 meters. Now, under the hail of ice, Zapdos was in disarray. It weaved frantically, even countering with its own electric attacks, but those had no effect on Swampert, who simply grounded the current into the earth. Before long, Zapdos was struck squarely by a shard. Each ice bolt carried immense ice energy and nearly 40% of Swampert's raw punching power. Getting hit was like taking a blow from Swampert himself, on top of the freezing shock. Tobias was nearly losing his mind. Because Zapdos was constantly dodging, the red beam from his Pokeball couldn't lock on, meaning he couldn't recall it. All he could do was watch helplessly as Swampert kept Zapdos pinned down. He had tried ordering Thunder to break through, but against a ground type like Swampert, it was completely useless. Zapdos may be a flying type, but it doesn't naturally learn any long-range flying attacks. Its only ranged power comes from its electric moves. Against a ground type, half its strength is gone. All I have to do is stop Tobias from switching it out, and Zapdos is doomed. The only option left for Zapdos is to come down from the air and fight in close range with flying moves. Unlike Tobias, who was visibly anxious, Sato remained calm and confident, watching as his Swampert dominated Zapdos. He already knew Zapdos's moveset from scanning it with the system yesterday, a level 61 Zapdos with no ranged flying moves. Its strongest ranged option was Hyper Beam. So last night, Sato had built this exact strategy. Lure Zapdos out with shiny Pelipper, then unleash Swampert to exploit its electric immunity and Zapdos's lack of ranged flying offense. Damn it. Zapdos, use Sky Attack. Finally, after repeated failed attempts to recall Zapdos, Tobias snapped. He realized Sato wasn't going to give him the chance. He ordered Zapdos to dive, unleashing its strongest flying type move against Swampert head-on. But Zapdos's fate was sealed. Swampert met it with a devastating ice hammer, slamming the legendary bird into the stadium wall. When the dust settled, the audience could only gape in disbelief. The mighty Zapdos, the legendary bird they thought invincible, had just been decisively beaten and embedded into the stadium wall by Sato's Swampert, that too with a single punch. Chapter 657, Chapter 656, The Worth of the Strong. Tobias's face twitched as he stared at his Zapdos, now embedded deep into the stadium wall. He had known from reports that Swampert possessed monstrous strength. But seeing it firsthand shattered any thought of letting his Pokémon engage Swampert in close combat. My heavens, what did we just witness? Contestant Kira's Swampert has punched contestant Diaz's Zapdos straight into the outer wall. That's unbelievable, what terrifying power. After taking such a devastating blow, can Zapdos even continue fighting? Referee, please make a ruling. The announcer leapt to his feet, voice trembling with excitement as he shouted into the mic, Zapdos is unable to battle. The winner is Swampert. The referee sprinted to the impact site. After silently counting several seconds with no sign of Zapdos freeing itself from the wall, he raised his flag and loudly declared the result. Swampert. 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 The crowd exploded. The victory would have been enough on its own, but the fact that Swampert had taken down the legendary Zapdos drove the audience into a frenzy. Someone shouted Swampert's name, and in moments, the entire stadium echoed with the chant. Swampert. Hearing the stadium roaring his name, Swampert knew exactly what it meant. He raised his arms high and bellowed with joy. So powerful. Sato's Swampert is unbelievable, he even managed to suppress Zapdos in the air like this. Whitney, sitting in the front row, could hardly believe her ears or eyes. She whispered to Daisy beside her, both their faces filled with shock. At the same time, Whitney made up her mind, she would treat Sato as someone worth befriending at the highest level, equal even to Daisy. Once the match ended, she would make an effort to invest in him, determined to secure him as a true ally. Yes, it's incredible. His Swampert's growth has far exceeded my expectations. But Daisy's eyes gleamed with burning determination. I will not surrender so easily. She looked as though she wanted nothing more than to jump into the arena herself and battle Sato. You just said Sato. From Pewter City. With a Piku and a Nada by his side. A hesitant voice came from Whitney's right, startling her. She turned to find a fashionable young woman with striking crimson hair gazing at her curiously. Hello, I'm Soledad. I'm an old acquaintance of Mr. Sato. Tell me, this Kira Hayashi on the field, is he really Mr. Sato Kaede? Seeing Whitney's guarded expression, Soledad quickly softened her demeanor, flashing a warm smile as she asked in a lowered voice. Soledad had actually traveled to Goldenrod with Sato. Like many women, she loved shopping, and Goldenrod's department store was always her first stop. By chance, she too had stumbled into the battle event and even participated, though she was eliminated in the 4th round. Still, that didn't stop her from enjoying the rest of the matches. She had been present when Sato's Swampert defeated Claire's shiny Kingdra, and from that moment on, she had been captivated. As Sato kept winning, she had joined other fans online in defending his reputation, gradually becoming one of his small but fervent supporters, just like many other female trainers from Kanto who happened to be in Goldenrod at the time. Wanting to see her idol up close in the finals, she had even paid a hefty price to a scalper for a front row seat. And the closer she watched, the more she realized why he felt so familiar. It all clicked when she overheard Whitney utter the name Sato. That was when the suspicion struck her, Kira Hayashi and Sato were the same person. She couldn't resist asking. You misheard me, I didn't say that name. Whitney's face paled as she denied it. She knew full well Sato wanted his true identity hidden. But being young and a poor liar, her panicked reaction betrayed the truth. So it really is him. Kira Hayashi is Sato. No wonder he felt so familiar. My God, his strength is beyond anything I imagined. Soledad's sharp instincts caught Whitney's expression instantly. Her suspicion turned to certainty, and she was left awestruck. Just like Whitney, she immediately raised her valuation of Sato in her heart. And she, too, decided, once the match ended, she would make sure to reconnect with him, to build Sato into a pillar of her personal network. Meanwhile, on the other side of the front row, Chris' gaze burned hot as she stared at Sato like a jeweler appraising a rare gem. She had already resolved to approach him at the earliest opportunity after the match. Unaware of how much he had stirred in the hearts of those watching, Sato remained focused on the battle. His Swampert's victory only fueled his fighting spirit further. Tobias, meanwhile, recalled his Zapdos and sent out his next Pokémon, a Ludicolo, who immediately began its awkward dance upon entering the rain-soaked battlefield. Despite Ludicolo's clear type advantage over Swampert, Sato chose not to switch out. Swampert's fighting spirit was blazing, and Sato knew pulling him back now would only sour his mood. Tobias's level 54 Ludicolo moved with ease in the rain, its speed nearly doubling. In a flash, it closed the gap between them by several meters, closing in rapidly. Ludicolo, use Giga Drain. At Tobias' command, streams of emerald energy shot from Ludicolo's body, lashing toward Swampert. Chapter 658, Chapter 657, Whack-a-Mole. The move Giga Drain was a grass-type attack with a power of 75, the strongest of the grass-type absorption moves. Against such a technique, which inflicted quadruple damage on it, even Swampert would never be foolish enough to take it head-on. Under Sato's telepathic command, Swampert immediately used Dig to dodge, then began quietly carrying out the instructions Sato had given it. In an instant, just as the emerald green beam of Giga Drain streaked toward it, Swampert dove underground and disappeared into the muddy battlefield. Be careful, Ludicolo. Watch your surroundings closely, Tobias growled when he saw Swampert vanish with Dig. His expression soured as Ludicolo warily scanned the field. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Swampert surfaced not far behind Ludicolo. Ludicolo reacted quickly, spinning around and firing a bullet seed at the intruder. But Swampert had no intention of attacking just yet. It slipped back underground again, easily avoiding the grass-type assault. Moments later, it popped up on Ludicolo's right side, its eyes glinting with mischief. Being stared at by Swampert made Ludicolo feel like prey under the gaze of some prehistoric beast. The sense of danger made its skin crawl. Without hesitation, it unleashed another barrage of bullet seed at the spot where Swampert's head had poked out. Once more, Swampert slipped away underground before the shots could land. And so it continued. For several minutes, Swampert darted in and out of the soaked battlefield like a mischievous whack-a-mole, while Ludicolo flailed about like the frustrated player who kept swinging but never hitting its target. What's going on here? Kira's Swampert seems to be playing a game of whack-a-mole with Tobias Ludicolo. But it looks like Ludicolo can't land a single hit. The commentator laughed into the mic, amused at the scene before him. Ha ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter at the vivid description. Ludicolo. Flushed with rage, Ludicolo shrieked and hollered for Swampert to come out and fight head-on. Enraged, it began blasting the ground around it with all sorts of powerful grass-type attacks, trying to flush its foe out. Being toyed with like this, Ludicolo's fear of Swampert was quickly replaced with fury. It wanted nothing more than to drag Swampert out of the ground and beat it to pieces. Calm down, Ludicolo. Don't lose your focus over such tricks. Tobias shouted in alarm, terrified Swampert would seize the chance to strike while Ludicolo lost its composure. Hearing its trainer, Ludicolo forced itself to rein in its rage and halted its wild attacks, standing on guard again, eyes darting across the eerily still field. Seeing his partner regain composure, Tobias exhaled in relief. In his lineup for the finals, Ludicolo was his trump card against Swampert. He couldn't afford to let it be wasted. At the very least, it had to deal Swampert a grievous blow. Tobias lifted his gaze to the sky, where the heavy rain summoned by the shiny Polyper's drizzle had already been pouring for over 10 minutes without weakening. He then looked down at the battlefield. The once rocky arena was gradually transforming into a water field. The stone floor was covered with thick standing water, and with each passing second the rain swelled it higher. Where Swampert had burrowed, streams of mud bubbled up, spilling into the water and rapidly polluting it. Already, nearly a third of the arena was clouded with muddy water, and the corruption was still spreading. Tobias had never attended a Pokemon academy. As a civilian trainer, he lacked systematic knowledge. But ever since joining the shadowy organization, he had collected scraps of rare, expensive, often incomplete research texts on Pokemon. Now, staring at the battlefield, fragments of memory struck him. Not good, he's trying to turn this into the perfect field for Swampert. The articles he'd once read said that the Mudkip line were swamp-dwelling Pokemon, thriving in foul, muddy waters. In mud, they moved even faster than in clear water. Ludicolo, use Ice Beam. Freeze every hole that's spilling mud. His voice cracked with urgency. If Swampert succeeded in transforming the rock field into a swamp, Ludicolo would be in dire straits. Though confused, Ludicolo obeyed. Blue-white beams lanced from its mouth, freezing the burrows that spewed mud. But there were too many. Swampert's tunnels riddled the field. Ludicolo couldn't keep up. Even when it froze one over, Swampert shattered the ice with a single punch. Don't you think it's a little too late to notice now? Sato smirked, realizing Tobias had finally caught on. Watching Ludicolo desperately plug holes, he let his eyes flash with psychic blue light, sending a new telepathic command to Swampert. After all its tunneling, parts of the battlefield subsoil were riddled with holes. With rain softening the surface, the ground had become dangerously unstable. If Ludicolo wasn't careful, it could fall into a sinkhole at any moment. That was exactly what Sato ordered Swampert to make happen. Luu. A moment later, Ludicolo, still spinning in its strange dance even while firing Ice Beam, suddenly felt the earth give way beneath its feet. With a yelp, it tumbled down as the weakened ground collapsed, plunging into a gaping pit. Chapter 659, Chapter 658, Incarnation of the North Wind. Ludicolo, use Giga Drain on the surroundings. Swampert must be in that pit. When Ludicolo suddenly plunged into the massive sinkhole beneath it, Tobias was startled at first, then elated. He immediately shouted the command. Shaking off his initial panic, Ludicolo reacted quickly and obeyed. In an instant, countless emerald green energy streams burst from its body, lashing out wildly at the pit's interior. But, something was wrong. Even though Ludicolo had fallen to the very bottom, none of its attacks struck Swampert. Ludicolo, hurry. Use waterfall and climb out. The very next moment, Tobias's voice rang again, this time tinged with panic. He had just seen Swampert emerge calmly from the ground outside the pit, not inside it. His misjudgment had placed Ludicolo in mortal danger. Ludicolo felt the same dread gnawing at it. It seized on the rushing muddy water pouring into the pit's edge and tried to ride it upward with waterfall. Don't let it escape. Swampert, Ice Beam, freeze it solid. Sato shook his head softly at Tobias's desperation, then gave his order. Swampert, already poised for the moment, snapped its jaws open and fired a freezing blue beam straight into the pit. The mud-slick Ludicolo was instantly encased in thick layers of ice, fusing with the pit's murky water into one massive frozen block. Incredible. So Swampert's digging wasn't running away from Ludicolo's attacks at all. Its true purpose was to set a perfect trap. Ludicolo had no way out, Swampert's ice beam froze it completely. Kira's clever tactics have turned the tables. Diaz's Ludicolo, the trump card against Swampert, has been immobilized. What can he possibly do now? The commentator's voice rang with excitement. Clap 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 clap. The audience erupted into applause, many realizing only now how deliberate Swampert's actions had been. To them, this level of strategy and flawless teamwork showed just how deeply Sato and his partner understood one another. Mr. Kira Hayashi really has it figured out, said Whitney, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Daisy. If Ludicolo, the one Pokemon best suited to counter Swampert, goes down like this, Diaz is in trouble. Regirock and Moltres won't stand a chance in this weather. Daisy nodded, joy flashing across her face too, though it quickly dimmed with caution. Yes, but don't relax yet. That man's origins are unclear. He may have more than 3 legendary Pokemon. Hearing this, Soledad, who had been listening beside them, also grew more sober, keeping her attention firmly on the battle. Tobias's face, however, was black as charcoal. He had no means of freeing Ludicolo from the ice. Come on. Break free, Ludicolo, he roared desperately, clinging to hope. He couldn't even recall Ludicolo into its Pokeball, his partner had to escape on its own. But Ludicolo lacked the raw strength of something like Shiny Kingdra. No matter how it struggled, the thick frozen shell didn't budge. Swampert simply dug it out of the pit with ease. Help him break free, Swampert. Icy Hammer. Note, Ice Punch plus Hammer Arm. Once Swampert positioned the frozen Ludicolo in front of it, Sato gave the command. Swampert's fist glowed, swirling with condensed Ice-type and Fighting-type energy, before slamming into the block. Whoosh! Boom! The blow shattered the ice, and sent Ludicolo hurtling like a rag doll, smashing into the arena wall with bone-jarring force. Another one. What terrifying power, Swampert has blasted yet another of Diaz's Pokemon into the arena wall. Hearing the sound of Ludicolo making intimate contact with the wall, the commentator's face twitched slightly. He wiped the sweat beading on his forehead with a hand towel while loudly addressing the audience. Ludicolo is unable to battle. The winner is Swampert. About 10 seconds later, the referee, who had once again jogged outside the battlefield, confirmed Ludicolo's condition, raised his small flag, and loudly announced the result of this match. The name Swampert thundered through the stadium once more as the crowd erupted in cheers. Tobias felt his heart sink to the bottom. 2 of his key Pokemon, gone. Meanwhile, only Swampert showed signs of fatigue. Sato's entire team was otherwise intact. Though filled with immense unwillingness, he could only pick up his Pokeball and recall the fainted Ludicolo. Damn it. I underestimated him. He's not like the pseudo-Elite 4 level trainers I've fought before. This is the true strength of one of those so-called monsters who returned from that cursed island according to the info. Grinding his teeth, Tobias clenched his fists, then drew a deep breath to steady himself. His eyes shifted to the waterlogged battlefield, murky and tainted with mud. He already knew his next move. It's up to you, Suicune. Purify this battlefield. He hurled the Pokeball. With a flash, a majestic figure landed upon the water's surface, the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune. For Suicune, the water's surface was like solid ground. It stood firmly on the water surface, which had now completely become a water field. Simultaneously, when Suicune landed on the water, a light blue ripple spread outwards. Immediately after, the water areas the ripple passed through became clear and pure. Chapter 660, Chapter 659, The Might of Suicune and the Tyrant of the Sea. Am I seeing this right? Good heavens, Diaz's third Pokemon is none other than the incarnation of the North Wind itself, Suicune. The moment Suicune appeared on the battlefield, the Jotto-born announcer leapt to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement as he shouted into the mic, "Whoa!" The crowd erupted. Nearly every Jotto native in the stands was on their feet, faces flushed with awe. Suicune's arrival drowned the arena in a storm of cheers. This is bad, really bad. All the effort Swampert put into creating this muddy swamp terrain might be wasted now. Sato's heart sank. Suicune wasn't just majestic, it purified. Just by stepping onto the field, the murky waters around it were already clearing back into crystal blue. Through his system's detection ability, Sato quickly confirmed what his eyes already suspected: this Suicune was in a different league compared to the other legendaries Tobias had used so far. Its individual values ranked in the golden tier, higher than the purple tier Regirock, Zapdos, and Moltres he had seen earlier. No wonder Sato had found it odd, true legendaries usually came with peak stats. He recalled vividly how the Darkrai he had encountered at MT Pyre had been perfect for a true monster. Pokemon information. Pokemon, Suicune. Level. Type, water. Ability, pressure. Gender, none. Known moves, sheer cold, bite, leer, bubble beam, rain dance, gust, aurora beam, mist, mirror coat, ice fang, tailwind. Tutor, hydro pump, shadow ball, surf, waterfall, whirlpool. TMs, protect, hidden power, flying, double team, ice beam, icy wind, hyper beam, water pulse, iron head. Item, none. IVs. HP, 31/. Attack, 28/. Defense, 30/. SP ATK, 29/. SP Def, 30/. Speed, 28/. Overall 4 rating, 176, golden tier. Smart move. Using Suicune to reset the field was the best choice. Swampert's advantage is gone, and with its ability to skim across the surface of the water faster than it can walk on land, Swampert won't be able to pin it down, it'll just get kite. From the stands, Chris, her beauty still radiant despite her age, smiled faintly. She knew Suicune well, in fact, all of Tobias's legendaries had come to him through her. Truthfully, she had been reluctant to hand this particular one over. This Suicune wasn't just another clone. It was premium. Instead of being created from scraps like hair or scales, it had been cloned using actual flesh from a genuine Suicune, supplemented with rare, precious materials. Because of that, it had inherited abilities most cloned legendaries could not, most importantly, Suicune's unique gift to purify water. Of course, its purification wasn't nearly as divine as the real Suicune's, but even retaining a fraction of that power was remarkable. By contrast, Tobias's cloned Zapdos couldn't even summon storm clouds, proof that not all clones were created equal. The audience gasped as the rain abruptly ceased. The heavy storm Pelipper had summoned with drizzle finally gave out, the clouds scattered, and sunlight broke through. You've done enough, Swampert. Come back and rest. Sato recalled Swampert without hesitation. Swampert looked almost relieved. Against Suicune, especially on clear waters, its chances were slim. Your turn, Crobat. Sato tossed a luxury ball skyward. In a flash of light, a Crobat larger than most of its species appeared, wings spread wide, glaring at Suicune with predatory intent. Here we go. In response to Diaz's Suicune, Kira Hayashi has withdrawn Swampert and chosen the highly mobile Crobat. What kind of thrilling showdown will these two trainers show us next? The announcer's voice rang out as the referee dropped his flag, signaling the start of a new round. Suicune, Tailwind, then Rain Dance. Tobias, satisfied at having unraveled Sato's swamp strategy, wasted no time. The North Wind was no ordinary water type. Though not flying type, Suicune had a natural gift for controlling wind currents. As it dashed across the water's surface, streams of white air spiraled around its body, accelerating it faster and faster. Crobat dove first, slashing the air into blades of white energy and hurling them down. But Suicune was too fluid, too fast, especially under Tailwind. Each blade missed by inches as it weaved gracefully across the water. Then Suicune tilted its head skyward. Instantly, clouds gathered once more. Within moments, dark rain clouds rolled overhead, and with Suicune's cry, another torrential downpour began. The audience roared as they witnessed the divine spectacle, Suicune, light as air, skimming across water as rain cascaded around it. Perfect. Don't let Crobat get away, close in with Waterfall. Tobias grinned. With rain active, water-type attacks were boosted by 50%. Combined with Stab, Waterfall hit harder than even Ice Beam, despite type advantage. And against Crobat's blistering speed, close range was the only way to guarantee a hit. Crobat, mean look. But Sato's eyes gleamed. He didn't look worried, in fact, he looked pleased. Telepathically, he gave Crobat the command. His real plan was simple, trap Suicune so it couldn't be recalled. Crobat's 4 wings flared, propelling it like a streak of violet lightning. Its eyes burned crimson, releasing a sinister glare that ensnared Suicune. For a heartbeat, ghostly red eyes blinked open across Suicune's body before vanishing. The lock was set. But the delay cost Crobat dearly. Suicune seized the opening, surged upward on a wave, and slammed into Crobat with a devastating waterfall. The bat screeched as it was driven from the air, smashed into the water's surface. In a flash, Tobias commanded Whirlpool. The vortex engulfed Crobat, trapping it, before Suicune unleashed a thunderous hydro pump that finished the job. Crobat fainted. Though victorious, Tobias's smile faded. He knew the trap had sprung. Crobat's mean look meant Suicune was now locked on the field until it was defeated. Sato was already scheming his next counter. You did well, Crobat. Rest now. Leave the rest to your teammates. Sato recalled his fallen partner with quiet regret. Crobat's prime had passed, it lacked the raw firepower or unique traits to carry battles anymore, relegated instead to support. Your turn, Gyarados. Show them the might of a tyrant. Sato hurled a water-blue Pokeball. The stadium shook as a massive shiny Gyarados burst forth, crashing into the flooded field with an explosion of water. Roar. Its Intimidate surged forth, amplified by its special ability Tyrant. The sheer pressure it exuded silenced the crowd. Fans who had been cheering for Suicune froze, faces pale, some collapsing unconscious under the crushing aura. Even the referee trembled. When Gyarados' crimson eyes fell on him, he could barely stand, too shaken to speak. A shiny, that's a shiny Gyarados. Incredible. After Miss Claire's shiny Kingdra, we're seeing yet another shiny of this rarity in this event, and it's the terrifying Gyarados. The announcer stammered into his mic after several long seconds, forcing his voice past the oppressive fear. But the crowd didn't answer. Not a soul cheered. Emergency staff rushed out with grass types capable of aromatherapy to treat those overwhelmed by Gyarados' aura. Sato has such a rare shiny too. And it's a Gyarados. Daisy, how have you never told me this? Whitney whispered, her face pale. This must be the one he caught on that island, Daisy replied, eyes fixed on the beast. Grandfather never mentioned it, but there's no doubt. That thing is terrifying. Diaz's Suicune won't have an easy time. The battle had stalled, the atmosphere suffocated by Gyarados' presence. Only after swift intervention from staff did the match resume. Yet even then, the audience dared not cheer. Their awe was laced with fear. Viewers at home, however, erupted in shock. A shiny Gyarados versus Suicune was a clash they would never forget. But Gyarados cared nothing for them. Its eyes were locked solely on Suicune, the only opponent worthy of its wrath, as it awaited Sato's command to strike. Chapter 661, Chapter 660, Victory and Champion. With the referee finally recovered and giving the signal, the interrupted match resumed. Suicune, Hydro Pump. Tobias, as always, rushed to seize the initiative. The moment the referee spoke, he shouted his order to the legendary beast, which was treading nimbly across the rain-soaked air. In the next instant, a torrent of high-pressure water erupted from Suicune's mouth, blasting toward the back of the crimson Gyarados. But before the jet could land, a massive red tail surged from the water. With a mighty slap, the Gyarados launched its entire body forward, narrowly dodging the attack. Swim forward, Dragon Rage. At last, Sato gave his command. His Gyarados' eyes flashed crimson with anger. Roaring, it began weaving through the watery battlefield, its movements strange, almost like a dance. And with each shift in its path, it unleashed blazing orange energy orbs from its fanged jaws, one after another. The shockwaves of Dragon Rage pressed down relentlessly. With the Gyarados' uncanny aim, each blast chased Suicune like a chain reaction. The moment Suicune dodged one, the next was already upon him. On the island where Sato once trained, lacking technical machines, his Gyarados had few moves to use. Out of necessity, it had honed its available skills to perfection. Dragon Dance and Aqua Tail were its favorites, especially Dragon Dance, which it had woven seamlessly into its very movement style. And for long-range battles, nothing pleased it more than unleashing volley after volley of Dragon Rage. Unlike in the games, Dragon Rage in reality wasn't a fixed damage move. Though not especially powerful, it was simple to conjure, easy to chain, and with mastery could be fired in rapid succession. Moreover, as a shockwave-type attack, it often knocked enemies back, giving it the qualities of a strong control move. Through countless battles against hordes of enemies, Gyarados had refined Dragon Rage to near perfection, able to fire continuously even while moving, keeping an accuracy of over 80%. Now, under that precise, continuous barrage, Suicune could no longer evade. After dodging the seventh blast, he was caught full on. With a deafening explosion, Suicune was blown back, only for the pursuing Gyarados to land another hit, and another, tossing the legendary like a ball across the sky. Though Dragon Rage wasn't devastating in raw power, the ceaseless impacts chained together made it nearly impossible even for a high-level Pokémon to endure. My word. Kira Hayashi's shiny Gyarados is performing miracles here. Look at that speed, that precision, he's using Dragon Rage to juggle Suicune in midair like it's nothing. The commentator's voice cracked with shock as the sight unfolded. Across the stadium and on television screens, the audience wore the same stunned expression. To see a Suicune toyed with like this. It shattered the convictions of many Jotto spectators. Tobias's face darkened. He knew if Suicune couldn't break free of this rhythm, the match would be over. Protect. Then get down from the air. Desperately, he ordered Suicune to shield itself, then retreat to the water to deny Garrido's further target practice. With Protect's barrier, Suicune managed to land safely on the surface. You finally came down. Garrido's Iron Tail, finish it. Sato's eyes glinted. The moment Suicune touched the water, he gave the killing order. With another roar, Garrido's fired one last dragon rage to force Suicune off balance, then surged forward, tail glowing with brutal steel energy. Whirlpool, then Aurora Beam. Tobias grimaced. He knew Suicune's slender build couldn't withstand a frontal clash. He ordered it to trap the foe instead. The crown on Suicune's head blazed, and a massive whirlpool surged up, 10 meters wide, engulfing Garrido's. But to the shock of Tobias, Suicune, and the crowd, Garrido's burst free. With a flash in Sato's eyes, the red tail struck the waters hard, launching the Leviathan skyward. Using Bounce, a move it had mastered since its Magikarp days, Garrido soared free, then plummeted directly toward Suicune. As it fell, its terrifying face twisted into a menacing leer using Scary Face. The sheer intimidation slowed Suicune, dropping its speed sharply. Too late to dodge, the legendary was crushed beneath the Garrido's full weight, slammed violently across the water. The crowd gasped. Suicune staggered back to its feet, battered but not broken, proof of a legendary's endurance. As expected of a legendary Pokémon, but you're at your limit. Garrido's, end it. Iron Tail. Sato's voice rang like a death knell. Hyper Beam. Tobias roared in desperation. But before the blast could fire, Garrido's body glowed once more. Its speed surged, Dragon Dance had completed its buff. With blinding swiftness, it dodged the Hyper Beam and brought down its glowing tail. The strike connected with devastating force. Suicune was hurled out of the arena, landing motionless. Suicune is unable to battle. Garrido's wins. The referee, though a Jotto native, could only announce the result with a heavy heart. Damn it, return, Suicune. Tobias's expression was twisted with frustration. He recalled Suicune silently and stalked off the platform. The arena fell into a heavy silence. For Jotto spectators, seeing their guardian beast defeated was painful. But Garrido shattered that silence with a thunderous roar, shaking the air with its victory cry. The audience realized their lapse and quickly erupted in applause for the winner. Well done, Garrido's. Rest now. Sato recalled his partner and left the platform calmly. By rule, with 3 of Tobias's Pokémon down, the match paused for a short intermission. Viewers filled the break with heated discussion. Few had expected this outcome. Tobias, thought invincible with legendaries, had already lost 3, 2 of them legends. Meanwhile, Sato had only lost his Crobat, with shiny Pelipper, Swampert, and shiny Garrido still fresh. The challenge before Tobias was clear: defeat 5 Pokémon with only 3 remaining. It was an impossible task. When the match resumed, Tobias's demeanor was oddly calm. But Sato soon realized why. Tobias had given up. He sent out only ordinary Pokémon, holding back his Regirock and Moltres. The rest of the match was one-sided. Sato's Flygon alone swept Tobias's Magmortar, Electivire, and Houndoom with ease. Houndoom is unable to battle. Flygon wins. With that, the referee declared the match over. Victory. After a grueling showdown, Kira Hayashi has claimed the championship title of Goldenrod Department Store's battle event. Let's give him and his Pokémon a thunderous round of applause. The commentator's passionate words rang across the stadium as applause thundered in waves. Chapter 662, Chapter 661, a legendary Pokémon delivered to his door. After the match ended, Sato left immediately after collecting his rewards. His departure was clean and decisive. He didn't even say goodbye to Daisy and Whitney in person, only sending them a short message instead. The prizes for this Goldenrod Department Store event were impressive. Along with TMs for Fire Blast, Thunder, and Blizzard, all top-tier moves, the champion also received a voucher worth 5 million Poké. As the champion, Sato's popularity exploded. Having just defeated Tobias, who wielded legendary Pokémon, his reputation soared to a new height. The moment he finished receiving his prizes and taking photos with the event organizers, swarms of fans and even a few international reporters surged toward him. After a round of photos, handshakes, and brief interviews, Sato finally managed to slip away under the excuse of needing the restroom, seizing a short window of freedom. Using that time, he quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes, donned a Ditto-crafted common face mask, sprayed on a reliable cologne, and then had his Nada teleport him far away from the crowded battle venue. Because he moved so decisively, and thanks to his flawless disguise, he successfully evaded both the hordes of excited fans and the pursuit of certain trainers with darker intentions. Sato knew all too well that by revealing his shiny Garridos in battle, he had drawn the gaze of those who had originally been watching Tobias. Only in public, with so many eyes around, did those people dare not make a move. But Sato was a psychic. Through subtle mental probing, he immediately sent several individuals in the crowd whose malicious intent was directed at him. Of course, he understood better than anyone the value of a shiny Gyarados. And after today's match, where his shiny Gyarados had defeated Suicune, he feared becoming a target just like Tobias had yesterday. That was why he had left so hurriedly and cleanly. Unlike Tobias, Sato had no Elite 4-level protectors shadowing him. If someone of that caliber targeted him, escape might still be possible, but only at a serious cost. For now, he blended in with the crowd like an ordinary man. Before long, he slipped into a nearby Pokemon Center. Soon, he used the center's videophone to contact Professor Oak, then transmitted his shiny Beautifly, Crobat, shiny Gyarados, and Flygon through the capsule transporter. Well then, until next time, Professor Oak. After sending off Flygon, his last partner, Sato chatted a little more before hanging up. About 10 minutes later, he took a taxi to Goldenrod's bus terminal, where he purchased a ticket to Aquatic City from a clerk at the service counter. The time was 11:23. With more than half an hour until departure, Sato booked a private dining room in an upscale restaurant inside the terminal and ordered a lavish meal to share with his Pokemon. But they were only halfway through lunch when an uninvited guest appeared. "Miss, did you perhaps enter the wrong room? I don't recall inviting you to dine with me." Sato put down his chopsticks and looked at the elegantly dressed noblewoman before him. With a subtle gesture, he signaled his Pokemon not to act rashly. Then, narrowing his eyes, he fixed the stranger with a stare. Although she carried no obvious malice and had no Pokemon by her side, Sato's instincts, sharpened by countless life and death experiences on the mysterious island, screamed danger. A tight, prickling unease sat heavy in his chest. His muscles tensed, ready to react instantly. At the same time, he quietly issued telepathic instructions to his Pokemon, preparing them for anything. Ghost types, huh? Truly troublesome to defend against Pokemon that can turn invisible. I really do need to capture a powerful dark type soon. Otherwise, I can't always rely on psychic scanning to protect me. Extending his mental senses out 10 meters, Sato quickly located her hidden companions, a Jengar lurking behind the curtains, and a Banette crouched in the corner of the room. To be honest, he was shocked. Clearly, this woman had come specifically for him. Yet despite all the measures he had taken to conceal his whereabouts, she had still found him. The only place he had left any trace was at the Pokemon Center, where he had used his trainer ID for healing services. Which meant that whoever this woman was, she likely had a powerful organization backing her, feeding her his movements. Otherwise, no lone operative would dare hack the Pokemon Center's systems or have the influence to pull his records. Could she be from the League? Sato thought grimly, replaying his journey in his mind. In truth, there was no way this Chris could have found him on her own. It had cost her dearly to rely on her organization's resources to track him down through his brief appearance at the Pokemon Center. From there, she followed the trail straight to him. "Good day, Mr. Sato. My name is Chris. Please forgive my uninvited arrival. I mean no harm. I only came here today hoping to make your acquaintance. Of course, this meeting must remain secret. Again, I ask your forgiveness for intruding." Chris ignored the heavy hostility radiating from Sato's Pokemon, as well as the sharp glint in Swampert's eyes. Removing her lace sun hat, she bowed gracefully, then smiled warmly at him. "Well, now we've met, Miss Chris. If you have no other business, please leave. I have a bus to catch, and lunch to finish." Sato's voice was calm, but his vigilance only deepened. His Pokemon were already primed for a sudden strike. He smiled politely, but the threat in his posture was unmistakable. "There's no need to be so cold, Mr. Sato. I truly bear no malice. In fact, I came here to deliver a gift." Chris's smile did not waver, though inwardly she sighed. Clearly, her beauty held no sway over this hardened Rocket member. Still, she pressed on, speaking sweetly. And then, before Sato could react, she produced a pure white Pokeball out of thin air. The instant it appeared, it burst open. Swampert immediately stepped forward, shielding Sato. Kecleon vanished into invisibility. Shiny Pelipper and Nidoking appeared at either flank, moves already charged. Meanwhile, Piku and Nata flew to Sato's shoulders, glaring warily at the mysterious newcomer emerging from the ball. You call this your gift? Just who are you?" Sato's pupils shrank as he scanned the Pokemon released. Slowly, he stepped out from behind Swampert, eyes grave as he addressed Chris. That was because the Pokemon standing before him was none other than the legendary Celebi. Chapter 663, Chapter 662, Is It Worth It? The moment Sato laid eyes on Celebi, he completely believed the identity of the small, light green Pokemon before him. There was no mistaking it, this was indeed the mythical, time-traveling Pokemon Celebi. Yet what puzzled Sato was the state Shalebi was in. Its gaze was vacant, lifeless, as though it were nothing more than a puppet. This eerie sight instantly reminded him of the legendary Pokémon in Tobias's possession. Correct. This is the gift I wish to present to you, Mr. Sato. As you can see, this is the legendary Pokémon, Shalebi. Do you like this gift, Mr. Sato? If you desire it, it is yours from this moment. As for who I am, you will know in due time. For now, I can assure you we are not your enemies. On the contrary, we would very much welcome your joining us. Chris spoke with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with Sato's astonished expression. She had thought it would be difficult to win him over, but now it seemed he was like many trainers, drawn to the allure of legendary Pokémon. If he accepted Shalebi, she would have the perfect way to pull him into her faction. Sato, hearing her words, fell silent. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as his mind raced, weighing countless possibilities and hidden risks. No trainer could stand before a legendary Pokémon without the desire to claim it, especially when someone was offering a living legend as a gift. Few could resist that temptation. Sato was no exception. If anything, his longing was even greater than most, because within him lay a system that required the primal essence of legendary Pokémon to recharge. If he could capture one, it would provide him with immense reserves of that essence, enough to exchange for items in the system's shop and greatly strengthen his entire team in a short time. But Shalebi made him hesitate. When he probed it with his system's detection function, its aptitude showed only as a mid-tier purple grade, shockingly low for a legendary Pokémon, almost insulting to the name. Coupled with his knowledge of Tobias's puppet-like legendaries, he was now certain, this Shalebi must be connected to those very same abominations. That meant one thing, Chris was very likely in league with Tobias, that enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. And clearly, she could not be a member of the league. This was not the league's way. The league was never so generous as to hand out a legendary Pokémon as a gift. In fact, the league usually worked to prevent anyone from catching one. So who exactly was Chris? She was extravagant beyond belief. Her first move was to offer a legendary Pokémon, a gesture more lavish than even Giovanni's. She also had the means to track Sato's location through the Pokémon Center's network. The force behind her must be unimaginably powerful. But why would such a force seek him out? After a moment's thought, the answer became clear: they had recognized his potential. After all, he had defeated Tobias, a trainer with multiple legendary Pokémon, relying only on ordinary partners. In terms of strength, Sato already stood at the pinnacle of pseudo-elite 4-level trainers. And he was still young, most believed it was only a matter of time before he became an elite 4-level trainer. Investing in him now, while he was still weak, was a foolproof strategy. But Sato understood well the principle: there is no such thing as something for nothing. Could there truly be such a thing as receiving a legendary Pokémon for free? No, this Shalebi, with its poor aptitude and puppet-like state, was clearly a baited hook. If he accepted, he would inevitably be tied to the shadowy organization behind Chris. And an organization holding numerous legendary Pokémon could not possibly be a benevolent one. Its relationship with the League was almost certainly hostile. The League would never allow such a group, with power capable of toppling them, to thrive. Moreover, the fact they were so willing to give away a legendary Pokémon spoke volumes. Such creatures were far rarer than pseudo-legendaries. No legitimate organization would hand one out as a casual gift. Sato's mind returned to two questions he had long pondered. 1. Where did Tobias's Pokémon come from? 2. And why were his legendaries so weak? Now, Chris's gift provided the answer. The first was obvious: Tobias's legendaries came from this organization. The second? They were likely clones. That alone could explain their weakness. Sato recalled the movie Mutwo Strikes Back. Cloned Pokémon had feelings too, but their emotions were unstable, often extreme, and they bore a natural hatred for their creators. Even controlling ordinary cloned Pokémon was difficult. Controlling cloned legendaries would be exponentially harder. Mutwo itself had proven that. Perhaps, in the beginning, cloned legendaries obeyed. But with their high intelligence and innate pride, even in clones, rebellion was inevitable once they began questioning their existence. They might rage, just as Mutwo had. To prevent this, the organization must have tampered with their minds, reducing them to obedient puppets. And there were surely other flaws, such as shortened lifespans. Piecing everything together, one question loomed sharply in Sato's mind. For the sake of a low-aptitude Shalebi, likely nothing more than a clone, was it worth entangling himself with a mysterious organization hated by the League? Chapter 664, Chapter 663, Let's Go on an Adventure. At exactly noon, the bus from Goldenrod City to Akritik City departed on schedule. Sato leaned against the window, watching the traffic on the wide streets and the flow of pedestrians, though his thoughts were still lingering on what had happened just minutes before. When faced with the temptation of Shalebi, the legendary Pokémon, Sato had carefully weighed his options, and in the end, he resisted. He returned Shalebi to Chris without hesitation, making it clear that he had no desire to be entangled with her mysterious organization. Chris's face had darkened when she heard his answer, but she hadn't pressed the issue. Instead, before leaving, she showed him a dossier. It was a file on Sato himself. As he glanced over the detailed information about him, he had been utterly shocked. Yet even then, right up until Chris walked away, he hadn't acted rashly. The meaning hidden in the gesture couldn't have been clearer. If persuasion didn't work, then threats would. But Chris was disappointed. Sato neither bent to kindness nor to pressure. He had set his heart on avoiding any involvement with her mysterious organization and refused to yield. In the end, with no other choice, Chris took the file back and destroyed it in front of him before leaving in silence. That organization is bound to be a disaster sooner or later. It'll have to be eliminated eventually. And that mole within Team Rocket must be rooted out, or else my plan of infiltrating the League under a new identity and washing myself clean will be riddled with flaws. As expected, this world is nothing like the anime. It's crawling with all kinds of monsters and demons. Power, it still comes down to power. A pseudo-Elite 4 level trainer isn't enough. Maybe only a high Elite 4 tier, or even a champion level trainer, can truly stand untouchable. Recalling the scene of Chris silently threatening him with that dossier, Sato's heart burned with fury. That file was like a Damocles sword hanging above his head, ready to fall at any moment. If it ever dropped, his hopes of cleansing his identity would be ruined forever. The network of contacts and resources he had painstakingly built could crumble, and until he reached the level of a trainer with true weight, he would always live under the League's shadow of suspicion. Fortunately, for now he was still safe. His standing was too low, he had no roots in the League. Even if Chris had tried to report him with that file, the worst outcome would have been the end of his League prospects. In truth, aside from exposing himself to the League's upper echelon and revealing his core Pokemon team, he wouldn't lose much of substance. In fact, if Chris chose to report him, Sato could just as easily report her in return. After all, any organization capable of cloning legendary Pokemon and using them to recruit powerful trainers would draw far more scrutiny from the League than a small fry like him. That was why he had threatened Chris with his telepathic powers. By openly revealing himself as a psychic, he forced her to tread carefully. Chris was no fool. Once she realized Sato was a psychic, she knew her plan to recruit him had spiraled out of her control. Psychics were notoriously difficult to kill, even an Elite 4 level trainers would struggle to take one down unprepared. And if she couldn't kill him, the consequences would be disastrous, her own identity exposed, hounded by Sato's pursuit, and worse, risking her organization being dragged into the open. To prevent the League from following the trail, her own people might even silence her. So in the end, Chris abandoned her attempt to recruit him. She destroyed the file before his eyes, signaling she wouldn't expose his secrets. But both of them knew the truth, this wasn't over. Their paths would inevitably cross again. And when that day came, it would be a battle with real blades and blood. Piku. Suddenly, Piku hopped down from Sato's head and floated in front of him, sensing his frustration. The little Pokemon pulled silly faces and acted out goofy poses to cheer him up. Ha ha ha, your Piku is really funny. The antics drew a laugh from a male passenger nearby, who reached out to pat Piku's head. But Piku darted away with a look of disdain, leaving the man's hand and smile frozen in midair. Thanks, but don't worry, I'm fine. I'll just have to be more careful. And you, Sato chuckled, patting Piku's head and speaking to it with telepathic warmth, you'll have to work hard too. Pie pie pie. Piku puffed up with determination, mimicking Swampert by raising its tiny arms in a bodybuilder pose and throwing little punches to show it would train hard. Unfortunately, Piku's display of bravado lasted less than 3 minutes before it yawned, fluttered back onto Sato's head, and promptly fell asleep. Sato could only shake his head with an amused sigh. He leaned back against his seat to give Piku a more comfortable perch, making sure it wouldn't fall. He had been patiently caring for Piku all this time, ensuring it enjoyed every day. With the help of the Soothe Bell, their bond had grown quickly. The fact that Piku now tried to comfort him was a wonderful sign. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before their closeness reached the level needed for evolution. When that time came, Piku would become his next ace Pokemon, one belonging to his new identity. Next stop, the Slowpoke Temple. I can't wait. Once I've taken care of my hidden dangers, I'll finally be able to set off on a real adventure with Pikachu. Sato turned his head, watching the scenery flash past the window, his face full of anticipation. Chapter 665, Chapter 664, Training in the Mountain Village. More than 3 months later, just past 6 in the morning. Not far from the foot of the Slowpoke Temple's mountain, in a small village, Sato was dressed as a countryside farmer. With a hoe slung over his shoulder and Swampert carrying another, they walked together toward a patch of wasteland in the northern outskirts. The land, which had lain abandoned for years, was now mostly reclaimed, and hardy crops had already been planted. Upon arriving, Sato and Swampert picked up buckets resting nearby and walked 200 meters to a small river to fetch water. Back and forth they went, making more than a dozen trips between river and farmland, watering the newly tilled fields. Along the way, they struck up conversations with local farmers, exchanging words cheerfully as they worked. When the irrigation was done, the two picked up their hoes again and began reclaiming more wasteland, gradually expanding the farmland's borders. Near 11 o'clock, a young girl in simple homespun clothes arrived at the field with Piku and Nada trotting at her side. She carried a large bundle in her arms. "Big brother Sato, Swampert, here, this is lunch. Mom asked me to bring it to you." Skipping happily over, she handed the bundle to Sato with a bright smile. "Thanks, Junko. This afternoon, when I come back, I'll buy you some candy." Dripping with sweat, Sato quickly set his hoe aside, wiped his forehead with the towel draped over his shoulder, and smiled at the little girl. He didn't take the package immediately. Instead, he dipped his hands into a nearby bucket to wash them clean before carefully accepting it. Junko beamed at his promise. She hooked her little finger with his in a pinky swear, then skipped away again, leading Piku and Nada back toward the village. By then, Swampert was already famished. Before Sato could even unwrap the bundle, Swampert snatched it away and tore it open. But when he discovered the lunchboxes inside were, yet again, filled with nothing but seaweed rice balls, his face fell instantly. After a few moans of despair, he stuffed more than half of them into his mouth in one go. Sato accepted the remaining 2 rice balls, carried the box under a shady tree, and ate with relish. As he ate, he gazed over the lively farmland and the tranquil village beyond. The longer he watched, the softer and deeper his expression became, as if he were melting into the landscape itself. Birds and insects, which had quieted earlier, resumed their calls. A few bold birds even fluttered close, curiously eyeing this human who seemed almost part of nature. Slowpoke Temple lay hidden in the mist-covered wilderness between Mahogany Town and the ice path. Its location was notoriously difficult to find. It had taken Sato 5 days to cross MT Mortar and Route 42 to reach Mahogany Town. Then, after wandering for several more days through the desolate mountains of Route 44, he finally discovered the temple. Armed with Professor Oak's letter of introduction, Sato was granted an audience with the temple's abbot, Master Genmei. Yet the help Genmei offered was not what Sato had expected. Instead of meditation, floor scrubbing, or fishing practice like Ash and his friends once endured in the anime, Genmei gave him only one task: to farm the land alongside the villagers, with Swampert working beside him. At first, Sato was baffled. But as he slipped into the role of a simple farmer once more, old memories stirred, of his childhood in the countryside, living with his foster parents. Life had been hard back then, yet it was also peaceful and full of happiness, free from today's constant troubles. Gradually, he understood. Ever since he left the countryside, witnessed the splendor of the cities, and suffered the trials within Team Rocket, his heart had lost its purity. Burdened by too much killing, his heart could no longer rest. To rid himself of those violent shadows, what he needed most was calm, to turn away from the noise and struggles of the world, to live simply, and let that simplicity dissolve the dark stains in his soul. These 3 months of village life had given him much. He got to know everyone in the nearby villages. By lending a hand, often helping deal with wild Pokemon troubles, he quickly became part of this rural paradise. Each day was plain, yet fulfilling and joyful. Now, even without the camphorwood bracelet from Professor Oak or the pendant from Giovanni, his heart remained steady. Gone was the suffocating paranoia and constant state of vigilance he had carried after leaving the mysterious island. Kindness toward others, willingness to help, these were the treasures he had found here, the key to peace of mind. By 6 in the evening, as the sun dipped low, Sato and Swampert finished the day's work. After dinner in the village, they made their way up the mountain toward Slowpoke Temple. Soon, they arrived at a waterfall behind the temple. Finding it empty, they settled themselves on a smooth stone beneath the rushing water, closed their eyes, and endured the relentless pressure of the water, training their willpower. This was one of Master Genmei's instructions: every night, reflect beneath the waterfall on the day's gains and losses. After more than 10 minutes, an old monk in robes appeared under the moonlight, accompanied by a medicam. "This young man has taken our spot again. Day after day, without fail. Truly remarkable for one so young. Come, Medicam, let's train elsewhere tonight." With a sigh, the old monk turned away, leaving with his Pokemon. Not long after, another robed monk appeared by the falls. He watched Sato and Swampert silently for a while, then laid a letter down on the riverbank. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Chapter 666, Chapter 665, A New Beginning. A few nights later, Sato's training in the mountain village finally came to an end, after nearly 100 days, just as autumn was beginning to set in. A few evenings prior, he had discovered a letter left for him on the riverbank by Master Genmei. The words were few, but their meaning was clear: his spiritual training was complete, and he was free to leave. Sato felt little turbulence within. More than a month earlier, he had already sensed the shadows in his heart completely dissolved. He had returned to the state he was in before leaving the countryside, able even, at times, to enter a state of complete calm. What held him back was not necessity but attachment, reluctance to part from the peaceful days he had found here. Yet all gatherings must end. He knew he was only an outsider, and if he stayed longer, he might disturb this quiet paradise. Deep down, his drive to become stronger still burned strong. So he left. He took only Piku, Ditto, and Kecleon with him. Swampert, Shiny Pelipper, Nidoking, Heracross, and Nata he entrusted to Slowpoke Temple, to remain and continue their training. He had originally planned to bring Natu along as well, but the little one had grown attached to the carefree life there and firmly declared she would settle permanently at the temple. Sato had less than $1,000,000 poke dollars remaining. He entrusted most of his funds to Master Genmei, not only as payment for his spiritual guidance, but also as support for the continued care and training of his Pokémon. The months of training had brought him immeasurable gains. Not only had he shed the inner darkness, but he had also received advanced meditation methods from Genmei, allowing his psychic strength to grow tremendously. For indeed, Slowpoke Temple was a sanctuary for psychics. Every generation's abbot was a master of psychic arts. Sato found Master Genmei even more formidable than Sabrina. Genmei was a true sage, dwelling constantly in a state of desirelessness. Proof of his mastery lay in the fact that he could consistently catch the elusive Shelder at the lake, something nearly impossible. Sato's own psychic power now measured 223 points, a staggering increase from the 108 he had when leaving the mysterious island. He attributed his rapid progress over 3 months to 3 main factors. 1. The advanced meditation method bestowed by Master Genmei. Unlike the basic technique Sato had once received from Maya, this temple's heart meditation method was vastly superior, multiplying his efficiency many-fold. 2. The tranquilizing tonic he had consumed earlier, brewed from the rare wisdom lotus seed. This miraculous potion seemed not only to aid meditation but also to permanently boost innate psychic potential. After several doses, Sato had noticed his efficiency double or even triple compared to before. 3. The spiritual training itself. The calmer his heart, the deeper his meditation. With a still mind, he could even remain in meditation while working in the fields. This seamless state of mind, he realized, was tied closely to the heart meditation method, whose essence was the use of one's inner spirit to enhance meditation efficiency. Because of this, Sato spent most of his final 2 months in near-constant meditation, and his psychic strength soared. With 223 points, he had risen to a mid-level beginner psychic, a level far beyond the dangerous early stage where many died prematurely. At this stage, a psychic inevitably mastered one indispensable technique, teleportation. The moment his psychic strength passed 200, Sato dedicated himself to learning it. Under Master Genmei's guidance, he quickly grasped the life-saving art. Beyond teleportation, he also mastered subtle mind reading, mental suggestion, and hypnosis, all practical and versatile psychic techniques. Olivine City, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At the harbor, Sato, now disguised, watched the distant sea while waiting for a passenger ship bound for Hoenn's Slateport City. 2 weeks had passed since he left Slowpoke Temple. In that time, he had shed his old identity as Kira Hayashi and assumed a new one, Tyler. Yes, upon leaving the temple, his first move was to contact Giovanni, who immediately initiated the seed project for him. Tyler was a young man from Jotto, Sato's age, with the same blood type and a similar build. He was to be Sato's new face, a fresh identity through which he would infiltrate the League. Tyler's background was unremarkable, the son of Olivine fishermen, born into a family that had never produced a noteworthy trainer in 3 generations. His father, unable to achieve his own dream of greatness, had pinned his hopes on his son. Though the family lived in poverty, Tyler was spared the fisherman's life. From age 6, his parents enrolled him in Pokemon school, where he progressed from primary to advanced studies, receiving systematic training. Tyler worked hard. Always near the top of his class, he even secured admission to Jotto's most prestigious academy, Goldenrod Academy, while still in middle school. His parents went deep into debt to support him, but he justified their sacrifice by remaining in the academy's top 10 despite the fierce competition. Had he continued on this path, Tyler could have graduated at 16, potentially earning direct appointment as a League-affiliated trainer, complete with a Pokédex and a starter from Professor Elm. But fate struck cruelly. A sudden sea storm claimed the lives of both his parents. The debt remained, forcing Tyler to sell his house, though even then he still owed the bank tens of thousands of poke dollars. Unable to pay tuition, he was forced to drop out. Though many kind teachers offered to sponsor him, the loss of his parents and the crushing weight of debt drove Tyler into despair. At last, he attempted to end his life. He failed, but prolonged drowning left him brain dead. Then came the miracle. Days ago, he awoke in the hospital. But the truth was simple, the real Tyler had died. In his place now lived Sato. The reason the impoverished boy had remained on life support despite his condition was Giovanni's hidden hand, operating through a charitable foundation. And now, the reborn Tyler was bound for Hoenn to seek out his uncle. Chapter 667, Chapter 666, The Fisherman. At 3:10 in the afternoon, dressed in shabby clothes, Sato carried a small suitcase and boarded the cruise ship with the crowd. A rough sailor led him to a simple cabin inside. Since Sato had to faithfully play the role of Tyler, he was indeed penniless now. The ticket he bought was the cheapest class, so the sailor assigned him to a cramped room shared with 5 other people. Fortunately, the room was cleaned regularly, so its condition was acceptable. But since the space was so enclosed, with so many past occupants and the ship being long at sea, the smell inside was strong. The moment Sato stepped in, he was hit by a strange odor mixed with sea stench and sweat. Good thing I didn't bring Piku. That spoiled little guy would definitely be making a fuss right now. Sato wrinkled his brow at the unpleasant smell, but quickly smoothed it out, amused at his own thought. Tyler was supposed to be penniless, and indeed everything he had now came from the charity foundation supporting him. Even the ticket had been bought with their money. Naturally, that meant Sato carried no Pokemon at the moment. Yes, Sato was truly all alone, with barely any resources at hand. The only things he had were a single Pokeball, kept as a memento by the original Tyler, and 1,000 Pokedollars. That was all. Still, Sato wasn't worried. With teleport at his disposal, he had at least one way to protect himself. And if he encountered a decent water-type Pokemon during the trip, he could always use his psychic powers to capture one. After setting down his suitcase, Sato greeted his roommates one by one before leaving the room. Following the signs in the corridors, he quickly found his way to the deck. By now, the deck had gathered a considerable crowd, especially near the bow of the ship where people were clustered. Many leaned against the rails chatting while watching the sea. Some passengers and Pokemon, out at sea for the first time and free of seasickness, shouted excitedly and played around on deck. Sato smiled faintly at the sight, then walked toward the quieter stern. There, a number of fishermen had gathered, with dozens of rods propped against the railing. When any of the rods, secured by tools, showed signs of a bite, the fishermen, each watching over more than a dozen rods, would rush over and wrestle with whatever had taken the bait. Most catches were just ordinary fish, with only a few being water-type Pokemon. Whenever one of those came up, the fisherman would eagerly throw a special Pokeball called a lure ball. Unless luck was terrible, this type of ball, designed for water types, almost always succeeded in capturing the Pokemon. These fishermen often partnered with savvy sailors aboard, selling both their regular catches and water-type Pokemon for profit. Seeing this, Sato decided to blend in with them for the rest of the voyage. But first, he needed a fishing rod. After observing for a while, Sato spotted his chance. A young fisherman stood there with more than 10 rods under his control. Unfortunately, whether from poor skill, bad bait, or sheer bad luck, he hadn't caught anything for over half an hour. His face was dark with frustration, clearly in a foul mood. When Sato approached, the young fisherman turned and glared at him, looking for someone to vent his frustration on. It was obvious, if Sato so much as spoke, the men would likely scold him for ruining his concentration. But Sato only smiled faintly without saying a word. Instead, his eyes glimmered with a faint blue light as a subtle wave of psychic energy radiated from him. In moments, the young fisherman's gaze dulled, as though he had lost his soul. Under the effects of hypnosis and psychic/mental suggestion, he suddenly felt a warmth toward Sato, as though greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Before long, Sato had struck a deal with him and happily received a rod and some bait. Indeed, when it came to dealing with ordinary people, a psychic had plenty of tricks. With just hypnosis and psychic/mental suggestion, even relatively basic abilities, a psychic could quickly close the distance with strangers and draw out useful information. During his time at Slowpoke Temple, Sato had often gone to Lake Enlightenment, Lake Slowpoke. The water-type Pokemon there were peculiar, they could sense the mood of the fisher. If they detected even the slightest desire to catch them, they would refuse to bite. Not even the faintest stray thought was tolerated. Thus, the lake was the perfect place to test one's spiritual discipline. Only those who truly reached a state of desirelessness could catch anything there. Sato had once managed to reel in a Krabby at that lake, proving he had touched that state, though not long enough to maintain it consistently. But ocean Pokemon were different from those of Lake Enlightenment. Sato believed that even his half-baked state of desirelessness would be enough to attract them. Sure enough, with that mindset, his rod soon bent under the pull of a water-type Pokemon. After a short struggle, he pulled up a large Magikarp. The young fisherman's mood flipped instantly when he saw Sato's catch. Laughing with delight, he immediately threw a lure ball and successfully captured the Magikarp. As agreed, the next 10 water-type Pokemon Sato caught would belong to the young fisherman. Once the deal was complete, the rod, bait, and even a lure ball would belong to Sato. An hour later, under the astonished gazes of the young fisherman and several others nearby, Sato reeled in his 16th water-type Pokemon of the day. Chapter 668, Chapter 667, The Water-Type Trainer Tyler. Although the number of water-type Pokemon in the ocean was vast, ordinary fish still outnumbered them by countless times. Even the most skilled fishermen couldn't guarantee a 100% chance of reeling in a Pokemon. Most of the time, they only caught regular fish. But now, Sato was showing them what it meant to have a perfect catch rate. Every single time he pulled on the rod, it was a water-type Pokemon. What's more, the Pokemon he reeled in were clearly larger than their average counterparts. That meant the quality of the Pokemon he caught was extremely high, either with excellent potential or already at higher levels. Naturally, those water-types Sato reeled in were immediately sought after by the fishermen nearby, who rushed over to purchase them. In just 2 hours, Sato pulled up a total of 30 water-type Pokemon, 18 Magikarp, 9 Tentacle, and 1 each of Remoraid, Shellder, and Chinchou. Out of these, Sato gave 10 Magikarp to the young fisherman as payment for the rod and bait. The remaining 20 Pokemon he sold directly to the eager fishermen crowding around. Using Psychic to read minds, Sato confirmed that the prices they offered were fair, only about 100 Poke less than what the sailors themselves would have paid. Each Magikarp sold for 900 Poke, each Tentacle for 1,100 Poke, Remoraid for 1,400, Shellder for 1,900, and Chinchou for 1,400. Of course, because the ones Sato caught were all unusually large, those fishermen could resell them at much higher prices. With his mind reading, Sato saw right through their little schemes. But he didn't mind. After all, in his role as Tyler, he was just a poor boy with nothing. Suddenly showing off such exceptional fishing skill was already like stealing the livelihood of the other fishermen. Letting himself take a small loss was actually beneficial. First, it helped the fishermen quickly accept him. Second, it gave him an easy way to buy bait and lure balls from them. And third, it encouraged these experienced fishermen to see him as a foolish boy who laid golden eggs, someone worth protecting. Since he still didn't have a single Pokemon of his own, getting into a fight with fishermen, who each had many water types at hand, would only end badly for him out here at sea. Better to borrow their strength for now. Thanks to his fishing ability, Sato soon earned a small fortune. By a little past 7 p.m., he had reeled in 84 water-type Pokemon. Unfortunately, 2/3 of them were Magikarp and Tentacle, which were far too common in the ocean. After deducting the 500 Poke cost for each lure ball, Sato's 4-hour fishing spree still netted him nearly 60,000 Poke, turning his near-empty wallet of 1,000 into a heavy one. Among the haul, he chose to keep 1 Tentacle and 1 Chinchou, both of exceptional quality. The Tentacle had an individual value of 169, already at level 28, with the ability Clear Body. It had inherited Aqua Ring and Mirror Coat, and had also learned Giga Drain and Venoshock. The Chinchou was a little weaker, with an individual value of 154 and at level 25, with the ability Water Absorb. But it had its own strengths. It had inherited Agility and Soak, and also mastered Thunderbolt. Capturing the Chinchou hadn't been easy. The Tentacle, caught effortlessly with Sato's psychic powers, was no match for it. In the end, Sato had to pay 1,000 Poke to rent a Bellsprout from another trainer on the ship to finally subdue it. Now, with 2 fine water types and a comfortable starting fund, Sato ended his night of fishing and turned his attention to training. In this world, only those who had their own Pokemon could feel secure. Depending on others was never reliable. At critical times, only one's own strength mattered. Of course, comfort mattered too. He immediately upgraded his cheap ticket and slipped a sailor some extra money to secure a private ocean view room. It cost him 50,000 Poke, leaving just over 10,000 in his pocket, but it was worth it. From Olivine City in Jotto to Slateport City in Hoenn, this ship would take at least a week. Without proper rest, any unexpected danger could prove fatal. After dinner, and after feeding Tentacle and Chinchou some high-grade water-type food, which cost another 1,000 Poke, Sato brought them to the ship's Pokemon training facilities and began their regimen. By now, both Pokemon had seen their trainer's might firsthand. Back in his new room, the 2 water types, who at first had resisted his commands, had been persuaded effectively. Tentacle, being part poison type, had no chance at all against Sato's psychic powers. Chinchou had fared no better, battered by iron rods and sheets of metal hurled around by his telekinesis. Tentacle, your focus tonight is on Aqua Ring and Mirror Coat. The first will boost your endurance, while the second lets you strike back at your opponents. Don't worry, your special defense is already high. As long as it's not a super effective special move, you'll have a chance to reflect it right back. Start by maintaining Aqua Ring. It's not easy to keep it going. Later, I'll have Chinchou practice Electro Ball against you to hone your Mirror Coat. Chinchou, your main focus tonight is Agility. This will be your core move, not only boosting your speed and evasiveness, but also increasing the power of your Electro Ball dramatically. Your physical attack is weak, so don't bother much with Spark. Just focus on Electro Ball, work on its speed of formation and accuracy. Once you master that, most water types in the ocean will be helpless against you. Oh, and don't forget to practice soak. Improving its accuracy will be important later. Sato released them into a large pool inside the training grounds, giving instructions via telepathy. For his new identity as Tyler, Sato decided he would take the Rain Team route. It was a perfect fit for the son of a fisherman, specializing in water types was only natural. Yes, he had already revealed Swampert, Shiny Gyarados, and Shiny Pelipper. But that was fine. Aside from Shiny Gyarados, plenty of people in the world had Swampert and Pelipper. All he needed to do was catch another Mudkip and Wingull under this new identity, and later, when the time was right, bring out Swampert and Shiny Pelipper again. For now, what mattered most was making sure everyone knew that Tyler was a water-type specialist trainer. Chapter 669, Chapter 668, 5 Days of Results. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Early morning, out on the sea near the cruise ship. Sato was sitting on a small boat, leisurely fishing with a rod. The boat's forward motion, keeping up with the cruise liner, came from the tentacle and Chinchou harnessed at its bow. The two Pokémon strained against the chains tied to the boat's iron railing, pulling it ahead. Even though the tentacle and Chinchou were giving it their all, the boat, its engine shut off, still gradually lagged behind the cruise ship. Once the gap stretched to nearly 100 meters, Sato reeled in his line and switched on the boat's motor. With the engine running alongside the Pokémon's pull, the small boat quickly caught up. Two burly sailors helped secure the boat back to the ship's outer hull. Sato then returned to the deck with his two Pokémon, who had finished their morning stamina training. Tyler, got anything good to introduce today? That tentacle you sold me last time was excellent, it's been amazing in battle. This is my friend Lane. She's also hoping to get a strong water-type Pokémon from you today. Relax. As long as it's the right match, the price will definitely satisfy you. A well-dressed young man led a blue-haired woman over, smiling as he addressed Sato. After obtaining a fishing rod and bait, Sato had stopped competing with other anglers for business. Instead, he shifted focus toward the trainers aboard. For any trainer, talented Pokémon were the ultimate pursuit, many were willing to pay dearly for them. And Sato, with his system that could detect Pokémon aptitude, had a much easier time finding such talent than ordinary people. Even so, with his fishing skills and the system's help, he had only managed to catch 2 quality water types over these 5 days. Neither had reached gold level ratings, but both were top-tier purple level, comparable to the ace Pokémon of most ordinary trainers. Thus, selling them wasn't hard. Trainers with decent strength could usually recognize quality. When they saw the Pokémon Sato offered, they quickly chose to trade without hesitation. So far, Sato had sold 1 Tentacle and 1 Remoraid, earning 600,000 Poké-dollars, instantly replenishing his previously thin wallet. Unfortunately, after training expenses, food, and other necessities, that sum had already dwindled to about 420,000 Poké-dollars. Still, selling Pokémon was a hugely profitable business. With the right eye, one could make money easily. Having survived multiple close calls with wild Pokémon back on the mysterious island, Sato no longer believed in the naive idea that humans and wild Pokémon were always friends. Both sides simply fought to survive. There was no absolute right or wrong. If humans had been weaker, Sato was certain they would have long been wiped out by brutal wild Pokémon. Compassion, he felt, should be reserved for Pokémon who had earned one's trust, those who stayed through hardship and joy alike. They were the true family. Thus, he felt little guilt about selling Pokémon for money. Of course, he was careful in choosing buyers, only dealing with trainers who genuinely loved their Pokémon. Take, for example, the young man before him, Hayden. He was from a wealthy family but had a simple heart. Like Ash, Hayden was a child of the new era, deeply influenced by the League's ideals. His love for Pokémon was genuine. So, Sato had chosen to sell him a Tentacle with an individual value of 165. Sorry, Hayden. I've been busy with training lately, and luck hasn't been great. I don't have any good Pokémon right now. As for the woman beside him, the trainer named Lane, Sato didn't know her well. He used the excuse of not having any available water types to decline a deal. In truth, he had just caught a Shelder that morning, with an individual value of 165. He was still debating whether to sell it. Alright then. But if you catch something you don't need, let me know first thing. You have my number. Hayden looked a little embarrassed, he had failed to deliver on his promise to the woman beside him, but he didn't press. He knew quality Pokémon were rare. With a nod, he left with Lane, whose expression had soured. Once they were gone, Sato returned to his room to meditate, patiently waiting for lunch. The cruise offered plenty of entertainment, but Sato, in order to maintain his cover as Tyler, a trainer whose parents had died, who had miraculously recovered, and who now lived single-mindedly for strength, avoided them all. For 5 days, his routine was rigid, pre-dawn stamina training with his Pokémon, midday move practice, and evenings spent fishing for money or challenging other trainers aboard. Such asceticism had already drawn attention. Many passengers speculated about his background, until one who knew Tyler explained his tragic past. After that, most people looked at him with newfound understanding. At 4 p.m., in the cruise ship's paid training hall, Sato was instructing Tentacle and Lantern in move practice. After 5 days of special training, the two Pokémon had adapted to his demanding regimen. Their stamina and mastery of the moves they'd focused on had improved significantly. Through a series of battles, they had also grown used to his command style, reaching level 29 and 27 respectively. Just yesterday, his Chinchou had reached level 27 and successfully evolved into Lantern, greatly strengthening his team. Unfortunately, Lantern's body was still too small to serve as a proper riding Pokémon. Now, Sato's immediate goal was to raise Tentacle to level 30 so it could evolve into Tentacruel. That way, even if a maritime disaster occurred, he would have a Pokémon capable of carrying him across the sea. This was because, lately, during his meditation, he had faintly felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 670, Chapter 669, Evolution Complete. A little past 9 p.m., in one of the cruise ship's battle arenas, Sato, in his role as Tyler, was locked in a 2-on-2 match against a blonde youth. On the watertight battlefield, light rain was falling. Sato's level 29 Tentacle was locked in a fierce battle with the blonde youth's level 32 Goldeen. The blonde's Goldeen clearly had the swift swim ability, making it incredibly fast in the rain and allowing it to maintain the initiative throughout the fight. Moreover, Goldeen's fighting style was distinctly assassin-like, striking its target and immediately retreating, leaving no opening for counterattacks. Tentacle was clearly at a disadvantage. It was repeatedly hit by lightning-fast sneak attacks from the Goldeen, which had already used agility twice. Unable to match Goldeen's speed and reactions, Tentacle was forced on the defensive. For a while, Tentacle was tossed around like a ball in the water, relentlessly struck by Goldeen's sharp horn. Meanwhile, the water around Tentacle had turned an ever darker shade of violet, spreading out like spilled ink. That's it, Goldeen. Another horn attack. Don't give it room to breathe. The blonde youth grinned with satisfaction as Goldeen once again struck Tentacle from behind with a lightning-fast horn attack, sending it flying out of the water before immediately retreating. He excitedly shouted his command. Upon hearing its trainer, Goldeen's horn glowed white once more. It executed a sharp Z-shaped turn and charged straight toward the back of Tentacle's head, which had just landed back in the water. Most of the trainers watching from outside the arena shook their heads quietly, certain that Sato's Tentacle was about to lose. After all, by this point, Tentacle was already covered in wounds from Goldeen's relentless assaults. Fortunately, thanks to Aqua Ring healing its injuries and Barrier significantly boosting its defense, it hadn't been completely overwhelmed by Goldeen's fierce combo attacks. However, during this period of passive defense, Tentacle hadn't been idle. Under Sato's telepathic guidance, it had secretly been using toxic spikes on the surrounding water. Now, a quarter of the battlefield's water had been contaminated by Tentacle's toxic spikes, and the poisoned area was still expanding. Goldeen had been moving back and forth between the poisoned and clean water. Combined with its relatively high poison resistance, it hadn't shown any signs of poisoning until now. As its attacks intensified and its activity skyrocketed, its blood circulation accelerated. Toxins from the water entered its body through its gills and rapidly accumulated. Just as it turned to attack Tentacle again, the built-up toxins finally erupted. An unnatural purple glow suddenly emanated from Goldeen. It had been poisoned. Poisoning in the real world was far more complex than in games. It didn't just severely drain a Pokémon's stamina, it also affected nearly every aspect of its body. Tentacle's venom contained a mix of hemolytic, cardiovascular, neurotoxic, myotoxic, hepatotoxic, nephrotoxic, and dermonecrotic toxins, referencing real-world jellyfish venom. After being poisoned, Goldeen's physical capabilities began to decline across the board. The weakening of its muscles and nerves, in particular, caused its speed and reactions to drop significantly. Moreover, these were slow-acting toxins. Goldeen hadn't even realized its speed and reactions had slowed. Just as Goldeen tried to repeat its tactic of striking with horn attack and retreating, one of Tentacle's tentacles suddenly appeared right in its path. If Goldeen's speed and reactions hadn't been impaired by the poison, it could have easily dodged Tentacle's tentacle. Not good. Goldeen, use Thrash, break free. But this time, it realized too late. Before it could evade, it was already tightly bound by Tentacle's tentacle. Rap had successfully trapped Goldeen. The blonde youth's face went pale as his Pokémon thrashed against the binding tentacles. Finish it, Giga Drain. Naturally, Sato wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. He immediately ordered Tentacle to use Giga Drain, a super effective move against Goldeen. In the next moment, the tentacle gripping Goldeen glowed bright green, and Goldeen let out a cry of pain. Simultaneously, a healing green light enveloped Tentacle, and its injuries began to visibly recover. Under the combined effects of Rap, Giga Drain, and Poison, Goldeen's resistance weakened rapidly. Even as its thrash attacks grew more frantic with desperation, Tentacle had already stacked 3 barriers, and with Giga Drain and Aqua Ring restoring its health, the outcome was inevitable. 10 seconds later, Goldeen ceased struggling, limp in Tentacle's coils. Tentacle released its bind on the now fainted Goldeen. Goldeen is unable to battle. Tentacle wins. The female trainer acting as referee watched for a few seconds but saw no movement from Goldeen. She immediately raised her right hand toward Sato's side and loudly announced the result. Clap clap clap. Once the outcome was decided, the crowd of trainers and spectators burst into cheers and applause. Finally, level 30. Time for evolution. Sato used his system's detection ability to check Tentacle and confirmed it had reached level 30. He felt a surge of anticipation. Sure enough, shortly after the battle ended, Tentacle, after catching its breath, suddenly began to glow with a brilliant white light. Its entire body started to change. Whoa, it's evolving. No way, first battle I watch and I get to see an evolution. This is going to be good. Once Tentacle evolves into Tentacruel, its power will jump significantly. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they saw Tentacle enveloped in light, eagerly discussing with those around them. A moment later, Tentacle, bathed in the light of evolution, completed its transformation. A Tentacruel, now nearly 7 to 8 times larger than before, emerged on the surface of the water-type battlefield. Chapter 671, Chapter 670, The Mysterious Shadow in the Storm. After Tentacle evolved into Tentacruel, its strength immediately soared. That massive body and its 80 writhing tentacles made it obvious at first glance that this was not an opponent to take lightly. Though Tentacruel was a common Pokémon of the sea, the Tentacle line had no shortage of potential. Tentacruel's base stat total was 515, higher than that of many fully evolved Pokémon. Moreover, Tentacruel's growth ceiling was immense. Older Tentacruel were often no smaller than a regular Gyarados, especially with their long tentacles, and some who had extraordinary opportunities could even surpass them in sheer size. Many legends of deep-sea monsters around the world were actually inspired by colossal Tentacruel almost as massive as a Y-Lord. Sato's Tentacruel's data. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Level. Type, Water/Poison. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Male. Known moves, Reflect Type, Wrap, Poison Sting, Supersonic, Constrict, Acid, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Bind, Acid Spray, Bubble Beam, Barrier. Egg moves, Aqua Ring, Mirror Coat. Tutored moves, Giga Drain, Venoshock. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 27, 31. Attack, 25, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 31, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple Tier, Total 4, 169. With the evolution complete, the interrupted battle resumed. Since most of the battlefield water had already been poisoned by Tentacruel's toxic spikes, Sato's opponent sent out Swellow to face it. Sato, however, did not switch Pokémon. Instead, he left the fired-up Tentacruel to handle Swellow. But Swellow had the advantage of flight and incredible agility. Tentacruel's ranged attacks almost never connected, while Swellow constantly struck back with sharp counters. Even so, Tentacruel could always dive into the water to evade, and Swellow's airborne ranged attacks weren't enough to seriously threaten it. What's more, Tentacruel continuously healed itself with Aqua Ring. Even if it failed to dodge and took damage, it could retreat underwater to recover. Thus began a long stalemate. Overall, the situation still favored Tentacruel. It could swim and dive effortlessly without much energy spent, while Swellow had to keep flapping its wings, burning stamina. After nearly 30 minutes with no progress, the blonde youth finally lost patience. Swellow was drenched in sweat, its stamina heavily drained. If he didn't act, his Pokémon would collapse from exhaustion. He gave the reckless order for Swellow to use Brave Bird, betting everything on a desperate strike. This was exactly what Sato had been waiting for. There was little suspense. Swellow's Brave Bird struck head-on, but it couldn't take down Tentacruel, who had already stacked Barrier 3 times and restored itself to peak condition with Aqua Ring. Instead, Tentacruel's many tentacles snared Swellow, dragging it into the water. Seeing this, the blonde youth immediately gave up hope of victory and surrendered. After that battle, Sato went on to face 5 more trainers that evening. His record for the night was 4 wins and 2 losses. Through those 6-2 versus 2 battles, Tentacruel reached level 31, while Lantern grew to level 29. Both Pokémon had means of recovery, Tentacruel with Aqua Ring, Lantern with its water absorbability. This saved Sato much worry, and more importantly, a large amount of medical expenses. When the battles ended, he returned to his room, shared a hearty midnight meal with his 2 Pokémon, and began his usual meditation training. But his meditation was abruptly interrupted in the dead of night by a booming clap of thunder. The sea's weather was fickle, wind could shift at any moment. Past midnight, a violent storm suddenly struck. The ship rocked dangerously among crashing waves and lashing rain, waking everyone aboard. This storm's power is no joke. Could this be the foreboding I sensed earlier? Using his telekinesis to hover above the cabin floor, Sato avoided being tossed about by the ship's swaying. Through the window, he gazed out at the torrential rain, the raging sea, and the flashes of lightning, worry clouding his thoughts. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a millstone split the sky and struck the sea near the cruise ship. For an instant, the night was lit up like day, and Sato's eyes caught a colossal shadow looming within the dense clouds overhead. At the same time, the shadow seemed to notice the ship struggling below. A pair of glowing crimson eyes peered down through the storm. The moment Sato saw those vast red eyes, a bone-deep sense of dread struck him. Instinctively, he tore his gaze away, unable to look directly at it. But the lightning flash lasted only a moment. When he looked again, the shadow was gone. Even when the next lightning bolt lit the clouds, there was no trace of it. What was that shadow in the clouds? Could it have been Lugia? No, the outline didn't seem to match. Staring blankly at the thick cloud bank in the distance, Sato tried to recall the shape he had glimpsed, deep in thought. He was beginning to suspect that this sudden storm had been stirred up by that enormous creature hidden in the clouds. Sure enough, just as he guessed, the storm quickly weakened after the shadow vanished. Soon, the sea calmed, and the sky cleared to reveal a canopy of stars. Even so, most passengers remained shaken. It would be a sleepless night for nearly everyone aboard. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles east of the cruise ship, more than 10 wooden boats sped across the sea. The ragtag crew strained at long oars while commanding water-type Pokémon to pull the vessels with ropes, and flying types to fill the sails with wind. Behind them, a thick sea fog spread quickly, engulfing the waters. And within that fog, faint flickers of firelight glowed. Chapter 672, Chapter 671, Pirates and the Ghost Ship. The sense of crisis hasn't gone away, it's getting stronger. Just what is coming? In his room, Sato was meditating while levitating cross-legged in the air using his psychic abilities. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which glowed with a faint blue light, and gazed out the window at the calm sea with a puzzled expression. As a beginner psychic, Sato had not yet touched upon higher techniques such as true future sight. However, after more than 3 months of practicing the heart meditation method, his sixth sense, what he called his heart sense, had begun to awaken. Thus, his ability to sense impending danger was far sharper than an ordinary person's. During his deep meditation just now, he had once again sensed an approaching crisis, prompting him to cut short his training. Although the sixth sense was somewhat elusive and not always reliable, Sato decided to stop meditating and leave his room. Caution was the key to his survival so far, and as a psychic, he had to place greater importance on his intuition than most. Due to the midnight storm, many people on the ship had been unable to sleep. As a result, the cruise ship was brightly lit in the pitch-black night, standing out conspicuously on the dark sea. Sato made his way to the deck and leaned against the stern railing to enjoy the breeze. Eventually, he took out his fishing rod and began fishing. The deck was already crowded with insomniacs, gathered in small groups, sharing their experiences during the storm. Looks like you can't sleep either, Tyler. Well, neither can I. I'll keep you company. We two bachelors might as well night fish until dawn. Not long after Sato cast his line, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair approached, carrying a fishing rod. He smiled wryly at Sato, then glanced enviously at a young couple kissing nearby. Good evening, Mr. Todd. Sato recognized the men as one of the ship's anglers. He nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the glowing float on the water, maintaining his usual demeanor. Todd didn't mind Sato's coolness. Smiling faintly, he cast his line with practiced ease and sat quietly to fish. Sato's fishing skill soon proved itself, his bobber dipped sharply, and with a quick crank of the reel, he hauled up a flopping Magikarp. However, upon seeing that the catch was a Magikarp with an individual value of only 125, Sato promptly released it back into the sea. He rebaited his hook and cast his line again. Nowadays, Sato had high standards for his catches. He would only keep a Magikarp if it was golden, shiny, and for other water-type Pokémon, he required an individual strength value of at least 160. Because of these strict requirements, although Sato efficiently hooked water-type Pokémon one after another, he almost always released them back into the sea. This wasteful behavior pained Todd and the other sleepless anglers nearby, who were barely catching anything themselves. Soon, another angler who was on friendly terms with Sato couldn't bear it any longer. He swallowed his pride and approached Sato to specifically buy the water-type Pokémon Sato didn't want. 2 hours passed, bringing the time to around 4 a.m. During this time, Sato hadn't managed to catch any high-value water-type Pokémon, but he had earned nearly 20,000 Poké-dollars from the other anglers. With a splash, another lively Magikarp broke the surface as Sato reeled it in. Once on deck, Sato's lantern zapped the Magikarp with a thunderbolt, neatly knocking it out. A fisherman waiting in line behind Sato quickly stepped up, capturing the Magikarp in a net ball. Sato then skillfully took out an old communicator from his pocket. After confirming the payment notification on the screen, he prepared to cast his line again. But before he could cast again, commotion from the deck caught his attention. Look. There are a bunch of small boats heading this way. There's fog rising over the sea, it looks weird. Almost like it's chasing those little boats. I think I see fire in the fog, but it's a creepy blue flame. Gives me chills. With many insomniacs gathered on the deck, most were either enjoying the breeze or chatting idly. So, the moment something unusual appeared on the water, someone quickly noticed. Hearing the chatter, Sato felt a jolt of alarm. He immediately reeled in his fishing rod and hurried toward the starboard side of the deck. The seasoned fishermen also grew grim as they heard. Having roamed the seas for years, they knew many strange tales. Faces darkening, they followed Sato. Sato leaned against the bow railing on the starboard side and looked out at the sea. With the help of the ship's lights, he could see small boats carrying people desperately rowing toward the cruise ship. Behind them, a thick fog was rapidly spreading, dotted with strange, glowing lights. Judging by the scene, the people in those boats were fleeing in terror from the strange mist glowing with ghostly flames. From the looks of it, the people in the boats were fleeing for their lives, terrified of the bizarre, luminous fog pursuing them. Those people are pirates. But what is that fog behind them? My psychic energy can barely penetrate it. Sato extended his psychic senses and quickly confirmed the identities of the people in the boats. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of apprehension toward the strange fog. The ship's crew were experienced sailors. As the small boats drew closer, veteran crew members quickly recognized the people on board. Pirates. All passengers, return to your rooms immediately. All crew members, report to the deck for defense. Alarms blared across the ship, and instructions were broadcast to both passengers and crew. The sleepless crowd of gawkers turned pale and scrambled back to their cabins in panic. Thanks to the crew's experience, no stampede occurred. Oh Arceus, the legends were true, that fog, that's the death mist. The ghost ship is coming, we're doomed. At that moment, one of the fishermen near Sato seemed to recognize something terrifying. His face filled with despair, he collapsed onto the deck, his eyes vacant with hopelessness, and began crying out like a madman. Chapter 673, Chapter 672, Diverting Disaster Eastward. Sato had only ever heard of ghost ships from old sailors' tales. The legend said that those who encountered one at sea would be cursed by the ocean itself, even if they escaped its pursuit, they would soon fall ill and die a miserable death. The sailors aboard clearly knew at least fragments of these stories. When they heard the panicked fishermen shouting about a ghost ship, their faces turned grim, some even showing raw terror in their eyes. The unknown always breeds fear, especially when it comes to sinister, incomprehensible things like a ghost ship. Sato, however, managed to keep his composure. With his current experience, such a thing didn't frighten him. In his view, a ghost ship was nothing more than a derelict vessel swarming with ghost-type Pokemon. As for the so-called Ocean's Curse, that was simply the move curse, which nearly all ghost types could use. Still, he was uneasy. At the moment, he only had Lantern, Tentacruel, and an untrained Shelder. In the battle ahead, he might not play a decisive role, survival itself could be difficult. Ghost types, the absolute worst. He muttered to himself while moving toward the brightest lights on deck, releasing Lantern, Tentacruel, and Shelder beside him. In the bridge, the crew had already ordered the engine room to push the cruise ship to maximum speed after spotting traces of the ghost ship. But for a vessel this massive, even maximum wasn't nearly enough. Soon, they were overtaken, not by the ghost ship itself, but by a pirate vessel fleeing desperately from it. The pirates had no intention of fighting the cruise ship, they merely crossed its path, clearly planning to divert disaster eastward, before vanishing into the night. The ghostly sea fog that had been chasing the pirates quickly abandoned them and drifted toward the cruise ship instead. In the captain's cabin, an elderly man with snow-white hair stared grimly out the window at the approaching fog. This was Reggie, the ship's captain. A veteran of countless voyages, Reggie knew ghost ships well, he had encountered them more than once. He understood just how vicious the ghost-type Pokemon aboard could be. If they didn't mount a fierce resistance, not a single living being might remain on the ship. These Pokemon were born from the souls of the drowned, vengeful spirits harboring only malice. Everyone, listen up. I am Captain Reggie. Do not panic. A so-called ghost ship is nothing more than a wreck controlled by ghost-type Pokemon. What we face are just wild Pokemon. But the sailors alone cannot withstand them. I order every trainer aboard to step forward. This is not a request, it's a command. If you want to live, you'd better find your courage. These sea wraiths will not spare a single life. That said, there is hope. It's now 5:23 a.m. The sun will rise in about an hour. If we can endure until then, the ghosts will retreat. So all trainers, report to the deck immediately. Don't cower like dogs. He glanced at his watch, relief flickering across his face, then barked the order into the intercom. His harsh voice blasted through speakers all across the ship. Many trainers understood the logic: if the ship sank, none of them would survive. Though fear gnawed at them, they left their cabins and rushed for the deck. The captain's cabin doors swung open, and Reggie emerged flanked by 2 Pokémon radiating power. The sight of him bolstered the crew's spirits. Some sailors even raised their axes and shouted, morale surging back. Of course, when the sky falls, a tall man holds it up. Captain Reggie's no ordinary sailor. In his youth, he must have been Elite 4 level. How else could he command a ship this size? Sato's eyes lit up at the sight of Reggie and his Pokémon. His anxious heart steadied. Using his system's detection ability, he confirmed that Reggie's Feraligatr and Crawdaunt were both level 69, just a single step short of Elite 4 level. Their diminished strength was likely due to old age. At their peak, Sato guessed, both had been true Elite 4 tier powerhouses. Even weakened, they still far outclassed typical pseudo-Elite 4 tier Pokémon, and with full effort, they might well reach Elite 4 power again, if only briefly. Not long after Reggie appeared, the thick, eerie fog engulfed the cruise ship. In the glow of the deck lights, a decrepit vessel emerged from the mist. From within came chilling wails, and flickering blue flames began to appear across the deck. Ah! A sailor near the railing screamed. A ghastly materialized in front of him, immediately lashing out its tongue to wrap around his body. Terrified of ghosts to begin with, the men shrieked in horror. That scream seemed to trigger the attack. Hidden ghost types dropped their invisibility, swarming the deck to assault every living being. Many sailors and trainers froze in fear and were quickly overwhelmed, collapsing unconscious. But some responded swiftly. Reggie's Feraligatr and Crawdaunt tore apart several ghost types before they could even strike. Sato, aided by his telepathic sensing, saw through the fog as if it were clear air. Under his psychic guidance, Lantern and Tentacruel struck true. Tentacruel's primary role was to shield Sato, while also using Acid Bomb to weaken foes' special defense for Lantern's follow-ups. When needed, it used water-type moves on Lantern to trigger its water absorb and heal it. Lantern was the main attacker. Under Sato's commands, it quickly used Agility 3 times, maxing its speed. Then, combining Soak and Electro Ball, it devastated the enemy. Any ghost type hit by both Soak and Tentacruel's Acid Bomb couldn't withstand even a single Electro Ball. Within moments, more than a dozen ghost types, levels ranging from 25 to 35, lay defeated around him. The sight reinvigorated the sailors and trainers nearby, their morale soared. Chapter 674, Chapter 673, White Hot Battle. Well done, kid. Ha ha ha, you sea devils, tonight I'll tear you all apart. With me. Not far away, Captain Reggie saw Sato fighting so fiercely that he couldn't help but shout in praise. Then, laughing loudly, he charged with his Feraligatr and Crawdaunt straight into the densest cluster of ghost-type Pokémon. Roar. Times. Seeing Reggie throw himself into the fray, Feraligatr and Crawdaunt were clearly infected by his fighting spirit. They both roared, and their aged bodies seemed to regain youthful vigor, moving with startling agility. At the same time, their aura grew sharper and heavier. In an instant, the oppressive force of an Elite 4 tier Pokémon burst from their bodies. The battlefield was swarming with ghost types, but most were only level 20 to 30. The strongest one to appear so far was just a level 62 Gengar. Even that Gengar, though, had already been defeated by Reggie's Crawdaunt with a single Night Slash. Now that Feraligatr and Crawdaunt had burst forth with Elite 4 tier strength, they were like tigers among sheep. Under their devastating Dark-type attacks, ghost types were being torn apart in droves. Damn it, they're not so scary after all. Magnezone, use Thunderbolt, fry 'em all. Let your fury loose, Camerupt. Use Fire Spin, burn those wretched ghosts to ash. To hell with it. Tonight, I'll be a hero too. Persian, use Night Slash on that Banette that dared scare us just now. Watching Sato and Reggie crush the wild ghost types like they were nothing, the sailors and trainers on deck found their fear vanishing. In fact, the crisis stirred their blood. One by one, they stood tall, commanding their Pokémon in a desperate counterattack. The truth was, most trainers here had no real experience fighting vicious wild ghost types. Their fear was what made them falter, unable to bring out even half their normal battle performance. Now, without that fear holding them back, many ghost types who couldn't withstand a direct fight were swiftly overwhelmed. The battle shifted. Where moments ago the humans were being suppressed, now the wild ghost types were being beaten down across the deck. But the eerie ghost ship cloaked in fog still loomed close, spewing forth an endless stream of wild ghost types. Low-level Pokémon swarmed out relentlessly, while stronger ones began to appear as well. Soon, 6 ghost types above level 60, all pseudo-Elite 4 level, ganged up on Reggie's Feraligatr and Crawdaunt. Sato's situation wasn't looking good either. His earlier performance had drawn too much attention, and now at least 15 ghost types between level 30 and 40 had surrounded him. If not for nearby trainers rushing to help, he might have been forced to reveal his psychic powers outright. Even so, 6 ghost types were still pressing him hard. One level 38 Banette used its stealth to slip past Tentacruel, sneaking right up behind Sato. Just as he opened his mouth to issue a command, the Banette leapt from the shadows, claws glowing with Shadow Claw, aimed straight at his skull. But before it could land the blow, Sato's eyes flashed blue. 5 glowing, greenish-blue tentacles from Tentacruel suddenly shot out, wrapping the Banette tightly and halting its advance. The next instant, Tentacruel unleashed Giga Drain. The Banette let out a shriek of pain, while Tentacruel's wounds began to heal. The Banette was stronger, 7 levels higher than Tentacruel, so it wasn't defeated that easily. It thrashed violently in resistance. Yet no matter how it slashed with Shadow Claw, it couldn't harm the tentacles restraining it. That was because earlier, Sato had ordered Tentacruel to copy a nearby trainer's Raticate using Reflect type, temporarily gaining the normal typing. With that, the ghost's favorite attacks were useless against him. Frustrated, the cornered Banette's crimson eyes flared bright. It tried to use Curse, ready to sacrifice itself out of spite. But before the move could trigger, Sato commanded through telepathy, and Tentacruel hurled it like a ball, straight into the path of an incoming Shadow Ball from a level 35 Haunter. The Haunter's attack smashed into the Banette with terrifying force, exploiting its type weakness. Already wounded, the level 38 Banette was left crippled. Then Lantern finished it with a precise Electro Ball. The Banette collapsed, defeated. But danger still lingered. A level 34 Haunter and a level 36 Misdriva seized the moment, firing off quick Shadow Balls. Both struck Lantern hard, making it cry out in pain. In the very next second, Tentacruel launched 2 water pulses at Lantern. As the water struck, Lantern's body glowed with a watery blue light, its water absorb ability instantly restoring its health. Revitalized, Lantern released a massive bolt of lightning from its glowing antenna. The thunderbolt slammed directly into the Soak level 34 Haunter that had earlier been hit by Soak. The super effective strike dropped the Haunter instantly. The battle was brutal, but wild Pokémon lacked the strategy and coordination of trained ones. At last, under Sato's careful command, Tentacruel and Lantern defeated the 6 ghost types pressing them. Battle is the greatest catalyst for growth. After downing so many enemies, Tentacruel and Lantern's levels rose to 33 and 32 respectively. Even Shelder, who'd mostly been tagging along, managed to score several finishing blows with its Icicle Spear. Thanks to its skill link ability, it leveled up from 17 to 20. Chapter 675, Chapter 674, Burning the Ghost Ship. We can't keep going like this, we have to find a chance to heavily damage these wild ghost-type Pokémon. Even though Sato was pleased with how much his Pokémon had grown, his battlefield instincts, honed on the mysterious island, warned him that if things kept up, they might not survive until dawn. His psychic power stretched across the battlefield, and by his estimate, the trainers on the cruise ship had already defeated no fewer than 400 wild ghost types. But even so, the number of ghost types pouring out from the ghost ship didn't diminish. They just kept coming, wave after wave, and the ones showing up were only getting stronger. Many trainers' Pokémon had already fallen, and some trainers themselves lay collapsed on the deck, their conditions unknown. The tide of battle was slowly shifting back in favor of the wild ghost types. But how to break this deadlock? Sato kept commanding his 3 Pokémon to fend off nearby enemies while his mind raced for an answer. Finally, his eyes fell on the half-sunken, rotting ship shadowing the cruise liner. In that instant, he realized what needed to be done. It was obvious, those ghost types wouldn't be relentlessly chasing the cruise ship if not for that vessel. If they could take the ghost ship out, reinforcements would be cut off and the horde would scatter. In fact, they didn't even need to destroy it completely. Just crippling its speed so it couldn't keep up with the cruise liner would be enough. Everyone, we can't keep fighting like this. The wild ghost types are being reinforced from the ghost ship non-stop. It's barely 6 a.m., we've got at least another half hour until sunrise. We can't hold out that long. We need to cut off their reinforcements, or we're finished. That ghost ship is the key. We don't need to sink it, just make sure it can't keep up with the cruise ship, and that will break the flow of their attack. I need volunteers to come with me and strike the ghost ship directly. Best if you have fire types or poison types that know acid. If you've got the guts, follow me. Sato barked out the plan after blasting down a level 35 Dusclops with his Tentacruel and Lantern. Then he rushed with his Pokémon toward the starboard railing. Damn it. Either way, we're dead men. Might as well fight while we still got strength. Count me in. If these damned ghost types won't give me a way out, then I'll burn their nest before I die. I'm coming too. You saved me earlier, I'll follow your lead. Sato's performance in battle had already won respect. As soon as he spoke up, several nearby trainers he had supported before immediately responded. They shook free of their opponents however they could and charged after him. Men, we can't lose to these brave youngsters. Show some backbone and clear them a path. Feraligatr. Crawdaunt. You too, show your fangs and crunch these pests to bits. Captain Reggie, hearing Sato's words and seeing so many trainers willing to risk their lives, flushed with excitement. He roared commands at his sailors. The veteran crew, hardened by years under Reggie, responded at once. With their Pokémon, they carved a path for Sato and his group. Some were fired up enough to join the charge themselves. With Reggie and the sailors holding the line, Sato's strike team finally broke through. But the ghost ship still maintained distance. To get close, they'd have to take to the sea. Sato didn't hesitate. Leading by example, he leapt overboard with Tentacruel, Lantern, and Shellder. The others, seeing his boldness, gritted their teeth and followed. Releasing their water types, they plunged into the waves after him. In all, 30 trainers charged with Sato, half of them sailors, who had an abundance of water types. No less than 25 Tentacruel joined the assault, making sea travel no problem. Under Sato's direction, the sailors had their Tentacruel use reflect type on his Tentacruel, which he had shifted to normal type. This let the others copy the typing and avoid being instantly obliterated by concentrated ghost-type attacks. Of course, wild ghost types weren't limited to ghost moves. Many used other techniques too. Under the command of especially cunning and powerful ghost types, the attackers suffered losses. 5 trainers were struck down before they even reached the ghost ship, swallowed by the sea. But the mission was a race against time. Breaking into smaller groups, they dove beneath the waves with Tentacruel carrying them forward, and finally closed in. By the time they reached the ship, 10 more had fallen. Only Sato and 20 others remained. The ghost ship was barely holding together, its hull riddled with holes, but Sato's psychic skin showed those gaps were stuffed with sickly, glowing seaweed that kept it afloat. As planned, the moment they got close, everyone unleashed their fire types and poison types. Flames erupted across the rotting hull, and acid attacks melted through the seaweed patches. Soon, the ghost ship was ablaze and riddled with holes. Its timbers collapsed, green kelp dissolving into sludge, and the whole vessel started breaking apart. The moment it was crippled, the effect was immediate. Both the ghost types swarming the cruise ship and those within the ghost ship itself staggered as if struck in a vital spot. Their fighting power plummeted. The trainers still on the cruise liner seized the opportunity to cut down their foes. Meanwhile, Sato ordered everyone back underwater. With Tentacruel carrying him, and Lantern and Shellder protecting his flanks, they made a break for the cruise ship. What's that? A treasure chest. Lantern, grab that little chest that just fell from the ghost ship's hull. Just before retreating, Sato's psychic skin caught something, a small, ancient-looking chest sinking from the bottom of the ghost ship. Without hesitation, he commanded Lantern via telepathy to fetch it. There was no time to check the contents. With the chest secured, Sato kept his team focused on getting back to the cruise ship as fast as possible. Chapter 676, Chapter 675, Opening the Chest. When Sato returned to the cruise ship, the battle on deck was essentially over. Thanks to his and the others' efforts, the ghost ship could no longer pursue them. Soon, the cruise liner shook free from its grip, and the fight was declared finished. Victory had been won, yet joy was scarce. Too many people and Pokémon had lost their lives in this clash. It was already 6:31 a.m. On the distant horizon, a new sun rose slowly from the sea, its radiance piercing through the darkness of night. Sato had no mood to watch the sunrise. He leaned back against the railing with his 3 Pokémon, catching his breath. He was utterly drained. Maintaining telepathic/psychic detection for so long had left his mind in tatters, and his face was pale from exhaustion. In this battle, he hadn't captured a single ghost-type Pokémon. His reason was simple: he loathed these malevolent creatures. Wild ghost types like these had long grown accustomed to treating other living beings as food. Unruly by nature, they carried enormous risks. One wrong step, and they could even turn on their own trainer. Besides, among this swarm of wraiths, he hadn't found a single specimen with top-tier potential, giving him even less reason to capture one. In truth, if not for the risk of exposing his true identity, Sato might have already been carrying his own ghost types, Misdreavus and Duskull. Yes, after more than 3 months of incubation, the eggs had finally hatched. But because of his undercover mission, he had temporarily left them, along with Piku and the others, at a high-end breeding house in Goldenrod City. He was now thinking about how best to integrate these 2 ghost types into his team without raising suspicion. This ghost ship incident, he realized, provided the perfect opportunity. He had been dazzlingly heroic in the battle. Word of the ghost ship would spread swiftly among the passengers, and his Tyler persona was bound to attract attention. By then, having suddenly gained 2 ghost types would seem only natural. "Young man, what's your name? You did well. If you hadn't led the charge against that ghost ship, this vessel might have become one itself. We all owe you." Just as Sato was about to return to his cabin, Captain Reggie strode up, clapping a broad, scarred hand on his shoulder. Despite being heavily bandaged and still bleeding in places, the old sailor wore a grateful smile, his back straight, his spirit unbroken. "You flatter me, sir." "Tyler, at your service. This victory belongs to veterans like you and the comrades who gave their lives. I only took the lead, I can't claim the credit." Sato quickly stood, bowing respectfully to the men who had been the anchor of this battle. It was no false modesty. Without Reggie and his loyal crew holding off the higher-level ghost types, the fight would have collapsed long before Sato could set the ghost ship aflame. In many ways, Reggie had saved his life. Of course, Sato had contributed plenty as well. As the captain himself admitted, without his strategy and charge, the losses might have been far worse. Reggie threw back his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. No need to be so humble. You were outstanding tonight, I won't forget it. I've already heard a bit of your story. Misfortune often hides blessings. From what I've seen, you'll become a formidable trainer someday, but remember, be a just and upright one. If you don't mind, come to the captain's quarters later. This old man's been around a long time, and I've still got a few treasures left." Hearing this, Sato's heart leapt with joy, though his face showed only polite refusal. "Sir, that wouldn't be right. You're far more injured than I am. How could I accept your belongings? I must decline." "Enough nonsense." Reggie snapped, gripping Sato's shoulders and giving him a fierce shake. "You helped me greatly. If I don't repay you, I won't forgive myself. You will come to my quarters later, no excuses." Not waiting for an answer, he turned and strode off toward the infirmary. Sato could only smile helplessly on the surface, while inwardly feeling deep respect for the old captain's bold, generous spirit. Truthfully, Reggie owed him nothing. The man had risked his life to make Sato's plan succeed, bearing the brunt of the enemy assault so Sato could strike the decisive blow. Yet he still insisted on offering a gift, not out of obligation, but because he genuinely wished to support a young man seemingly down on his luck. Once Reggie had gone, Sato recalled his 3 Pokémon and, under the envious eyes of nearby sailors, made his way slowly into the cabin and back to his room. There, after a quick psychic sweep confirmed no one suspicious was nearby, he retrieved a small chest from his storage pack, a chest he had found aboard the ghost ship. Its age was obvious, the surface pitted and scarred from what must have been years of seawater exposure. Yet the material was extraordinary, despite centuries of erosion, the box was perfectly intact, its contents sealed tight. With no key, Sato had only one option. He released Tentacruel and ordered it to use acid to corrode the lock. Before long, under the assault of Tentacruel's acid, the chest creaked open. Chapter 677, Chapter 676, a Mega Stone. This was a chest salvaged from the ghost ship. Considering its origin, what lay inside was bound to be extraordinary, at least, that was what Sato was hoping and expecting. He first moved a safe distance away. That way, even if there were hidden traps inside, they wouldn't be able to harm him. Fixing his eager gaze on it, he slowly used his psychic power to pry the chest open, bit by bit. Unfortunately, reality is often cruel, just as opening chests always carries risk. This time, Sato's haul wasn't bad, but it wasn't a grand prize either. His psychic scan revealed that the chest's outer layer contained nothing more than ordinary ancient coins and some well-cut gemstones. Sigh, well, not bad. These old coins and gems are worth something. If I sell them to an antique shop, I'd probably get a few million poke dollars. That at least solves my financial troubles for now. After confirming there was no danger, he walked slowly to the chest. Seeing its contents with his own eyes, he consoled himself aloud. Still, he wasn't ready to give up on his dream. Squatting before the chest, he began rummaging through it, hoping for something different hidden within. Soon, his persistence paid off. In addition to the ancient coins and gemstones, he found 1 high-grade water stone, 2 mid-grade thunder stones, and, most valuable of all, a shiny stone. At the very bottom of the chest, Sato uncovered the greatest treasure of them all. Oh my god. I hit the jackpot. There's actually an unpolished mega stone in here. In his hands was a prismatic gem with spiral DNA patterns deep within. His heart raced uncontrollably, joy flooding his face. To be certain, Sato quickly used the system's appraisal function on the gem. When the results appeared, his restless heart finally steadied. Item information. Item, Gardevoirite. Effect, allows Gardevoir to Mega Evolve into Mega Gardevoir. Description, an unpolished Mega Stone containing the mysterious power to trigger Mega Evolution in a specific Pokémon. I knew it, good deeds bring rewards. And it's Gardevoir's Mega Stone. Though not the rarest pseudo-legendaries, this one is still worth far more than Agronite. Seeing the results, Sato's grin nearly split his face. Happiness overwhelmed him like a heavy blow. Gardevoir, a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, was an ideal partner for him as a psychic himself. The combination of a Psychic-type Pokemon and a Psychic trainer could unleash tremendous power. Moreover, Gardevoir was practically the bane of pseudo-legendaries. Sato could already imagine how much smoother his journey to challenge the champions and Elite Fours of different regions would be with a Mega Gardevoir by his side. After all, many of those top trainers specialized in Dragon Dash, Dark Dash, or fighting types. At least 2 champions relied on Dragon-type pseudo-legendaries as their aces. Still, it's too soon to count on this Gardevoirite. I don't even have a Ralts yet. And a Pokemon that senses emotions and teleports freely isn't easy to find, let alone capture. Getting a truly gifted one. Without some miracle, that could take a lifetime. Sigh, the road ahead is still tough. The initial rush of joy cooled as he considered the prerequisites for actually using the stone. His mood sank slightly. But then he shook his head. No, finding a Gardevoirite by sheer luck is already incredible. If I keep training my psychic powers, Psychic-type Pokemon will eventually seek me out. Who knows? I might stumble across a Ralts sooner than I think. Sato wasn't one to wallow in despair. Remembering that he already possessed the most crucial key, the Mega Stone, his heart quickly lifted again. He carefully stored the Gardevoirite and the evolution stones. After sharing a meal with his 3 Pokemon, he collapsed into bed and soon drifted into dreams. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Checking his wristwatch, he hurriedly got up. After feeding his Pokemon a late lunch, he rushed toward the captain's quarters. He hadn't forgotten Captain Reggie's promise of a reward. The old captain was once an Elite Four level trainer, and after decades at sea, he surely had many treasures in his possession. Hopefully, there's another surprise waiting. This ghost ship incident has truly been a huge harvest for me. Surviving disaster really does bring blessings. Following the signs, Sato reached the captain's cabin door. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the doorbell, heart full of anticipation. After giving his name, the door opened automatically. Ha ha ha. You brat, I knew you wouldn't dare skip out. Perfect timing, I'm free now. Come with me, I'll show you my treasures. Captain Reggie sat at his desk in a well-fitted captain's uniform. Seeing Sato arrive as promised, he stood with a smile, beckoning him warmly. Of course, Sato had no objections. He followed Reggie into a hidden chamber within the captain's quarters. Inside, shelves lined the room, filled with carefully secured valuables. Using the system's appraisal function, Sato was quickly overwhelmed by what he saw in Reggie's collection. But even without the system, the item displayed most prominently in a glass case made his heart pound, a single silver feather glowing faintly with mysterious light. Sato recognized it instantly. Even without scanning, he knew what it was, a feather shed by the legendary Pokemon Lugia. And judging by its appearance, this silver feather still contained some kind of extraordinary power. Chapter 678, Chapter 677, The Sea God's Coral Stone. Ha 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 kid, you've got sharp eyes. That silver feather is the finest treasure in my whole collection. Know what it is? It's a feather from the legendary Pokemon Lugia. I've spent most of my life on the sea, but even then I've only ever seen Lugia once. Back then, I was just a young buck, sigh, youth never comes back once it's gone. Let me tell you, I was quite something in my youth. I won that feather from a dozen rivals of my generation. Took them all on at once, beat every last one of them, and claimed it as mine. Captain Reggie clearly noticed Sato staring at the silver feather. With a grin, he launched into boasting about its origin, growing more excited the more he spoke. Sato understood that if he wanted any good item from the old captain, he had to keep him in high spirits. So, he wore the perfect expression, attentive, reverent, full of admiration. Old men like to talk. Seeing Sato's look of admiration and yearning made Reggie beam with joy, his wrinkled face glowing red with pride, grinning ear to ear. Tyler, take anything you like from here. Anything at all. After bragging for nearly half an hour, Reggie finally calmed down and kindly offered Sato a choice. It was clear Sato's perfect performance had soothed the old sea captain's mood. His tone and gaze softened considerably. Sato's first impulse was to take the silver feather. But the thought barely formed before he crushed it. He resisted the greatest temptation. Though Reggie was bragging, Sato could tell from the way he spoke that much of it was rooted in truth. The feather's importance to him was beyond doubt, a sacred relic in his heart. If Sato were naive enough to think he could claim it in return for a small favor, he knew the old captain's mood would darken in an instant, and misfortune would follow. Until he could truly offer Reggie a significant favor, he couldn't even think about asking for the silver feather. Instead, he had to settle for something else. Fortunately, most of the treasures in this little vault were rare Pokemon items, priceless on the outside world. Any one of them could fund a trainer's team for years. But Reggie had spent most of his life at sea, and as a water-type specialist, his collection was filled with items related to training water-type Pokemon. After looking around, Sato finally chose a strange coral stone. It was the size of a baby's fist, sky blue all over, with faint azure light flowing across its surface. Holding it in his hand felt like soaking in cool seawater on a hot summer's day, refreshing beyond words. Using the system's appraisal, he quickly obtained its information. Item information. Item, Sea God's Coral Stone. Effect, constantly provides the holder with a soothing feeling, helps them enter meditation quickly, and increases meditation efficiency by 30%. Description, this coral stone spent thousands of years deep in an undersea cavern, alongside Lugia as it meditated. Over the millennia, it underwent a mysterious transformation. Aside from the silver feather, this stone wasn't the most precious item in the vault, but to Sato, it was the most fitting. For a psychic with only average talent like him, the Sea God's Coral Stone was practically a cheat device, an external power-up. He could already imagine how much faster his psychic power would grow with it. Just a while ago, he had obtained a Gardevoirite. No matter what, he was destined to raise a Gardevoir. But to fully unleash Mega Gardevoir's potential, his psychic power couldn't be weak. This coral stone perfectly solved the problem of his slow psychic growth. With its help, his meditation efficiency would rival that of gifted psychics. He even dared to hope that, within his lifetime, he could break through into the ranks of advanced psychic. Note, advancing to advanced psychic requires surpassing 5,000 points of psychic/mental power. Sir, I'd like this coral stone. Would you be willing to part with it? Sato pointed nervously at the Sea God's Coral Stone on the shelf. His heart pounded, worried that Reggie might refuse to part with such a treasure for a psychic. But to Reggie, apart from Lugia's feather, the rest of the vault meant little. Seeing that Sato hadn't chosen the feather, his impression of the boy improved further. Are you sure about this? I'd suggest picking something else. This is just a funny little rock I found in a cavern. Aside from keeping you cool in summer, it's not much use. Reggie clearly didn't know the coral stone's true value. When he saw Sato choosing such a seemingly worthless item, he even tried to dissuade him. Yes, that's the one, sir. Please, I hope you can part with it. Realizing that Reggie was unaware of its real worth, Sato's anxiety faded. But he kept up the act of not wanting to take advantage of him, insisting on the useless stone. All right then. If you insist, it's yours. Reggie took the coral stone from the shelf and handed it to him. Sato accepted it reverently and placed it carefully into his space backpack. But to his surprise, Reggie wasn't done giving. Sigh, kid, what am I going to do with you? You don't even know how to take advantage. That broken stone is useless. Forget it, since you don't care for my treasures, I'll give you a fine Pokemon instead. The ones you have aren't bad, but their potential isn't that great. These 3 water types are my darlings, descendants of my old partners. Pick one to take with you. After leaving the vault, Reggie rubbed his old face and spoke reluctantly, though with sincerity. Chapter 679, Chapter 678, Captain Reggie's Heartache. This isn't right. No, I really can't accept this. The moment Sato heard Captain Reggie's offer, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly refused. Honestly, just receiving the Sea God Coral Stone was already more than enough. If he were to take one of Reggie's high-quality water-type Pokemon on top of that, he would feel far too guilty. Stop fussing. I told you to pick one, so pick one already. Don't be shy. You saved my ship, of course I have to repay you. Otherwise, if word gets out that you only walked away with a rock, where would that leave my reputation? Seeing Sato still hesitate, Reggie's expression hardened. He barked at him, spit flying with each word. Old man, this isn't what I wanted, you're forcing it on me. Sato muttered inwardly, wiping his face. Still, as Reggie insisted, he shifted his gaze toward the 3 water types Reggie had presented, carefully examining them. The 3 Pokemon were a Squirtle, a Totodile, and a Corphish. At first glance, all 3 were in excellent health, their eyes sharp and brimming with fighting spirit. With the system scan, Sato quickly obtained detailed data. His eyes lit up as the results appeared. Just as Reggie had said, these Pokemon were of outstanding quality, each carrying inherited moves. Pokemon data. Pokemon, Squirtle. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun. Egg moves, Aqua Jet, Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse. Tutor moves, Water Pulse, Aqua Ring. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 29, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 30, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 28, 31. Speed, 27, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 174. Pokemon, Totodile. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, female. Known moves, Scratch, Leer, Water Gun. Egg moves, Dragon Dance, Hydro Cannon. Tutor moves, Aqua Tail, Ice Punch. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 29, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 177. Pokemon, Corphish. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Adaptability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bubble, Harden, Vice Grip. Egg moves, Dragon Dance. Tutor moves, Aqua Jet, Water Pulse. TMs, none. Held item, none. HP, 25, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. SP ATK, 29, 31. SP Def, 30, 31. Speed, 29, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total IVs, 172. From the data, Totodile was the clear standout, her golden potential and inherited Dragon Dance and Hydro Cannon hinted at dragon ancestry. Her physical prowess was undeniable, making her an exceptional water-type starter. Any rookie trainer would save years of effort with such a partner. Corphish was also excellent. Though not quite at Totodile's level, his purple tier potential combined with Dragon Dance inheritance marked him as another dragon descendant. Most impressive of all, his ability was adaptability, making him the strongest attacker of the trio. But what truly captivated Sato was the Squirtle. While not gold tier, it had inherited a move that stunned him, Aura Sphere. Yes, Aura. Though everything in the Pokemon world possessed Aura, only a very few could wield it. This Squirtle, who had inherited Aura Sphere, clearly had a natural grasp of Aura power, a gift from birth. A Squirtle who could channel Aura had limitless potential. With proper training, it could grow into something extraordinary. And Sato remembered well, once Blastoise Mega evolved, its ability became Mega Launcher, boosting the power of Pulse moves. This Squirtle already knew Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse, and Water Pulse. If it later learned Dark Pulse and Sato obtained a Blastoiseite, it would become a devastating artillery platform. I choose Squirtle. Sato didn't hesitate, he immediately asked for the Aura-wielding Squirtle. TCH. This kid's got an eye, huh? Of all of them, he picks my most valuable Squirtle. Ah, it breaks my heart. Reggie's face twitched in pain. He knew Squirtle's worth all too well, the offspring of his own Blastoise and Crawdaunt, born with the aura power that most Pokemon could never touch. Originally, Reggie had planned to gift the Squirtle to his beloved granddaughter as her first partner on her 10th birthday. But since Sato had chosen, he had no choice but to part with it. Are you sure? I'd recommend Totodile. Look at her build, her solid muscles, she's rare indeed. Oh, and she knows Dragon Dance. Reggie gave it one last try, smiling as he extolled Totodile's virtues. The Totodile, hearing such praise, tilted her head proudly and chirped at Sato. But Reggie didn't know about Sato's system. He understood Reggie's intentions perfectly. No, no. I'll stick with Squirtle. There's something truly special about him. I can't help but choose him. Please, Captain, let me have him. Sato shook his head firmly, standing by his decision. Very well. Since you've chosen Squirtle, take him. He's a rare Pokemon indeed, treat him well. Seeing Sato's determination, Reggie reluctantly handed over Squirtle's Pokeball, his face serious. Though it pained him deeply, he was a man of his word. As a former Elite 4-level trainer, he would never stoop to breaking a promise. Don't worry, Captain. I'll take good care of Squirtle, and I'll make sure he grows into something truly amazing. Sato accepted the Pokeball with both hands, making a solemn vow. At that very moment, the Squirtle sitting obediently nearby looked up, his eyes flashing a deep blue light. Hello, human with special powers. So, you'll be my trainer from now on. My name is Jerry. A young voice echoed softly in Sato's mind. Chapter 680, Chapter 679, Shelder and Squirtle's Training Direction. Hello, Jerry. I'm Tyler, nice to meet you. Sato suddenly heard Squirtle's voice through Aura, and his heart trembled. He immediately turned his head toward Squirtle, pretending to look surprised. Then he reached out to gently pat Squirtle's little head with a smile. Squirtle was clearly delighted that Sato called him by name. He didn't mind the head pat at first, but soon tucked his head into his shell to avoid being petted further. TCH, off you go, you little rascal. Just looking at you is making me annoyed now. Captain Reggie, hearing Sato speak Squirtle's chosen name, immediately understood that Squirtle had revealed his special ability. Knowing there was no way to change Sato's mind, Reggie waved dismissively and spoke in mock irritation. Sato knew better than to push his luck. Smiling sheepishly, he hurriedly scooped Squirtle up and practically ran out of the captain's quarters. Back in his own room, he released Tentacruel, Lantern, and Shellder to introduce them to Squirtle. Squirtle's cheerful and lively personality quickly won them over, and before long he was playing with the others. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye after the ghost ship incident. During those days, Sato gradually befriended many trainers aboard the ship, comrades from the ghost ship battle, some of whom had risked their lives with him to set the ship aflame. He carefully noted their names and contact information in a fine notebook, expanding his network as Tyler. At the same time, he began training Shellder and Squirtle. For Shellder, Sato focused solely on improving Icicle Spear. Back on the ghost ship, he had already noticed Shellder's casting time was too long and his accuracy too low. Shellder's data. Pokemon, Shellder. Level. Type, Water. Ability, Skill Link. Gender, Male. Known learned, Tackle, Water Gun, Withdraw, Supersonic, Icicle Spear, Leer. Egg moves, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot. Tutor moves, None. TMs, None. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 25, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 30, 31. Special attack, 27, 31. Special defense, 23, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, purple, total IVs 165. Shellder's skill link gave him a tremendous advantage with multi-hit moves. His Icicle Spear would always fire the maximum 5 times, meaning a terrifying base power of 125. As a ranged attacker, his output potential was astonishing. If he could find the time to set up Shell Smash, Shellder could even become a game-changer in battle. Unfortunately, both Shellder and his evolution, Cloyster, shared glaring weaknesses, poor speed and poor special defense. One electric-type attack was often enough to cripple them. That's why Cloyster was truly dominant only under game mechanics, where opponents were limited to 4 moves. In reality, most Pokemon had access to electric-type moves. Even so, as a physical tank, it was tier 1 in terms of damage output. Especially Cloyster, with a base defense stat of 180, was nearly unmatched among Pokemon. Calling him a walking fortress was no exaggeration. That made him slow but perfect as a bodyguard-style tank. Sato intended for Cloyster to serve as his physical shield while doubling as a devastating dual-offense ranged attacker when needed. He already had a high-grade Water Stone. Were it not for his desire to let Shellder learn a few more pre-evolution moves, he would have evolved him already. Sato knew that Shellder's power would skyrocket upon evolution, as he would immediately gain access to strong moves like Hydro Pump, Shell Smash, Toxic Spikes, Protect, and Spike Cannon. It was worth noting that Closeter could also learn both Toxic Spikes and Spikes through leveling, making him an excellent hazard setter in real battles. His traps would severely restrict enemy movement, unless they could fly or had tremendous jumping ability. Otherwise, approaching Shellder would be extremely difficult, one of the few ways he could control enemy positioning in reality. As for Squirtle, Sato first had him train Aura Sphere. But when Squirtle spent 10 minutes producing only a pea-sized Aura Sphere, Sato immediately abandoned that plan, switching instead to Dragon Pulse and Water Pulse, which were easier to train. Sato knew why Squirtle's Aura Sphere was so small and slow, his aura was still weak, and his control over it immature. Like psychic power, aura couldn't be rapidly developed just through daily move practice. It required long-term, dedicated training. Through their conversations, Sato learned that Squirtle could only extend his aura about 1 meter around him, a far cry from the Lucario he'd once seen in the movies, capable of sensing enemies kilometers away. Even though Sato didn't know the exact methods for training aura, he required Squirtle to spend at least 2 hours every day practicing it. Alongside Dragon Pulse and Water Pulse, Sato also tried to help Squirtle master Rapid Spin early. Normally, Squirtle learned Rapid Spin at level 19. But with his natural talent, after watching videos of other Squirtle using it a dozen times, and failing 7 or 8 times himself, he successfully mastered the move. To Sato, Rapid Spin was Squirtle's future core technique. It might look like a mere utility move for breaking free from traps and clearing hazards, but in Squirtle's case, it was both offense and defense in one. By spinning rapidly inside his sturdy shell, Squirtle could deflect almost any physical attack, even rebounding them, except for pure energy moves like electricity. Moreover, he could briefly fly by spinning, and even unleash moves like Water Gun, Hydro Pump, or Bubble Beam mid-spin. And because Squirtle possessed aura, even when tucked inside his shell spinning through the air, he could still sense enemies and their attacks, never losing his target. Both Shellder and Squirtle showed excellent potential. Under Sato's guidance, just 2 days of special training gave them noticeably greater control over their moves. More importantly, they had fully bonded with Sato, recognizing him as their powerful and worthy trainer. On the afternoon of the second day, around 4 o'clock, the cruise ship finally docked safely at Slateport City. With the crew's help, passengers began disembarking one by one. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. At the port, Sato bowed politely to several trainers he'd gotten along well with. Then, turning briskly, he disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 681, Chapter 680, The Missing People. From the perspective of the identity he had assumed, Tyler, Sato's arrival in Slateport City was supposedly to seek refuge with relatives. Specifically, an uncle he hadn't contacted in many years. In fact, when Tyler was at his lowest, he had once reached out to this uncle he had never met in person to ask for help. Unfortunately, this uncle, who had already made a solid living in Slateport, looked down on his poor relative. The moment Tyler mentioned borrowing money, the men simply played dead, unwilling to lend even a single coin. In the end, even when Tyler ended up hospitalized in a vegetative state, his uncle never came to see him, a textbook case of, when a man's down, even his kin abandon him. That was how little regard this uncle had for his impoverished relative. Because of this, Sato had no intention of actually seeking him out. His real reason for coming to Slateport, the most prosperous city in the Hoenn region, was to use it as a starting point for his new journey, the Hoenn League Challenge. But before beginning the journey, he needed to first register as an official league trainer. Only registered trainers could participate in the league conference, and the same applied to promotions within the league system. Put simply, the league was just like any other major organization, exclusive and strict about qualifications. So here was the question: how could a civilian trainer with no background, like Tyler, become an official league trainer? Normally, there was only one path. Sato would first need to register at a Pokemon Center to be entered into the league's records. After that, he'd complete various league-assigned tasks. Once he completed enough, he would automatically become an outer member of the league, in other words, a non-core trainer. Even as an outer member, he would gain the right to compete in league tournaments, choose from league-issued missions, and use internal league currency to buy exclusive goods. But now, things had changed. Sato had in his possession a powerful letter of introduction. With this letter, he could skip the beginner steps and immediately become an outer member, or perhaps even a core league trainer. Of course, this letter was from none other than Captain Reggie. As a former Elite Four level trainer, Reggie still held considerable influence within the league. That was why Sato was confident he could quickly become a registered league trainer, and one with the backing of a former Elite Four tier trainer. According to Reggie's instructions before they parted ways, Sato now needed to go to the Slateport Oceanic Research Institute and find a Pokemon professor named Todd, then deliver Reggie's letter to him. Reggie had explained that Todd was an old comrade from the chaotic days of their youth. They had fought side by side through life and death battles. Todd's hometown was Slateport, and within the field of marine Pokemon studies, he was considered one of the top experts, publishing many renowned papers. Within the league, his status was even higher than Reggie's. Therefore, Reggie had assured him, as long as he gave the letter to Todd, becoming a league trainer would be no problem at all. The Oceanic Research Institute was located in the upper right of Slateport, perched on the seaside cliffs along the eastern coast. Since Sato was unfamiliar with the city, it took him a long time and many inquiries before he finally found the secluded institute. But when he arrived, he was surprised to see that the entire facility was sealed off. Even after pressing the doorbell for a long time, no one came to open the gate. With no other choice, Sato used his psychic power to scan through the gates. To his shock, the institute was completely empty, not a single person inside. What happened here? How could such a large institute be totally deserted? Staring at the silent, empty research center, his expression grew troubled. It was pointless to wait around, so he left with disappointment in his heart. Still, he wasn't ready to give up just yet. After circling the area, he finally found an old man in a nearby fishing village who knew something about the situation. "Sir, are you saying the people from that institute mysteriously disappeared?" Standing in front of the small village shop, Sato handed over a bottle of premium beer, worth 50 Poke-dollars, to the greedy elder, asking with wide-eyed surprise. "That's right. It only happened a few days ago. Very strange business. One night, everyone in the institute just vanished. If it weren't for the supply delivery the next morning, it might have gone unnoticed for days." The old man eagerly snatched the beer, gulped a few mouthfuls, then explained the reason for the institute's emptiness. "Just my luck, of all times, they vanish right when I arrive. What a rotten stroke of fate. Don't tell me opening that treasure chest drained all my built-up luck." Sato sighed, feeling both disappointed and annoyed. According to the old man, the researchers were still missing without a trace. The Slateport police had mobilized almost completely, and even one of the current Elite Four had gotten involved, but so far, there were no leads on where the institute's staff had gone. There's no way they just vanished without a reason. Most likely, they were kidnapped, and without even the chance to resist. If that's true, then this situation is far beyond my abilities to handle. Analyzing the clues, Sato reached a helpless conclusion. After all, Todd had once been a comrade of Captain Reggie, his strength was definitely formidable. Even if age had dulled him, he should still be at least at the pseudo-Elite 4 level. According to the old man, and based on Sato's psychic scan of the Institute, there were no signs of any struggle. That meant the staff had been taken either without resisting, or completely unable to resist. Just then, the old fisherman, now finishing off the entire 500 milliliters bottle of premium beer, hiccuped and added with a drunken slur. "Oh, right, that night when the people disappeared, I happened to be walking by the shore. I think I saw a ship speeding away across the sea. Fast as lightning it was, gone in the blink of an eye." Chapter 682, Chapter 681, Team Aqua. Mysterious ship. Out at sea, no wonder there's been no trace of the missing people. With this endless ocean, finding someone is easier said than done. Hearing the old fisherman mutter, Sato's eyes narrowed. His gaze shifted toward the boundless horizon, thoughts stirring. He now understood why the Slateport police had mobilized so many officers but still found nothing. Clearly, the Oceanic Research Institute staff had been taken out to sea by their captors. And once at sea, even the best-trained police dogs were useless, the ocean erased every scent. The kidnappers' methods were professional, leaving no trail behind. Expecting the police to find them under such conditions would be absurd. "Thank you for clearing things up, sir. I've got other matters, so I won't trouble you further." After getting the information he wanted, Sato bowed politely, then left the small fishing village. With a little money, he hitched a ride heading toward the city. On the way, he used his communicator to call Captain Reggie, recounting every detail of Professor Todd's disappearance. Reggie and Professor Todd were clearly close friends. The moment Reggie heard his old companion was missing, he couldn't sit still. He rushed ashore and made his way to the Pokemon Center in Central Slateport, arranging to meet Sato there. By the time Sato's taxi pulled up to the Pokemon Center, Reggie had already arrived, flanked by two sharp-eyed, capable sailors. He was currently in a room with an officer Jenny, who wore a strained smile while speaking with him. "Tyler, you're here. The captain's fuming right now, hurry in and help calm him down." At the entrance, a burly man greeted Sato with a laugh, then whispered by his ear. This was Rico, the ship's first mate. Orphaned long ago, he had been raised by Reggie, said to be the son of one of Reggie's fallen comrades. Loyal to the core, he had stayed by the captain's side for decades, treating him like a father. Since the ghost ship incident, where Sato had fought bravely and even saved Reggie's beloved cruise liner, the first mate had viewed him very favorably, buying him drinks and meals over the past 2 days. "Brother Rico, come on. If the captain's angry, I'd better stand aside too. I wouldn't dare cross that line." Sato grinned sincerely at Rico's words, replying with a bit of humor. Rico sighed, "Mr. Todd's gone missing, the captain's beside himself. Todd is one of his few remaining old friends. When he asks you questions later, just don't go into too much detail. The captain's getting on in years, his health isn't great, and he was injured not long ago. I don't want him collapsing from anger." Hearing this, Sato's expression sobered. He nodded, signaling that he understood. Reggie noticed Sato's arrival at once. Letting the sweaty officer Jenny off the hook, he turned to question Sato about the Oceanic Institute. But Sato didn't know much more than what he had already told Reggie over the phone. So, he simply filled in the details he hadn't mentioned, and added his own deductions, that the kidnappers wanted something important from Professor Todd and his colleagues, though their lives likely weren't in danger. Reggie's rigid face eased slightly. "Didn't expect you to be such a sharp thinker, Tyler. Your guess lines up with what the police here have been fumbling with. Todd and the others must have been taken out to sea. Damn it, but how the hell are we supposed to find them in this endless ocean?" He spoke bluntly, right in front of Officer Jenny. She, however, didn't flinch. Knowing Reggie standing in the league far outweighed her own, and considering her team hadn't made any breakthroughs yet, she endured the scolding with a calm face, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Then, her sharp eyes shifted to Sato. She had already heard about the cruise ship's ghost ship incident 2 days ago, and the name Tyler had crossed her desk. Before being assigned to brief Reggie on the Oceanic Institute situation, she had investigated Tyler through league channels. She knew he had once been a top student at Goldenrod Academy, his recent misfortune, and his miraculous recovery from a hospital bed. And after hearing his sound deductions just now, she was convinced, this young man, who had already brushed shoulders with death, was no ordinary person. His background as a Golden Rose Academy elite was undeniable. "Hello, Mr. Tyler. Thank you for your heroic actions the other day. I'm Officer Jenny, a detective with Slateport City's lead police. It's a pleasure to meet you." Recalling what she'd read, Officer Jenny softened her tone and extended a hand. "Hello. I'm Tyler." Playing the withdrawn character of Tyler, Sato kept his face neutral. he shook her hand briefly, giving no more than a flat introduction. Officer Jenny didn't take offense. She knew how trauma and brushes with death could reshape someone's personality. She simply nodded and smiled in return. Her report to Reggie soon ended. With a formal salute, she excused herself and left the room. Since he had joined midway, Sato didn't catch every detail of her briefing. But when he heard the words Team Aqua, he immediately grasped the severity of the case. Though Jenny hadn't explicitly said why Team Aqua had kidnapped the researchers, it was clear they had not only taken people but also stolen something of great value. And that item was dangerous. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Evidently, Team Aqua's true goal had been to steal that valuable object. But realizing midway they lacked the means to use it, they abducted the researchers as well. Captain, what do you plan to do? I'm afraid this is beyond what we can interfere in. Please, don't act rashly. After some thought, Sato looked at Reggie's stormy expression and urged him to remain calm. Chapter 683, Chapter 682, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Sai, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Todd is still in those bastards' hands. If I'm not absolutely certain, I won't make a rash move. That would only put him in danger. Hearing Sato's words, Captain Reggie let out a long sigh, speaking with a hint of weariness. Having sailed between Jotto and Hoenn for many years, he was more than familiar with the Team Aqua, that notorious maritime crime syndicate. In his youth, he had even taken part in a campaign to suppress them. Unfortunately, the organization was deeply rooted, and their mastery of the seas far exceeded the League's. Every attempt by the League to eradicate them ended in failure. Even if they were severely wounded, Team Aqua would revive not long after. In recent years, with technological advancements and the improvement of shipbuilding, intercontinental trade became more frequent, and Team Aqua grew stronger than ever. On the seas, they were like emperors in their domain. Their movements were secretive, with countless eyes and ears across the oceans, and their strongholds were nearly impossible to track. The League struggled to pose any real threat to them. Reggie, despite sailing the seas for decades, knew that even at his peak he could do little against such a massive criminal organization. Don't worry, Professor Todd is a good man, he'll have fortune on his side. Captain, you don't need to be too anxious. I believe the League must also be searching for his whereabouts. Before long, there will be news. Sato nodded, letting out a quiet breath of relief, then comforted the old captain. Truthfully, he was afraid this hot-tempered elder might charge straight at the Team Aqua in a reckless confrontation. If that happened, Sato would lose a rare pillar of support within the League. He still hoped the captain might someday write him a new letter of introduction. But for now, it was best not to mention that. Given his current low strength, Sato had no thought of involving himself in matters tied to Team Aqua. After reporting his findings at the Ocean Research Institute, he respectfully excused himself. His shortcut of becoming a League trainer through the back door was currently closed. That meant, for now, he would have to join the League through regular channels. Before leaving, he stopped at the restroom. When he came out again, he had returned to his original disguise. He then headed to the Pokemon Center's capsule transmission area, and from there, contacted a high-class breeding house in Goldenrod City. Before long, he was holding 4 Pokeballs. Inside were Piku, Kecleon, Duskull, and Misdreavus. As usual, Piku disliked the confines of the Pokeball, quickly escaping to perch joyfully atop Sato's head. Kecleon, as always, remained on Sato's shoulder, serving as his invisible bodyguard. As for the 2 ghost types, Sato kept Misdreavus inside its Pokeball with strict orders not to come out on her own. Duskull, with its obedient nature, only needed enough life energy to keep it content. Once fed, it never cried or fussed, and always followed orders to the letter. That made Sato feel at ease releasing it to serve as another hidden guard via invisibility. Misdreavus, however, was more troublesome. Like most of her kind, she was mischievous and loved to pull pranks or frighten others. Even after gorging herself on the fear energy from the Nightmare Crystal, she constantly sought to cause trouble. Her favorite target? Her own trainer. Unfortunately for her, she was still young and inexperienced, and her pranks often failed, leaving her sulking in frustration. At such a critical time, Sato could not allow her antics to jeopardize things. Duskull data. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Nightshade, Disable, Astonish, Foresight. Egg move, Pain Split. Tutor moves, None. TMs, Protect, Hidden Power, Poison. Held item, None. IVs. HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. SP ATK, 30. SP Def, 31. Speed, 30. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 184/186. Misdreavus data. Level. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Female. Known moves, Growl, Psywave, Spite, Astonish. Egg moves, Curse, Shadow Sneak, Sucker Punch. Tutor moves, None. TMs, Protect, Hidden Power, Electric. Held item, Nightmare Crystal. IVs. HP, 28, 31. Attack, 26, 31. Defense, 27, 31. SP ATK, 28, 31. SP Def, 26, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 166. After reclaiming the 4 Pokemon, Sato left the Pokemon Center and checked into a small inn nearby. For the following week, under the alias Tyler, he lingered around Slateport City. Occasionally, he battled local trainers. Since his win rate was high, Tyler's name quickly became known among trainers, along with the newer Pokemon on his team. On his 3rd day in Slateport, Sato received his high-grade space storage bracelet via air delivery. He retrieved important items like the Light Ball, Water Stone, and Mega Stone. But, to avoid suspicion, he stored everything except the Light Ball in a private bank. Why keep only the Light Ball? Because on the 2nd day after he recovered his Piku, it had evolved into Pikachu at level 15. Once equipped with the Light Ball, a mutated Thunder Orb, Pikachu's power skyrocketed. With a single Thunderbolt, it could easily overwhelm opponents. Unless the foe was vastly stronger or resistant to electric-type moves, few could withstand Pikachu's attack. Item, Mutated Thunder Orb, Light Ball. Effect. 1. Increases Pikachu's attack and SP ATK by 2.5 times. 2. Grants continuous charging effect. 3. Grants static ability. Restriction, cannot be used by Pikachu without Gold 4 rating or without the Lightning Rod ability. Note, this orb was left by a powerful level 83 Pikachu with a Gold 4 rating who, due to its Lightning Rod ability, absorbed electricity from battles with Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, and Zekrom, transforming it into its own. Pikachu data. Level. Type, Electric. Ability, Lightning Rod. Gender, Male. Known moves, Thundershock, Charm, Tail Whip, Sweet Kiss, Nasty Plot, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Thunder Wave. Egg moves, Wish, Volt Tackle. Tutor moves, Magnet Rise, Thunderbolt, Electric Terrain. TMs, Protect, Hidden Power, Ice. Held item, Light Ball, Mutated Thunder Orb. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 31, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 28, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total 180/186. On the 8th day in Slateport, around noon, Sato, disguised as Tyler, was battling a local trainer at the outdoor arena of the Pokemon Center. On the field, Pikachu faced down a Graveler. Already, it had defeated 3 of its opponent's Pokemon, all in one hit with Thunderbolt. Though Pikachu was at a type disadvantage, it used Magnet Rise to float above the ground, rendering Graveler's ground-type attacks useless. In the end, Pikachu defeated it with a boosted hidden power, Ice. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Sato thrust out his hand, excitement flashing across his face as he commanded his partner with this iconic phrase, who had already downed 5 opponents. Pika, CHU. Hovering midair, Pikachu's cute expression shifted into a mischievous grin. With its iconic cry, a massive surge of electricity burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the opposing Grovyle, still trying to dodge, was struck head-on by the devastating Thunderbolt. With the Light Ball's amplification and charging effect, the power was overwhelming. The Grovyle, 5 levels higher than Pikachu, managed only a scream before collapsing to the ground, body charred black. Chapter 684, Chapter 683, A Double-Edged Sword. Grovyle is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. After Grovyle was struck down by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, the female trainer acting as referee quickly rushed to check on Grovyle. Once she confirmed it could no longer fight, she immediately declared the result. Clap, clap, clap. Pikachu had just achieved a 1 vs 6 victory. The surrounding trainers and spectators not only gasped in admiration but also broke into applause for Sato and Pikachu. With the battle over, Sato led Pikachu away from the open-air battlefield under the awed gazes of the crowd. They headed to a nearby ice cream shop. According to their agreement, if Pikachu managed to sweep 6 opponents, Sato would treat it to the shop's most expensive sundae. Before long, a sweet-looking waitress handed over a towering sundae, which Pikachu happily took and began devouring while sitting atop the table. Sato, of course, didn't neglect his other Pokemon. He ordered each of them an ice cream or drink suited to their tastes. But just as Sato and his Pokémon were enjoying their treats, a group of well-dressed trainers approached. Their eyes never left Pikachu, and though they tried to hide it, their envy and greed were plain. Sato knew exactly what they wanted. Their goal was to get Pikachu from him. Pikachu had been dazzling in recent battles, inevitably drawing attention and covetous stares. Some spoiled rich kids, believing Sato to be a powerless commoner, had even directly demanded Pikachu. Others tried to offer rare Pokémon or treasures in exchange. But whether it was threats or tempting trades, Sato flatly refused them all. As for those who tried to take Pikachu by force, Sato showed no mercy. In recent days, several such arrogant heirs had met accidental deaths. Using psychic techniques like hypnosis, mental/psychic suggestion, and teleportation, killing a few ordinary people without leaving a trace was child's play for him. Perhaps noticing the pattern in those accidents, and with Sato deliberately spreading word of his ties to Captain Reggie, a high-ranking league official, the bothersome flies had nearly vanished over the past 2 days. Now, Sato again rejected the lavish offers of several trainers who wanted to trade high-level Pokémon for Pikachu. He firmly told them that none of his Pokémon would ever be traded. Pikachu was his ace now. With the Light Ball, a mutated Thunder Orb, its offensive power had become terrifying. A single stab Thunderbolt could reach a frightening base strength of 675, enough to overwhelm almost any ordinary Pokémon. Note, 675 is equal to 90 times 1.5 by 2.5 by 2. Here, 90 is the base power, 1.5 is stab, 2.5 is Light Ball's boost, and 2 is the Light Ball's charge effect. Of course, Pikachu's weakness was equally obvious. It was now the very definition of a glass cannon, sky-high offense, paper-thin defenses. With base defense at 40, special defense at 50, and HP at only 35, any strong hit, especially a physical one, could cripple it or knock it out instantly. Put simply, Pikachu was like a child wielding a giant hammer, fragile in body, but terrifying in destructive power. Still, Sato didn't mind. Pikachu's natural stats were low, but with the Light Ball, mutated Thunder Orb, amplifying its output, it had already undergone a complete rebirth. The best defense is offense, that was the battle style Sato wanted Pikachu to embrace. Continuous, overwhelming attacks to suppress opponents until they had no chance to retaliate. And Pikachu hadn't disappointed. With access to top-tier training resources, it displayed power that fully satisfied Sato. In the past few days, Pikachu had racked up 43 consecutive victories. Most opponents at its level couldn't even withstand a single Thunderbolt. The core ingredient of Pikachu's custom food was Electrowood leaves. After helping Vanna escape Tomoki's threat, Sato finally received over a dozen of these precious leaves from her. Using them, along with auxiliary ingredients, he was able to prepare a special diet for Pikachu, enough to last an entire year. After that, he would have to find more Electrowood leaves. On another front, in the black market, Sato had used the family crest given by Wallace to purchase several deep-sea scales. These rare items were the key ingredient in Swampert's exclusive food. With this, Sato solved the looming crisis of running out of Swampert's special diet. Swampert's extraordinary physique was largely due to this diet, which steadily enhanced its body over time. That was why Sato was willing to pay any price to keep supplying it. Pikachu's food also didn't disappoint. After eating it, Pikachu showed clear signs of improved physical condition, evident in how it could now handle more frequent uses of the Light Ball, mutated Thunder Orb. The Ball/Orb had been nurtured within the body of an Elite 4 level Pikachu, one that had absorbed the power of many powerful Electric-type legendary Pokémon. Its stored energy was unimaginably violent. Even with the ability Lightning Rod and outstanding talent, Pikachu had nearly injured itself when first trying to wield it. But it endured. Eventually, it fully absorbed the Ball/Orb, establishing a symbiotic bond much like Swampert had with its mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. Still, the immense power within the orb was harsh on Pikachu's body. Every time it drew upon that power, the strain was enormous. With its current physique, Pikachu could at most use a fully charged Thunderbolt 10 times a day. Beyond that, it needed rest, or risk total collapse. That meant Pikachu had to win quickly. If it failed to finish battles with overwhelming lightning strikes, it would become dangerously vulnerable once its body gave out. Fortunately, Pikachu's rapid growth and improved condition, bolstered by its custom food, meant it no longer collapsed after just 1 or 2 Thunderbolts like before. Note, guys, would you like me to just use Light Ball or call it the Thunder Orb? Chapter 685, Chapter 684, A Temporary Mission. At noon, Sato stepped into the Pokémon Center in the city center right before the clock struck 2. Without pause, he headed straight up the stairs to the second floor. The mission hall upstairs was already packed. Everywhere he looked, ordinary trainers wore grim expressions, whispering in small groups. "Tyler, over here." As soon as Sato nudged his way into the crowd, a loud, calloused hand shot up above the heads around him. Sato's expression didn't change at the sound of the voice. Calmly, he strolled toward it. When the others heard the name Tyler, many faces shifted instantly. As Sato approached, the trainers nearby quickly made way, opening a clear path for him. In no time, he reached a tall, thin young man. Beside him stood a woman as cold as ice and a burly man in martial arts gear. The lanky youth was Phil, the icy beauty was Safina, and the brawny man was Gibson. All three were natives of Slateport City, and currently, they were Sato's teammates in the same mission squad. These past few days, Sato hadn't actually been idly wandering the city. In truth, he had been deliberately seeking out and blending into local trainer groups. Effort paid off. Through several Pokemon battles against locals, he found a circle. The strong always drew attention. Though an outsider, Sato's skill earned him quick acceptance among the city's ordinary trainers. The reason was simple: joining these groups gave him access to valuable information. That information referred to temporary missions issued by the League to common trainers. For people like Sato, these missions were the stepping stones to becoming recognized League-affiliated trainers. Normally, the League posted such missions at busy places like Pokemon centers. But the demand far outweighed supply. There were far too many common trainers and too few missions. Still, that was just the usual case. In a sprawling metropolis like Slateport, accidents cropped up constantly, like the endless stream of patients in a hospital's emergency room. At any hour, something could happen. If the accidents involved Pokemon or trainers, the League had to send someone. Yet real League trainers were limited in number, and they weren't always free. When manpower ran short, the League naturally passed the urgent, unhandled cases onto general trainers hungry to prove themselves, people like Sato. After all, trainers like him were abundant and inexpensive. If something went wrong, the League bore little responsibility, since both sides entered the deal willingly. When a person chose the path of a trainer, they had to accept the risks, especially common trainers. Without risking their lives, they would never rise above the masses. These temporary missions were posted irregularly. Unless a trainer lingered in the mission hall for hours, it was hard to snag one. They were also far more dangerous than regular missions, often too much for one person to handle. For that reason, many trainers formed informal mission squads. Usually, one member would stake out the Pokemon Center to grab missions the moment they appeared, then call the others to join in. Sato had only joined Phil's squad 2 days ago. He had impressed them with his power, and the outgoing Phil invited him first. Naturally, Sato accepted. Today was his very first temporary League mission. Phil was the one stationed at the mission hall. As soon as a temporary mission popped up, he had called Sato and the others. This time, however, there was only one mission, one requiring a very large number of trainers. Phil didn't even need to compete for it. He simply waited for his teammates to arrive. That's the situation, Tyler. Are you in? If you come with us, we'll definitely come back with a full harvest. Phil explained eagerly, finishing with hopeful eyes fixed on Sato. Safina and Gibson also turned to him, the same longing glinting in their gazes. They knew Sato's strength. They knew about his formidable Pikachu. Just as Phil said, if he joined them, their squad's success was nearly guaranteed. The mission was to suppress a sudden Pokemon riot. Not long ago, the eastern coast of Slateport had been struck by a large-scale outbreak. Countless wild water-type Pokemon had surged ashore, wreaking havoc on seaside settlements and showing signs of advancing toward the city. With the League short-staffed, Slateport's higher-ups had issued urgent orders. General trainers like Sato were to reinforce the League and help repel the invaders. To draw in as many as possible, the rewards were generous. The League distributed special Pokeballs to trainers. Contributions would be measured by the number of Pokemon caught using them during the riot. Once a trainer ran out, they could collect more. In other words, the stronger the trainer, the greater their haul. Of course I'm in. With luck, this mission might give us enough contribution points to open the door to the League. Still, it's a large-scale riot. We mustn't get greedy. Safety first. A spark lit Sato's eyes. He nodded at Phil with a grin. Naturally. Contribution points can be earned slowly, but we've only got one life. Don't worry, if you point us east, we won't stray a step elsewhere. Phil's face broke into a wide smile at Sato's answer. He thumped his chest, brimming with loyalty. Safina and Gibson also nodded firmly at Sato. Strength ruled, always and everywhere. With Sato being stronger than them, he had every right to lead. As long as his orders weren't suicidal, they would follow. Just then, a stern-faced middle-aged man emerged from the back door of the hall, flanked by several League officers. They wasted no time. They began swiftly registering names of those joining the suppression, handing each trainer a set of special Pokeballs. One by one, those who signed up took their Pokeballs and left immediately, hurrying toward the coast where the riot raged. Chapter 686, Chapter 685, Pokemon Riot. Phil was a trainer specializing in flying types. At the moment, he had Pokemon like Swellow, Pelipper, and Ninjask. With his help, Sato and the others rode on flying-type Pokemon, quickly rushing toward the site of the riot. This time, a huge number of civilian trainers had joined the suppression effort, and many of them also had flying types. Wanting to reach the scene quickly and seize credit, most chose to ride their own or their companions' flying Pokemon. For a while, an immense aerial procession stretched across the skies above Slateport City. While Sato and the others hurried toward the riot, more than 10 kilometers east of Slateport, along the coast, a massive storm raged. Torrential rain poured down, and waves dozens of meters high slammed into the beaches and shoreline. At the same time, hordes of aggressive water types, Tentacle, Carvania, Sharpedo, and more, surged from the sea, swept ashore by the tides. As more and more wild water types emerged, the thick storm clouds drifted from over the sea toward the land. Under the torrential downpour, rainwater quickly pooled, forming temporary rivers across the ground. The water types used these makeshift streams to swim rapidly inland. At some point, all of these sea-dwelling Pokemon had eyes glowing crimson, a manic frenzy burning within them. It was clear they were either following someone's command or had fallen under the influence of some mysterious force, for they began purposefully attacking human settlements along the coast. The rampaging Pokemon wreaked havoc, leaving many coastal communities devastated. Lives and property alike were under dire threat. Fortunately, League personnel, having received urgent alerts, had already arrived in these settlements under attack, and reinforcements were still streaming in. Thanks to their efforts, large numbers of civilians were being evacuated quickly. But the sheer number of wild Pokemon was overwhelming. Even though League-raised Pokemon were generally far stronger than wild ones, sheer numbers made the situation critical. Worse still, the frenzied Pokemon showed no fear and fought with suicidal ferocity. Most troubling of all was that even when these wild Pokemon fell, they would soon drag their battered bodies upright again to continue fighting. Only by capturing them in a Pokeball could they be truly subdued. Because of this, many of the First League responders suffered heavy losses, and casualties were mounting fast. By the time Sato and his group reached the nearest coastal settlement under attack, the sight left most of the civilian trainers pale. Some of the more timid even considered retreating. But the League had strict rules. Desertion in battle meant permanent blacklisting, no League-issued missions ever again, and even Pokemon centers, indispensable to trainers, would bar entry. Sato, however, was unruffled. He had seen scenes like this before on the mysterious island. In fact, among all those present, his mindset was likely the steadiest. Under his lead, Phil and the other two landed on the rooftop of a relatively intact seaside villa. The storm had already submerged the fishing village below in seawater. Countless water types rampaged through the flooded streets, attacking any humans still trapped within. Pikachu, Nasty Plot, then hit those water types below with Thunderbolt. Lantern, Agility, then use Electro Ball. Cloyster, use Shell Smash, then unleash Spike Cannon at the surrounding wild Pokemon. Tentacruel, Squirtle, stay by Cloyster's side and protect it. No sooner had he landed than Sato released Pikachu, Tentacruel, Lantern, Wartortle, and Cloyster, giving crisp, rapid commands without sparing his pale-faced teammates a glance. The Pokemon sprang into action immediately. From above, Pikachu struck first, bolts of electricity far stronger than ordinary thunderbolts erupted from its body. The wild water type stood no chance against the attack, with power approaching 300. Screams filled the air as scorched Pokemon collapsed into the floodwaters. Lantern dove from the eaves straight into the seawater below. It darted about at high speed, blasting electro balls at enemies in its path. As a water/electric type with the water absorbability, Lantern was utterly dominant, even when surrounded, striking down foe after foe with relentless electro balls. Meanwhile, Cloyster, which had recently evolved using a high-grade water stone, performed Shell Smash atop the roof, rapidly boosting its offensive power. After 3 uses, its strength had reached terrifying levels. Shielded by Tentacruel and Wartortle, Cloyster unleashed a storm of spike cannons into the swarming enemies. The energy spikes shot forth in rapid volleys, their boosted power devastating. Against foes of roughly equal level, few wild water types could withstand even 2 of Cloyster's shots. In just a few minutes, thanks to the combined firepower of Pikachu, Lantern, and Cloyster, nearly every wild water type within 20 meters was wiped out. The water's surface was littered with unconscious Pokemon. Nearby trainers, who had been desperately struggling, were astonished. Then, joy replaced their shock. Morale surged. One after another, they instinctively gravitated toward Sato, rallying behind the powerhouse trainer. Before long, a battle group had formed around him, spontaneously taking him as their core. Chapter 687, Chapter 686, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. When Sato noticed several nearby trainers drifting toward him for shelter, his brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't stop them. However, as the number of people gathering around him increased, the wild Pokemon that hadn't yet fallen also began converging in even greater numbers. Very quickly, the pressure on Sato's side mounted sharply, and the firepower output of Pikachu, Lantern, and Cloyster began to feel stretched thin. What chilled him most was seeing some civilian trainers secretly capturing the wild Pokemon he had defeated, using the special Pokeballs distributed by the League. Phil, Safina, Gibson, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and use the League-issued Pokeballs to capture the fainted wild Pokemon around us. Sato was not generous enough to let others profit from his efforts while increasing his own risk. Without hesitation, he ordered his 3 teammates, who had mostly been half-hearted and bewildered up to this point, to secure the spoils of his victories. Hearing his command, none of the 3 dared to disobey. They quickly hurled their League-issued Pokeballs at the incapacitated Pokemon floating in the water, then released their own Pokemon to retrieve the captured Pokeballs. Besides assigning Phil, Safina, and Gibson to collect spoils, Sato also had Pikachu, Lantern, and Cloyster, his 3 main attackers, halt their offensive. He then pulled out high-quality Pokeblocks to restore their stamina. The instant his 3 Pokemon stopped attacking, the pressure on the other trainers surged dramatically. Some civilian trainers who had been busy secretly fishing for benefits instead of focusing on the battlefield were immediately overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of wild Pokemon. Many were gravely injured or killed outright. For a moment, countless injured trainers turned their furious glares toward Sato. But when they met his eyes, which reflected a cold killing gaze, they instantly remembered what kind of terrifying person they were facing. Heads dropped, no one dared meet his gaze. Sato understood clearly that in a massive battlefield like this, individual strength was insignificant, no matter how powerful. He also knew that having more people around wasn't necessarily better. It wasn't that he doubted their abilities, he simply couldn't trust complete strangers. Above all, he could never entrust his back to them, especially when they were still competitors entangled in conflicting interests. Each civilian trainer had been issued only 20 special Pokeballs by the League. Yet Sato had already defeated several times that number of wild Pokemon. As a result, Phil and the others quickly used up their allotted 20 Pokeballs each, and Sato exhausted his own as well. Once no more spoils could be secured, Sato decisively chose to retreat with the trio, taking to the skies on flying types toward a nearby temporary supply station. According to the League's briefing, their reinforcement objectives had already been met. Leaving now wouldn't be treated as desertion. Phil, Safina, and Gibson were very self-aware. They knew how little they had contributed in this battle. Thus, apart from Phil, who had acted as a courier and kept half his spoils, Safina and Gibson each kept only 5 captured Pokemon. The rest of the special Pokeballs became Sato's spoils alone. Because of the suddenness and danger of this mission, the League's rewards were unusually generous. Each special Pokeball could be exchanged for 10 contribution points. From this one task alone, Sato gained 600 points, a huge step closer to earning his qualification to become a real League trainer. By League rules, he only needed another 2,400 contribution points to qualify for the trial to advance as an Outer League trainer. Having tasted such rewards, Sato naturally had no intention of stopping. After submitting his spoils, he set out again. Unfortunately, only Phil chose to continue the mission with him. Safina and Gibson withdrew. While Sato and Phil headed back to the battlefield, one of Hoenn's Elite Four, the Dragon-type master, Drake, received his League orders. He arrived at the site with his fleet, swiftly intervening in the sudden Pokemon riot. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 kilometers away, a massive submarine marked with Team Aqua's insignia was slowly submerging, then speeding away from the scene. Since the Elite Four have arrived, there's no need to continue the experiment. At least this round of research finally proved useful. Inside the submarine, in a chamber filled with scientific instruments, a bald old man in a white lab coat cackled gleefully as he read the report on his communicator. Drake had reached the site. He then turned his gaze to a massive machine at the room's center, his face filled with pride. But when his eyes shifted to the glassy-eyed assistant standing nearby, especially another white-coated old man, his smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. Atop the great machine hovered a large azure stone, which, under its influence, pulsed intermittently with eerie red light. Each time the stone flashed, it released a strange energy wave. Immediately, the wild water-type Pokemon around the submarine would have their eyes flare scarlet, before swarming obediently behind the vessel. With Drake and his elite forces intervening, the previously precarious battlefield was soon brought under control. And once Team Aqua's submarine had traveled several dozen kilometers away, the crazed wild Pokemon rapidly regained their senses. Before long, the League successfully quelled the sudden Pokemon riot. Chapter 688, Chapter 687, Reggie's Resolve. Around 11 p.m., in the top-floor conference room of the Slateport City League branch, the city's senior officials sat stiffly in their chairs. The room was deathly silent, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. A few minutes later, bang! The conference room doors were violently kicked open. In strode Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, clad in his captain's coat and radiating an imposing presence. His face was like stone, and behind him marched his men, fierce as wolves and tigers. Among them was Captain Reggie, whom Sato hadn't seen in some time. He had exchanged his usual white captain's coat for a sailor's uniform of deep blue. The gathered League officials stiffened at Drake's entrance. Those most responsible, a few corpulent executives from the intelligence division, sweat beaded on their foreheads, their fat faces twisted with dread. This sudden Pokemon riot might have had no warning signs, but it was obvious to everyone that wild Pokemon hadn't attacked humans out of simple revenge. Someone had been manipulating them. And yet, the intelligence division, the very department with the League's richest resources, hadn't caught the slightest whiff of it. A failure so great could only be called dereliction of duty. If they had done even a little, the scale of destruction would never have been so catastrophic. Because of this riot, more than a dozen settlements along Slateport's eastern coast had been reduced to ruins, with direct and indirect economic losses beyond estimation. Hundreds of the League's elite who had rushed to the scene were lost, and the number of civilian trainers conscripted as reinforcements who perished was even higher. An incident of this magnitude could not be buried, not even by the League. In the digital age, news of the Pokemon riot had already spread like wildfire across the networks. Worse still, under the push of certain interested parties, a flood of negative commentary about the League's inaction was everywhere, stoking public anger. To appease that anger quickly, scapegoats had to be found, and those same Slateport intelligence officers who had sat idle during the disaster were clearly the most suitable candidates. Under their fearful stares, the nearly 2-meter-tall Drake strode to the head of the table, sat, and swept the room with a gaze sharp enough to pierce steel. Every official he looked upon felt their heart tighten, immediately bowing their heads, clenching their buttocks, and not daring to meet his eyes. It was clear, with presence alone, the seasoned Hoenn Dragon Master had already seized the advantage in this meeting. As expected, Drake began by carrying out orders from the Hoenn League's highest authority. One by one, he pronounced punishments on those responsible for negligence in Slateport. First, inevitably, were the Intelligence Division's senior officers. They were tasked with monitoring the area around the city, and thus bore the heaviest blame. According to the latest intelligence, Drake began coldly. The ones behind this riot were Team Aqua. Their method of controlling wild ocean Pokemon is almost certainly tied to the artifact stolen from the Oceanic Research Institute not long ago. I trust you all understand. This riot was only the beginning. Team Aqua will surely use that artifact again to control Pokemon of the sea. When they do, mass riots could erupt along every coastal stretch of Hoenn. The only good news is that Team Aqua has not yet mastered the use of the artifact completely. That riot was nothing more than an experiment. But since the theft happened under your watch, the chairman has issued a strict order: within 1 month, the people of Slateport must recover the stolen artifact, or, if recovery is impossible, ensure it is destroyed. Having dealt with the punishments, Drake laid out the latest intelligence and conveyed the League's command. The meeting dragged on until 2 a.m. When it finally adjourned, every official filed out with dark, worried faces. Even these usually untouchable decision-makers were clearly shaken. And no wonder. Team Aqua's movements were elusive, the sea vast and concealing. The League had managed to plant only a handful of spies within them, all low-ranking at best. For Slateport's leadership, recovering the stolen artifact was like finding a needle in an ocean. Many were already thinking of how to pull strings and shield themselves. As soon as the meeting ended, Drake withdrew with his men and retired to the League branch's most exclusive guest quarters. At nearly 80 years of age, Drake was no longer young. Since receiving orders to rush to the riot site, he had been awake and working for nearly a full day. If not for his sturdy constitution, a lesserman his age would have collapsed long ago. But he had scarcely lain down on the soft sofa when the doorbell chimed. It was Reggie. He entered unceremoniously, flopped down on the very sofa Drake had been resting on, and drew from his storage gear a bottle of aged liquor and 2 cups. Relying on that bunch of desk-bound pigs, they'll never find Team Aqua in their lifetimes. Drake, tell me, what are you planning next? He poured 2 full cups, downed his own in one swallow, and set it on the table with a hard clang, eyes locking on Drake's. You know I can't say, Drake replied evenly. But I can assure you this, old Todd is still safe. Team Aqua needs him to perfect their device for controlling ocean Pokemon. Drake and Reggie were of the same generation, old friends. He knew exactly what Reggie wanted to ask. Taking the second cup, he drained it and spoke with certainty. Safe, my ass. Reggie barked. Don't give me that. Tell me straight, has the League already decided to abandon him? Otherwise, why wasn't there a single word about rescuing the Oceanic Research Institute staff in the orders you just read? Unmoved by Drake's title as Dragon Master, Reggie jabbed a finger at his nose, shouting furiously. Drake met the tirade with silence. As Hoenn's Dragon-type Elite Four, he bore great responsibility. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never leak League secrets. But silence, too, could be an answer. I knew it, Reggie muttered bitterly. I knew it. In their eyes, we old-timers are worthless now. But I won't give up, Drake. No matter what, I'll rescue Todd. There are too few of us old men left. Lose one more, and soon there'll be no one left to talk with. What's the point of living then? Reggie's weathered face sagged in despair. He tipped the bottle back, draining it dry, then rose unsteadily, resolve burning in his eyes. No matter the cost, he would save his friend. Chapter 689, Chapter 688, Request for Help. Drake watched Reggie somewhat lonely back as he departed, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Todd was also an old friend of his, how could he not want to bring him back safely? But the League's plan had already been set. The core of the plan was to either seize or destroy the stolen artifact. As for rescuing the Oceanic Research Institute staff kidnapped by Team Aqua, that would have to be left to fate. Just as Reggie had said earlier, the League's upper echelons had never counted on the complacent officials in Slateport City to retrieve the artifact from Team Aqua. Once the cause of the Pokemon riot was identified, Hoenn's League leadership immediately dispatched their most elite investigators to hunt down Team Aqua's whereabouts. The League had reigned over Hoenn for many years. Its power was unquestionable. The very reason Team Aqua was able to trigger a man-made Pokemon riot was because the League had grown lax in its vigilance. Now that Team Aqua had stirred up such chaos, they had touched the League's reverse scale. This time, under the League's full-scale search, the location of the stolen artifact was quickly uncovered. The reason the League hadn't launched a direct strike yet was to avoid forcing Team Aqua into desperation, which could trigger yet another massive riot. That was why Drake had called this late-night meeting of all the League's senior officials in Slateport City. It was to lull Team Aqua's spies into complacency, letting them pass false information back that the League was helpless for the moment. In fact, the League's intelligence division was formidable. Built with immense resources, its eyes were embedded in nearly every criminal organization across Hoenn. This time too, the intelligence unit had actually noticed signs of Team Aqua's plot. But an error occurred in relaying the information. After thorough checks, specialists concluded that the error most likely originated within the Slateport branch of the intelligence unit. What did this mean? It meant Team Aqua had probably planted a spy within that very branch. And not just any spy, someone influential enough to secretly delay the transmission of key intelligence. Because of this, Slateport's intel branch had failed to detect the riot in time, leading to a chain of devastating losses. In short, the League had already begun quietly weaving a net around Team Aqua. This time, Hoenn's League was determined to cripple them so badly that they wouldn't recover for decades. After leaving Drake's office, Reggie quickly returned to his room at the League's Slateport branch. As soon as he entered, he pulled out a communicator and dialed a number he hadn't called in a long time. It took 7 or 8 attempts before the line finally connected. Only after promising its owner considerable benefits did he receive a very short reply on his communicator screen. "So you're there. Old man, wait a bit longer, I'll come to save you soon." Seeing those words, a sharp gleam lit Reggie's eyes. He turned toward the dark night outside the window, gaze firm. While Drake, Reggie, and the others were troubled over the Pokemon riot, Sato was in an Eastern District restaurant of Slateport, celebrating with his Pokemon. For most trainers, the riot had been a terrifying crisis. But for Sato, who had weathered great storms before, its danger was only moderate. From this single riot, Sato had earned a staggering 1,100 League contribution points. If the riot had lasted longer, he might have accumulated enough to qualify for the trial mission required to advance into a League-affiliated outer trainer. Beyond that, the riot had also served as an intense training exercise. Pikachu, Lantern, and Cloyster, the 3 Pokemon who had taken the role of main attackers, had all gained significant levels. Now, Pikachu had reached level 31, Lantern level 36, and Cloyster level 37, suddenly becoming the highest-leveled Pokemon in Sato's team. Cloyster, in particular, with its triple shell smash boosts, had displayed astonishing offensive power during the riot. Its endurance was also greater than Pikachu's or Lantern's, which explained why its level had risen the fastest. If not for the fact that the wild Pokemon in this riot weren't too high-leveled, averaging only around level 20, Pikachu and the others might have gained even more. Still, Sato was more than satisfied with their progress. After his trials on the mysterious island, he knew that rapid level jumps weren't always a good thing. Relentless battles alone weren't healthy for Pokemon, neither physically nor mentally. So he decided that in the coming week, his Pokemon's focus would be on stamina training and skill refinement, with occasional outings for fun to relax their spirits. That was why, on this night, he had brought them out into the sleepless city to play and unwind, to release the stress of the bloody battle they had just endured. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning that Sato finally led his tired Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center downtown. Just as he finished showering and was about to sleep, the communicator on his bedside rang. He glanced at the screen and immediately recognized the number. It was the old captain, Reggie. Without hesitation, he answered. "Tyler, forgive me for disturbing you this late," Reggie's voice came urgently through the line. "But I have an emergency and need your help. If you're willing, come to the port of Slateport now, I'll be on my ship." As soon as he finished speaking, before Sato could respond, Reggie abruptly hung up. Chapter 690, Chapter 689, The Best Candidate for Infiltration. What on earth happened to make him so anxious all of a sudden? From the voice, it really was the old captain. Sato stared at the comm screen, which now showed that the call had been cut off. His expression grew heavy as confusion filled his heart. Boo. Suddenly, just as Sato was deep in thought, a small mischievous appeared before him, shouting loudly. It stuck out its long red tongue, trying its hardest to pull off a terrifying face. Unfortunately, Sato didn't react at all to Mischievous's prank scare. His eyelids didn't even twitch, he looked perfectly calm and composed. Even Pikachu and Kecleon, perched on his shoulder, were completely unfazed. Mischievous realized its scare prank had failed once again on Sato and immediately wore a dejected look. A moment later, Dusknoir, the more composed one, appeared behind it, pulling the sulking Mischievous into the corner of the room. Then, both ghost types vanished into thin air using their natural ability to turn invisible. Pika-Pi. Seeing Mischievous arrive in high spirits only to leave dejected again, Pikachu crossed its little arms, shook its head, and gave a mock sigh like an old man. After living in the human world for a month or two and often watching horror movies, Mischievous's scare prank skills had improved rapidly. Unfortunately, Sato and the others, who were constantly dragged into watching those horror movies with it, had grown just as rapidly in psychological endurance. It was worth mentioning that Mischievous never dared to watch horror movies alone. Because of that, these sudden scare attempts had become nothing more than daily pranks. Sato, Pikachu, and the others were completely used to them and felt no fear. A minute later, Sato decided to head to the harbor. Captain Reggie was a decent man who had shown him plenty of goodwill. Now that the captain seemed to be in trouble, it was only right to help if he could. Using his psychic teleportation ability, Sato left the inn with all his Pokémon and made his way quickly toward the port. Meanwhile, at the harbor in Slateport, Captain Reggie leaned against the railing of his cruise ship, pipe in hand, staring up at the brilliant night sky. His back carried a quiet loneliness. Through the network of connections he had built up over decades within the League, Reggie had finally learned the exact whereabouts of his old friend Todd. But he also realized that, with his current strength, rescuing Todd was impossible. Worse, he would likely end up losing his own life in the attempt. He was already 72 years old. If he had been 20 years younger, he would have gone to challenge Team Aqua himself, fully confident he could rescue Todd alone. But time had worn him and his once powerful Elite Four tier Pokémon down. Their prime had long since passed. Even moderate battles strained their bodies now. The ghost ship incident had already made it clear to him, he could no longer deny the toll of age. Among his peers, only two still barely retained champion tier strength, Drake, the Dragon-type master, and Agatha, the Ghost-type master from Kanto. As for himself, a former Elite Four level trainer, he was already part of the past. Truth be told, he regretted not having raised a Dragon-type or a Ghost-type Pokémon during his peak years. Otherwise, his situation today wouldn't be this pitiful. Reggie knew he was unreliable now. The only hope lay in finding someone else to rescue Todd. But Todd was heavily guarded by Team Aqua, and even the League itself had never dared to claim it could ensure his safe extraction. If others were sent, the chance of success would be even lower. A direct frontal assault was suicide. What he needed was a way to extract Todd without a fight. In the end, he saw only one viable plan: send a reliable, quick-witted person to infiltrate the Team Aqua base, and then, during the League's assault, use the chaos to rescue Todd. The question was, where to find such a reliable and clever person? He had many subordinates, plenty reliable, but none particularly sharp-minded. His son was a hopeless wastrel, and though his granddaughter was quick-witted, she was only 13. He could never bear to risk her in such a dangerous mission. After much thought, only one candidate came to mind: Tyler, the young trainer who had played a decisive role in the ghost ship incident. He had even asked some contacts within the League to investigate Tyler's identity, and learned that Sato was a top student at Goldenrod Academy, the best Pokémon academy in Jotto. His wits were assured. Reggie also knew Tyler wanted to establish himself firmly within the League. His request for a letter of recommendation, and his willingness to risk himself in the suppression of the recent Pokémon riot, were the clearest proof of that. Most importantly, Tyler was alone, with no attachments holding him back. Ever since his so-called miraculous awakening, he had been driven by a fierce desire to grow stronger. As long as someone offered him a path to strength, convincing him to take risks wouldn't be hard. This time, I'll really have to bleed for it. That kid Tyler isn't easy to fool. I'll need to offer him something truly valuable if I expect him to take such a dangerous mission. Reggie took a deep draw from his pipe, then exhaled 2 thin streams of white smoke through his nose. As he thought about the way Sato had looked at the silver feather in his vault, his old face tightened with pain. His heart ached. But then he thought of his brother in arms, currently in mortal danger. He forced that reluctance aside. About 10 minutes later, Sato finally arrived at Slateport Harbor in a rare midnight taxi. With the aid of his psychic senses, he quickly located Reggie, who was leaning against the ship's railing, letting the sea breeze wash over him. "Captain, you called me here so late. Is something urgent? If there's any way I can help, please don't hesitate. As long as it's within my power, I'll do everything I can." Climbing the rope ladder Reggie had prepared, Sato boarded the cruise ship, strode to the old captain's side, and asked respectfully. His face showed not a trace of impatience or displeasure. Chapter 691, Chapter 690, Taking Matters into His Own Hands. "Tyler, you're here. My apologies for disturbing you so late at night. Come, over this way." Turning around, Reggie looked at Sato, who stood before him with respectful deference, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He nodded, then spoke kindly to Sato. What Reggie appreciated most about Tyler was his sense of reverence. From the very first day they had met, Sato's attitude toward him had never changed. Even though Reggie often treated him warmly, Sato always addressed him with honorifics, never daring to overstep. In this day and age, young people who understood reverence were few and far between. Moreover, through the matter of retrieving treasures from the vault, Reggie had learned that Sato was a man who knew when to advance and when to retreat, what to take and what to leave. What should be claimed, he would claim, what shouldn't, he would never touch. Lastly, Sato was never arrogant nor rash. He steadily improved his Pokémon's strength, yet at critical moments, he was never lacking in the courage to stake everything in battle. It was only after weighing all these qualities that Reggie had decided to entrust this mission, sneaking into Team Aqua's base to rescue Todd, to Sato. Still, Sato had too many good points, and he was perhaps excessively rational. Reggie knew that as long as this young man did not die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. Even without Reggie's guidance, Sato was highly likely to surpass his own peak strength one day. Because of this, Reggie was not entirely confident about entrusting such a dangerous infiltration mission to him. But it had to be tried. If it didn't work, he would be forced to spend heavily to hire bounty hunters to take the risk instead. Once Sato came to his side, Reggie slowly began explaining why he had summoned him so late. At the same time, he revealed information he had obtained through his connections, about the League's imminent strike on Team Aqua's base, as well as intelligence regarding the stolen treasure. "Captain, my abilities are limited. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. You know I'm not a professional infiltrator, and disguises aren't my strong suit. If I went, I might not come back alive." Suppressing the shock in his heart after hearing Reggie's words, Sato feigned helplessness as he replied. Truthfully, the mission Reggie wanted him to carry out was indeed very difficult, for the real Tyler, and for most ordinary trainers. But for Sato, this infiltration was not especially hard. The reason was simple: in terms of acting and disguise, Sato was more than competent. After all, he had been flawlessly playing the role of Tyler all along. On top of that, he was a psychic with the ability to teleport. To him, rescuing someone from Team Aqua's base would be almost too easy. Unfortunately, he had to keep playing the part of Tyler faithfully. Acting skills, disguise ability, teleportation, these were not things Tyler should possess. If Sato didn't want to expose himself, he couldn't reveal them. "Ah. I know this is forcing you into a corner. You're right, missions like this should be handled by professionals. If you went, it would be far too dangerous." Though Reggie had mentally prepared himself for refusal, hearing Sato reject without hesitation still pained him, and he sighed heavily. "Captain, while I can't help you myself, I've recently come to know a very powerful psychic. Perhaps he could help you. However, his personality is eccentric, and he's greedy by nature. To secure his help, he must take a liking to the matter, and the price will be enormous." Seeing Reggie's disappointment, Sato smiled faintly inside. Outwardly, however, he put on a conflicted expression, speaking with hesitant uncertainty. The moment he had heard from Reggie that the League was about to launch a strike against Team Aqua and that a stolen treasure was involved, Sato had already decided he would intervene. Though he could not yet be certain, from Reggie's hint Sato judged that the stolen item from the Oceanic Research Institute was most likely connected to Kyogre. He knew Team Aqua better than most. Their ultimate goal was to control Kyogre and thereby expand the seas, a grand ideal that Sato thought was rather foolish. But in truth, only this explanation could account for how Team Aqua was able to control wild water-type Pokémon of the ocean. In this world, only Kyogre, the sovereign of the seas, had the authority to command ordinary wild water types. Now, upon learning of the League's imminent strike, Sato knew his chance to fish in troubled waters had come. With luck, he might be able to seize this treasure connected to Kyogre from Team Aqua's base. As for Todd's rescue, that was merely incidental. Sato's true target was the item linked to Kyogre. Of course, Reggie also had something tempting to offer, such as a feather from Lugia. If Reggie were willing to pay such a price, Sato would gladly lend his strength. But Sato also knew that it could not be Tyler who intervened in this League operation and rescue mission. In most people's eyes, Tyler was still just a rookie. How could he possibly accomplish such a perilous task? If he succeeded, many would inevitably suspect the authenticity of his identity. After all, Tyler's record was far too spotless. To suddenly show the ability to complete a mission requiring professionals would be more suspicious than anything else. However, while Tyler could not take on Reggie's mission, Sato, as a mysterious psychic, could do so without issue. All that remained was a proper introduction. Is that true? Tyler, you know a psychic. Quickly, introduce me. As long as he can help me rescue Todd, whatever I possess, I'll give him. Reggie, until now sunk in disappointment from his lack of available options, brightened immediately. The moment Sato mentioned a mysterious psychic, his spirits surged, and he pressed Sato urgently for details. Of course Reggie knew about psychics, special humans whose abilities were almost miraculous. If one with teleportation were to help him, all of his current problems could be solved at once. In fact, when he had first planned Todd's rescue, Reggie had already thought of seeking a psychic's aid. But such people were exceedingly rare and elusive, and he had no way to find one. Now, hearing Sato claim to know a powerful psychic, Reggie could not help but feel overjoyed. Chapter 692, Chapter 691, Reunion and Test. Old sir, don't be too happy just yet. To be honest, I don't actually know that psychic, I just happened to get his number from someone else. I can give it to you, but I can't guarantee he'll agree to help you. When Sato saw the look of joy on Reggie's face, he secretly felt pleased, but outwardly he put on an embarrassed expression and spoke with a hesitant tone. No matter what, the mysterious psychic absolutely couldn't be directly linked to Tyler. By saying this, Sato neatly severed the connection between the two. Even if the matter came up again in the future, Reggie could vouch for him. Sigh, it's fine. Just give me that psychic's number. I'll find a way to try and win his help. Reggie's smile froze at Sato's words, then slowly faded away. He sighed once more and nodded. He knew that Sato wasn't lying. Psychics generally looked down on ordinary people, while ordinary people often feared those with special powers and avoided them whenever possible. As a result, most psychics lived solitary lives, rarely making friends. Their personalities tended toward aloofness, and the only ones they might acknowledge were other top-tier powerhouses. In Reggie's eyes, although Sato's current strength and potential weren't bad, it was still very difficult for him to truly associate with a formidable psychic. At best, he might be lucky enough to get their contact information, just like now. It's already very late. Old sir, you should call tomorrow instead. I've heard this psychic's temper isn't the best. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Sato nodded as he handed over a contact code from another of his communicators, keeping up his apologetic act. No, it's me who was asking too much. I'm already glad you came at this time. And besides, you've given me hope, haven't you? Even if it doesn't work out, it's still better than sitting around waiting. Reggie quickly shook his head, patting Sato's shoulder as he spoke. Yeah. The next second, just as Reggie turned to gaze back at the starry sky, Misdreavus, who had been tailing Sato in invisibility, suddenly appeared and gave Reggie a fright with a prank scare. Though Misdreavus had fallen into bouts of gloom many times before, it always managed to recover, and each time, its scaring skills improved. This time, its prank was further refined, its long tongue was now blood-stained, and its eyes bulged like dead fish, making the horror all the more grotesque. Ah. Although Reggie's mental fortitude was decent, he was completely unprepared. The sudden shock made him scream aloud. Then, to Sato's astonishment, because Reggie had been leaning against the railing, his startled reaction sent him toppling backward. With a splash and another scream, the old captain fell right off the ship into the sea below. Cuckoo. Seeing its prank succeed, Misdreavus burst into gleeful giggles, circling proudly around the frozen Sato. At the same time, the red beads around its neck glowed scarlet. Wisps of dark energy condensed from the air and flowed into the largest bead beneath its neck. The next morning, around 9 a.m., one of Sato's communicators began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately knew, the worried old Captain Reggie couldn't hold back any longer and was trying to contact the mysterious psychic. Sato quickly altered his voice and answered in that persona. Naturally, the negotiation was unfriendly, after all, he was playing a surly, ill-tempered psychic. Right from the start, he gave Reggie a hard time, hanging up on him several times in a row, and even blocking his number. In the end, Reggie had 3 different communicators blocked before he finally managed to get a full conversation. Although this infuriated Reggie, it also crushed his spirit, leaving him at a disadvantage throughout the exchange. His every word was led by Sato. At last, after Reggie promised 3 precious treasures, Sato relented, agreeing to meet him in person aboard his cruise ship at midnight. With the matter settled, Sato contacted the abbot of the Slowpoke Temple, requesting that he use the Pokemon Center's time capsule machine to transfer Swampert and Ditto over to him. He also reached out to Professor Oak, asking him to send over Crobat and Bellossom. Finally, he called Elsa, entrusting Tentacruel, Lantern, and Cloyster to her care for a while, asking her to look after Pikachu and the others temporarily. It was worth noting that after more than 3 months of training, Swampert, Crobat, and Bellissime had reached levels 62, 54, and 59, respectively. In particular, Swampert, having lived a farmer's life alongside Sato for those months, had fully suppressed the terrifying aura it once carried from countless battles. Now, to most people, its first impression was simply that of a Swampert with unusually developed muscles. Of course, once Swampert grew serious or became enraged, that hidden aura would surface again on its own. It had been some time since Sato last saw these 3 Pokémon. Naturally, their reunion had to be celebrated. At Swampert's insistent request, since the simple meals at Slowbro Temple had been unbearable, they went straight to a seaside barbecue stall. That night, close to midnight, Sato donned black clothes and a mask. With Crobat's help, he flew above Reggie's cruise ship. On the deck below, sailors patrolled vigilantly. Reggie's trusted men, including Rico, stood guard at the captain's quarters, watching their surroundings with stern focus. So, he wants to test my strength first. Fine. That saves me the trouble of words. Scanning the ship with his psychic senses, Sato smirked beneath his mask, filled with disdain. In the next moment, his eyes flashed blue. In an instant, he used teleportation to bring both himself and Crobat directly into Reggie's captain's cabin. Chapter 693, Chapter 692, Success, the Silver Feather. In the captain's cabin where Reggie was. The instant a faint distortion rippled through the air, Reggie, who had been watching the room with utmost vigilance, immediately noticed it. The next time he blinked, a masked man in black appeared before him, accompanied by a massive Crobat. Good day, old sir. Tell me, have I already cleared all the obstacles you set in my way? The moment Reggie saw the sudden arrival of Sato, he was just about to speak when a strange voice rang directly in his mind. His expression changed at once. At the same time, the words he had prepared to say were swallowed back down, for he realized that at some point, his entire body had been seized by Sato's overwhelming psychic power. He couldn't even open his mouth. Just as Sato had said, the layers of defenses he had ordered his men to arrange outside, those were meant to test whether Sato truly had the ability to extract Todd from the heavily guarded Team Aqua base. If Sato couldn't even break through a few checkpoints, then there was no need to negotiate further. But to Reggie's mingled shock and delight, Sato's psychic ability was far stronger than he had imagined. Not only did he command the instant, free-flowing power of teleportation, he could also subdue Reggie with telekinesis in an instant. The frightening part was that Sato clearly had the ability to kill him right there, and even his Feraligatr and Crawdaunt wouldn't be able to save him in time. Fortunately, Sato bore no malice. After using psychic power to restrain him as a show of strength, he immediately released Reggie from the telekinetic bind. Sato had principles. Faced with someone who had once helped him, he would never commit an act that endangered that person's life. What's more, he deliberately wanted Reggie to believe he was a supremely powerful psychic-type specialist, thus avoiding any chance of exposing the true extent of his abilities. Your psychic power is truly formidable. I believe you are capable of rescuing my friend. Please, come with me, I shall show you my treasure. Once Reggie felt himself freed, he immediately restrained Feraligatr and Crawdaunt, who were glaring murderously and preparing to attack Sato. Rising to his feet, he nodded toward Sato. Sato had no objection. He ignored the 2 powerful Pokémon brimming with hostility and followed Reggie with calm, confident steps, the very picture of self-assurance in his abilities. Soon, under Reggie's lead, Sato once again entered the treasure vault. That silver feather looks quite good. I like it. Captain, would you be willing to part with it? Almost without hesitation, the moment he stepped inside and saw the silver feather placed in the most prominent position, Sato used telepathy to convey his request. At his words, Reggie's old face turned ashen. In truth, he had considered hiding the feather, but he doubted his other treasures would satisfy Sato. Thus, he had refrained. Now, hearing Sato immediately claim his most beloved treasure, it felt like a piece of his heart was being carved out. The pain was sharp and bitter. It is possible. But this silver feather is priceless, as I'm sure you've noticed. It comes from the legendary psychic type Lugia itself, and it is an especially rare feather at that. So, if you intend to take it, then you cannot claim the other 2 items. This is my most valuable possession. Its worth is more than enough. Reggie drew in a deep breath, suppressing his reluctance, and spoke solemnly. I see. No wonder I sensed such a strong psychic pulse from it. Indeed, it is from a psychic-type legendary, its value truly cannot be measured. Since you are willing to part with such a treasure as my reward, I would be remiss to refuse. As you wish, my payment will be this Lugia's feather. Hearing Reggie's words, joy surged in Sato's heart, though outwardly he only paused and thought before nodding with feigned reluctance. Very well, then. The rescue mission is in your hands. I will send you the relevant details through the communicator shortly. For now, this is yours. Reggie, though his face was still twisted with unwillingness, forced a faint smile as he spoke. He then carefully removed the silver feather from its display case and held it out towards Sato. What are you doing? By the rules, I am only to take the reward after completing the task. If you give it to me now, aren't you afraid I'll just run off? After all, this is our first meeting. Sato was briefly stunned by Reggie's sudden gesture. He did not immediately accept the feather, instead sending a puzzled inquiry by telepathy. Better short pain than long. This feather is my dearest treasure. If I had to see it every day, knowing it would soon be taken from me, I might go back on my word. Giving it to you now is best. As for your character, I trust it. I know you psychics wield frightening means. Since you could find me so easily, then you must have long since found my vault as well. So really, you have no need to do the mission. You could have simply teleported into this vault, taken whatever you liked, and left. Reggie shook his head with a wry smile as he explained. Then he tossed the glass orb containing the silver feather towards Sato. You are a man who understands well. Beneath the mask, Sato's lips curved in a satisfied smile. He nodded in agreement. Blue light flickered in his eyes. His telekinesis stopped the glass orb midair, then drew it gently into his hand. A moment later, his eyes glowed again, and with a flash of teleportation, Sato vanished with Crobat at his side, leaving behind the old Captain Reggie, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Minutes later, with Crobat's aid, Sato reappeared in his hotel room in the eastern district of Slateport City. No sooner had he returned than he released Swampert, instructing it and Crobat to guard the door and watch for disturbances. Only after confirming that everything was normal did he take out the glass orb. It wasn't easy, but finally, after all that effort, you are mine. Let's see just how many surprises you hold. Sato gazed at the silver feather glowing softly within the orb, his face full of anticipation. Chapter 694, Chapter 693, The Psychic Mark. Compared to the power gems he had once obtained from Groudon and Kyogre, Sato could clearly feel that the energy contained within this silver feather was far stronger. Those gems had only held a trace of the primal power from the super legendary Pokémon, but this feather radiated something purer and mightier. Even just touching the glass orb that encased it, he could already sense a wave of extremely refined and powerful energy. Ding! Detected absorbable energy. Begin absorption. The system is currently low on power. Absorption is recommended. As soon as Sato shattered the glass orb and took the silver feather into his hands, the long-familiar cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Naturally, he chose to absorb it. He silently willed the command. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. Absorption complete. System energy restored by 30%. Current energy, 42%. Energy above 15% threshold, system shop unlocked. Ding! Energy identified, absorbed energy is primal power from the super legendary Lugia. The voice rang again. At that moment, the feather's strange glow dimmed rapidly, and before long, it became nothing more than an ordinary silver feather, devoid of all radiance. What an unexpected windfall. The primal power/essence hidden in this feather was so abundant. It must have come from no ordinary Lugia. Most likely, it's from that powerful one in the Orange Islands. Overjoyed at the system's confirmation, Sato gazed at the now ordinary feather in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. The system shop was active again, with 42% energy available. That meant he could, if he wished, redeem 6 doses of the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum. In his hands, those 6 serums translated into 6 top-quality Pokémon. He already knew from experience just how strong Gold 4 rated Pokémon could be. Their growth rate and potential far surpassed those of ordinary ones. His Swampert, his shiny Beautifly, and his shiny Gyarados were living proof. The shiny Gyarados, in particular, was the perfect example. Despite joining his team much later, it had quickly risen to become one of his strongest fighters, so much so that even Swampert, his most powerful partner, struggled to subdue the massive Crimson Dragon. Still, before opening the shop, Sato carefully stored away the feather. Though it no longer held Lugia's primal power, the material was still extraordinary. And to most people, a Lugia feather remained an irreplaceable treasure. One day, he might even find someone willing to pay a fortune for it, giving him ample resources to train his Pokémon further. After sealing it inside a fine wooden box, Sato eagerly reopened the system shop, something he hadn't done in a long time. The moment he did, a grin spread across his face. His earlier hypothesis had been correct. Whenever the system absorbed primal energy from a legendary, it would produce items related to that Pokémon. In addition to the existing items, Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, Multi-Space Pokeball, Random Ability Capsule, Groudon's Blessing Mark, and Kyogre's Blessing Mark, a new item had appeared. It was called the Psychic Mark. Item information. Item, Psychic Mark. Effect, increases meditation efficiency by 30% and boosts mental/psychic power by 20%. Usage restriction, cannot be used by non-psychic beings. Exchange cost, 30% system energy. Even from the description alone, its value was obvious. The second effect in particular was enough to drive every psychic being mad with desire. Of course, its worth depended on the user. Only someone with psychic power could truly unleash its potential. The moment Sato saw it, his first thought was, I must exchange for it. His second thought, I, Sato, will be a psychic prodigy. Indeed, he now belonged to the category of psychic beings. Which meant he had the right to use the psychic mark. If he did, his chances of becoming an advanced psychic in the future would increase dramatically. The mark would raise his innate aptitude in one leap. But there was a catch. If he redeemed the psychic mark, he wouldn't be able to afford anything else. The silver feather had only provided 30% system energy. Once the level dropped below 15%, the shop would lock again. After careful thought, Sato made his decision. He would exchange for the psychic mark. Its benefits would only grow with time, and the earlier he used it, the greater the return. After all, items containing primal power were exceedingly rare. It had been 5 months since the last one. If he passed this chance, who knew how long he'd have to wait, or if another opportunity would ever come at all. This world still runs on strength. I may already be at pseudo-elite 4 level, but I'm still far from the top. The road of growth is filled with uncertainty. If I want to progress steadily, strengthening my psychic abilities is absolutely the right move. That way, even against enemies I can't defeat, I'll at least have the means to escape alive. My body sure isn't built to withstand Pokemon-level attacks. He patted his own sturdy torso, then glanced at the explosive muscles of his Swampert standing guard at the door, his expression turning serious. With his resolve firm, Sato redeemed the psychic mark. Instantly, a deep pink emblem the size of his palm materialized in his hand. The emblem resembled the psychic-type symbol, an eye, and radiated a strange glow. Waves of warm mental energy pulsed outward, enveloping him. So, how do I use this? Don't tell me I have to swallow it. He fiddled with it for several minutes, baffled by how to activate it. At last, he tried holding it while meditating. And then, success. Before his astonished eyes, the mark flared with light, transformed into a stream of energy, and shot straight into his forehead. Chapter 695, Chapter 694, Route. When the psychic mark transformed into a ray of light and struck Sato's forehead, it immediately formed the closest possible spiritual bond with him. In the next moment, it was as though the psychic mark had always existed there, a glowing emblem of psychic power now shone on Sato's forehead, radiating a faint blue light. At the same time, an uncontrollable wave of mental energy surged outward from his body. Its intensity kept rising until it had grown 20% stronger than before, and only then did it stabilize. Sato could clearly feel the vast increase in his mental power. Without hesitation, he retrieved a box of meditation beads from his spatial gear and used his psychic power to manipulate them, gauging his current strength. Under his control, the tiny bead-sized pearls floated into the air and began circling around him. With his precise mental control, he quickly confirmed the number he could manipulate, 270 beads in total. That meant his current mental power value had reached 270, placing him firmly in the mid-range of a beginner psychic. Note, the mental power limit for beginner psychics is 500. Only upon reaching 501 does one advance to intermediate psychic. When he had left Slowpoke Temple, his mental power had only been 223. After some time of rigorous training, he had managed to increase it by 2, reaching 225. But now, with the amplification of the psychic mark, his power had leapt forward in a single step. This feels amazing. With the psychic mark, my psychic power has become far purer. That uncomfortable pressure in my head is quickly fading away. Truly, this system shop creates miraculous items after absorbing the primal power of Lugia. Once bonded with him, the psychic mark began to nourish his psychic energy on its own. Every time his mental power flowed through the emblem, he felt it being cleansed and refined, an extraordinary sensation that left him deeply impressed. After that, he took out the sea god's coral stone and began meditating through the hours before dawn. Just as the system had described, the psychic mark also boosted his meditation efficiency. Combined with the coral stone, he now felt that a single night of meditation could raise his mental power by 1 point. Compared to before, when it had taken several days of continuous meditation to raise his mental power by even a single point, this was like riding a rocket. Sato believed that with such efficiency, 5 to 6 months of hard training would be enough for him to break through into the ranks of an intermediate psychic. In deep meditation, time flew by. 1 night passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of his alarm, Sato awoke at 7 a.m. on the dot. The first thing he did was once again manipulate the meditation beads to check the fruits of his night's effort. To his delight, his mental power value had indeed risen to 271. That old captain really is my benefactor. For this rescue mission, I have to give it my all. Thinking about the immense benefits the psychic mark had granted him, Sato couldn't help but feel grateful to Reggie, the kind-hearted old captain who had given him the silver feather as a reward. As always, once he woke up, he quickly washed up, shared breakfast with his Pokémon, and then began the day's training. Around 10 a.m., Reggie finally gave in to his worry and sent the full details of the rescue mission to Sato through the system's messaging function. Clearly, Reggie was extremely anxious about his old friend. He had written down every scrap of information he knew, and it took Sato several minutes to read it all. It turned out that Professor Todd and the other researchers from the Oceanic Research Institute had been kidnapped by Team Aqua and were being held at an underground base on a small island along Route 108. The League was planning to launch an assault on the base 3 days later, with the goal of reclaiming or destroying the stolen treasure. Route 108 lay southwest of Slateport City, several hundred nautical miles away. This stretch of sea was riddled with reefs, and shipwrecks were common. As a result, many sunken ships lay scattered across Route 108, including some centuries old. For that reason, the area had become a favorite destination for divers and treasure hunters. But because it was so far from land, and because the ocean floor held too many treasures for the League to police effectively, the route had gradually turned into a dangerous haven for outlaws. Armed with Reggie's intel, Sato immediately set out. Every day, many people traveled from Slateport to dive for treasure along Route 108. It didn't take him long to find a speedboat heading that way. After paying 1,000 Poké for passage, he boarded smoothly. By around 6 p.m., Sato stood alone on the deck, leaning against the railing and letting the sea breeze wash over him. Just then, a burly young man in summer attire approached, carrying 2 open bottles of beer. "Mr. Hayashi, are you heading out to hunt for treasure or just to visit the floating market? If it's treasure hunting, I know a few places where ancient wrecks are likely to be found. If you'd be willing to join me, I'd be happy to split the spoils 50-50. The youth's eyes flickered with respect as he glanced at the swampert swimming steadily behind the speedboat. After offering Sato one of the beers, he spoke in a lowered, respectful tone. The young man's name was Hake, a local of Slateport and a moderately well-known treasure hunter in the area, as well as the owner of the speedboat. Having spent years around Route 108, Hake had developed a keen eye for both people and Pokémon. It had already been 3 hours since they left port, and he had noticed that the swampert Sato released at the start had never once boarded the boat, choosing instead to swim behind it the entire time. What's more, he had spotted the weighted bracelets on Swampert's wrists. Any Pokémon capable of keeping pace with a speedboat cruising at 120 knots for over 3 hours while weighted down. Even if Hake had been slower on the uptake, he would have realized how terrifyingly strong Sato's Swampert was. That was why he had approached Sato, hoping to partner with him in deep-sea treasure hunting. The truth was, countless hunters had explored Route 108 over the years. Most of the seabed had already been picked clean. Only a few extremely dangerous areas remained untouched. Hake's real motive was to leverage Sato's strength to venture into those perilous zones. Unfortunately for him, Sato refused without hesitation, brushing him off by claiming he was only going to the floating market this time. Indeed, Sato's objective on Route 108 was the rescue mission, and his breakthrough point was none other than the chaotic floating market that operated there. From Reggie's intel, he had learned that the market's shadowy backers were none other than Team Aqua. Chapter 696, Chapter 695, The Tide of Forgeries in the Floating Market. The floating market on Route 108 wasn't exactly hidden. It was located inside a massive abandoned oil tanker drifting along the waterway, yes, the very same derelict ship players could enter in the games. With the seasoned treasure diver Hake leading the way, Sato finally arrived at the derelict vessel around 6 in the evening. By that time, quite a crowd had already gathered on the ship. Many of them were fellow undersea treasure hunters like Hake. The only difference was that, unlike Hake's empty hands, most of them had managed to bring up plenty of good stuff. Indeed, treasure hunters like Hake formed the backbone of this floating market. The items they salvaged from the seafloor were usually traded here, while buyers like Sato came in search of opportunities. In short, the place was essentially a crude antique trading market. Its only unique point was that this was a first-hand market for underwater relics. Because of that, rare and precious antiques often surfaced here. Anyone with keen enough eyes could strike it rich. Of course, like most antique markets, this place was also flooded with forgeries so convincing they could pass as genuine. Without enough discernment, buyers were little more than easy prey. Still, the world was never short of people who thought too highly of themselves. Even though the market overflowed with fakes, the lure of overnight wealth kept drawing in crowds. Most who came were overly confident in their own judgment. Sato, however, hadn't come here to bargain hunt. His true goal was to find members of Team Aqua. He needed a suitable guide and a plausible identity to infiltrate their base hidden along Route 108. By now, dusk had fallen. Neither Hake nor the other divers who had come with them had any interest in diving again. Much like the wild Pokémon habitats on land, the ocean depths grew far more dangerous at night. Diving then was nearly suicide. So, most of the people from Hake's speedboat, like Sato, had entered the increasingly lively floating market instead. Blending into the crowd, Sato slipped away in the blink of an eye. Hake and his companion soon lost sight of him. Alone, he began combing the market for signs of Team Aqua operatives, while also glancing over the relics on display. Come take a look. Fresh from the seafloor, ancient porcelain. Just look at the glaze and patterns, absolutely authentic, no question about it. Only 199,998 poke dollars apiece. Ancient coins for sale. A massive collection spanning multiple dynasties. Each one a masterpiece among masterpieces. Just 9,999 poke dollars each. Old Pete's antique stand, 10 years in business, reputation guaranteed. I swear on my name, every item here is genuine. If you find a fake, I'll pay you back tenfold. Like a normal bustling bazaar, stall owners each had their own tricks to hawk wares. Some even sent their Pokemon to help pull in customers. Sato, clad in high-quality trainer gear, naturally drew attention. Many sharp-eyed stall keepers dispatched their Pokemon to approach him. As he walked, he was warmly greeted by the likes of Poliwhirl, Seal, and Tentacle. If not for the Kecleon perched on his shoulder, capable of firing off Thunderbolt, he might really have been dragged to some stalls by these overeager Pokemon. With his system's detection ability, finding valuable items here should have been easy. But when he activated it, Sato quickly discovered just how deep the waters of forgery ran. Of all the antiques he examined, over 95% were fakes. Some even looked as if they'd been freshly dredged from the sea, yet they too were sophisticated counterfeits. As for the remaining 5% genuine items, they weren't especially precious, nothing that would fetch any real fortune. So this is supposed to be a first-hand market. The flood of counterfeits here is worse than in second- or third-hand ones. I bet some of these people really did bury things on the seafloor for years just to pass them off as salvaged. Incredible craftsmanship. Without my system's appraisal, I'd be nothing but a walking wallet here. Still, isn't Team Aqua supposed to be running this place? I haven't seen a single member yet. Could it be this market is left to manage itself? Shaking off the pushy sales pitch of a sultry stall woman and her primarina, who were trying to sell him a badly corroded bronze sword, Sato glanced at the oddly dressed crowd, inwardly exasperated. He had already circled the market 2 or 3 times, keeping his psychic senses spread wide to observe everything carefully. Yet there wasn't a single trace of Team Aqua members. Still, he wasn't worried. He realized he might simply be early. In the time he'd spent browsing, more and more people had flooded onto the derelict tanker. The stalls and crowd kept multiplying. If no one from Team Aqua showed up soon to maintain order, chaos was inevitable. After all, this wasn't any regulated market. Most who came weren't ordinary people. Over 90% were powerful trainers. Even the few civilians present had no shortage of skilled trainer bodyguards at their sides. Here, strength was currency, and often the most decisive form of it. Sure enough, without anyone keeping order, tensions escalated. Hot-tempered individuals began making trouble. One burly thug, eyeing an antique he couldn't afford, decided to strong-arm the stallholder. Tossing down only 100 poke dollars, he tried to walk off with the item. But stall owners who dared set up shop in a lawless place like this weren't easy prey. Snarling, the vendor released a level 36 artillery and ordered it to attack. The thug only grinned viciously. With a command, his level 39 Kingler charged head-on to meet the challenge. In an instant, a wild Pokemon battle broke out in the middle of the floating market, no rules, no safety net. But before the clash could truly unfold, 2 thick bolts of lightning suddenly split the air, striking both the artillery and the Kingler in succession. The 2 water types convulsed violently under the surging electricity, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Moments later, a massive tentacle shot up from the sea, coiling tightly around the thug. Under his terrified screams, it bound him fast, then yanked him straight into the ocean's depths. Chapter 697, Chapter 696, Kidnapping a Team Aqua member. The brutal thug had just given the crowd in the floating market a vivid lesson through his own death. Clearly, the market's unseen managers had already made their move. In an instant, many of those who had been itching for trouble fell silent. They went back to chatting and laughing with the stall owners, plastering on fake smiles. At that moment, Sato was standing before a stall full of counterfeit goods, casually sifting through them as if he hadn't noticed what had happened. But in truth, he had observed the entire event with his psychic powers. He extended his psychic sense in the direction where the tentacle had withdrawn. Probing into the sea, he finally discovered a man in Team Aqua uniform. The Team Aqua member was hiding inside a massive bubble beneath the water, flanked by a giant tentacruel and an Azumarill. As for the thug who had stirred up trouble earlier, he had already been drowned alive by tentacruel in the depths below. So that's why I didn't find anyone on the abandoned ship, they were hiding outside all along. Delighted by the discovery, Sato stopped pretending to shop and walked away from the stall, ignoring the owner's baffled, reluctant gaze. He wasn't in a rush, though. Something unusual had caught his attention. With his psychic sense, he had clearly seen that the Team Aqua member outside held a laptop. The screen was showing live footage of what was happening aboard the abandoned ship. And those two sudden bolts of lightning earlier, he still hadn't identified their source. That meant the men he'd found was not alone. There were likely other Team Aqua members outside, equipped with highly covert surveillance technology. With it, they could monitor everything happening on the ship and respond instantly. But how exactly are they watching the trades? I've scanned this place multiple times with my psychic power and haven't found a single hidden camera. Sato continued to wander the market, stopping at new stalls while secretly probing the area again and again with his psychic power. But the results only made him uneasy. Unless he uncovered the source of Team Aqua's surveillance, his infiltration plan would be nearly impossible. If he acted blindly, he risked being discovered the moment he made a move, losing everything instead of gaining. Half an hour later, the strain of prolonged psychic probing left his head heavy and dizzy. And still, he had found no clue about the source of their monitoring. So he withdrew, leaving the floating market and returning to Hake's speedboat to rest. It was only after stepping onto the deck that he finally spotted the secret. Bats, Zubat, flitted through the night sky, their dark bodies nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Around the necks of several, he noticed tiny infrared cameras. So that was it. Team Aqua's surveillance method was Zubat. Trained by the organization, they constantly scouted with echolocation and relayed live footage through the cameras. If anything happened on the ship, the Zubat would swarm to the scene, providing outside Team Aqua members with precise intel in real time. Sato realized his oversight. He had focused so much on the earlier fight that he had ignored these unremarkable Pokémon blending into the night. Now that he knew, it was time to remove Team Aqua's eyes. For an ordinary person, quietly dealing with flying scouts that excelled at detection would be near impossible. But for Sato, handling Zubat in the night sky was child's play. Come out, Crobat. Take care of those Zubat up there. Don't kill them, just disrupt them for now. After a short rest aboard the speedboat, Sato released his Crobat and gave the command. As the final evolution of Zubat, Crobat's ultrasonic abilities far surpassed theirs. With Crobat's help, Sato could now boldly execute his plan to kidnap the Team Aqua member. Crobat spread its wings and soared into the night sky. From its mouth burst a special ultrasonic wave. Almost immediately, the Zubat began reeling drunkenly in the air, losing coordination and crashing into one another. A rare midair collision followed, wings tangling chaotically. Looks like Crobat succeeded. Swampert, Pikachu, Duskull, go capture the Team Aqua member in the sea. Move fast, don't give him even the slightest chance to resist. With Team Aqua's scouts neutralized, Sato moved to the next step. He released Swampert, Pikachu, and Duskull, sending them into the sea to snatch their target. The Team Aqua member had no idea disaster was upon him. Accustomed to uneventful days, he was lazily pulling snacks from his space backpack, letting Azumarill monitor the laptop screen for him. Careless and unguarded, he was caught off guard when Swampert, Pikachu, and Duskull closed in. Pikachu unleashed a charge-boosted Thunderbolt, instantly knocking out Tentacruel and Azumarill in one strike. The man himself froze as Duskull's ghostly power bound him, paralyzed by a primal terror. Sato had been raising Duskull carefully using methods from the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, honing its innate ability, the Binding Eye. Note, Duskull's Binding Eye is a natural talent. It possesses an eye that can awaken the deepest fear in a creature's heart. Any who meet its gaze must pass a willpower check, those who fail are struck with fear and unable to move. At first, Duskull trained this power on small animals. Over time, it grew strong enough to reliably paralyze weaker Pokémon. More recently, humans had become its practice subjects, petty criminals that Sato captured and used as training fodder. By the time the Team Aqua member snapped out of his fear state, Swampert had already dragged him before Sato. But before he could utter a word, Sato's psychic hypnosis locked him down completely. Under its influence, the captive began to spill everything he knew. Chapter 698, Chapter 697, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. The psychic mark allowed Sato's mental power to grow considerably in a short time. Combined with the fact that the Team Aqua member he had captured did not have particularly strong willpower, Sato's use of hypnosis during interrogation was a complete success. From the clues this Team Aqua member provided, Sato learned the exact location of a nearby Team Aqua base. It was hidden underground on a barren island more than 10 nautical miles southwest of the floating market. He also learned the base's rough structure, its daily garrison numbers, and who was currently in command. The Team Aqua base was built beneath the island, with a total of 5 levels. The lowest level contained an undersea port designed for submarines to dock and depart with ease. At present, the base was under the unified command of a Team Aqua officer named Hague. Judging by the descriptions, this officer likely possessed the strength of an Elite 4-level trainer. Because the base was underground on a barren island surrounded by endless ocean, even with occasional supply ships bringing materials from the mainland, resources there were very scarce. As a result, the base had only about 100 personnel stationed at any given time. However, because of the floating market's importance, those stationed here were all Team Aqua elites. Each one was skilled in naval combat and often took on the role of pirates, giving them fearsome fighting power. The captured Team Aqua member's name was Jotto. Although he was an unremarkable figure in the base, he still possessed the strength of an elite-level trainer. If not for the overwhelming difference in power between him and Sato, and the fact that he had been ambushed, he likely would have managed to send a distress signal. After extracting all the useful information, Sato ended Jotto's life without hesitation. He stripped him of his Team Aqua uniform and took his storage gear as well. From the interrogation, he had confirmed that nearly all of these Team Aqua members had their hands stained with the blood of innocents. Killing them weighed nothing on his conscience. A few minutes later, Sato donned Jotto's Team Aqua uniform and placed a ditto-forged mask of Jotto's face over his own. Then, with the help of Swampert, he slipped into the sea. According to Jotto's information, there were still 5 other Team Aqua members currently performing management tasks at the floating market. Like Jotto, they conducted remote oversight while stationed in the waters outside the market. Sato's next step was to track down the other 4 Team Aqua members. The area around the abandoned ship wasn't large, so he had Swampert circle the waters. Before long, they located another Team Aqua member. This man's Pokemon was a well-developed lantern, at least 1.5 times the size of Sato's own. It was obvious that the twin bolts of lightning that had appeared earlier had come from this lantern. At that moment, Sato, disguised as Jotto, approached him with a friendly wave. Although the Team Aqua member was puzzled as to why Sato's Pokemon was a Swampert rather than a Tentacruel, he did not immediately suspect him or launch an attack. But hesitation leads to defeat. By the time Sato and Swampert closed to within a meter, the outcome was already sealed. With a sudden ambush, Swampert felled the level 42 lantern in a single punch, knocking it out instantly. The Team Aqua member himself was paralyzed by a mean look from Duskull, who appeared without warning. Sato repeated the trick, disguising himself as different Team Aqua members in turn. One by one, he quickly eliminated the remaining 4. 6 external managers of the floating market disappearing at once. The Team Aqua base will definitely send people to investigate. That will be my chance to sneak inside. After interrogating and finishing off the last of the 5, Sato used teleport to return to the deck of the abandoned ship. Staring southwest across the sea, he silently reviewed his plan. Yes, from the moment he had pried information from Jotto, Sato had already devised his infiltration strategy. The plan was simple: lure the snake from its hole. Once it emerged, he would slip inside disguised as one of them. The bait, of course, was the 5 Team Aqua members he had just eliminated. In truth, this plan was an open scheme. For Team Aqua, the floating market was a golden goose. Its importance was obvious. Unless faced with extreme danger, there was no way they would abandon such a lucrative stronghold. As Sato had expected, when the 5 managers failed to report back for an extended period, the base commander dispatched a 6-man squad to investigate. These 6 were clearly not ordinary grunts. Both they and their Pokemon carried a thick scent of blood, their presence radiating a crushing aura of violence. At their head was a burly man with a face covered in tattoos and a sailor's axe in his hand. The bloodlust from him and his Feraligatr was overwhelming, like 2 demons of the sea. They immediately silenced several troublemakers through sheer slaughter, indiscriminately killing victims along with perpetrators. Their brutality was horrifying, but the effect was undeniable. Order in the chaotic floating market, which had unraveled during the absence of management, was instantly restored. Afterward, under the tattooed man's orders, 1 member stayed behind to maintain control, while the rest spread out through the surrounding waters to search for the missing 5. What a heavy stench of blood. These must be the Blood Axe Squad, Jotto mentioned. Strong indeed. Judging from the levels of their Pokemon, each of them has at least pseudo-elite 4 strength, and the real thing, not inflated reputation. Blending into the crowd, Sato forced himself to adopt the same fearful expression as everyone else, though his heart was grim. Most criminal organizations maintained an elite strike squad, their sharpest blade to sweep aside obstacles. The team he was now watching, drenched in bloodlust, was one of the most infamous strike squads of the local Team Aqua base. From the intel of the 6 eliminated grunts, Sato knew each of these men was an executioner. They acted as pirates, annihilating entire ships, crews and all, with merciless efficiency. All 6 were on the Hoenn League's A-rank wanted list, each among the most notorious criminals alive. The tattooed giant leading them was called Kux, known by the nickname Blood Axe. That name came from a battle where he slaughtered more than 30 foes in succession, his axe dripping with gore. Though the other 5 lacked his infamy, they were still fearsome trainers in their own right. Bounty hunters, league trainers, innocents, the dead left in their wake were beyond counting. Chapter 699, Chapter 698, The Disguised Target. Facing the vicious thugs, Sato wasn't afraid, but neither did he want a direct confrontation, especially since they had numbers on their side. Fortunately, the thugs were overly confident in their own strength and chose to split up to search. This gave Sato the chance to pick them off one by one. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could handle them. For his disguise, Sato settled on a member of the Blood Axe squad named Baku. Coincidentally, Baku's main Pokemon was also a Swampert. Most importantly, its size and build were nearly identical to Sato's own Swampert. Baku himself was extremely violent. In the bloody suppression at the sea market earlier, he had been one of the main attackers. Without hesitation, he ordered his Swampert to smash the heads of both rioters and victims alike, even crippling their Pokemon one by one. Sato had also noticed something off about him. Baku seemed to have a mental problem. The sight of blood made him excited and manic, almost deranged. Because of this, several innocent bystanders nearby were badly injured before Captain Kux intervened to stop him. If not, Sato thought, Baku might have gone on a full-blown massacre at the market. Clearly, because of his unstable mind, Baku wasn't well liked by his teammates. Other than exchanging a few words with Kux, who was stronger than him, he was deliberately kept at a distance by the rest of the squad. For Sato, the factors lined up perfectly: Swampert as his ace, mental instability, and isolation from the group. Baku was the ideal target for his disguise. That said, while Baku was unstable, his years of slaughter had made his instincts razor-sharp. On the surface, he rode his Swampert to search the seas. But secretly, he had a Sharpedo, Gyarados, and Crawdaunt lurking beneath the water in a triangular formation around him, while a Pelipper shadowed him from the air. Such a tight defense meant that any disturbance around him would be instantly detected, and he could react at once. This is tricky. Defeating him quickly without drawing too much attention won't be easy. In the night sky, Sato trailed behind on his Crobat. With his psychic detection, he could see Baku surrounded and protected by his Pokemon, and frowned in thought. Currently, his own Pokemon were Swampert, Crobat, Kecleon, Pikachu, Ditto, Duskull, and Misdreavus. In reality, only Swampert, Crobat, and Pikachu had real combat strength. Kecleon, Ditto, Duskull, and Misdreavus could only serve as support, little actual firepower. Even so, Sato didn't think he would lose. In fact, victory was certain. His Swampert was already level 63, while Baku's strongest, his Swampert, was only level 58, with an individual value of 152. In terms of sheer strength, Sato's Swampert alone could wipe Baku's entire team if given enough time. I'll just have to wait until he's far enough from his teammates before striking. Calculating the gap between their teams, Sato quickly ruled out ending the fight in an instant. Instead, he waited for the right chance to ambush. But Baku's vigilance was a headache. He stopped about 2 kilometers from the abandoned ships, refusing to explore further. When Sato realized Baku was preparing to turn back, he knew his chance was slipping away. If he didn't act now, he might never get another opportunity. Once he decided, Sato hurled 2 Pokeballs. Midair, they burst open. Swampert and Pikachu appeared in the sky. The next instant, under Sato's telepathic command, Pikachu floated with Magnet Rise and unleashed a powerful thunderbolt at Baku. Baku truly lived up to being a battle-hardened, pseudo-elite 4-level trainer. The moment Swampert and Pikachu appeared, he sensed the mortal danger. Without hesitation, he ordered his Swampert to use Protect. The barrier blocked Pikachu's thunderbolt, sparing Baku himself. But the sheer power of the thunderbolt was overwhelming. The current surged through the shield and spread into the sea. At once, Baku's Sharpedo, Gyarados, and Crawdaunt suffered, the Gyarados especially, taking heavy damage in an instant. Meanwhile, Sato's Swampert dove from the sky like a meteor. Locking onto Crawdaunt, it brought down a devastating hammer arm, crushing it in one blow. Damn it. Swampert, use Mud Bomb on Pikachu. Gyarados, Sharpedo, stall their Swampert. Pelipper, kill the one in the air. Baku roared, his face twisted as he watched his Crawdaunt fall. His Pokemon, as ruthless as their trainer, went berserk at his command, charging fiercely into battle. But his resistance was doomed. Pikachu, airborne with Magnet Rise, easily dodged Swampert's Mud Bomb, then countered with another Thunderbolt at the incoming Pelipper. Before it could even reach Sato, the poor Pelipper was fried black, plummeting helplessly into the sea. As for Baku's level 50 Gyarados and level 48 Sharpedo, they couldn't possibly restrain Sato's Swampert. Sharpedo was smashed aside with a single hammer arm, just like Crawdaunt. Gyarados, already crippled by Pikachu's earlier Thunderbolt, barely put up resistance before Swampert's Ice Punch froze it out of the fight and sent it crashing into the ocean. Go, Swampert, use Hammer Arm. Seeing his Pokemon unable to even withstand a single exchange, Baku's heart sank. He knew this was an unbeatable enemy. But instead of fear, it ignited his bloodlust. He howled madly at his Swampert. Swamp. Baku's Swampert bellowed, charging recklessly at Sato's Swampert. Its fist gleamed with pure fighting-type energy as it swung a hammer arm. Sato's Swampert only looked at it with disdain. Without even calling a move, it threw a punch of its own, meeting the attack head-on. The fists collided with a deafening crack. Baku's Swampert screamed as bones shattered. In the same motion, Sato's Swampert's fist smashed aside its arm, then hammered into its skull. With a single blow, Baku's Swampert was sent flying, unconscious, crashing into the sea. At the same time, Sato teleported with psychic power to appear directly in front of Baku. His overwhelming telekinesis seized the man, immobilizing him completely. Chapter 700, Chapter 699, Successful Infiltration. Sato showed no mercy. From his storage gear, he drew a sharp hunter's blade and, in one clean stroke, executed Baku. Seizing the brief window before the other Blood Axe squad members could arrive, he quickly stripped Baku's clothes and slipped them on. Then, with Ditto transformed into a human skin mask, he disguised himself perfectly as Baku. Acting required a full performance. To gain the trust of the other Blood Axe members, Sato deliberately took a weak thunder shock from Pikachu, leaving himself scorched and bedraggled. His Swampert also landed a few heavy blows on itself, giving him the look of someone who had just survived a brutal fight. From the time Sato subdued Baku and his Pokémon to when the first Blood Axe member arrived, barely 1 or 2 minutes had passed. Yet the first one didn't reach him until 5 full minutes later, and when he saw Baku in such a sorry state, his eyes instantly gleamed with a gloating look. That alone showed how hated Baku was within the squad. Soon, Kux and the rest of the Blood Axe members arrived. They looked at the charred, hair-standing figure of Baku, and the lifeless Pokémon scattered around him. Their expressions were a mix of grimness and ill-concealed glee. Baku might have been detested, but his strength was undeniable. In life-or-death combat, he ranked among the squad's top 3. Now, to see Baku reduced to such a state so quickly, it meant that if any one of them had encountered the unknown enemy alone, their fate wouldn't have been much better. Baku, what happened? What did the enemy look like? Once everyone had gathered and Baku's injuries had stabilized, Kux finally questioned him. Humph, what do you mean what happened? Didn't you see? I was ambushed. That bastard wore black clothes and a mask, terrifyingly strong, and had a ridiculously powerful Electivire. My Pokémon were taken down instantly. If not for my Swampert risking its life to save me, I might not have lasted long enough for your so-called rescue. At Kux's words, Sato erupted in fury, letting killing intent radiate off him. He glared viciously, his voice hoarse as he shouted at Kux and the others. When he said rescue, he deliberately emphasized it, highlighting his anger at their slow response. Kux didn't take offense. In his impression, if Baku had suffered such a loss and their support came late, this kind of reaction was natural. But the other members bristled. Hearing Baku's reproach, their eyes flashed with murderous intent, their gazes on him turning hostile. Right now, apart from his Swampert, all of Baku's Pokémon were gone. With his power diminished, they no longer needed to fear him. Yet Baku still dared to act so arrogantly. For a moment, killing intent simmered among the squad. But Baku was Baku. Even with reduced strength, he was utterly fearless. Baku glared right back at them, meeting their eyes with unflinching defiance. Even Kux felt a flicker of murderous intent, but as captain, he had to think bigger. Baku was one of the few senior members left, and had always respected him. If he let the others kill Baku now, his authority would collapse, the squad would fracture, and in the end, it would disband. His captaincy would be finished. So, for the sake of the monthly resources he received and to maintain his dominance, Kux had no choice but to back Baku, however much he disliked him. Enough. Look at the timing, infighting now is exactly what the enemy wants. Do you really want to let them laugh at us? Mike, take Baku back to base for treatment. The rest of you, follow me to continue the search nearby. This time, no splitting up. The enemy is extremely strong, none of us can handle him alone. Seeing the conflict ready to ignite, Kux quickly moved to Sato's side, shoulder to shoulder, and scolded the others with a reasonable excuse. The members' expressions shifted at once, and their hostility faded. Mike, one of Kux's trusted men, heard the order. Though unwilling, he obeyed. He released a Lapras, lifted Baku onto its back, and swam toward base. On the way, Sato maintained his furious act, ignoring Mike entirely. Mike, seeing his sour mood, didn't bother to provoke him. Thus, the two reached the desolate island where the base was located without exchanging a word. Led by Mike, a true Team Aqua elite, Sato slipped smoothly into the heavily fortified base. To be honest, the defenses were far stronger than he had imagined. Outside, he saw numerous Galbat fitted with miniature infrared cameras, as well as roving and hidden sentries. Inside, there were countless checkpoints and cameras, with strict identity checks at every stage. Had he barged in relying solely on psychic power, he would have been caught instantly. Luckily, Baku's vicious reputation was well known in this Team Aqua base. None of the ordinary guards dared to check him, they waved him through without a word. Phew, that wasn't easy. But the bitter meat ploy worked. Back in Baku's room, after watching Mike leave, Sato finally felt the heavy weight in his chest lift. Exhausted, he collapsed on the bed, drained but relieved. Then, focusing his psychic power, he scanned the room inside and out. Finding no hidden cameras, he retrieved Baku's belongings from the storage gear and began carefully studying them. Chapter 701, Chapter 700, The Angry Sickly Elite. For Sato, there wasn't much of real value in Baku's storage gear. The most precious thing was his ID card. That card symbolized Baku's status in Team Aqua, allowing him unrestricted access to all Aqua bases. At the same time, it stored the resources Baku had accumulated over his years of service. Team Aqua's internal ranks were quite similar to Team Rocket's. From low to high, they went: ordinary member, squad leader, platoon leader, commander, elite, executive, cadre, and boss. From Baku's ID card, Sato learned that Baku's standing in Team Aqua wasn't low. His current position was elite, not top tier, but well above the average member. And since Baku was part of the Blood Axe squad, he held a privileged role even among the elites, ranking higher than most. In his disguise, Sato was now posing as a gravely injured Baku, which meant he wasn't expected to fight. He only needed to rest and recover. But knowing Baku's personality, Sato understood he couldn't just hole up in his room. Doing so would only arouse suspicion. So, after the medics at the base had treated his wounds, he immediately left his quarters and headed straight for logistics. Given the circumstances, until his cover was blown, Sato couldn't use any Pokemon other than Swampert. Yet Baku was part of the brutal Blood Axe squad, and Team Aqua was a cutthroat organization. If he couldn't recover some battle strength quickly, his position in the group would be dangerously unstable. Worse, Baku's arrogance had earned him many enemies. Normally, they stayed silent because of his strength. But now that his power was crippled, those grudges could easily come back to bite him. If that happened, it would severely hinder Sato's operations inside Team Aqua's base. Thus, Sato had to restore Baku's strength as soon as possible. Doing so would not only secure his cover identity, but also fit perfectly with what Baku himself would be expected to do. For a trainer, the fastest way to regain strength was to quickly acquire strong Pokemon. That was why Sato was heading to logistics, to exchange for a few capable partners. Before leaving the room, he had already checked Baku's account using the base's computer system, with the ID card inserted. Baku currently had over 20,000 contribution points, more than enough to redeem several powerful Pokemon. As he walked toward logistics, following the signs, Sato released a faint wave of psychic energy, scanning the base to familiarize himself with its layout. Baku's fearsome reputation was no joke. Along the way, not a single member dared block him. Ordinary grunts would even stop and salute when they saw him. This made things much easier for Sato. All he had to do was keep a cold expression, and he could move through the base freely without raising suspicion. Looks like playing the villain has its perks. This identity really is convenient. He kept his face stern, but inside, Sato was secretly pleased as he watched the deference of the Aqua members around him. Hi, isn't this the mighty Baku? What's with the sickly look today? Well, I guess it figures, one lousy mission and you nearly lost your life. You'd better watch yourself, ha 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 ha. Before Sato could enjoy the ease of his disguise for long, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. He spun around, glaring sharply at the source. There stood a pale-faced but handsome man, his arm draped around a voluptuous female Aqua member. He too wore the elite uniform, and his taunting words were clearly aimed at Baku. When Sato turned, the man met his eyes with a mocking grin, his gaze filled with open provocation. What's with the sickly ghost appearance? Can that thing of yours down there even move anymore? Don't tell me you can't even last a second, ha 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 ha. Sato wasn't the real Baku, so he didn't know who this man was. But that didn't stop him from spotting a weakness, and striking back with a sharp insult. Sure enough, his words hit the mark. The man's face flushed scarlet. Especially when the woman at his side showed an awkward expression, his pride shattered and fury consumed him. You're dead, Baku. With your strength ruined, your days are numbered. You're destined to be kicked out of the Blood Axe squad. And I, Hanmo, will take your place. I was feeling generous and thought I'd let you be. But since you still dare to mouth off, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Crawdaunt, break his arms and legs. The elite named Hanmo shoved the woman aside and released a towering Crawdaunt, barking his command with rage. Hanmo's reputation in this Aqua base rivaled Baku's, perhaps even surpassed it. His handsome looks made him popular among the female members. But years of indulgence had left him weakened in certain areas. No remedy worked, and it had become a festering sore in his heart. Sato's earlier jab had struck that very nerve. Hanmo's composure shattered. Blinded by rage, he launched his attack without hesitation. But Sato had been prepared. The instant Hanmo threw his Pokeball, Sato also released Swampert. The two Pokemon appeared almost simultaneously. Hanmo's Crawdaunt was level 54, clearly well trained. Its massive right claw gleamed with metallic light. At his command, Crawdon stomped the ground and leapt high, aiming to vault past Swampert and strike Sato directly with a metal claw. But Swampert's battle instincts were far too refined. There was no way it would allow Crawdon to bypass it. The moment Crawdon rose overhead, Swampert leapt too, meeting it midair with an upward hammer arm. A thunderous boom echoed through the hall. Even though Sato had ordered Swampert to hold back, using only about half its usual power, the outcome was inevitable. Against Swampert's superior level and raw strength, Hanmo's Crawdon was instantly crushed. One punch sent it crashing into the steel ceiling, completely knocked out. With just that kind of strength, you thought you could replace me. Don't forget, my ace, Swampert, is still here. Did you really think I'd be easy prey? Pathetic. Sickly motherfucker, if you still want to live, get on your knees right now and kowtow 3 times, then maybe, just maybe I'll spare you. Sato didn't even glance at the downed Crawdon. He stepped forward, aura flaring with razor-sharp intensity, and snarled at the now pale, panicked Hanmo. Chapter 702, Chapter 701, Gains and Compensation. To be honest, Hanmo never expected that even after his strength was severely reduced, Baku would still be so terrifying. The moment he saw his own Crawdon knocked out with a single punch from Sato's Swampert, he knew Baku was not someone he could mess with. At the same time, the anger in his heart was instantly washed away by the imposing aura Sato was exuding at that moment, leaving only a strong fear of death. Like most members of Team Aqua, Hanmo was a water-type specialist. His Crawdon was his strongest Pokemon, yet it had been no match for Baku's Swampert. If even Crawdon couldn't hold its own, then sending out the rest of his Pokemon would be nothing but offering them up as fodder. As someone who usually disliked Baku's arrogance, Hanmo knew the kind of person he was. Ever since his head had been badly injured by an enemy, Baku hadn't been normal. He was a madman. And a madman's thoughts couldn't be predicted. Following his usual habits, if anyone made a move against him, Baku would, without hesitation, kill them. What's more, according to Team Aqua's rules, since Hanmo had struck first, even if Sato, disguised as Baku, killed him now, he wouldn't face any punishment. He would even have the right to claim everything Hanmo owned. So when Hanmo realized Baku still had a shred of reason, he instantly backed down. In order to survive, Hanmo was willing to throw away all dignity. Right there in front of everyone, he did as Sato demanded, he fell to his knees and kowtowed. Thud. 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 3 loud strikes sounded. He had hit his head with such force that his forehead immediately turned purple and swollen. You really are shameless, Hanmo. Looks like women have stolen all your courage, ha ha ha. But don't think for a second that this matter is over between us. Sato hadn't expected Hanmo to fold so quickly, dropping to his knees without hesitation. Still, he stayed in character as Baku, sneering arrogantly at him first before twisting his face into a vicious grin and issuing a threat. As soon as he finished, he pulled an axe from Baku's storage gear, its blade still stained with dried blood. Hanmo's heart burned with humiliation, but fear dominated him. And when he saw Sato take out Baku's infamous axe, the one that had drunk the blood of countless enemies, a deadly sense of crisis swept over him. This is a misunderstanding, Baku. How about 10,000 contribution points, plus a wild Lapras? Desperate to save his life, he quickly offered something of substance. 20,000 contribution points. If you can't do that, I'll kill you right here, then take it myself. Sato didn't know exactly how many contribution points Hanmo had, but by using Baku's own savings as reference, he could roughly guess how much an elite like Hanmo should hold. So he deliberately opened his mouth wide with the demand. Hanmo's face instantly went pale. He didn't have that many. Though he'd earned plenty of contribution points over time, he'd squandered much of it chasing women. At present, he had just over 16,000 left. Fine, I'll transfer 15,000 to you now. The rest. I'll get it to you within half a day. But when he saw Sato motioning the axe toward his neck, his eyes flashed with madness. He hurriedly agreed. Right then and there, in front of Sato, he transferred 15,000 contribution points to Baku's ID card, then reluctantly handed over a net ball. Get lost. And next time, open your eyes and shut your mouth. Satisfied, Sato pocketed the spoils, threw down that one line, and turned to leave. He didn't spare another glance at Hanmo, whose expression kept shifting as he stood frozen in place. As soon as Baku left, the crowd that had gathered dispersed. Several others in Team Aqua elite uniforms had been watching the whole time. They looked after Sato's retreating figure with relief in their eyes. But when they turned to look at Hanmo, who had been the first to act bold, their expressions were full of gloating. Because so many had witnessed it, word spread fast through the Team Aqua base, Hanmo had tried to humiliate Baku, only to be humiliated himself. Before long, he became the laughingstock of the entire base. At the same time, the rumor that Baku's strength had been crippled was shattered. Those who had been restless after hearing such gossip quickly fell silent. Now what do you want to do? Honestly, if it were me, I'd have thrown that guy Hanmo into the ocean to feed the fish already. Half an hour later, inside Team Aqua's base command room, a bald man in an elite's uniform spoke mockingly to the greasy old man beside him, who wore a white lab coat. The bald man was Haig, the top leader of this base. The old man was Dr. Peter, Team Aqua's chief scientist. Together, they were the two most important figures here. At the moment, the screen in front of them was replaying the entire scene of Sato's confrontation with Hanmo. It was worth noting, Hanmo was currently one of Dr. Peter's bodyguards. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, you look at the owner. By humiliating Hanmo, Sato had, in some sense, slapped Dr. Peter's face as well. I don't care about Hanmo. But does this Baku still see me as his superior? You have to teach him a lesson. The fewer mad dogs we have running around this base, the better. You handle it. If I'm in a bad mood, research doesn't progress well. My work efficiency suffers when I'm upset. At that, Dr. Peter's face twisted slightly. After cursing Hanmo as useless in his heart, he turned on Haig with a sharp, commanding tone. When he finished, he flicked his sleeve, scowled, and stormed out of the command room. Damn old bastard. Still treating this base like it's his. If the boss hadn't said you were useful, I'd have thrown you into the ocean trench long ago. Haig's cheerful face turned cold as soon as Peter left. Watching the old man go, his thoughts grew venomous. Still, as the base leader, he clearly knew who weighed more between Peter and Baku. In his eyes, Baku might still have a fairly strong Swampert, but his strength was no longer worthy of the Blood Axe squad. So he quickly made his decision. Someone, come here. Spread my order. Baku humiliated a teammate in public and behaved with extreme impropriety. Strip him of his Blood Axe squad membership, and confine him to the base for 1 month. After making up his mind, Haig immediately summoned a subordinate and issued the order. Wait. Also tell Baku that I'm granting him special permission to choose 2 Pokemon for free from the base storage. In the end, to avoid chilling the hearts of his men completely, Haig decided to throw Baku a small bone as compensation. Chapter 703, Chapter 702, The Depth of Team Aqua. News of Haig's punishment quickly reached Sato's ears. But since he wasn't really Baku, he didn't care in the slightest. Right now, he was patiently searching the logistics office on the 5th floor of the base for the items he had his eye on. Of course, to stay in character as the crazed and vulgar Baku, Sato still put on an angry act when he heard the punishment. He loudly swore that he'd make Dr. Peter pay one day, even cursing Haig, a Team Aqua officer, in front of several others. Team Aqua lived up to its name. With their advantage of the seas, this organization that had entrenched itself in Hoenn for hundreds of years had collected nearly every type of water-type Pokemon. At the same time, they had mastered countless methods of raising and training water types. On top of that, Team Aqua had no shortage of rare water-type resources. For example, the deep-sea scales Sato had once desperately sought but failed to find, there were hundreds of them stocked in this base alone. They really are loaded. No wonder 9 out of 10 Team Aqua trainers specialize in water types. It's not just because of the environment, but because the organization controls so many water-type resources. With such complete training methods and such vast resources, any trainer who isn't a complete fool would know what to focus on. As long as they stay alive, they could use these resources step by step to grow into an elite trainer one day. Sitting cross-legged in a guest room of the logistics office, Sato flipped through a thick catalog of items that could be exchanged with contribution points, marveling at the sheer depth of Team Aqua's foundation. Back when he had only seen them in the anime and games, Sato had always thought Team Aqua was weak, not even comparable to Team Rocket, and perhaps even inferior to their rivals, Team Magma. But now his impression had completely changed. Any organization that could hold its ground against the Hoenn League at sea for centuries clearly had an extremely deep foundation. Just the knowledge they held about raising water types alone was enough to tempt countless ordinary trainers across Hoenn, a region where the seas outweighed the land. Their roots ran incredibly deep. Currently, the Baku identity card in Sato's hand showed over 35,000 Team Aqua contribution points. It sounded like a lot, but it was still far from what he needed for the item he truly wanted. Since he already owned the Lily Cove Compendium, an excellent book on training water types, he wasn't very interested in Team Aqua's other water type training manuals. What caught his attention were the vast resources for raising water types. Yet, among the many tempting items, what moved him most was a book titled The Complete Psychic Guide. Yes, just from the title it was clear, this was a precious manual on raising Psychic-type Pokemon. The only pity was that it was incomplete. According to the brief catalog description, the book only contained training methods for the Ralts line, the Spoink line, and the Baltoy line. Still, even incomplete, its value was immeasurable. After all, this was a Psychic-type training manual. The only comparable ones in value would be those for training Dragon types. Its price, however, was a staggering 100,000 Team Aqua contribution points. With only 35,000 on hand, Sato could only clutch his head in frustration. But having stumbled upon such a rare book, even incomplete, there was no way he could give it up so easily. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would next encounter a psychic-type training manual? The problem was that he only had 3 days to gather the 100,000 points. In 3 days, the League would launch its assault on the Team Aqua base. At the same time, he had to locate Professor Todd and rescue him safely within that same deadline. To say it wouldn't be difficult was an understatement. Forget it. The bridge will straighten when the boat gets to it. If I really can't get enough points, I'll just exchange for some rare water-type materials. Either way, the rescue mission has to remain my top priority. Closing the catalog, Sato sighed to himself. He returned the thick exchange list to the pretty Team Aqua receptionist, then asked her to escort him to the base's Pokemon storage to collect 2 Pokemon. Thanks to Hanmo, that reckless fool who had come knocking on his own, Sato had gained not only a Lapras, but also the privilege of receiving 2 Pokemon from the base for free. That saved him a fortune in contribution points. The Lapras Hanmo had given him, Sato had examined earlier. Its potential was decent, with an individual value of 155 and the ability Water Absorb. However, it was just an ordinary Lapras. It wasn't one of the dragon-blooded variants, and hadn't inherited dragon-type moves like Dragon Dance or Dragon Pulse. The only inherited move it carried was Whirlpool. The Team Aqua receptionist clearly knew about the order allowing Baku to collect 2 Pokemon for free. So when Sato requested to be taken to the Pokemon stockroom, she respectfully led the way. The storage here was extremely well stocked. Of course, over 95% of the Pokemon were water types. The number of Pokemon of other types was pitifully small. The stockroom itself was vast, filled with neat rows of shelves, all lined with Pokeballs, organized by category. Sato quickly noticed he wasn't the only one there. At least 15 other Team Aqua members were busy selecting their ideal Pokemon. He also saw that the entire storage room was under heavy surveillance, with cameras covering nearly every corner. Choosing a Pokemon clearly wasn't simple. Since most trainers couldn't discern a Pokemon's attributes through its Pokeball, they had to release each one to inspect them, then pick the best. Oh, there's even a Pikachu here. That's lucky. Now I can use my Pikachu openly without raising suspicion. After making half a circuit around the storage room, Sato spotted a Pikachu on the shelf for electric types. His eyes lit up, and he smiled to himself in satisfaction. Chapter 704, Chapter 703, Pokemon that master rare moves. The stock of electric-type Pokemon in Team Aqua's base was extremely small. Sato counted carefully, only 16 in total. Half of them were the very common Magnemite, while the rest were split between Voltorb, Electrike, Mareep, and a single Pikachu. There was only one Pikachu in the storage room, and its quality naturally couldn't compare with Sato's own Pikachu. Its overall individual value was just 125, and its ability was the most common one, Static. However, its level was surprisingly good, as high as 33. That alone made it a perfect cover for Sato's Pikachu. From Baku's perspective, choosing an electric type here was perfectly reasonable. After all, more than 90% of Team Aqua's members specialized in water types. Having an electric type would greatly enhance his ability to deal with internal rivals. On top of that, this gave Sato confidence that he could quickly rack up Team Aqua contribution points in the base. His Swampert's strength far surpassed that of Baku's, and although Sato ordered it to hold back, using it too much would easily alert Baku's old enemies. The saying, "your enemies know you best," wasn't just empty words. As for how Sato planned to quickly earn those contribution points, the fastest way, and also the riskiest, was through gambling. This base was surrounded by endless seas, with little room for entertainment. Most of the members were men. Without outlets for their excess energy, tensions would quickly boil over. That was why the entire third floor of the base was dedicated to entertainment, bars, women seeking lucrative pay, and all sorts of gambling games. The most popular attraction was the battle arena. Here, Team Aqua members could settle disputes themselves, watch exciting Pokemon battles, and bet on the outcomes for extra thrills. If Sato sent Pikachu to fight in those gambling matches, it would be an absolute slaughter. Since 90% of the members specialized in water types, no matter how many came, they would just be handing Pikachu free experience. So, to quickly gather the 100,000 contribution points he needed for the complete psychic guide, Sato didn't hesitate to use one of his free Pokemon picks on that Pikachu. But for his last free Pokemon, he needed to think carefully. The storage room was filled with all kinds of water types, and not choosing a good one would be a real waste. After circling the entire water type section, Sato really did find a gem, a Stereo, level 25. Although its overall 4 total was only 150, it had something truly extraordinary. Perhaps it once lived in an area of abnormal seabed gravity, because it had mastered an extremely rare move. Yes, this Stereo had learned gravity. Until now, the only other Pokemon Sato had seen with that move was the near Elite 4 level Alakazam he had released. Stereo's data. Pokemon, Stereo, level. Type, water. Ability, analytic. Gender, genderless. Known moves, tackle, harden, water gun, rapid spin, recover, swift, bubble beam, camouflage, Euro ball. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, gravity. TMs, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 23, 31. Attack, 20, 31. Defense, 25, 31. SP ATK, 31, 31. SP Def, 23, 31. Speed, 28, 31. Overall 4 rating, 150, purple grade. The move Gravity was devastating against flying opponents. Once activated, it could instantly drag all flying-type Pokémon out of the sky like startled birds. The sudden increase in gravity would leave them disoriented. Unless they had prior training under similar conditions, they would inevitably crash. And once a flying Pokémon lost its aerial advantage, it was like a tiger with its fangs pulled, helpless before its enemies. Thus, gravity was a perfect countermeasure against flying types, especially pure flying types. Even aside from that, this Asteria's analytic ability was excellent. It boosted the power of its moves by 30% when moving second. But its true strength lay beyond numbers. Asteria with analytic meant its brain was highly developed, making it much smarter than the average Stereo. That intelligence meant it could quickly analyze opponents' movements and weaknesses in real battles, then exploit them. Its ability to learn gravity, such a difficult move, was proof of its exceptional perception. Sato didn't hesitate. He quickly picked up the Pokeball containing Stereo and left the storage room. After registering his 2 Pokémon at Logistics, he spent 10,000 contribution points to exchange for a Thunderbolt TM. Of course, this was for Stereo. As one of the rare water types that could learn electric moves, once it mastered Thunderbolt, it would have a clear advantage in water-type matchups. Finally, gritting his teeth, Sato spent another 10,000 points for a standard light ball. He knew that profit required investment. His Pikachu still couldn't fully control the mutated Thunder Orb, and the newly acquired Pikachu was just an ordinary one. If that Pikachu suddenly showed extraordinary power in battle, it would be impossible to explain. With the light ball, however, even if people grew suspicious, he could brush it off easily. After all, giving a Pikachu a light ball and seeing its strength skyrocket was perfectly natural. Chapter 705, Chapter 704, A Rescue Mission in Dire Times. It was already deep into the night. After collecting the free Pokémon and the items he had exchanged for with a hefty amount of contribution points, Sato hurried back to Baku's quarters. Instead of going straight to bed, he immediately released the 3 Pokémon he had just obtained. With his Swampert's persuasion, the Lapras, Pikachu, and Stereo quickly adjusted their attitudes and became obedient. Sato then used a Thunderbolt TM to teach Stereo the move. Of course, no matter how talented Stereo was, its first attempts didn't even meet the basic standard of Thunderbolt. At best, it was only as strong as Thunder Shock. That was fine, though. With Pikachu, already a master of Thunderbolt and electric terrain, guiding it, Stereo progressed rapidly. By using camouflage within the electric terrain Pikachu created, it shifted its own typing to electric, and its learning speed soared. The reason Stereo could use Thunderbolt at all was thanks to its unique core, a ruby-like crystal. This gem was not only its life source, but also contained mysterious powers. That miraculous core allowed this water-type Pokémon to convert its bioenergy into electricity. And no matter how often the rest of its body was damaged, as long as the core remained intact, Stereo could regenerate, which was why it could master the powerful recovery move Recover. Meanwhile, Pikachu followed Sato's orders and removed the mutated Thunder Orb it normally carried, replacing it with the standard light ball Sato had recently exchanged for. The standard light ball didn't boost power as much as the mutated orb, but its side effects were minimal. With it, Pikachu could freely control its power and achieve perfect precision. Once Stereo and Pikachu were taken care of, Sato turned his attention to locating Professor Todd. His method was simple. He pulled out a photo of the doctor and sent his composed Duskull to search for the men within the base. As a ghost type, Duskull had the ability to turn invisible and phase through walls. To him, the heavily fortified Team Aqua base was practically defenseless. Unless he revealed himself, he was nearly impossible to detect. This made him the perfect choice for the mission. Misdreavus, on the other hand, was left out. Sato figured that if he sent her, she'd stir up chaos in the base, and might even end up as a prisoner alongside Professor Todd. After making all the arrangements, Sato didn't sleep. Instead, he chose to replace rest with meditation. Meanwhile, Duskull began his great adventure, phasing through the base, carefully searching for the men in the photo. The night passed without incident. At 7 a.m., Sato awoke from his deep meditation to the sound of his alarm. After washing up, he stepped out of the Team Aqua base. Sure enough, plans can't keep up with changes. This is tough. The League won't launch its attack until the day after tomorrow. Right now, my chances of rescuing Professor Todd are slim. Even if I get him out of the base, escaping pursuit across the open sea will be nearly impossible. In the officers' section of the Team Aqua cafeteria, Sato mused irritably as he ate a free, hearty breakfast. Duskull's overnight search had succeeded. Through telepathy, Sato learned Professor Todd's situation. The doctor was imprisoned in a submarine docked at the base's 5th underwater level. The news wasn't good. Evidently, his refusal to cooperate had led to brutal torture. His body was covered in wounds. If not for his strong build and the physical training of his youth, he might already be dead. As it was, he was unconscious, suffering from a high fever, and in critical condition. Upon hearing this, Sato knew he had no time to waste. If he delayed, the men he brought back to Captain Reggie could very well be a corpse. But rescuing him required 2 conditions. The first was to infiltrate the submarine on the 5th level. According to Duskull's scouting, the vessel was heavily guarded both inside and out. The place where Professor Todd was held was the submarine's most secure core area, under maximum surveillance. Neither a frontal assault nor a surprise teleportation was viable. For a smooth infiltration, Sato needed a proper identity. Fortunately, that wasn't too big a problem. Duskull had reported that many of the submarine's crew wore white lab coats, clearly Team Aqua researchers. If Sato disguised himself as one of them, he could get inside without trouble. Finding one would be easy enough. After all, researchers were people too. They needed to eat, drink, sleep, and relieve stress. Most of them were men, and their research lives were no doubt boring and stressful. Naturally, they'd need healthy outlets. That meant Sato would likely find them in the entertainment sector on the base's 3rd floor. The second condition was what to do after rescuing Professor Todd. Since the League hadn't attacked yet, Team Aqua had plenty of resources and manpower to chase intruders. Sato didn't believe that his teleportation ability made him invincible. In the middle of the vast ocean, even he had to bow to the might of Team Aqua. Escaping alone wasn't the issue, he was confident he could evade pursuit. But carrying a gravely ill man would make things much harder. If he wanted to succeed, he needed powerful outside help. It's your time to shine again, old captain. After thinking it through, Sato pulled out a communicator and sent a brief message to one of its numbers. Chapter 706, Chapter 705, Earning Contribution Points. The old captain really was anxious to save his friend. As soon as he received Sato's message, he couldn't sit still. He immediately replied, urging Sato to rescue Professor Todd as quickly as possible and assuring him that he would handle everything else afterward. With that reassurance, Sato no longer had any concerns. The only thing left on his plate was figuring out how to extract Professor Todd from Team Aqua's base. Fortunately, he still had some time. The old captain was in Slateport City and wouldn't arrive until the afternoon at the earliest. And without clear intel on Reggie's support, Sato wasn't about to act recklessly. That gave him a window of free time to work on collecting the Team Aqua contribution points he so badly needed. After grabbing breakfast and making a quick appearance in public to maintain his cover, Sato returned to Baku's room to feed Swampert and the rest of his Pokémon. Once that was done, he headed toward the entertainment district on the base's 3rd floor. The entertainment district was always the liveliest part of Team Aqua's base. The space wasn't very large, divided mainly into a bar, a service area, and a battle arena. Of these, the battle arena was the most popular spot for Team Aqua members. The battles here weren't anything like the League's regulated matches, they were brutal, no-holds-barred fights closer to wild encounters. Once 2 trainers stepped onto the stage, unless one forfeited, they were responsible for any and all consequences. It was precisely this ever-present risk of death that drew huge crowds. Nothing was more thrilling than watching a life-or-death struggle unfold right before your eyes. Sato, posing as Baku, walked in without raising any suspicion. On one of the platforms, a heated battle was already underway. Both Pokémon were battered and bloodied, but their trainers were clearly at odds with each other. Neither was willing to lose, especially with the reward at stake, 10% of the bet placed on the loser. Every chance they got, they pushed their Pokémon to strike harder. Tentacruel, grab him with your tentacles, then use Poison Jab. Now, Crawdaunt, hit back with Night Slash. In the rocky field centered around a small pool, Tentacruel's trainer snapped first, barking orders with murderous intent. But Crawdaunt's trainer only grinned in triumph, his plan was already in motion. At some point, Crawdaunt had secretly set up a substitute. Tentacruel's attack hit nothing more than a battered decoy, while the real Crawdaunt was hidden behind a rock on Tentacruel's right. The moment Tentacruel's strike missed, Crawdaunt lunged out and landed a decisive Night Slash, finishing the jellyfish off. Although Tentacruel's trainer tried to recall it instantly, Crawdaunt still managed to maul it before it could return. The audience erupted, cheering wildly for Crawdaunt and its trainer. The atmosphere turned electric. Sato frowned. He didn't enjoy these kinds of bloody battles. He'd survived plenty of life-and-death fights back on the mysterious island, but to see violence glorified as entertainment. That repulsed him even more. After some thought, he decided against stepping onto the stage himself. He wasn't about to let his Pokémon perform like circus animals for others' amusement. Still, he needed contribution points to exchange for the complete psychic guide. If he wouldn't fight, he could at least gamble. It might take more time and effort, but it was manageable. The battle arena covered nearly half the third floor, with 10 stages in total. Before each match began, anyone could place bets. The odds shifted based on the ratio of wagers on each side. Sato had an advantage, his system could scan Pokémon data. But with such brutal, unpredictable battles, even that wasn't always enough to guarantee outcomes. Still, he was a far more experienced trainer than most gamblers here, with sharper judgment honed through countless real fights. As a result, his win rate was high. Out of 10 matches, he could correctly bet on at least 6. To avoid suspicion and reduce the risk of a sudden heavy loss, he kept each bet fixed at 2,000 points, no more, no less. Hours slipped by. Sato wagered on 35 battles in total. His record, 25 wins, 10 losses. That translated into 30,000 points profit. Adding in the 5,000 Hanmo had returned the night before, plus what he already had, Sato now held over 50,000 points. But luck never lasts forever. Even though his bets weren't large, such a high success rate inevitably drew unwanted attention. The organizers, less than gracious about his streak, began to take notice. Soon, some of Baku's rivals started showing up, provoking him openly. Sato wasn't fooled. He knew exactly what was going on, jealous eyes wanted him gone. This was their way of warning him off, of stopping him from earning any more contribution points. But he was playing the role of the madman Baku. How could he back down from a challenge? Besides, if people were offering him money on a silver platter, why refuse? And so, a 3-on-3 battle was arranged on Arena Stage 3. Chapter 707, Chapter 706, Stereo's first battle. Overall, the battle arena maintained a fair setup. After all, the audience wouldn't accept anything else. What they truly enjoyed were matches between evenly matched opponents. One-sided fights might look impressive at first, but they quickly lost their appeal. Only close, unpredictable battles could keep the audience on edge and entertained. Given that Baku now only had one main Pokémon, Swampert, and that his 2 newly obtained Pokémon were still untrained, pitting him directly against an Aqua Team Elite in a 3-on-3 battle would clearly be unfair. Therefore, Sato's opponent this time was an ordinary Aqua Team member named Kirk, not Baku's personal rival, but a low-ranking, star gladiator, personally groomed by the arena's organizers. According to the organizers, Kirk's overall strength was about equal to Baku's, and they even provided precise data for spectators to use when placing bets. However, most of the audience still didn't have much faith in Baku. In their eyes, Baku only had one usable Pokémon, Swampert, while Kirk was a specially trained gladiator with strategies tailored to counter him. The odds were naturally stacked in Kirk's favor. As a result, the betting odds were noticeably lopsided. Sato's side stood at 1:2, while Kirk's side was 1 minute and 0.5 seconds. Clearly, most people had bet on Kirk to win. Sato, however, welcomed this development. After confirming with the organizers that contestants could bet on themselves, he didn't hesitate to wager 50,000 contribution points on his own victory. Once betting closed, the battle soon began. The roulette revealed the battlefield type, a water field. Sato had the first move. "Let's go, Stereo, you're up first." The moment Sato saw the stage switch to a water field, he threw out Stereo's Pokeball. The Pokémon emerged in a flash, landing on the field's shallow water surface between 4 floating platforms. TCH. "So you're sending out that freshly caught trash to wear down my Pokémon's stamina. Not a bad idea, but you're bound to be disappointed. Go, Jumpluff. Start off with Poison Powder." Kirk sneered at Sato's choice and, with a smug grin, released his level 32 Jumpluff to face the much weaker Stereo. He had already reviewed the data on Sato's current team before the match and knew that aside from Swampert, neither Stereo nor Pikachu posed much of a threat. To make things foolproof, the organizers had even provided him with a grass-type lineup specifically designed to counter all of Baku's known Pokémon, so he was full of confidence. At his command, Jumpluff fluttered high above the arena and released a thick cloud of poisonous spores. The purple-tinged particles fell onto the water, quickly turning it an ominous violet. Simultaneously, Jumpluff split its focus, spreading poisonous spores with one breath while using Bullet Seed to prevent Stereo from leaping onto the platforms. "Don't panic, use camouflage." Seeing the enemy's strategy to poison the water, Sato's brow furrowed briefly before relaxing again. He calmly issued his counter-command. At his voice, Stereo's central gem flashed brightly. Its body shifted to a deep purple hue, temporarily changing its type from water to poison. Though camouflage wasn't an offensive move, it was extremely useful. It allowed a Pokémon to alter its type based on its surroundings to adapt to the battlefield. In this case, had Stereo not changed type, it would have been poisoned almost immediately. But now, as a poison type, Stereo was completely immune to the tainted water, rendering Kirk's plan ineffective. Moreover, with its new typing, Stereo now resisted Jumpluff's grass-type attacks as well. Sato's quick-thinking command impressed the audience, many spectators cheered and applauded his sharp tactical play. Once its type had shifted, Stereo counterattacked with swift. Brilliant golden stars shot from its core, homing in on the airborne Jumpluff like guided missiles. Unfortunately, the level gap between the level 25 Stereo and the level 32 Jumpluff was too wide. The stars were easily shredded by Jumpluff's bullet seed, and Stereo took damage as it briefly surfaced. Thankfully, with its new poison typing and the move recover at its disposal, Stereo managed to endure without being taken down. Then Sato switched tactics. He ordered Stereo to fight defensively, attack with swift and immediately dive underwater to avoid retaliation, using a hit-and-run strategy to gradually wear Jumpluff down. While Jumpluff could use synthesis to heal itself, the underground arena lighting made the move's effect minimal. In contrast, Stereo's recover kept it going strong. Soon enough, Jumpluff found itself at a disadvantage. Hey, as expected of a former member of the Blood Axe squad, you've got battle experience, I'll give you that. But your Stereo is doomed anyway. Let's see how you handle this. Jumpluff, use Leech Seed. Frustrated that his initial tactics had failed and annoyed by Stereo's hit-and-run fighting, Kirk decided to go all in. Jumpluff, equally furious, unleashed a massive burst of cotton-like spores laced with Leech Seed. The seeds fell into the water and rapidly sprouted, so vigorous that even the poison in the water couldn't halt their growth. Although Stereo tried to surface upon Sato's command, it was a moment too late. Tangles of roots wrapped tightly around its limbs, trapping it in place. The Leech Seed began draining its energy, while green healing light shimmered around Jumpluff, restoring its stamina. Now's my chance. Jumpluff, finish it with Bullet Seed. Kirk grinned as victory seemed certain. To end the fight quickly, he ordered Jumpluff to attack from above. Hovering right over Stereo, Jumpluff opened fire with a barrage of glowing seeds. Perfect. You've taken the bait, now, gravity. Pull it down from the sky. Sato's eyes narrowed as Jumpluff hovered directly above Stereo. It was the perfect moment. Admittedly, Stereo's gravity had a limited range, barely 1 meter around itself, and only increased gravity by about 1.2 times, so it was rarely practical in battle. But this time, the positioning was perfect. At Sato's command, Stereo's red core flashed once more. Instantly, the space within a 1 meter radius grew heavy as the force of gravity intensified. In the next moment, under Kirk's horrified gaze and the crowd's astonished cries, the supposedly invincible Jumpluff was yanked from the sky and crashed straight into the water below. Chapter 708, Chapter 707, A Helpless Defeat. The moment Jumpluff fell into the water, disaster struck. The cotton spores covering its body, famous for their incredible water absorption, instantly began to swell up like crazy. Within seconds, Jumpluff's entire body had become as heavy as a rock. If not for the vine-like roots formed by Leech Seed, it might have already sunk straight to the bottom. To make matters worse, the water field had been contaminated by Jumpluff's own poison powder. For a grass-type Pokemon, falling into such toxic water was no different from plunging into acid. Now submerged, Jumpluff was in agony. Even though it was a plant-based Pokemon, it still needed air to breathe. Trapped underwater, its consciousness began to fade rapidly. And as if that weren't enough, within mere seconds, a faint purple glow appeared on its body, the telltale sign of poisoning. Meanwhile, the situation grew even worse. The roots formed from Leech Seed were only temporary, hastily generated using Jumpluff's own energy, nothing more than rootless weeds. Under the constant erosion of the poison-tainted water, those roots quickly began to wither away. At that moment, under Sato's command, Stereo hardened its body using Harden and increased its cellular activity. Its edges became razor-sharp, and with a perfectly timed rapid spin, it cut itself free from the withered vines. Then came Stereo's showtime. Calm and precise, it used Recover to heal its injuries, then began to toy with the now immobile Jumpluff like a cat with its prey. It was obvious, the battle's outcome had completely reversed the instant Jumpluff fell into the water. The audience was stunned by Sato's brilliant turnaround command that had turned defeat into victory. In the end, if Sato hadn't taken pity, mindful of the match organizer's reputation, and ordered Stereo to carry the unconscious Jumpluff out of the water, the poor Pokemon might very well have drowned. Jumpluff has lost the ability to battle. The winner is Stereo. The referee raised his flag as Stereo brought the fainted Jumpluff ashore, officially declaring the result. The match between Stereo and Jumpluff had been a high-level battle, a true underdog reversal. The crowd went wild, cheering and applauding Sato's stunning comeback. Kirk's face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot as the cheers roared around him. Those cheers, they were supposed to be his. Now they belonged to someone else, and that stung more than the loss itself. What made it worse was the furious voice of his superior screaming in his earpiece, demanding he end the battle quickly or face the consequences. Damn it, so this is the true strength of a Blood Axe squad member. Isn't Baku supposed to be a lunatic? How can he fight with such calm precision? What rotten luck, he even got a stereo that knows gravity. Of course, Kirk didn't dare talk back to his superior. All he could do was vent his frustration inwardly, directing his anger toward the smugly composed Sato standing across from him. Go, Victory Bell. After handing the defeated Jumpluff over to the medics, Kirk immediately threw out his next Pokeball. He didn't change his lineup or tactics, even knowing Stereo's current Poison-type status, he stubbornly sent out another Grass-type Pokemon to face it. In the next second, a massive Victory Bell appeared on one of the floating platforms of the watery battlefield, glaring viciously at the Stereo bobbing on the surface. Victory Bell, use Stockpile. The moment the battle began, Kirk gave his command. Victory Bell opened its jagged, fanged maw and took in a deep, forceful breath before snapping it shut. Its entire body swelled as a faint glow surrounded it, the visual cue of a stat boost. He's planning to use the Stockpile and Spit Up combo to finish off Stereo in one hit. He's just relying on his level advantage. Sato instantly understood Kirk's intent. Victory Bell was level 35, while Stereo, even after defeating Jumpluff, had only reached level 27. An 8-level gap was no joke. The moves Stockpile, Swallow, and Spit Up worked in tandem, Stockpile being the foundation. Not only did it build special energy within the user's body, it also temporarily boosted both defensive stats by one stage. If a Pokemon used Stockpile 3 times, then followed up with Swallow, it could completely restore its health, a perfect combo for tank-type Pokemon. Victory Bell's defenses weren't extraordinary, but they weren't weak either. With the level advantage and the boosts from Stockpile, Stereo's attacks would barely scratch it. As for Stereo's only Psychic-type move, Psywave, that one wasn't exactly reliable, it ignored type effectiveness but dealt damage based purely on the user's level. Note, Psywave deals damage equal to the user's level times a random value between 0.5 and 1.5. Does not affect Pokemon immune to Psychic-type moves, but ignores other type resistances. Thus, given Stereo's current level, Psywave would barely hurt Victory Bell at all. If Victory Bell skipped Swallow and went straight for Spit Up after 3 Stockpiles, the move's power could reach 300. With Stereo's fragile body, even if it hit underwater, that would be a guaranteed one-hit knockout. Sato understood the plan perfectly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only command Stereo to use its most damaging option, Swift, to strike back. Predictably, after using Stockpile, Victory Bell barely flinched from the barrage of Swift stars. Just as Sato expected, Kirk kept stacking Stockpile. After Victory Bell reached 3 stacks, he finally shouted. Victory Bell, Spit Up. Now nearly twice its original size, Victory Bell unleashed a terrifying energy blast from its mouth. The beam pierced through the entire water field, detonating upon contact with the surface in a massive explosion. Even though Stereo had tried to dodge underwater, the battlefield was simply too small, only about 60% the size of a standard league arena. There was nowhere to run. The resulting underwater explosion blasted most of the water sky-high, sending waves crashing outward. Stereo was thrown out with the surge, tumbling helplessly into the air. In midair, without any point of traction, Stereo panicked. Sato quickly ordered it to use Rapid Spin to regain control, but Stereo hadn't trained enough under him yet. It couldn't execute the move properly on the fly. In the next moment, Victory Bell lashed out with its Vine Whip, snaring Stereo midair. It then slammed it twice in succession with Slam, ending the battle decisively. Sato's Stereo had fallen. A helpless defeat. Chapter 709, Chapter 708, The Butterfly Effect. You did well, Stereo. Come back and rest. After watching Stereo lose its ability to battle, Sato decisively surrendered, preventing his opponent from taking the chance to inflict further harm. He took out its Pokeball, recalled Stereo, and offered a few comforting words. Since Kirk's Victory Bell had crushed Stereo with overwhelming strength, the crowd, which had previously leaned slightly in Sato's favor, quickly shifted sides. They began cheering for Kirk, the trainer who had displayed such dominance. Hearing the spectators' applause, Kirk finally revealed a satisfied grin. Raising both hands, he nodded to the audience, as if he had already secured victory in this 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. He even tilted his head back arrogantly and glanced at Sato with a smug expression, clearly one step away from saying, "You're finished." Sato, however, merely smirked coldly. He had originally planned to toy with him a little longer, but just moments ago, he'd received a message from Captain Reggie. One glance at the shocking contents was enough to tell him that he didn't have much time left to waste on this rookie. "Your turn, Swampert." Sato drew the Pokeball containing Swampert and tossed it forward under the crowd's expectant gaze. A flash of white light burst out, and Swampert's towering, mountain-like figure appeared on the floating platform opposite Victory Bell. "So you couldn't resist sending out Swampert after all, huh? Let's see how my Victory Bell handles that." Victory Bell, Leaf Storm. Kirk squinted his eyes, a sneer curling on his lips. As soon as the referee's whistle signaled the start, he taunted Sato and immediately ordered Victreebel to launch a fierce attack. But before his words had even finished leaving his mouth, his eyes went wide with disbelief. Before Victreebel could so much as begin using Leaf Storm, Swampert had already leapt into the air. From above, it unleashed a massive, ice-blue beam as thick as a barrel. The speed of the attack was like a bullet. Victreebel didn't even have time to react before being struck head-on. In an instant, it was completely annihilated by Swampert's ice beam. What's more, the attack didn't just take out Victreebel. The entire water field beneath them froze solid in the blink of an eye. The audience members who had been cheering for Kirk and his Victreebel went silent. One by one, their faces mirrored Kirk's, stunned and disbelieving. Victreebel is unable to battle. Swampert wins. Even the referee had been caught off guard by the sudden one-hit knockout. After swallowing hard and confirming Victreebel was out cold, he hastily declared the match over almost as soon as it began. Wah! The referee's announcement snapped the audience out of their shock. The arena erupted into chaos. By now, Kirk's face was drenched in cold sweat. The moment Victreebel was instantly defeated, he realized the truth: he had been nothing but a clown on display. Baku's Swampert wasn't weak at all, nothing like the reports had described. Kirk might not have been a master, but he knew power when he saw it. The Swampert before him was definitely at the peak pseudo-elite 4 level. In fact, he suspected that it might even surpass the terrifying Gyarados that served his own boss, and that was saying something. If even Kirk, the so-called star gladiator, was shaken to his core, those behind him were no better. The moment they saw Swampert obliterate Victreebel in an instant, many of them furiously smashed their cups in rage. Plenty of them had seen Swampert's earlier battle video against Hanmo's Crawdaunt. But clearly, Baku had been holding back then, tricking them into underestimating Swampert's true strength. And to be fair, their mistake was understandable. Baku's Swampert wasn't known for long-range moves, it preferred close combat. Hey, trash over there, hurry up and recall your Pokémon. Then send out your next one to die. Sato had no time to care what others thought. He needed to move quickly. When he saw the Team Aqua trainer across from him frozen in fear, too stunned to recall his Pokémon, Sato's tone turned impatient and sharp. Kirk flinched under Sato's cold glare. The humiliation stung, but he gritted his teeth, swallowed his pride, and silently withdrew his frozen Victreebel. To be fair, the match organizers had gone to great lengths to give Kirk an advantage. His final Pokémon was a level 50 Ludicolo, a strong one, skilled in many ranged grass-type attacks, and boasting the excellent ability Swift Swim. If the Swampert on the field had truly been Baku's, not Sato's, then Kirk might have actually stood a chance. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. From the moment the organizers chose him to face Sato, his defeat had already been sealed. The last battle didn't last long. Swampert easily closed the distance on Ludicolo, then smashed it down with a single, devastating ice hammer, ending the fight. Sato left the battle zone calmly, collecting his winnings, 50,000 contribution points, from the gambling pool. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from the Team Aqua base, on the open sea, Captain Reggie and his crew were speeding toward the island aboard a heavily modified speedboat. Reggie had spared no effort to assist in Sato's rescue mission, not only bringing his best men, but also enlisting Hoenn's own dragon-type elite, Drake, as backup. At that very moment, the still vigorous Dragon Master Drake soared thousands of meters above them on his ace Salamence, gliding steadily over the ocean, ready to strike at any moment. When Reggie had gone to request his help, explaining Sato's situation, Drake had immediately recognized an opportunity to recover the stolen artifact. He agreed on the spot, on the condition that Sato would either recover or destroy the stolen item during the mission. At the same time, Drake secretly began mobilizing forces, assembling a powerful League strike team. The sea was undoubtedly Team Aqua's home turf, and evading their surveillance on the water was nearly impossible. Therefore, the League assault team was approaching, from the air. Indeed, Drake wasn't alone above Reggie's speedboat. Hidden among the thick clouds behind him was a massive airship, faintly visible through the mist. Because of Sato's unexpected interference, the League's full-scale assault, originally planned for 2 days later, had to begin now. Chapter 710, Chapter 709, An Extra Mission, An Unexpected Reward. At 5:10 p.m., after leaving the battle area, Sato went straight back to his room and enjoyed an early, hearty dinner with his Pokémon. While savoring the meal, he took the chance to send several messages to Captain Reggie to renegotiate his mission rewards. Originally, the mission had only one objective, to rescue Professor Todd. But because Captain Reggie wanted to convince the Dragon-type Elite Four Drake to take action, the mission requirements had now expanded: rescue Professor Todd and either recover or destroy the stolen artifact. Sato had no reason to agree to such a last-minute addition so easily. He had no obligation to take on an extra task that came with significantly more risk. Unless he was promised greater compensation, he would only guarantee Professor Todd's rescue from Team Aqua's base, nothing more. So, he intended to have a serious talk with Captain Reggie, or rather, with the one behind him who had added the new mission condition without warning. It didn't take long before Sato learned the identity of that person, the Dragon-type Elite Four of Hoenn, Drake. Far above the ocean, thousands of meters in the air, a massive airship floated silently. Inside its strategy room, Drake was speaking to Sato through a communicator. What a sly little fox. He's trying to get something precious from me just like that. Still, it's fine. You can't take these things with you when you die anyway. Think of it as helping out a promising junior. A few minutes later, Drake ended the call. Turning to face the monitor that displayed a desolate island, he muttered thoughtfully to himself. Meanwhile, deep underground, Sato couldn't suppress the wide grin spreading across his face as he put away the communicator. If not for the setting, he would have burst into laughter right there. In his view, Hoenn's Dragon-type Elite Four turned out to be surprisingly easy to talk to. Through this unexpected negotiation, Sato had secured something immensely valuable, a method for raising a Pokemon species. He was absolutely thrilled. Knowledge was priceless, and knowledge from a Dragon-type Elite Four was even more so. Sato had agreed to fulfill the added mission condition. In return, if he succeeded, Drake would give him a detailed training method for raising Dratini. It was, without question, a deal heavily in Sato's favor, one that would make him a fortune in knowledge. After all, this was a Dragon-type training method held by Hoenn's most senior Dragon Master, something far more refined than the cheap manuals Sato had previously spent heavily on. So, after sealing the deal and finishing dinner, Sato quickly made his way to the bar area on the third floor of the recreation zone. Most men of the sea were heavy drinkers, a day without alcohol left them restless. As such, the bar area was crowded nearly every night. The man Sato was impersonating, Baku, was known to suffer from frequent headaches, often using alcohol to numb himself. Sato had found a stash of extremely strong liquor in Baku's spatial gear, proof enough that he was a regular customer at the bars. So walking in here under Baku's name was perfectly natural. Not coming would have been suspicious. Of course, Sato hadn't come here to drink. Besides keeping up Baku's persona, his real goal was to find someone. Specifically, one of the research staff from the submarine division on the 5th floor, ideally, one who was still passed out from drinking. Scientists usually preferred to keep their minds sharp, and alcohol was the enemy of clear thought. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't drink. But every rule had exceptions. Researchers were human too, and in a base where nearly everyone was a drunkard, it was impossible not to be influenced by their drinking friends. As the saying went, it's easy to pick up bad habits, hard to shake them off. Once someone started drinking, it was difficult to stop, especially when alcohol provided such an easy escape from stress and frustration. As soon as Sato, disguised as Baku, entered the largest tavern in the bar district, he spotted several Team Aqua members in white lab coats sprawled over tables, or outright lying on the floor, reeking of alcohol. Normally, unless someone woke them, they wouldn't stir until the next morning. No matter what happened around them, they'd sleep through it. Sato's luck was good. Just as he was deciding which one of the drunken scientists to drag off, one of them suddenly began showing clear signs of nausea. In this kind of tavern, bartenders needed sharp eyes, or they wouldn't last long in such a high-paying job. The moment the scientist started to retch, a nearby bartender immediately signaled his polyrath to carry the men into a special restroom designed for such incidents. Seeing this, Sato knew his opportunity had come. But he didn't rush straight to the restroom. Instead, he went to the counter and ordered a drink, Baku's usual. Since Baku was a notorious regular, the bartender immediately recognized him as the Fierce X Blood Axe Squad member. When Sato, keeping a cold expression, said, "Give me my usual," the bartender nodded at once. He turned, grabbed a few bottles and special berries from the shelf, and placed them into a jug, his mixer, a shuckle. Under Shuckle's rapid spin, the liquor and berries blended together quickly. Within moments, a glass of crystal red mixed liquor appeared before Sato. Who knew what the drink was actually made of? Sato certainly didn't intend to drink it. Using his telekinetic ability, he subtly caused the bartender to lose his balance. As a result, the freshly mixed drink accidentally splashed all over Sato's head. The bartender turned pale as a sheet, horrified that he'd just spilled alcohol on Baku. He immediately began apologizing profusely, grabbing napkins to wipe Sato's face. This was Sato's cue to act. He exploded with anger, cursing the bartender viciously and slapping him hard across the face, perfectly in character for Baku, before storming off toward the restroom. Everything looked perfectly natural, drawing no suspicion from anyone watching the scene. The tavern restroom was, unsurprisingly, disgusting, filled with the stench of fermented vomit. Under normal circumstances, no sane person would linger there. Even before stepping in, Sato caught a whiff of the sour odor, making his stomach churn. Still, for the sake of the lucrative rescue mission's new reward, he steeled himself and went inside. Chapter 711, Chapter 710, The Rescue Begins. After Sato entered the restroom, everything went much more smoothly than he'd expected. Using his psychic senses, he confirmed that besides a few drunken researchers who were clearly out of commission, there was no one else around. Without any trouble, he acquired the ID card from one of the unconscious researchers and also helped himself to a few useful items from the man's storage gear, such as the particularly intellectual-looking white lab coat. Of course, to gather more information, Sato gave the man a quick wake-up call, through a bit of physical persuasion, before hypnotizing him for a thorough interrogation. It didn't take long before Sato extracted the information he needed. Then, to ensure the man wouldn't unexpectedly wake up and interfere with his next moves, he fed him half a sleeping pill. From both the ID card and the conversation, Sato learned that the researcher's name was Charlie, a data analyst working under Dr. Peter. However, because someone more competent had recently taken his place and he'd made a few mistakes, Charlie had fallen out of favor. The other Team Aqua researchers drinking with him tonight were in similar positions, all marginalized, disgruntled, and drowning their frustrations in alcohol. The good news was that despite being sidelined, Charlie still retained the authority to freely access the submarine. Before infiltrating the submarine under Charlie's identity, Sato made one last stop at the logistics office on the 5th floor. His Baku ID card now carried over 100,000 Team Aqua contribution points, just enough to exchange for the incomplete copy of the complete psychic guide. Although redeeming that kind of item under Baku's name was a little conspicuous, since the rescue mission would begin tonight, Sato figured there was no longer any need to maintain that identity. Whether the mission succeeded or failed, the persona of Baku would soon vanish from this world forever. Interestingly, Charlie's ID card held over 30,000 contribution points, which instantly made Sato wealthy again after spending nearly all his own on the complete psychic guide. Those 30,000 points were quickly converted into rare water-type materials. For example, Sato exchanged for 5 deep-sea scales, a core ingredient in crafting special food for Swampert, which alone consumed half of those points. After burning through all the contribution points, Sato assumed Charlie's appearance and confidently walked aboard the submarine. The defenses within were extremely tight. Even the exterior was guarded by several powerful water-type Pokémon, all near Elite 4 level strength. Inside and out, Team Aqua members patrolled constantly, proof of just how valuable this submarine was to their organization. Once Sato, in Charlie's guise, had safely entered, he discreetly activated the communicator hidden in his pocket. With a single tap, he transmitted a coded message, one powerful enough to bring the entire Team Aqua base to ruin. At that same moment, thousands of meters above the remote island base, a large airship hovered in the clouds. Inside its command room, Elite 4 Dragon-type Master, Drake, sharply turned his gaze toward the communicator on his desk as it began to chime. This brat finally made his move. Then so should we. Pass the order, operation starts immediately. Drake glanced at the data displayed on the communicator screen, then rose to his feet and bellowed, begin the assault. The command room burst into action. No one dared delay after hearing the aged yet formidable Dragon-type Elite 4 speak. Officers snapped to attention, saluted, and rushed out to their posts. Within moments, alarms echoed throughout the airship. League operatives who had long prepared for battle released their flying-type Pokémon, diving in formation toward the island below. Back inside the submarine, Sato's disguise proved effective. Researchers in the Team Aqua held relatively high status, and although Charlie had fallen out of Peter's favor, the crew aboard the submarine still treated him with professional respect. Using his psychic perception, Sato quickly mapped out the submarine's interior. With the aid of his Duskull guiding him, it took less than 2 minutes to reach the heavy metal door that imprisoned Professor Todd. To his surprise, the guard stationed there was none other than Hanmo, the Team Aqua elite who had provoked him earlier at the base. Standing beside him was his level 54 Crawdaunt. Although Hanmo had been humiliated by Sato before, his pride as a senior Team Aqua officer kept him arrogant. Only a few dared mock him openly, most others still acted submissively around him. Today, however, his mood was foul. Not only had he been shamed, but Dr. Peter had also punished him by assigning him to guard duty. His face was dark and stormy, the kind that made people think he was owed a fortune. Like a cornered porcupine, Hanmo lashed out at anyone nearby to vent his anger. "Charlie, this isn't a place for useless trash like you," Hanmo sneered. "Didn't the doctor already tell you? You're no longer needed aboard this sub. Get lost. Don't think wearing that white coat means you still belong here." Recognizing the disgraced researcher at a glance, Hanmo immediately saw an outlet for his temper, hurling insult after insult at Sato. Sato's disguise carried the strong scent of alcohol, matching the image of a drunk researcher. Playing the part perfectly, he took advantage of the liquid courage to voice his own honest feelings. "Ha! Barking mutt, aren't you? Go on then, bite me if you dare, you cowardly, loudmouthed dog." Red-faced and swaying as though truly drunk, Sato jabbed a finger toward Hanmo and cursed him out. Hanmo, already a ticking time bomb since the earlier humiliation, exploded instantly. being berated again, and by someone so weak, pushed him past the breaking point. You filthy trash, how dare you insult me? Crawdaunt, crush him. Hanmo roared, face flushed crimson, and ordered his Crawdaunt to attack. However, before the attack could commence, a patrolling squad of Team Aqua members entered the corridor, just in time to witness the confrontation. Hanmo's arrogance had long earned him plenty of enemies. Seeing a respected researcher being assaulted, the patrol members immediately released their Pokémon to protect Sato. Hanmo fumed even harder. The sight of mere grunts defying him made him want to lash out further. But before he could summon another Pokémon, a violent explosion suddenly shook the entire base. Even though the submarine was docked underwater, the shockwave caused it to tremble slightly. An instant later, an emergency alarm blared throughout the vessel, enemy attack detected. Hearing the alarm, Hanmo and the others turned pale. There was no longer time for petty fights. They quickly recalled their Pokémon and dashed toward the control room. Before leaving, though, Hanmo couldn't resist giving Sato a vicious kick, slamming him into the wall and sending him sprawling to the floor. A few seconds later, only one unconscious researcher remained lying motionless in the corridor. Chapter 712, Chapter 711, The Rescue in Progress. At that very moment, above the deserted island housing Team Aqua's base, Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake, was leading a squad of League members astride various flying-type mounts. Riding atop his Salamence, he commanded an all-out bombardment of the island below. Countless powerful moves erupted from Pokémon mouths, unleashing devastating explosions across the island's surface. Some League members even released groups of Golem in unison, commanding them to use Earthquake simultaneously. The resulting tremors violently shook the entire island, causing the ground to split apart with terrifying fissures. In an instant, the island was quaking and collapsing, its very terrain breaking apart. The underground Team Aqua base beneath it fared even worse, machinery sparked, circuits shorted, and multiple explosions and fires broke out within moments. In just a few minutes, the entire base was in ruins. Screams of pain and panic echoed through the corridors as chaos consumed the complex. Countless Team Aqua members were either killed or injured. The scene resembled the end of the world itself. This is Base Commander Haig. Everyone listen carefully, evacuate immediately through the emergency passage to the 5th floor, then retreat through the underwater tunnel. Despite the desperate situation, Haig ignored his subordinates' attempts to stop him. Assisted by several of his Elite Four level Pokémon, he returned to the command center and used the base's broadcasting system to issue an evacuation order to all Team Aqua members. As expected of Team Aqua's most respected commander, Haig's firm voice restored order to the panicked organization. Those who had been lost in confusion immediately found their resolve and began following his instructions, retreating through the emergency tunnels toward the 5th floor. Although disaster had struck without warning, every Team Aqua member in the base was a trainer, and most were specialists in water types. With the help of their Pokémon, they easily doused flames and cleared debris as they made their way toward the 5th floor for evacuation. Meanwhile, chaos also broke out in the submarine docked at the underwater port on the 5th floor. Hurry! Fill the tanks and dive immediately. The League must be here for the Kyogre crystal. No matter what, we can't let them get it. Inside the submarine's command cabin, Dr. Peter, wearing his white lab coat, shouted furiously into a microphone, his face twisted with rage. But beneath that anger lay pure fear. He had only been at the secret Team Aqua base for 2 or 3 days. Before he could finish powering and calibrating the submarine, the League had already found him. Their efficiency terrified him. There was no doubt in his mind now, the League knew of his existence, and soon he would be relentlessly hunted across the Hoenn region. The confidence he had shown days ago, when he harnessed the Kyogre crystal's power to stir chaos, was gone. Now, he only wanted to escape and find somewhere to hide. Unfortunately, Dr. Peter was not the one in command of the base. Despite his arrogance, he was merely a guest scientist, and his words carried little weight. Worse still, at a time like this, his obvious panic and self-preserving attitude disgusted many Team Aqua members. Thus, when Commander Haig's orders came through, the chain of command inside the submarine shifted immediately. Why you? What do you think you're doing? I'm Team Aqua's top scientist. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the boss himself? Dr. Peter shouted, panic showing on his wrinkled face as several guards surrounded him, releasing their Pokémon to subdue his Magneton and Porygon Z in moments. Meanwhile, other researchers in the control room were similarly surrounded by armed Team Aqua members. Within minutes, every scientist was disarmed, their Pokeballs and tools confiscated. Relax. We don't intend to harm you. But we need you to follow Commander Haig's orders, activate the device that controls wild water-type Pokémon. You know as well as we do that even if we escape, the League will still be hunting us. We're outmatched, and we need reinforcements. Without that device, none of us are getting out alive. So please, follow orders, Professor. Don't make this harder for all of us, we're all in the same boat now. A scar-faced Team Aqua officer wearing a black bandana glared down at Peter, pressing a large, calloused hand onto the scientist's frail shoulder and grinning menacingly. Dr. Peter, as Team Aqua's premier scientist, was unaccustomed to such treatment. Rage burned inside him, but he was also clever enough to recognize the situation he was in. He decided to bide his time. Survive today's crisis first, settle scores later. Ah, so these are Commander Haig's orders. Very well, I'll take care of it right away. Dr. Peter forced a stiff smile, patting the officer's hand in false camaraderie while masking his fury. That old man's going to be trouble later, the scarred officer muttered to himself, a dark look flashing across his eyes. Still, he released his grip and gestured for his men to step back. Under the watchful eyes of the armed officers, Dr. Peter and the other researchers began working furiously around the massive machine at the center of the control room. Soon, the aquamarine crystal atop the device started to glow, its color shifting rapidly from blue to red. A pulse of strange energy rippled outward, spreading in all directions. While Peter and his team were activating the control device, Sato had already infiltrated the base's detention area via teleport, materializing directly inside Professor Todd's cell. However, the submarine's prison was heavily secured. Even though the guards outside had evacuated, the defensive Pokémon within still faithfully carried out their duty. The moment Sato appeared, the room's hidden infrared sensors triggered an alarm. Several concealed Pokeballs sprang open at once. Magnemite, Magneton, Voltorb, and Electrode materialized all around him. Dozens of electric-type Pokémon immediately unleashed volleys of attacks. In an instant, the entire cell was filled with blinding flashes of lightning. Chapter 713, Chapter 712, Rescue Successful. Suddenly ambushed by so many electric-type Pokémon, Sato was caught off guard for an instant, but not panicked. In a flash, he threw out a red Pokeball etched with a lightning bolt symbol. The moment the Pokeball burst open, all the electric-type attacks directed at Sato abruptly curved midair, veering toward the Pokémon that had just emerged. That Pokémon was, of course, Pikachu. Thanks to its lightning rod ability, it drew in every electric-type attack released nearby, absorbing them all harmlessly. In fact, instead of taking damage, Pikachu's special attack power began to surge rapidly. However, Pikachu could only absorb so much electricity before it became uncomfortable. To vent the excess energy, it began to release everything it had absorbed. Pika-Chu! A devastating thunderbolt erupted from Pikachu's small body, so powerful that the lightning flashing from it was tinged with black. Although the surrounding electric-type Pokémon were highly resistant to electricity, the boosted Pikachu's thunderbolt was overwhelmingly strong. Even with the damage divided among them, many still couldn't withstand it. In an instant, a large number of Magnemite, Magneton, Voltorb, and Electrode were charred black by the current and collapsed to the floor, completely unable to battle. But the crisis was far from over. These Pokémon, assigned to guard the prison, were clearly following special orders. Upon realizing that the intruder was too powerful, they immediately resorted to self-destruct or explosion, choosing to perish together with the enemy. Some of the downed Voltorb and Electrode had the aftermath ability. As soon as they fainted, their bodies began to glow with a blinding white light, ready to explode. Even Sato felt his scalp tingle at the sight of a densely packed line of Voltorb and Electrode preparing to self-detonate. Inside the prison cells, the captives who saw this could only stare in despair. But strangely, even after 10 seconds, there was no explosion. The Voltorb and Electrode, though clearly in a self-detonation state, didn't go off. They were like damp fireworks, the fuse lit, but refusing to explode. Then it became clear why. A massive Swampert stood protectively in front of Sato, releasing waves of moist air that spread throughout the prison. The humidity in the room skyrocketed. The explosion fizzled out completely. The Voltorb and Electrode, realizing what they were facing, looked terrified. The moment their eyes fell on Swampert, they turned tail and fled. Of course, Sato wasn't about to let all that easy experience slip away. He immediately ordered Swampert to block the exit and release Stereo to assist Pikachu in finishing off the fleeing Pokémon. In a matter of moments, every electric-type guard in the prison was defeated and unconscious. Looks like your Swampert has the damp ability. We're lucky to have you. You must be from the League, sent here to rescue us. Please, hurry and get us out. And, if you have any food, could you share some too? A frail old man, his tattered clothes stained with blood, struggled to his feet and spoke weakly to Sato. The other prisoners, upon hearing this, turned hopeful eyes toward him, faces filled with desperate longing. You must be Professor Todd, Sato said calmly. I was sent by Reggie to rescue you. My mission is only to get you out. As for the others, I can't save everyone. By now, the commotion had surely alerted the Team Aqua members aboard the submarine. Time was running short, and Sato knew he couldn't possibly evacuate everyone. After confirming the old man's identity, he sent a telepathic message directly to Professor Todd. Without another word, he ordered Swampert, Pikachu, and stereo to destroy all the iron bars of the prison cells. Then he took several packets of prepackaged food and bottled water from his storage gear and placed them on the floor. Professor Todd, a man from an older generation, immediately understood Sato's intentions through the telepathic message. He watched the other prisoners devour the food and water with trembling hands and sighed deeply, but said nothing. He knew it was impossible to save everyone. The fact that Sato had managed to rescue even him, from a heavily guarded Team Aqua submarine, was already nothing short of a miracle. Sure enough, just as Sato finished freeing Professor Todd, several Team Aqua members burst in through the entrance, commanding their Pokémon to attack Swampert, Pikachu, and Starmie. The first wave of reinforcements wasn't strong. Swampert and Pikachu overwhelmed them instantly, leaving the Aqua members and their Pokémon sprawled unconscious on the floor. After taking care of the initial attackers, Sato quickly recalled Swampert, perched Pikachu on his shoulder, and let Stereo shrink and cling to his back using its strong adhesive surface. Without pausing to ask Professor Todd's opinion, who was barely conscious by this point, Sato grabbed the old man's hand and vanished from the prison in an instant using teleport. When they reappeared, they were already outside the submarine, hidden in a secluded area. Before infiltrating, Sato had left a psychic marker here, now it had come in handy. He had also left a secondary, concealed psychic coordinate inside the submarine itself, just in case. Here, this is a Team Aqua uniform. Put it on quickly. And this is a potion that'll help heal your injuries fast. Drink it now. After confirming via psychic scan that the area was clear, Sato handed Professor Todd a Team Aqua Grunt's uniform and a potion from Team Rocket's stockpile. Professor Todd's condition was dire, burning with fever and covered in serious wounds. Sato feared the old man might lose his life any moment, so he had no choice but to use some of his rarer supplies to ensure the mission's success. Without hesitation, Professor Todd changed into the uniform and downed the potion. Within seconds, its effects kicked in. His wounds began to close and scab over, color returned to his face, and his breathing steadied. However, the side effects soon followed: severe fatigue. The old man's body went limp as the strength drained from his limbs. Meanwhile, Sato quickly changed into a Team Aqua Elite uniform and put on Baku's human skin disguise once again. Then he released Swampert and ordered it to carry the weakened Professor Todd as they moved toward the exit. At that time, the entire 5th floor was filled with Team Aqua personnel hurrying through the undersea tunnels to evacuate the base. Sato and Professor Todd blended seamlessly into the retreating crowd, slipping away unnoticed. Chapter 714, Chapter 713, Awakening. After Sato blended into Team Aqua's retreating forces with Professor Todd in tow, the two quickly entered an emergency undersea escape tunnel. With the help of Swampert and Lapras using dive, they swiftly made their way through the tunnel and escaped the Team Aqua base. Halfway through, Sato quietly led Professor Todd away from the main group, breaking off toward the eastern side of the deserted island. At this point, most Team Aqua members knew they were facing a full-scale League siege. Breaking off into smaller units to escape was clearly the smartest move. So when Sato and Professor Todd slipped away midway, it didn't raise any suspicion. Thanks to Swampert and Lapras, they soon surfaced safely. But the sea was far from calm. Thick storm clouds loomed overhead, and a violent tempest swept across a vast area spanning dozens of nautical miles, with the Team Aqua base at its center. Meanwhile, countless wild water-type Pokémon were surging toward the island, frantically attacking the League forces in the skies above. Because these wild Pokémon were occupying much of the League's attention, Team Aqua's forces were able to retreat with minimal interference. However, the wild Pokémon had become uncontrollable, striking at friend and foe alike, and were causing chaos for the fleeing Team Aqua members as well. I knew it. Team Aqua's using that weapon to control wild water types again. I have to get back to the submarine fast, or this whole place will turn into another bloodbath. Watching the red-eyed wild Pokémon swim furiously toward the island and join the aerial battle above it, Sato's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. But his top priority right now was to get Professor Todd safely to Captain Reggie. He immediately released Pikachu, Stereo, and Crobat, ordering Pikachu and Stereo to work with Swampert in holding off the berserk wild Pokémon nearby. Then, lifting Professor Todd into his arms, Sato had Crobat carry them up into the sky before recalling his other Pokémon back into their Pokeballs. According to their arrangement, Captain Reggie's ship was waiting for him roughly 10 nautical miles east of the island. With Crobat's exceptional sonar range, finding it wouldn't take long. Sure enough, using its ultrasonic detection, Crobat quickly located the ship and carried Sato and Professor Todd above it. Without a word, Sato used his telekinetic ability to gently lower Professor Todd onto the deck. Old Captain, the man you wanted, I've brought him back in one piece. He's just exhausted and will recover after a day or two of rest. From this point on, our debt is settled. Farewell. With those telepathic words to Captain Reggie, Sato and Crobat immediately turned and vanished into the stormy sky. Old friend, I went all out to save you this time. You'd better make it worth my while later, and that goes for that young fellow, too. Reggie chuckled as he checked Professor Todd's condition, confirming he was merely unconscious. Still, when he looked toward the direction Sato had gone, his eyes showed a faint trace of emotion. While Sato successfully delivered Professor Todd, the submarine stationed in the underwater port on the 5th floor of the Team Aqua base also submerged and began retreating eastward. Above the island, Drake continued to battle alongside League members against the crazed wild water types attacking from the sea. But after receiving Sato's signal, he quickly ordered a retreat, leading a few subordinates to fly eastward. Once Sato finished the rescue, he had Swampert use dive again, plunging into the depths. Guided by the psychic marker he had left earlier, he swiftly headed toward the submarine's location. When he was within 200 meters, Sato used teleport to reappear inside the vessel with Swampert. His goal in returning was simple, to complete the mission given by Dragon-type Elite Four member, Drake. From a Team Aqua researcher named Charlie, who had once come into close contact with the Kyogre crystal, Sato had learned that the artifact was housed within the submarine's command room. However, Sato didn't charge straight for the command room to seize or destroy the Kyogre crystal. That would have been suicide. He knew that the crystal was Team Aqua's greatest treasure. The moment he made a move on it, every top-ranking member in the base would turn on him. And against that many elite enemies, even he wouldn't survive. Sato wasn't the kind of fool who ran headlong into death. So, playing it safe, he chose a simpler, more direct method to accomplish Drake's mission. Yes, he would destroy the submarine itself. If he sank it, Team Aqua would lose their means of using the Kyogre crystal to control wild water types. The submarine's crew would be forced to flee, and in the ensuing chaos, Sato would have his chance to seize or eliminate the crystal. According to Charlie, the Kyogre crystal couldn't be stored in any spatial device, and once it touched seawater, it would emit a brilliant blue light and unleash an enormous surge of energy. In other words, the moment it hit the ocean, it would shine like a beacon in the dark sea, impossible to miss. With that in mind, Sato gave his orders the instant he reappeared inside the submarine. Swampert, Pikachu, and Stereo were to attack and sabotage the hull. Even though the submarine was built with top-grade materials and reinforced to withstand immense pressure, it couldn't withstand Swampert's brute strength and Pikachu's high-voltage strikes for long. Soon, a massive hole was torn through its side. Underwater, even a small breach could spell disaster. Seawater flooded in at once, shorting circuits and triggering explosions in the ship's electronic systems. Under the crushing pressure of the ocean depths, the submarine's frame began to warp, the holes widening rapidly. Who did this? My ocean lab. In the command room, Dr. Peter's face twisted with rage as water poured in. No. Don't touch it with wet hands. Stop. No. He screamed when he saw the Scarface Team Aqua Elite stationed beside the Kyogre crystal reaching for it with drenched hands. But the man's condition was abnormal, his eyes glowed red, and eerie crimson patterns spread across his skin. Despite Peter's desperate warning, the Scar-faced Elite's hand closed around the Kyogre crystal, which pulsed with a blood-red gleam. The next instant, a blinding blue light burst forth, followed by a terrifying surge of energy. And somewhere, far beneath the sea, in a deep, dark ocean trench miles away, a pair of colossal, glowing eyes slowly opened in the abyss. Chapter 7:15, Chapter 7:14, The Fourfold Turbulence. The moment the Kyogre crystal unleashed its power, the energy that burst forth was beyond imagination. In an instant, the submarine's entire command room was consumed by a massive explosion, and the vessel itself was completely torn apart. At the same time, a blinding blue energy beam shot up from the ocean, piercing the clouds. Waves of powerful azure energy rippled outward in all directions. When the Kyogre crystal erupted, Sato, who was still inside the submarine, immediately sensed mortal danger. Without hesitation, he grabbed his Swampert and used teleport to escape. By the time he and Swampert reappeared in the sea, 200 meters from the submarine, he saw the vessel violently implode under the crushing force of the crystal's unleashed power, then scatter into countless fragments. What terrifying energy! Team Aqua has been toying with a power that could wipe them out at any moment. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Encased within an air bubble created by Swampert's dive, Sato stared at the catastrophic scene before him, feeling a lingering chill of dread. Honestly, he had never imagined things would escalate to this degree. What he saw now was nothing like the information he'd received from Charlie. According to Charlie, the Kyogre crystal would indeed release immense power upon contact with seawater, but at worst, it would only destroy the laboratory, not cause an explosion of this magnitude. Because of that misinformation, Sato had almost died there himself. Luckily, he had reacted quickly. It was clear Team Aqua didn't fully understand the secrets hidden within that crystal imbued with Kyogre's power. What Sato didn't yet know was that the terrifying burst of energy had already drawn the attention of something deep in the ocean, something colossal and ancient. It was now racing toward the area with unimaginable speed. Had Sato known, he wouldn't have hesitated to flee far, far away. The energy blast created an immense underwater current. Despite wanting to move closer to investigate, Sato and Swampert were helplessly swept away from the blast zone by the surging tide. Meanwhile, powerful figures on the surface were rushing toward the energy beam's location by every means possible. Among them, Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake, riding his Salamence, and Team Aqua's Officer Hague, mounted on a Sharpedo with the speed boost ability, were the first to arrive. The two faced each other from opposite sides of the glowing blue beam, ice-sharp and hostile. The Kyogre crystal had not sunk due to gravity, instead, it floated defiantly in the center of the beam, suspended above the water, radiating pulse after pulse of frightening blue energy. So that brat really does have some skill, but that explosion just now was no small matter. I hope he made it out alive. Drake's weathered face showed rare concern as he looked at the blazing energy column, then at the submarine debris floating on the waves. On the other side, Hague's expression was grim as the weight of the disaster sank in. He could tell from the wreckage that the submarine was gone, and with it, nearly everyone inside. Worse yet, the Hoenn League's Dragon Elite stood right before him. Recovering the Kyogre crystal now would be nearly impossible. One mistake, and he'd die here. But with their base overrun and the esteemed Dr. Peter missing, if Hague failed to reclaim the crystal, even if he survived and returned to headquarters, he would face a dreadful punishment. As a die-hard loyalist of Team Aqua, Hague refused to flee in disgrace. He would risk everything to retrieve the Kyogre crystal and redeem himself. Minutes later, League members and Team Aqua operatives began to gather behind their respective leaders, glaring at one another with hostility so thick it could ignite the air. The tension on the sea was explosive, battle could break out at any moment. Yet from the looks of it, the League held the advantage in numbers and aerial mobility. If fighting started, Team Aqua would clearly be at a disadvantage. Still, Team Aqua had one edge, the ocean itself. They could retreat underwater at any time, which gave them enough confidence to hold their ground. But suddenly, both sides were stunned, because a third force had arrived. From the western horizon, a massive tentacruel exuding Elite Four level power emerged from the waves, its size more than 10 times that of a normal one. From afar, it looked like a moving island. And it wasn't alone. From every direction, other powerful wild water-type Pokémon began to surface. Ferocious Sharpedo. Savage Gyarados. Ocean-ruling Kingdra. These monarchs of the sea had been drawn by the crystal's energy surge. Each sought to claim the Kyogre crystal for themselves, an artifact that promised limitless strength to any who possessed it. And none of them came alone. Behind each Elite Four level water-type swarmed legions of underlings, enough to utterly outnumber both the League and Team Aqua forces combined. Everyone's face darkened at the sight. Especially Team Aqua's, many members turned pale, trembling, desperate to flee. So it's come to this. Taking that crystal, infused with the primal essence of Kyogre itself, won't be easy after all. High above the chaos, Sato, clad in black and wearing a mask, hovered in the night sky, sustained by Crobat's help. From a safe distance, he observed the gathering of humans and wild Pokémon around the Kyogre crystal, murmuring in excitement. The Kyogre crystal was merely a fragment containing a trace of the Sea Sovereign's essence. Its power was not infinite. After releasing so much energy, or rather, once Team Aqua's device had ceased stimulating it, it began to calm. Gradually, under the gaze of all gathered trainers and Pokémon, the blue energy beam faded from the sea. Finally, the Kyogre crystal, once glowing red-hot, cooled and returned to its deep ocean blue hue, before slowly descending from the sky. Chapter 7:16, Chapter 7:15, Top-Tier Battle. When the Kyogre crystal began its free fall, the leaders of all factions instantly sprang into action. Among them, the one who held the most advantageous position was undoubtedly the Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake, who rode high in the sky on his level 85 Salamence. Salamence was Drake's most trusted partner through the years. Even without words, it could instantly grasp its trainer's intent. So, the moment the Kyogre crystal began to descend, Salamance's massive crimson wings flared wide. With a powerful beat, it accelerated toward the falling crystal. However, Team Aqua's executive Hague, along with several wild water-type Pokémon of Elite Four level strength, were not about to let Drake succeed so easily. Under Hague's command, his level 72 Sharpedo launched a lightning-fast ice beam at Salamence. At the same time, several Elite Four level wild water types, including Tentacruel, Gyarados, Sharpedo, and Kingdra, also unleashed their own ice beams toward the fast-approaching Salamence in the air. The ocean below erupted in chaos as countless wild water-type Pokémon joined in, firing water guns, ice beams, hydro pumps, and other moves in a dazzling barrage. In an instant, Salamence found itself under relentless crossfire from all directions. Even at level 85, facing such overwhelming concentrated attacks, it was in grave danger. Salamence, drop the target. Use Protect and ascend immediately. Faced with such peril, Drake dared not let his longtime partner take the full brunt of the assault. He shouted the command without hesitation. Roar. With a defiant roar, Salamence obeyed, a shimmering green energy barrier forming around its body. Beating its wings with all its might, it shot straight upward, narrowly escaping the deadly storm of attacks. Although Salamence failed to seize the Kyogre crystal, the powerful Protect barrier and its swift retreat spared it from serious harm. Meanwhile, the crystal continued to fall, every faction leader's gaze locked tightly on it. An Elite Four level Tentacruel made the next move. Several thick, black tentacles shot up from the sea-like spears, lashing toward the Kyogre crystal, now less than 100 meters above the surface. At the same time, more tentacles swept sideways toward Hague's Sharpedo and the other nearby Elite Four level wild Pokémon, Gyarados, Sharpedo, and Kingdra, to prevent them from interfering. Each tentacle glowed with a sinister purple light, pulsing with concentrated poison-type energy. It was Poison Jab. Behind the great Tentacruel, swarms of its kin, Tentacle and Tentacruel alike, surged forward, launching attacks against the subordinates of the various faction leaders. In the next moment, a massive battle erupted across the sea. Hague and the other Elite Four level water types were not about to let the Tentacruel succeed. The Gyarados swung its powerful tail in a mighty aqua tail, smashing apart the poison-charged tentacles. Then, with blistering speed, it unleashed a rapid volley of Dragon Rage blasts, 6 per second, shredding the Tentacruel's limbs midair. The Sharpedo and Kingdra also counterattacked instantly. One lunged in, fangs gleaming, and bit clean through a tentacle, while the other unleashed outrage, its body bursting with raging dragon-type energy that shattered the remaining tendrils. Immediately after, the Sharpedo used Aqua Jet, bursting from the sea like a torpedo straight toward the Kyogre crystal. But the Kingdra wasn't about to let it have its way. Instead of going for the crystal itself, it rocketed from the waves with a surge of dragon energy, colliding head-on with Sharpedo. Such was the domineering nature of dragon types, the level 79 Elite Four tier Kingdra clearly intended to eliminate its rivals first, then claim the crystal for itself. Sharpedo was completely blindsided. The outrage struck it directly, the overwhelming dragon-type power blasting it backward. As a Pokémon with high offense but low defense and HP, Sharpedo couldn't withstand a direct hit like that. With a pained roar, it crashed back into the sea, badly injured. Kingdra, unwilling to let its prey escape, charged another attack, Dragon Pulse. A roaring, draconic wave of energy shot from its mouth, striking precisely where Sharpedo had fallen. The resulting explosion sent a massive plume of water into the air. When Sharpedo resurfaced, it was barely conscious, floating limply on the waves. Just as Kingdra prepared to finish it off, Drake and his Salamence re-entered the battlefield from above. Kingdra immediately shifted targets, hurling another Dragon Pulse skyward, and a fierce clash between dragon types erupted in the heavens. Meanwhile, Hague commanded his wounded Sharpedo to seize the moment and go for the Kyogre crystal that had just fallen into the ocean. But the Elite Four level Gyarados and Tentacruel moved in to intercept, and the three began another chaotic underwater brawl. Notably, the moment the Kyogre crystal touched seawater, it flared with radiant blue light, and then began levitating once again above the surface. Both Gyarados and Tentacruel were over level 70, matching or even surpassing Hague's Sharpedo in strength. Each possessed a vast array of mastered techniques. As a result, Hague's Sharpedo was at a disadvantage. Were it not for its speed boost ability giving it incredible agility, it would have been defeated already. Damn these wild Pokémon. Sharpedo. Mega Evolve. High above on his polyper, Hague saw his partner struggling and roared in fury. He pulled out a keystone-embedded pendant from his gear and held it high. Let's go, Sharpedo. Hearing his trainer's call, Sharpedo surged from the sea in a flash of white foam. The mega stone beneath its neck gleamed brilliantly, resonating with Hague's keystone. A dazzling rainbow light connected the two stones, and the power of mega evolution enveloped Sharpedo's entire body. When it plunged back into the sea, its form had changed, it had become Mega Sharpedo. A savage aura, like that of a primordial sea beast, burst from its body. Instantly, its sheer presence suppressed both the Elite Four level Gyarados and Tentacruel. Tear them apart, Sharpedo. Use Crunch. Hague's eyes flashed with ferocity as his Mega Sharpedo's scarlet gaze locked onto Tentacruel. Having already activated its speed boost 6 times, Mega Sharpedo moved faster than lightning. With terrifying power, it lunged through the water, jaws wide. CHCH jump. A sickening crunch echoed through the sea as Mega Sharpedo's jaws clamped down, its strong jaw ability amplifying the move's power by 50%. Combined with the same type attack bonus, Mega Sharpedo's crunch became devastating. Its teeth gleamed like blades, effortlessly shredding anything in its path. In just seconds, despite Tentacruel's desperate resistance, its massive body was riddled with holes, and its tentacles were torn apart by the relentless assault. At last, overwhelmed by pain and fear, the Elite Four level Tentacruel turned tail and fled, abandoning all thought of the Kyogre crystal. I can't even interfere, so this is what a battle between Elite Fours looks like. Incredible. High above the sea, bathed in the blue glow of the crystal, Sato hovered on his Crobat, watching the chaos below with a grim expression. He turned his gaze eastward. At some point, thick, endless storm clouds had gathered, rolling toward them. In the distance, thunder rumbled, growing louder with every passing second. Chapter 717, Chapter 716, Destroying the Crystal. What's that? Sato looked toward the east, where dark clouds were rapidly spreading in their direction. From within them, countless bolts of lightning flashed, painting the sky in ominous hues. His expression darkened as an overwhelming sense of danger surged through his chest. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. His gaze snapped toward the Kyogre crystal, which was glowing with a blinding blue light and radiating a strange energy fluctuation. No way. Don't tell me it's summoning Kyogre. After connecting the bizarre weather rapidly advancing from the east with the Kyogre crystal, Sato immediately came to a terrifying conclusion. The thought made his heart sink. Kyogre, that ancient super-legendary Pokemon capable of destroying the world. A being of that level was a walking natural disaster. So far, no one had ever been able to confront such a Pokemon head-on. Even if it could be stalled for a time, defeating it outright was impossible, and once it was angered, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Sato didn't fancy himself some chosen protagonist like Ash, who always miraculously survived encounters with legendaries. From what he knew, Kyogre was anything but gentle. In ancient times, it was feared as the Sea Demon. The title, God of the Seas, was something only the naive, who had never witnessed its fury, dared to use. Just imagining Kyogre appearing here was enough to make Sato abandon all thoughts of taking advantage of the situation to snatch the crystal. Right now, running for his life was the only thing that mattered. Honestly speaking, he'd already profited handsomely this time. Not only had he exchanged Lugia's feather for a psychic mark in the system shop, but he'd also obtained a stereo that could use gravity and a damaged copy of the complete psychic guide from the Aqua Team base. Though he hadn't managed to obtain or destroy the Kyogre crystal and thus earn from Drake the method of training Dratini, he'd lost nothing of value. If he didn't flee now and Kyogre really showed up, he might never escape. That apocalyptic storm brewing in the distance was no joke. Even with Crobat and a Pikachu with the lightning rod ability, Sato couldn't guarantee a safe retreat amid that raging thunder. Senior. Look at the sky to the east, this looks bad. I think Kyogre's coming. The task you gave me is way too much. I'm out. Hope we meet again. Before slipping away, Sato still had the decency to warn Drake via telepathy. But the moment he finished speaking, the dark clouds from the east suddenly surged forward at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the battlefield above them. Thunder roared. The winds howled. Drake, startled by Sato's sudden message, immediately had Salamence ascend to gain distance from Kingdra. Then he turned toward the east, and his face grew grim. He had never faced Kyogre in person, but he'd seen confidential footage from the Hoenn League archives showing the bizarre weather phenomena that accompanied its wrath. He instantly knew Sato's hunch was right, Kyogre really was coming. All forces, retreat. Get back to the ship immediately. Realizing what was about to happen, Drake shouted orders to the League forces still battling Team Aqua members and wild Pokemon on the sea below. Then he turned his Salamence and intercepted Sato, who was about to flee west. His voice was firm, almost commanding. Kid, don't run yet, I need your help. I'll hold off the Elite Four level forces, and you take the chance to destroy the crystal with teleport. Do this, and I'll reward you handsomely. Drake hated resorting to such underhanded means, but destroying the Kyogre crystal was critical. If Kyogre obtained it, the consequences would be catastrophic. He needed Sato, the only trainer capable of assisting in such a top-tier battle. Great. I really shot myself in the foot this time. Sato's heart sank when Salamence blocked his path. He immediately regretted warning Drake in the first place. Still, even if he hated being forced into this, he knew he couldn't refuse outright. Of course, that didn't mean he'd play the fool. Fine, I'll try, but no promises. If it doesn't break in one hit, I'm gone. Don't chase me, and don't give me trouble later. He said this firmly, face twisted in reluctant determination. Naturally. If your strongest Pokemon can't destroy it in one strike, then it's beyond you, staying will do no good. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Drake said with genuine guilt. But as Hoenn's Dragon-type Elite Four, I have no choice. He tossed Sato a small item, then spurred Salamence toward the Kyogre crystal with resolute determination. At this moment, the other contenders still fighting for the crystal, Sharpedo commanded by Hague, along with Kingdra and Gyarados, had also noticed the strange change in the sky. But with the battle already raging, retreat wasn't in their nature. Meanwhile, the wild water-type Pokemon nearby, sensing the unnatural disturbance, fled westward en masse. Hague's Mega Sharpedo had grown much stronger after Mega Evolution, but against both Kingdra and Gyarados, each at higher levels and equally ferocious, it was at a disadvantage. In close combat, both wild Pokemon fought with overwhelming brutality, far more vicious than any Tentacruel could ever be. Though Sharpedo managed to tear chunks of flesh from its foes, it was gravely injured in return. Particularly after a furious outrage from Kingdra, the Mega form broke, reverting Sharpedo back to normal. Seeing this, Hague had no choice but to recall his severely wounded Pokemon and order a full retreat. At the same time, Drake re-entered the battlefield on Salamence. Kingdra and Gyarados immediately shifted their focus to him, instinctively targeting the biggest threat first. Both unleashed Ice Beam simultaneously. My friend, show them your true form, Mega Evolution. Drake didn't retreat. He pulled from his pocket an antique watch embedded with a keystone and raised it high. A brilliant light flared from Salamence's chest as its body transformed amid swirling ribbons of color into Mega Salamence. As the evolution completed, it roared, unleashing a massive turquoise hyper beam that clashed with the two incoming ice beams midair. With its ability now changed from Intimidate to Arrelate, the attack was boosted by 1.2 times and converted to Flying type. The result, an incredible explosion of power. Even though Ice-type energy countered it, Mega Salamence still held its ground against the combined beams of two elite-level wild Pokémon. Boom. The collision erupted in a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield in thick smoke. Our turn. This is it. Standing atop Swampert, Sato narrowed his eyes at the smoke and expanded his psychic senses, locking onto the Kyogre crystal's location. Blue light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he, Swampert, and Pikachu vanished. A heartbeat later, they reappeared right in front of the crystal. Swampert, Hammer Arm. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Swamp. Pika, Chu. Their attacks struck simultaneously, Swampert's massive, glowing fist and Pikachu's dark-tinged lightning bolt smashed into the Kyogre crystal. Crack. In that instant, the sound of shattering rang out. Chapter 718, Chapter 717, An Angry Super Legendary. Absolute Chaos. Ding. Detected free elemental energy around the host that can be absorbed. Absorb it. The instant the Kyogre crystal began to crack, a voice, melodious as the sound of heaven, echoed in Sato's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato mentally replied absorb. And swiftly recalled Swampert and Pikachu into their Pokeballs. Once done, his eyes flashed blue again, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing on Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake's Mega Salamence. At the same time, the fierce energy waves unleashed by Swampert and Pikachu's powerful attacks generated a violent gust, blowing away the dense fog surrounding the Kyogre crystal. The shattered state of the crystal was now fully visible to Drake, Kingdra, and Gyarados. Drake was ecstatic, while the other two were utterly enraged, their furious roars echoing through the sea. CHHH. But their roars were nothing compared to what came next, a thunderous, ear-splitting roar that erupted from several kilometers to the east, drowning out all else. Rumble. Moments later, deafening thunder rolled across the sea, followed by a terrifyingly oppressive aura that descended upon the area. The instant that aura appeared, Sato felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, his entire body went cold. He could feel a terrifying presence glaring straight at him, brimming with wrath. Fighting through the chill that crept up his spine, Sato turned his head toward the east, and saw a pair of massive, blood-red eyes fixed directly on him. The enormous creature, its body comparable in size to a Y-Lord, was charging toward him at incredible speed. Oh my god, it really came. Run. Run, please, Lord Drake, it's angry at me. You can't abandon me now. Of course, Sato understood exactly what was happening. Kyogre had awakened, and it had clearly realized that he was the one who had damaged its crystal and absorbed part of its primal energy. It was coming for him. He shouted urgently, urging the Dragon-type Elite Four to flee at once. Drake, seeing Kyogre for the first time, also felt its immense power and unbridled fury. Even without Sato's warning, he knew what needed to be done. He immediately commanded his Mega Salamence to fly toward the north, the direction closest to land. As for Kingdra and Gyarados, the moment they saw Kyogre charging toward them in a rage, their own fury vanished, replaced by sheer terror. They turned tail and fled without hesitation. Mega Salamence, worthy of the title Lord of the Skies, flapped its enormous blood-red wings with a mighty roar. Empowered by multiple uses of Dragon Dance, it soared hundreds of meters in a single burst. In just a few breaths, Drake and Sato had left the furious Kyogre far behind. But Kyogre was livid. Seeing the thief who had stolen its primal essence fleeing toward land, it let out another furious roar and turned to chase, even leaping out of the ocean to pursue them through the sky. Jets of high-pressure water blasted from behind its body, propelling it forward at an incredible speed, faster even than a Mega Salamence that had used Dragon Dance 6 times in a row. Wherever Kyogre passed, storm clouds followed, and torrents of rain poured from the heavens. The deluge continuously fed Kyogre's propulsion, ensuring it never ran out of energy for its water jets. You brat, what on earth did you do? Why won't it stop chasing us? We're already over land. 10 minutes later, Drake glanced back at the still pursuing Kyogre, which had now crossed onto land. His face darkened as he shouted at Sato. He had assumed that destroying the crystal would end the matter, but clearly, things had gone far beyond what he'd imagined. The situation was spiraling out of control. Don't look at me. How should I know? If it weren't for you, I'd have been long gone. I just did what you said, destroyed the crystal, and now that monster's after me. You're the one who told me to do it, so you'd better take responsibility and compensate me properly. Naturally, Sato wasn't about to admit that he'd secretly absorbed the primal power from Kyogre's crystal. He quickly shifted the blame onto Drake, who had ordered him to destroy it in the first place, clearing himself of all responsibility, and even took the chance to demand compensation. Drake's old face flushed red at Sato's words. He didn't argue further. Instead, he urged Mega Salamence to fly deeper into the wilderness while sending an emergency distress signal to the League. Meanwhile, deep beneath MT Chimney, in a vast underground magma lake, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened within the molten rock. In an instant, the entire magma chamber began to churn violently. Lava and ash erupted from the volcano's mouth as MT Chimney exploded. The eruption sent the creatures of the region into a frenzy. Terrified, they fled down the mountainside in droves. And it wasn't just MT Chimney. Across the Hoenn region, other volcanoes began showing signs of awakening. Clearly, a mighty power long dormant beneath the earth was beginning to stir once more. Elsewhere, within Meteor Falls, in the top chamber of an ancient pagoda hidden deep within a secluded valley, an elderly woman with silver hair suddenly opened her eyes from meditation, staring intently at a green orb before her that glowed with an emerald light. The jade orb is shining. That means Groudon and Kyogre have both awakened. We must seek guidance from the dragon god immediately. Guards, summon the Saintess at once. Her voice carried urgency, and the guards outside instantly obeyed. One of them released an Altaria and took off into the sky. Minutes later, a black-haired girl wearing an embroidered gown arrived, riding atop a Salamence. Gracefully, she stepped along the trails of clouds left by her dragon's wings and landed atop the pagoda's roof. At the elder's urging, the girl held the jade orb reverently and began to pray in an ancient tongue. Soon, the orb shone with blinding green light. At that very moment, somewhere in an asteroid belt far out in space, a massive green dragon resting on a meteor opened its eyes and dove rapidly toward a distant blue planet below. Chapter 719, Chapter 718, Target, MT Chimney. There's no denying it, being chased by an ancient superlegendary Pokémon is an outright catastrophe. At this moment, Sato had come to deeply understand just how dangerous it was. If it weren't for the Dragon-type Elite Four by his side as a powerful ally, he would have long been blasted into dust by Kyogre, let alone managed to escape for nearly half an hour. During that half hour, the Mega Salamence carrying Drake and Sato had flown all the way north, from Route 108 to the vast primeval forests between Route 103 and Route 117. Yet Kyogre was still relentlessly chasing them like a maddened beast. Even with the powerful Dragon-type Elite Four as an ally, Sato had reached a dead end. The Mega Salamence was about to collapse. Kyogre truly lived up to its name as a terrifying ancient superlegendary Pokémon. Its weather domain extended unbelievably far, allowing it to freely manipulate every supernatural phenomenon within it. Facing sudden hurricanes and thunderbolts crashing from the heavens, even the level 85 Mega Salamence, a top Elite Four level Pokémon, was now covered in scars. Fortunately, Sato had his Pikachu with the Lightning Rod ability, and Drake had his Cloud 9 Altaria. Thanks to them, neither Sato nor Drake had been struck down by the sky's raging lightning. But Pikachu wasn't an invincible lightning rod. Its level was still too low, although it kept discharging massive electricity to offset the overwhelming current absorbed from Kyogre's lightning. Its small body was already nearing its limit. The only good news was that the mutated Thunder Orb inside Pikachu was absorbing all that energy like a drought-stricken tree drinking in rain. It frantically drew in Kyogre's lightning, radiating a renewed brilliance. It was thanks to this precious electric-type treasure that Pikachu, despite being only level 33, had managed to endure absorbing the lightning power created by the super-legendary Kyogre for nearly half an hour. Damn it, kid. This time it's my fault, we're in this mess because of me. Salamence can't hold on much longer, but I've got other Pokémon who can buy us some time. I'll draw Kyogre's attention, you take the chance to run. Drake, naturally, understood the situation perfectly. Even at death's door, the old Hoenn Elite Four refused to abandon Sato. Instead, he chose to leave the chance of survival to him. Sato's heart warmed at Drake's words, followed by a surge of deep regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. He knew Kyogre was coming, yet he couldn't resist absorbing its primal essence. That act had enraged the beast, and now Drake was paying the price for his recklessness, perhaps even with his life. Damn it, old man, I get what you're saying, Sato shouted. But that big-headed fish is after me. You're Hoenn's Dragon-type Elite Four, if you die here, that's the real loss. I'm a nobody. If I die, so be it. But if I somehow survive this, you better compensate me later. Sato didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't shameless enough to let others die for his mistakes. He firmly rejected Drake's offer and said resolutely, I'll handle this myself. The moment he spoke, blue light flashed in his eyes, teleport activated. In an instant, he and Pikachu vanished from Salamance's back, reappearing 200 meters northeast in the open sky. Immediately, Sato released Crobat and commanded it to fly north at full speed. As expected, the moment Sato left Salamance's back, Kyogre's attention shifted entirely toward him. That brat's got one hell of a temper, Drake chuckled grimly. But I like it. Salamence, we've been running long enough. Let's show it what we've got, use Ultimate Dragon Dive. Altaria, lend the kid a hand with your Cloud 9 domain. Seeing Sato dash off to face Kyogre alone, Drake couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. He thought Sato was the cowardly type, but clearly, he wasn't afraid to stand up when it counted. Ruhar. Even when facing a super legendary Pokémon, Mega Salamence felt no fear. Ultimate Dragon Dive, a combination of Giga Impact and Dragon Rush, was an immensely powerful dual-type fusion move. Thanks to Salamance's Aerolate ability, the normal-type Giga Impact was converted into a flying-type move. Thus, this technique became a devastating dual-stab combo. Especially after Mega Salamence had boosted itself 6 times with Dragon Dance, its power had reached a terrifying peak. Even Kyogre, a level 100 ancient super legendary whose true power far exceeded that level, couldn't ignore the impact of such a terrifying attack. A thunderous boom shook the sky. The massive dragon-shaped comet that was Mega Salamence slammed hard into Kyogre, sending the beast flying several meters sideways with a deep, pained roar. Seeing his Salamence land the hit, Drake, now riding his Flygon, couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. He recalled his exhausted Salamence, ending its Mega Evolution, and dove with Flygon toward the forest below. Roar. Clearly, Salamance's strike had enraged Kyogre. The beast's attention shifted from Sato back to Drake. It opened its enormous, fanged jaws and bellowed furiously. Instantly, a deafening shockwave rolled out, accompanied by massive bolts of lightning crashing down through the storming sky, aimed directly at Drake and his Flygon. Thankfully, Drake's level 75 Flygon was fast enough. It dove straight into the forest canopy, and with its ground typing, it managed to endure Kyogre's raging thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Sato used the time Drake had bought him to escape even farther. With Crobat flying at full speed, he soon crossed Route 117 and entered the territory of Lavaridge Town. Finally. MT Chimney. Let's see if you still have time to chase me once you run into your old nemesis. Sato looked ahead toward the faint silhouette of MT Chimney in the distance. A flicker of hope stirred in his chest. Glancing back at the returning storm clouds, he cursed under his breath and muttered grimly. This isn't over yet, damn it. Chapter 720, Chapter 719, The Gathering of the Three Legends. As Kyogre drew closer to MT Chimney, where Groudon lay dormant, the speed of Groudon's awakening increased dramatically. The volcano's eruptions also became more intense by the second. Torrents of magma spewed violently from the crater, cascading over the surrounding land. In moments, a massive wildfire spread across the area. Countless terrified creatures, sensing imminent danger, fled desperately toward safer ground. Meanwhile, Sato was still flying for his life. With Crobat pushing its speed to the limit, he did his best to avoid human settlements as he raced straight toward MT Chimney. Kyogre was still hot on his trail. Within its summoned weather domain, thick storm clouds rapidly spread above Sato, and terrifying bolts of lightning began to rain down upon him. Fortunately, Sato had Pikachu, whose lightning rod ability made all the difference. During the chase, Pikachu continuously discharged the enormous reserves of electricity stored within its body, acting as a living lightning conductor. Even against the monstrous thunderstorm Kyogre had created, Pikachu could still hold out a while longer. And Pikachu, fearless as ever, was clearly furious about being relentlessly hunted. At the same time, Sato decided it would be better to put that stored energy to use than let it dissipate. So, he commanded Pikachu to launch a counterattack against Kyogre. Then, to Sato's astonishment, Pikachu managed to direct his lightning upward, discharging it into the clouds above. The electricity then spread through the storm itself, conducting across several kilometers to strike Kyogre behind them with a devastating thunder. Though Pikachu's level was relatively low, the mutated Thunder Orb's power amplification made his electric-type attacks truly terrifying. And because the electricity in the clouds had originally been generated by Kyogre's own storm, Pikachu's thunder carried even greater destructive force. By rough calculation, the move's total power output reached a staggering 120 by 2.5 by 2 times 1.5. Seeing Pikachu's mastery over such immense electrical energy, Sato couldn't hide his shock. At once, he activated his system's detection function to scan Pikachu. Sure enough, as he suspected, Pikachu had successfully learned Thunder, and the mutated Thunder Orb within its body had also undergone a new transformation. Item, Mutated Thunder Orb, 100% charged. Effects. Increases Pikachu's attack and special attack by 2.5 times. Grants continuous charge effect. Grants static ability. Greatly enhances Pikachu's control over electric-type energy. Grants electric terrain. Restrictions. Cannot be used by non-golden tier Pikachu or those lacking the lightning rod ability. Cannot be recharged using non-legendary electrical energy. Note, this orb once belonged to a powerful level 83 Pikachu. Thanks to its lightning rod ability, it absorbed the electricity of legendary Pokémon such as Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, and Zekrom during fierce battles, eventually fusing that power into itself through a series of extraordinary encounters. It was clear now that Pikachu's ability to unleash thunder across vast distances came largely from the orb's tremendous boost to his electric energy control. After absorbing the enormous current generated by Kyogre's storm, the Thunder Orb had finally revealed its ultimate form. Though Kyogre's body was thick-skinned and sturdy, even it winced under Pikachu's divine, punishment-like lightning strikes. Of course, Pikachu couldn't possibly defeat Kyogre outright, but he did manage to cause it some real trouble. After several successful long-range thunder hits, that small trouble began to show its effects. Faint arcs of electricity began flickering across Kyogre's body. Each time they did, its massive form stiffened, muscles locking up as paralysis took hold. A few times, it nearly lost its ability to stay airborne and almost plummeted to the ground. Yes, Pikachu had managed to inflict paralysis on Kyogre. Even though it was an ancient super-legendary Pokémon, Kyogre was still a living creature, and no creature, however divine, was immune to all abnormal statuses. Thanks to this, Sato narrowly escaped Kyogre's relentless pursuit time and again. By now, he was barely 7 or 8 kilometers away from MT Chimney. But then something unexpected happened. As soon as Kyogre entered within 10 kilometers of MT Chimney, it suddenly stopped chasing. It hovered in midair, its gaze shifting from Sato to the mountain, which, curiously, had just ceased erupting. In Kyogre's massive eyes flickered unmistakable fear and hatred. It had sensed the presence of its eternal nemesis. No matter how much it expanded its storm domain, the thunderclouds refused to spread within a 10-kilometer radius of MT Chimney. Then, before Sato's astonished eyes, a colossal hand emerged from the crater of the volcano, gripping its edge. Moments later, an enormous, fearsome head surfaced from within the molten depths. In mere moments, a gigantic red beast rose fully from the crater, its gaze locking onto Kyogre in the sky, radiating the same burning hatred. The moment it emerged, it immediately unleashed its own weather domain at full force. Instantly, even though it was still night, the clouds within several kilometers dissipated. The temperature soared, and fire-type energy filled the air, crackling and alive. This towering red titan, capable of forcing Kyogre's storm domain back several kilometers, was, of course, Groudon, the ancient super-legendary of the Hoenn region. It had awakened from its deep slumber upon sensing its age-old foe. Now, after countless eons, the two primal adversaries stood face to face once more. A titanic battle was inevitable. Looks like I was right, Groudon really was sleeping beneath MT Chimney. That means I'm safe for now, but where is Rayquaza? If it doesn't show up soon, I'll be in serious trouble. Hovering in the air atop Crobat, Sato watched Groudon emerge and, instead of relief, felt an uneasy tightness in his chest. His eyes darted from the raging land below to the eerily silent sky above. He had seen the devastation caused by the volcanic eruption, entire regions around the mountain had been reduced to chaos and ruin. If Groudon and Kyogre began their ancient war here, unchecked, the entire area would become a living hell. And it would all be his fault, yet there was nothing he could do. His only hope now rested on Rayquaza, the one being who could always appear at the last moment to stop the clash between land and sea. That feeling of helplessness gnawed at him, a heavy weight pressing down on his heart. Fortunately, though Rayquaza was often the last to arrive, it was never late. Just as Sato, and countless nearby creatures, braced for the inevitable clash, a blinding green streak tore through the sky. A massive emerald dragon descended from the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring pressure that blanketed the land. It positioned itself between Groudon and Kyogre in an instant. The moment Rayquaza appeared, the searing heat and torrential rain both vanished, and the night sky returned to calm. Immediately, both Groudon and Kyogre turned their fury toward Rayquaza. As if by mutual instinct, the two ancient rivals struck simultaneously at the newcomer. Under Groudon's command, a colossal pillar of magma erupted from the crater, solidifying into a molten blade that shot toward Rayquaza. At the same time, Kyogre's body blazed with blue light. In a heartbeat, that light condensed into a barrage of massive azure energy spheres, raining down upon Rayquaza like a torrential storm. Chapter 721, Chapter 720, The End and Reflection. In an instant, Groudon's precipice blades and Kyogre's origin pulse fired simultaneously toward Rayquaza. Facing the sudden assault from the two ancient rivals, Rayquaza showed no panic. It seemed to have expected that its two old friends would one day turn on the meddlesome peacemaker that so often interfered in their clashes. As soon as the two super-legendary Pokémon attacked, Rayquaza's body erupted with a blinding emerald glow. Its entire form was instantly enveloped by a layer of pure flying-type energy. Then, with an elegant twist of its long body, Rayquaza narrowly evaded the molten greatsword formed by Groudon's precipice blades and soared straight toward the barrage of blue light spheres that made up Kyogre's origin pulse. Before the eyes of the world, Rayquaza demonstrated its unmatched evasion prowess. Its speed was blinding, its flight skill supreme. Its control over its own body was so refined that it could alter its movement at will with the slightest muscular adjustment. It was like a martial artist walking through rain without a single drop touching his robe, so fluid and untouchable that not even Kyogre's barrage could harm it. In a flash, Rayquaza broke through the assault unscathed and, under Kyogre's horrified gaze, dove in a V-shaped trajectory and struck directly at Kyogre's abdomen, a critical hit. A deafening boom echoed through the battlefield. With a pained roar, Kyogre was sent flying backward, tumbling helplessly before crashing into the ground belly up, headfirst, landing in a most undignified heap. Even after downing Kyogre with a single blow, Rayquaza wasn't satisfied. With a fierce roar, it spun around and lashed out with its tail, a powerful combination of Iron Tail and Dragon Tail aimed straight at Kyogre's stomach. The massive impact slammed into Kyogre's belly, snuffing out any thought of retaliation. It flopped weakly, then chose to feign defeat entirely, lying motionless to avoid provoking Rayquaza further. Rayquaza then turned its sharp gaze toward Groudon, who now looked on with a rare glimmer of fear. In the next instant, a colossal draconic shockwave erupted from Rayquaza's jaws, Dragon Pulse. Groudon wanted to dodge, but it was too slow. Having only recently awakened, its body was still stiff and uncoordinated. It could only counter by unleashing a massive flamethrower from its mouth. Unfortunately for Groudon, Rayquaza's Dragon Pulse was a same-type move, while without the effects of drought, Groudon's flames were weakened. The two attacks collided, and Rayquaza's energy easily overwhelmed Groudon's fire, striking its body head-on. But Rayquaza wasn't done yet. After firing Dragon Pulse, its body once again shone with dazzling flying-type power as it transformed into a green comet, streaking straight toward Groudon. Ruahar. Seeing Rayquaza charging mercilessly at him, determined to flatten him just like Kyogre, Groudon's eyes flashed with fury. With a thunderous roar, it slammed its right hand into the earth, summoning precipice blades once more. Instantly, pillars of molten rock burst from the ground, all aimed directly at Rayquaza. But if Rayquaza could weave through Kyogre's dense origin pulse, how could these scattered magma eruptions possibly touch it? In the next moment, under Groudon's helpless gaze, Rayquaza once again nimbly dodged the attack, then dove in close and struck Groudon squarely on the jaw with another Dragon Ascent, far too fast to block. Groudon's massive frame lifted off the ground, arched backward, and crashed heavily against the slopes of Mt. Chimney, leaving a deep crater in the rock. Rayquaza truly lived up to its reputation as Hoenn's mightiest super-legendary Pokémon. In mere tens of seconds, it had subdued both Groudon and Kyogre, the two legends of land and sea, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Hiss! At that moment, everyone watching, Sato included, gasped in awe. Whether in person or through broadcasts, those who witnessed the clash of these titans were stunned speechless by Rayquaza's terrifying power. As expected of a super-legendary Pokémon that has lived countless ages and never fallen into deep slumber, its strength is on another level entirely compared to Groudon and Kyogre, who have only just awakened. To take on both and win so easily. Unbelievable. Hovering at the edge of the battlefield atop Crobat, Sato watched as Rayquaza effortlessly pummeled the two legends like unruly children. His heart trembled at its overwhelming might. Elsewhere, Dragon-type Elite Four, Drake and Champion Steven had already regrouped with the other three Hoenn Elite Fours aboard a League airship. Even these top-tier trainers, the very peak of the human pyramid, felt their insignificance in the face of such divine power. When Groudon and Kyogre first began to stir, Steven, Drake, and the Elite Four had been ready to intervene personally. Rayquaza's timely appearance, however, had spared them from what could have been a suicidal battle. In fact, the airship they rode carried nearly half of Hoenn's Elite Four level trainers, all prepared to sacrifice themselves to stop the two super-legendary Pokémon from clashing. Had Groudon and Kyogre truly fought without restraint, the entire Hoenn region might have been shattered beyond repair. Countless lives would have been lost. At that critical moment, the Pokémon League once again proved its worth. It did not fail the people of Hoenn. After subduing both Kyogre and Groudon, Rayquaza roared triumphantly into the sky. The two fallen Pokémon stopped pretending and stirred, flipped over, and exchanged a brief, heavy glance, first at each other, then at the green dragon hovering above. Finally, neither dared to challenge it further. Choosing wisdom over pride, they turned away. Groudon lumbered back toward Mt. Chimney's volcanic crater, and Kyogre glided away toward the sea. Seeing its old friends finally retreat, Rayquaza gave a few more mighty roars before soaring off into the heavens. Within seconds, it had vanished into the night sky. And with that, the great catastrophe was averted, peace returned once again to the Hoenn region. This time, I truly owe Rayquaza a debt beyond measure, Sato thought solemnly. From now on, I must act with greater care. Mistakes like this can never happen again. The power of legendary Pokémon is indeed tempting, but pursuing it without regard for the consequences, that is a line that must never be crossed. The heavy weight that had long pressed upon Sato's heart finally lifted. As relief and reflection filled him, he reminded himself once more to always think twice before acting. Then, while everyone else was still sighing in gratitude that the calamity had passed, Sato quietly mounted his Crobat and disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 722, Chapter 721, Aftermath and Repercussions. With Crobat's help, Sato managed to escape from the scene smoothly. Around 6 in the morning, he reached the outskirts of Mauville City. After spending an entire night being hunted down by a legendary Pokémon, Sato was both mentally and physically exhausted. He rented a small room in a roadside inn, ordered a decent takeout meal for himself and his Pokémon, and after eating, collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until around 7 p.m. that evening. During the time he was asleep, the outside world had already erupted in chaos. The massive clash between legendary Pokémon in the Hoenn region the previous night had spread like wildfire through every corner of the world via major news outlets and social media. In an instant, the legendary Pokémon battle drew the attention of countless people. No major power would ever let such an event involving legendary Pokémon slip by. All the major forces immediately mobilized their resources to uncover the truth behind the incident and the full sequence of events, each one hoping to profit somehow from it. Despite the League's desperate attempts to suppress information, it didn't take long for these powers to discover the truth, that Drake and Sato had joined forces to destroy Kyogre's crystal, triggering its wrath. Naturally, as the final person to come into contact with Kyogre's crystal, Sato instantly became the focus of these organizations. Now, spies from both the League and other forces were frantically searching for him. The only thing Sato could be grateful for was his caution. Throughout the entire event, he had remained disguised, dressed in black with his face hidden by a mask. No one had actually seen what he looked like. However, because of that, his Swampert, Pikachu, and his flying partner Crobat had become the key clues for anyone trying to track him down. In truth, Sato was lucky. If he had gone to any Pokémon Center in Mauville last night to heal his Pokémon, he would have already been found by the League or another faction. After waking up, Sato's first action was to wash up. Then, following his usual routine, he checked his communicator to see if anyone had left him a message. Looks like I'll have to lay low for a while. This incident blew up way too big. Even Giovanni, all the way in Kanto, personally called and left me a message. Not to mention the League and the other factions. What a pain. Being hunted and having to sneak around like this really sucks. When Sato saw the call logs and messages on his communicator, his face darkened, and he sighed tiredly. In fact, aside from Giovanni's call and message, Sato had also received one from Professor Oak. Just as Sato expected, the sharp-minded Professor Oak had quickly pieced together the truth behind the legendary Pokémon battle using his own network of information. From subtle clues and details, he had already begun to suspect that the mysterious trainer involved was none other than Sato himself. And aside from Professor Oak, the person who knew Sato best was none other than Giovanni. He even knew about Sato's psychic powers. Of course, it had been Professor Oak's suggestion that Sato go train at the Slowpoke Temple, so Sato suspected Professor Oak also knew he was a psychic. Giovanni, being as well connected as ever, had quickly acquired key intel about the legendary Pokémon battle through his own channels. With his keen intuition, he immediately suspected that the mysterious trainer who had played a decisive role in the event was his own subordinate, Sato. Seeing the messages from these two towering figures, Sato could only feel helpless. Both messages had been sent about 6 hours earlier, around noon. Under normal circumstances, he should have noticed them by then. The fact that he hadn't replied for so long naturally led to a few obvious conclusions. A man who had been chased by a legendary Pokémon all night would be utterly exhausted, and oversleeping from fatigue was completely reasonable. So, both Professor Oak and Giovanni had likely already drawn their own conclusions, that the mysterious trainer and Sato were one and the same. Even if they didn't think it was 100% confirmed, they were at least 99% sure. After some careful thought, Sato decided to come clean and explain the events of last night to both Professor Oak and Giovanni. For now, he still needed their support, offending either of them was not an option. Professor Oak, in particular, was still taking care of some of his Pokémon. The Dratini egg was being incubated under his care and had nearly hatched. Sato couldn't afford to strain that relationship. As for Giovanni, that man was even more dangerous. Sato was firmly in his grasp, and any reckless move could undo all the work he'd done to infiltrate the League's inner circles. Left with no other choice, Sato decided to tell them the truth. Of course, he knew that even if he came clean, there wouldn't be any real consequences. Neither Professor Oak nor Giovanni had any direct conflict of interest with him over this matter. Moreover, neither of them were the type to leak sensitive information. They wouldn't expose him. Still, Sato knew that if they were asking questions, it meant one thing: both of them were very interested in the core of this legendary Pokémon battle. And that core was none other than the Kyogre crystal, the very thing Sato had personally shattered. To outsiders, while Sato had indeed destroyed Kyogre's crystal, there was still immense potential value hidden within it. The crystal might have been shattered, but the fragments remained. If one could obtain even a few shards that still contained traces of the power that drove Kyogre into a frenzy, their worth would be unimaginable. That was precisely why so many major factions were desperately searching for Sato. As the one who destroyed and last touched the Kyogre crystal, he was their only lead. Just as Sato predicted, when he contacted Professor Oak and Giovanni to explain everything, both of them, after a mix of scolding and concern, eventually asked about the Kyogre crystal fragments. Sato didn't refuse their requests. In fact, he did have several fragments in his possession. When the Kyogre crystal exploded, countless shards had scattered everywhere, and he had used his psychic powers to capture over a dozen pieces midair. He had already examined them closely. Although they did contain traces of primal legendary energy, the amount was negligible, nothing compared to the overwhelming energy he'd absorbed directly during the crystal's destruction. By his estimate, even if he used his system to absorb the energy from all those fragments, it wouldn't add up to more than 1% of what he'd gained before. Having already taken the lion's share, Sato didn't mind letting others have some scraps. So, though he pretended to hesitate, he eventually agreed to hand over some of the Kyogre crystal fragments to both Professor Oak and Giovanni. Of course, even if the fragments weren't worth much, they had been obtained at the risk of his life. There was no way he'd just give them away for free. Professor Oak was an exception. After all, he'd helped Sato tremendously without asking for anything in return. Sato couldn't bring himself to demand payment from him. But Giovanni was different. Their relationship was transactional, not sentimental. In the end, Sato sold 10 fragments of the Kyogre crystal to Giovanni for a total of 500 million Poké Dollars.